Chapter 301 Red Zone. Vase didn't dare be too greedy in his demands. He started with the most critical and important request. I'd like to be a part of the mining expedition that seeks to extract the resources buried close to the core of the planet. As soon as he mentioned the core, Colonel Elos turned sharp. She completely shed her friendly expression. Where did you hear about our deep mining operations? I've been assigned to retrieve something valuable from the core. Vase quickly responded. As you know, I'm apprenticed to Master Carmen Olsen, who's currently a guest professor of the Limar Institute of Technology. As her subordinate, I'm sometimes called to take care of business on her organization's behalf. What he said was all true, but Vase deliberately mixed his actual meaning. His first sentence about being assigned to retrieve an ore from the core of the planet had been true, but he didn't explicitly state that he received this mission from the system. What he said after that had no relations with what he said earlier, but by stringing these two sentences together, he weaved the illusion that Master Olsen had actually given him this assignment. Vase had become increasingly more adept to cover for the system and lie in a way that wouldn't trip any lie detectors hidden in the Colonel's office. If it's behalf of an eminent master mech designer, then I'm sure we can accommodate our request. The woman nodded with some reluctance. As you know, the glowing planet is an exceedingly rare product of the galaxy. According to past records that none but the most highly placed individuals have access to, the core of such planets often hide great wonders. I'm aware of the value buried deep underneath. Vase nodded sagely, though he actually didn't have a clue. He just ran with his speculations in order to appear more authoritative on the subject and deflect any suspicions. My master has only requested for me to retrieve a hand-sized sample of the only ore that matters. I hope that isn't too much to ask. The Colonel looked fairly troubled. It might take some time as we'll probably encounter grains at first. It's a shame we don't have the time to excavate the entire treasure before the coalition and the hegemony descends on this planet. We might have to accelerate our digging operations to fulfill your master's demand. It sounded like Vase demanded something really big. Some exotics held a lot of value if they came in a larger chunk. It seemed this mineral from the core of the planet must hold an exceptional amount of value as a result. Vase relayed some other favors, though he certainly restrained his greed this time. He mainly requested free passage through the non-restricted areas of the base and gained permission for Lucky to roam around independently in these same regions as well. There's no reason for your mechanical pet to depart from your side. Elos responded to the last point. Your pet is already a security risk when you brought it here. I can tell it's an advanced machine, so I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt and allow it to stay by your side. I will not grant it permission to roam the base without your supervision. That's fair. Thank you for allowing my pet to stay with me. He's something of my bodyguard as well. He couldn't hide Lucky's deadly armament from the mech core. Not only did Lucky possess a record of killing pirates, his cat didn't appear too different from the deadly bodyguard pets assigned to little boys and girls. Though these pets always risked being hacked, it wasn't a big concern in a hugely advanced first-rate superstate. Elos even showed signs of envy that Vase owned a pet that looked like it had been shipped straight from the new Rubarth Empire. Vase didn't retain enough leverage to demand more concessions from the base. Colonel Elos had already indulged him enough and he didn't wish to waste his remaining goodwill. He only asked for a slightly higher security clearance and to be kept informed about the development of better energy cells. I think that's enough for today. The Colonel wrapped up the meeting. My men will show you to your bunk where you can stow your luggage. You're free to roam the non-restricted areas of the base such as the mess hall, but you're not allowed to enter the workshops or mech stables and disturb the technicians at work. I understand. Vase hadn't been drafted yet. As a civilian, Vase had no right to butt in and tell the mech technicians how to do their work. He wasn't even allowed to study the predominant designs the 4th Bentime Division currently employed. Do I have permission to enter the labs where the new energy cells are being developed? Only if you receive permission from the lab. In other words, not likely. Vase had upstaged all of those research departments. After all, they must be cursing his name under their breaths right now. Vase left the base commander's office after that. After retrieving Lucky, another officer led him upwards to a less restricted part of the underground complex. We've sent a partial map of this base to your comm. You should be able to find your bunk on your own. Do you have any more questions? Yeah. Am I allowed to step outside? No. For security reasons, you are only permitted to remain underground. The only personnel allowed above ground are mechs. Vase nodded and left for his bunk. After reaching it, he dropped off his luggage before dropping to his bed. All the while, he continued to hold on to Lucky, though his cat appeared rather grumpy at this moment. Hey, don't blame me. The Mech Corps can be rather high-strung about security risks. Tell you what, when I visit the deep mining expedition tomorrow, I'll see if I can get you something yummy. The mining operation must be yielding a lot of ores if it's aiming to reach the core of the planet. Meow. Lucky brushed his head against his chin. Even with the technology the Mech Corps had at their disposal, it wasn't easy to bore down towards the center of a planet. That didn't even take into account the complications of burrowing through layers and layers of exotics, each of which could set off a deadly accident. The base still needed to process his permissions, so he couldn't visit the mining operations right now. Vase left his bunk and roamed around the corridors, trying to get a first-hand impression of the famed and renowned Mech Corps. As the premier mech force of the Bright Republic, the Mech Corps had been held up as the standard-bearer of their state. Billions of citizens worshipped the Mech Corps and millions more pilots wished to join their ranks. Looking at the people and mechs walking back and forth, Vase found that each of them held a distinctive pride. They felt proud to be a part of the Mech Corps. They also moved with much more enthusiasm than usual. Vase eavesdropped on some of the conversation and knew that his invention had made a splash. Hey, did you hear? Someone came up with a fix for the overcharge problem. Every workshop has been tasked with producing as much of these cells as possible. What, really? We finally don't have to tempt fate every time we enter our mechs. That's amazing. You know what's even more weird is that some outsider came up with the new designs. From what the geeks have told me, the designs came from a mech designer who worked for a gang. No way, a frickin' scumbag came up with the new designs. What are our eggheads doing? How can they be so slow that some random criminal can figure out a solution first? Hey, don't raise your tone so much. I heard the inventor isn't some random thug. He's actually a mech designer, and he's a Larkinson as well. That particular revelation landed like a bomb to the group of gossipers. Didn't that guy came up in the news recently? Have you already forgotten about the duel where Captain Vicker got his butt kicked by a girl from the Planetary Guard? Oh yeah, that duel. So the Larkinson who came up with the new energy cells designed that black mech as well. Yup, and he'll be sticking around the base, though I don't know why. It's going to get really dangerous here soon. Talk like that had spread throughout the base. Even though no one recognized Vase, most people had been able to figure out his identity because he wore civilian clothes. Most of the other consultants consisted of scientists and experts who specialized in discovering the properties of unknown exotics. Only Vase looked young enough to be a mech designer at the start of his career. This didn't affect the base personnel very much. The soldiers had a lot of other things on their plate to divert some time to fawn over Vase. After reading everyone's mood, he decided he should visit a doctor. Vase followed the map to the nearest medical center. Upon entering it, he reported his issues and had to wait half an hour before a doctor came up to receive him. The jolly-looking man invited him to his office. I've consulted your records and I must say it's an unusual case. The doctor said, we are not very versed with the functioning of your extra organs. I'm aware how hard it is to figure out my body. I'm not asking for an explanation. I just want something that can mitigate the negative side effects of all of the energy fields in the red zone. The doctor's expression turned pensive. That will be difficult. Any medicine we give you can have the opposite effect. The side effects may be worse than the affliction. Just do the best you can. Vase had to undergo a series of elaborate scans. Much of it didn't reveal anything new, though Vase found his strength had decreased. Ever since the ghost that wore his mother's face drained him of his excess energy, Vase had started to feel less energetic. The difference didn't amount to much, but it pointed out that any further energy drains could lead to more severe effects. The doctor in charge of his case found the changes to be puzzling. You are still in fine health, Mr. Larkinson. I will prescribe you with some medicine that will ease your internal discomfort, but without a deeper understanding of your alien genes, it's unwise to add anything else. That meant that Vase would have to deal with whatever happened on his own. This was the burden all human-alien hybrids had to go through. He'd also have to endure anything the glowing planet decided to throw at him. From his limited understanding, Vase believed that he'd face much more active exotics the deeper he went underground. Even so, Vase refused to stay near the surface and twiddle his thumb. The system gave him a mission, and he had to accomplish it at all costs. Even if he had to suffer through torture, Vase was determined to be among the first to breach the core of the planet and secure a valuable ore from within. There's no telling if the miners will withhold such a valuable chunk of ore. It'll be harder for the Mech Corps to refuse to hand any of it over when I'll be there on the spot. Vase thanked the doctor and left the medical center. He thought about visiting the workshops before he reminded himself that he'd been prohibited to enter them. He felt a little regretful for not being able to place his hands on the mechs used by the Mech Corps. Vase had been drooling at their designs for many years now. Well, it's only a matter of time before I get drafted. I'll have plenty of opportunity to play with these mechs once the war finally starts. Chapter 302 Gregarious Wrath. The Mech Corps brought out the big guns from the start when it came to mining. Besides bringing enough hardware to empty out the surface layers of Red Zone in a matter of months, they also brought an enormous cruiser-sized tunneler to breach the hardy soil of the glowing planet and reach the core of the planet. A vertical shuttle descended quickly down the depths of the tunnel that had been excavated rather recently. Vase looked out of the porthole with wonder. That's the Gregarious Wrath at work. A cadet bragged to Vase. She's 2 kilometers long, of which 2/3 are solely devoted to making her the best tunneler in the Republic. Such a name would have been more fitting on a battleship than an enormous tunneling machine, Vase thought. How far has she reached? Around 500 kilometers. We've encountered a lot of obstacles on our way to the core. Some of the bedrock the Wrath has bumped into is too hard to burrow through, so she's forced to take a detour. That takes up most of the time. Besides that, sometimes weird stuff happens, forcing some important systems to become a little wonky. We have to shut off the entire machine if that happens. I understand. It's too risky to keep working under those conditions. Who knows what kind of risks we'll face if we brave the energy fields without understanding their effects. As if to emphasize those words, his stomach suddenly turned. The nauseous feeling almost prompted Vase to cough up his breakfast. What is that? Beats me. The cadet shrugged. The scientists have a fancy name for it, but we just call it the stomach-turning field. Over the next half hour, the entire shuttle passed through multiple short-ranged energy fields which each caused some form of debilitating effect to the shuttle or its occupants. How is the Gregarious Wrath able to function with all of these energy fields? It helps that we put 3-dimensional smoothers at different points of her hull. They counteract or dampen most of these weird fields somehow. Even then, some of proximity effects couldn't be fought against at all. Humanity still had a long way to go in understanding the effects of each different exotic material the galaxy had spawned. Of course, Vase had no doubt that the big transgalactic organizations like the MTA and CFA possessed the most complete database of exotics. In their eyes, the glowing planet likely held no secrets. The same went for the first-rate superstates like the Terrans and the Rubarthans. On the other hand, the petty states that eked out a poor existence in the galactic rim had no chance to develop such a complete record. Knowledge was valuable, and a detailed understanding of rare exotics even more so. The Republic couldn't find a single party in the galactic net that would be willing to sell such valuable information, at least not without paying a ruinous price. Thus, the scientists and researchers aboard the Gregarious Wrath had to stumble about in the dark and forge their own paths. Perhaps no one on the shuttle had been more sensitive about the abundant amount of exotics buried in all directions than Lucky. The mechanical cat had become annoyed that he wasn't allowed to claw his way out of the shuttle and start munching on the visibly glowing deposits of high-value exotics. It's okay, Lucky, you'll get your chance soon enough. The deeper we go, the yummier the exotics. Meow. The glowing planet truly held no threat to Lucky. Ever since they touched down, his cat acted like this entire planet was his playground and a paradise filled with endless food. Vase tried not to think how much energy Lucky had accumulated so far. It must be enough to surpass a tactical nuclear strike at the very least. The shuttle took a few turns when it encountered the detours made by the Wrath. Despite her shape as a cylinder, the Wrath incorporated accordion-like structures along her hull that allowed her to turn like a worm. Obviously, the Wrath had to use that particular function more and more the deeper she burrowed into the solid interior of the planet. Will the Wrath be in trouble if we encounter magma or some other liquids? Are you kidding? The Gregarious Wrath is clad in heat and pressure-resistant compressed armor. She's as expensive as 10 fleet carriers. No other tunneler is so extravagantly tough and durable. If not for the potential riches we can find in the core, the brass would have never risked sending it down the glowing planet. This certainly added to the proof that the Mech Corps knew what to expect down at the core. Vase might have to fight to obtain his deserved share of the mysterious ore demanded by the system. We've almost reached the Wrath. You better return to your seat and strap in. It's going to get violent soon. Vase listened to the advice and strapped down on the crash shield while holding onto Lucky. Even his cat felt something amiss and tried to find some shelter in his owner's embrace. The shuttle shook harder and harder, as if it had a lot of trouble keeping up a stable flight. Even in an airless environment, some sort of pressure wave still penetrated the vehicle deeply to the point of straying from its straight and narrow path. What's going on? That's the might of the Wrath. Behold the Republic's ingenuity. The shuttle took another turn and came into view of the rear of the tunneling machine. Vase had to rub his eyes a few times while suppressing the shudders that ran through his heart. The gregarious Wrath looked like a massive worm more than a machine. Her dirt-crusted hull gave the tunneling machine a sense that she was a living, breathing mythical monster. Even as the shuttle neared the rear portion of the Wrath, the tunneling machine continuously bored through the soil, pressing excess crunched rocks to the side. How is the tunnel so stable? Aren't we risking a collapse? The Wrath is not that simple. We mix a little extra fluids that stabilizes the tunnel walls. It's not that expensive, but it takes up so much space that the Wrath needs to be supplied every 4 hours. Why bother keeping open this tunnel in the first place then? Vase asked. As mighty as the Wrath looks like, she's a tunneling machine, not a mining machine. When she reaches the core, she won't be able to filter the truly valuable bits from the somewhat valuable stuff. It will all get pressed to the sides to form new tunnel walls. We've got to bring other machines if we want to extract the hard-to-find bits. As the cadet explained the workings of the different machines, the shuttle neared a small opening that led the vehicle to a hangar. As soon as the shuttle entered inside the Wrath, the entire vehicle suddenly became subjected to a different direction of gravity. Whoa, haha, I forgot to warn you that the artificial gravity inside the Wrath is set alongside her length. It's the best configuration for us to be able to shift stuff from the bow to the stern. Despite being a quintessential land behemoth, the crew treated the Wrath as a ship. From the terminology to the command structure, everyone treated the tunneling device as if she swam through land. Let's bring you to the chief engineer. He's been dying to meet you. After being subjected to a strict security check, they entered the tightly compartmentalized interior of the huge machine. Besides the constant low thrumming, Vase hardly noticed that the Wrath was burrowing through tons of soil. It must have taken an immense amount of effort for her designers to isolate and neutralize all the various sounds, pressure waves and the shifting gravity. Since they arrived at the rear of the Wrath, they didn't need to traverse the entire length of the tunneling machine. The Wrath actually held 2 engineering bays, but the chief engineer currently resided in the rear engineering bay, which was responsible for powering the enormous beast. A storm of activity greeted Vase as soon as he stepped inside the engineering bay. Huge rows of power reactors hummed out of sight while bots constantly hauled supplies and tools back and forth. The engineers that kept the Wrath running constantly entered and exited the bay as they had to perform maintenance along the entire hull of the machine. Vase sensed the passion and drive in each of the engineers. The Republic must have recruited some of the best graduates to staff the gregarious Wrath. Like what you see? An older man asked from the side. It's like heaven here. As a mech designer, Vase truly enjoyed the sights of people pouring their passion into machines. Even if they worked on entirely different mechanical contraptions, they still shared much in common. Vase Larkinson, Harmon Petrisk, I'm in charge around here. The chief engineer shook hands with Vase with a meaty grip. That's a nice grip you have. Your hands are still too soft. Ha, we let our machines do the heavy lifting. Vase admitted without shame. I'd love to forge a mech without resorting to a 3D printer sometime, but that's still a long way to becoming feasible. Besides, don't tell me you're not using printers yourself to fabricate new replacement parts. You got me there. To certain hardcore mech designers, they only truly appreciated mechs that had been built without any form of automation. Even though a 3D printer required a lot of skill to utilize, a mech designer didn't have to expend too much effort to perform a complicated function. The chief briefly showed him around. Everything appeared to work the same as any capital ship, though the designers of the Wrath had added a lot of necessary features to allow the tunneling machine to stay powered under tough conditions. Thankfully we don't rely on energy cells to run the Wrath, though we still use energy cells to provide backup power and run auxiliary functions throughout her hull. We've been working hard to replace them with your new design as fast as possible. It saves us a lot of stress, you know. I can imagine. The Wrath must be carrying hundreds of energy cells at the very least. Vase nodded in understanding. It must be giving you a lot of nightmares to think they could detonate all at once if the Wrath entered the wrong energy field. Both of them turned grim at that possibility. Neither could rule out the chance that they could enter some weird energy field that had a devastating effect on the already dangerous energy cells. That was why the Chief Petrisk showed a lot of appreciation to Vase. Hardly anyone else, including the captain and the executive officer of the Wrath, knew how much they tempted fate by keeping those overcharged energy cells in place. Once they finished their little tour, Petrisk guided Vase to his little office. From what I understand, you're only here so you can nab your share of the most valuable exotic mineral we're expecting to find in the core. That's right, I hope I'm not imposing on you. Oh, don't worry, we're so overworked that we could use a hand. What do you say about lending some of your expertise? Vase frowned at that suggestion. That doesn't sound very appropriate. The Mech Corps doesn't want me to touch their valuable hardware. I'm still a civilian, after all. Ah, who cares about the rules? Chief Petrisk casually dismissed the concerns. To be honest, we're so overworked that we could use anyone with a brain to help us out. The gregarious Wrath has always been meant to tunnel through regular terrestrial planets. The glowing planet is a whole different level of complexity. Every new exotic we find results in another inexplicable malfunction. I see. Vase considered the suggestion deeply. If he refused the offer, he'd be doing nothing while the Wrath would slowly trudge along. Well, I'm anxious to complete my assignment as fast as possible, so if you think I can help out, then count me in. That's great news. I've already prepared the permissions for you. Since you've come up with something as ingenious as those new energy cells, I'll put you to work in power management. It's not the easiest job on board the Wrath, but our power systems are the most susceptible to outside interference. Hopefully your perspective will help us resolve these problems faster. Thus began his work as a temp worker. Vase had never imagined that the chief engineer would accept him so easily, but he took it as another opportunity to broaden his vision. Chapter 303 Expert. The situation on and above the glowing planet had deteriorated enormously in the past week. Ganso Larkinson spent more time in space than in the fleet carrier. Everyone only caught 4 to 5 standard hours of sleep, and some didn't even bother going to bed. Right now, the Volari Starhawks battled a large fleet of unknowns who didn't consider the Mech Corps to be an obstacle. Unlike the other pirate fleets who constantly tried to maneuver around their forces, this strange group of carriers and spaceborne mechs boldly tried to bulldoze through the Starhawks. Who are these guys? I don't recognize any of their models. They're exiles from another star sector. Old Man Alex replied as he endured another barrage of lasers in front of Ganso's Vedra S. All kinds of scum are attracted to the frontier. These fellows must have come to our star sector to excavate some treasures before they decided to go for the glowing planet instead. In truth, the Volari Starhawks outnumbered the unknowns, but the invaders obviously consisted of some elite force. Much of their mechs turned out to be second class and possessed a distinctive edge against the cheaper mechs used by the Mech Corps. If not for their excellent training and coordination, they would have been smashed to pieces by the foreign mechs. Watch out for those orange-striped mechs, Lieutenant Fairfax warned. They've shaken off our elites and are heading in our way. Ganso quietly cursed the foreigners. Why did everyone want to stick their fingers into the pie that represented the glowing planet? Was a planet's worth of junk exotics that much worth the effort? The Volari Starhawks learned quickly not to underestimate the orange-striped mechs among the foreigners. Besides being better quality mechs that boasted significantly higher specs, their pilots all appeared to be advanced pilots that had reached their upper limits. Even though they lacked the deterrence of an expert pilot, so many elites gathered into a single squad could affect the course of the entire battle. Ganso, focus on their rifleman mechs. Suppress them as best as you can. On it, the battle had turned into a wild battle for speed and maneuverability, which made it hard to secure a kill. The incoming enemies approached Ganso's squad with so much acceleration that his Vedra S only scored some glancing blows with its laser rifle. They're circling around us. Instead of clashing head-on against Fairfax's squad, the orange-striped elites took up a wide orbit around them. Ganso kept firing calmly despite his disadvantageous position. The frequent skirmishes he'd been through beforehand had polished his instincts to the point where he scrubbed any clues that he'd once been a rookie. They've got more rifleman mechs than us. I can hardly hold my ground here. Alex yelled over the comm as his Space Knight took an increasingly more severe beating. We should bring the fight to them. Ganso agreed with his squad mate. Alex is right, Lieutenant. Please give us the order to engage. His Vedra S rapidly accumulated heat as its rifle spat out beam after beam. Most of them ended up splashing ineffectually against his opponent's superior armor. It took sustained hits on the same location to do lasting damage. In a battle with such speeds, Ganso found it impossible to accomplish such a tall order. His beam often splashed all over the place. Any pilot whose mech got hit would instantly juke in a spin or in a different direction. The more surface the laser beam affected, the shallower the mark it left on the armor. Captain Rinsel and her men are on the way. Just hold out for 10 more minutes. As he fired another ineffectual laser beam, Ganso glanced at the proximity map and noted 10 incoming friendlies approaching from below. Everyone on the squad cheered at the thought of being reinforced. These elites had been hammering their rifles at their mechs. They wouldn't last more than a minute at this rate. Alert! High energy emission detected. Incoming comet. That's not a comet, that's a mech. A bright blue-white flare approached the section of space where Ganso and his comrades fought against the foreigners. Their collective sensor readings quickly resolved the incoming contact as an unknown mech of a unique design. One thing stood out the rest. It outputted as much energy as 5 heavy mechs. Oh mother, we've kicked the hornet's nest. Alex exclaimed. He's coming straight for us. The comet-like mech crashed straight towards Alex's mech. Its extreme relative speed hardly allowed anyone else to respond to its appearance in time. Ganso narrowly engaged his mech's flight systems to back up, just in time to evade a narrow glowing stripe that passed just in front. While the comet mech darted away, the space knight that had always stood by Ganso's side suddenly parted in half from the waist before exploding in a violent conflagration. No! Ganso yelled as he couldn't believe how fast his partner's space knight had been killed. Alex. Old man Alex didn't have the time eject. His odds of survival was nil. Captain Rinsel's squad suddenly stopped and turned around. Fairfax. Disengage right now. You just got hit by an expert pilot. He's turning around for another pass. Everyone panicked when they heard they faced an expert mech. Lieutenant Fairfax swiftly ordered everyone to split up and flee in separate directions. Even with Alex's mech, the entire squad stood no chance of surviving against a single expert pilot. Arg, I'm ejecting. One of their squad mates had to eject because the foreigners that had continued to circle around them took advantage of their loss of cohesion. The orange-striped elites had shifted their aim so smoothly that Ganso suspected that they must have practiced this tactic. He's here. This time, the expert mechs slashed 2 of their mechs in quick succession. Only one of their squad mates ejected in time. The other perished when his mech blew up. Ganso felt immense pressure to eject, but he held back due to the obligation to bring back his machine intact. The mech corps took a dim view on those who wasted their expensive war materiel. He continued to pray that the expert pilot wouldn't target him next. In the next couple of minutes, the expert pilot targeted their reinforcements. Captain Rinsel feebly tried to resist, but eventually had to eject. Just when Ganso thought he made it away, the expert pilot curved his high-speed trajectory in a straight path towards his Vadra S. He's on to you, Ganso. Eject already, you don't stand a chance against this expert. Ganso didn't want to abandon his mech so soon. Even if his fellow Starhawks wouldn't blame him for the early ejection, it still would have left a stain in his heart. As a mech pilot born to the cause, the last thing he could tolerate was to carry a brand of shame. Such a shame had a high chance of affecting his potential advancement to expert pilot. The Vadra S threw all caution to the wind and fired beam after beam at the swift and relentless expert mech. No matter what tricks Ganso pulled off, the expert pilot dodged his aim again and again. It was as if the expert read his mind. Even then, Ganso never gave up his attempt to land a single hit. He even increased his rifle's rate of fire to a ruinous level. Even if he stopped firing right now, both his mech and his rifle had been ruined irrevocably. Ganso didn't care. His mind sublimated during the brief interval as the expert mech came closer and closer. He vented his grief for losing Alex and his fellow squad members through his weapon. Each laser that struck out into the vacuum of space was another defiant scream to the unfairness of facing an expert pilot without support. Come on, I need a hit, just one hit. In the final 3 seconds, Ganso had become so fired up that his mind momentarily breached an invisible barrier. At that moment, a spark of flame exploded within him that guided his aim towards another direction. His laser only scorched the expert mech for 0.15 seconds. The incredibly skilled expert swiftly adjusted his course before the laser could even begin to burn away the outer coating. Pull out. This time, Ganso listened to the communication channel. He sent out a mental command which instantly disconnected the cockpit from the rest of the mech. The sudden loss of connection jarred Ganso sufficiently that he didn't witness his cockpit escaping from the mech in time for the expert pilot to slash through the rest of the frame in a single slash. Instead, as soon as he recovered, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, I scored a hit, I scored a single hit. As his cockpit flung away from the battle and followed an arcing course to the rear lines of the Starhawk fleet, Ganso laughed and cried at the same time. He laughed for surviving an encounter against a dread expert pilot, and he cried for the friends he would never be able to see again. Damn this glowing planet, it would have done this galaxy a favor if it came across a black hole and disappeared beyond its event horizon. Battles erupted across the entire orbit of the glowing planet. The Visions had also been hard-pressed to hold back as many pirates as possible. In the meantime, hordes of pirates and mercenaries slipped through the gaps and descended to the surface of the glowing planet. Battle raged throughout the airless skies above the rogue planet. The pirates fought against the mercenaries fought against the military fought against the pirates, and the pirates fought among themselves. Infighting was rife even among allies in the same fleet. It only took a couple of stray shots to splash against a nominal allied outfit to provoke a brawl. Even the pirate lords that browbeat the small outfits together couldn't alleviate the constantly rising tempers. Broken mechs and chunks of space ships kept descending from above in regular numbers. Back at the base erected by Walter's whalers, their turrets sporadically fired at an incoming artificial meteorite from above. Sometimes, even the riflemen and cannoneer mechs had to lend a hand in order to break apart a particularly large piece of spaceship debris. Still, that was child's play compared to the incoming pirates. Sometimes, elements of a pirate fleet got so confused that they lost their course and landed somewhere close to the red zone occupied by the mech corps. Any mech carriers that landed in the vicinity of the Blood Claws and the whalers had to be destroyed before they could get away. You've improved, Fada complimented Rayla as she swiped the head off a pirate mech in a single blow. It was just last week when you could barely hold on against a single pirate. That scum was an elite. Rayla spat back as her Sliverth danced around the disarrayed pirate mechs with as much grace as the Blackbeak. The two made for an intimidating pair, and together with Dietrich's long-range support they developed a practiced routine. I'm hungry. I hadn't been able to eat my lunch all day. Let's wipe these bastards out fast before I starve to death. The mechs aligned to the Bright Republic fought without holding anything back. Ever since Vase submitted his undercharged energy cell designs, every mech received the new energy cells. While the mech pilots faced a couple of complications due to their lower capacity and unstable energy supply, they all sighed in relief because they wouldn't get blown up anymore. Naturally, such a momentous development couldn't be kept to themselves. The Mech Legion somehow got a hold of the designs and began producing their own replacement energy cells. Some of the other well-connected factions such as the Dragons of the Void followed suit. This had divided the forces on the planet in three. First came the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion who had fully converted their energy cells to the safer designs. Second were the poorer pirate outfits and mercenary corps who didn't possess enough connections to get their hands on the valuable designs for the safer energy cells. Third were the incoming pirates, mercenaries and treasure hunters who just descended upon the planet. Since they hadn't been subjected to the surface energy fields for long, their energy cells hadn't developed an overcharge yet. This would change in the next couple of days, but until then they swaggered around their landing sites, provoking trouble wherever they went. Thus, the Blood Claws and the Whalers constantly had to fight the smaller outfits while the Mech Corps mopped up the largest concentration of scum. After fighting multiple battles, everyone started to feel the strain. Chapter 304 Best Intentions. Countless mechs had been deployed to the surface of the glowing planet. Of all the different models, certain ones stood out from the rest. For example, take the Havilax. Dumont's debut design might not be the most valiant offensive knight, but some mercenaries didn't care about the bad reputation it had acquired as long as they received enough discounts. They brought their newly purchased mechs to the glowing planet and expected to dominate in any close-ranged engagements. What they actually experienced was nothing of the sort. This is ridiculous. How come it's run out of energy so quickly? One mercenary cursed as his mech switched to ultra-low power consumption mode after all of its energy cells had been drained. These new undercharged energy cells are so stupid. How can I keep running my mech with just 30% of its previous capacity? Some of his colleagues laughed over the communication channel. Serves you right. I told you so that you'd regret spending the company credits on the Havilax. Even with normal energy cells it can't even last a single duel. To be fair to the Havilax, the duel had been something of an anomaly. The Havilax should easily be able to last half a standard day at normal power consumption. However, such a meager amount of operating time wasn't as impressive as other mechs who would easily be able to last an entire day without replenishing their energy cells. This thing is a giant trap. It's great in a battle, but it's awful everywhere else. I'm going to put it up for sale as soon we get back. While the couple of Havilax pilots grumbled about the poor performance of its design on the glowing planet, the pilots of the Blackbeak enjoyed their greatest moments. As one of the few fuel-based mechs on this planet, they faced very little risks from the start. The constant skirmishes and occasional long-ranged raids also helped the Blackbeak fit in. The handful of mercs who piloted the exclusive gold label Blackbeaks all performed above and beyond their usual standard. For example, on a desolate field of crags and low rocks, 10 pirate mechs were frantically running away. One might expect those 10 mechs to be chased by a squad or platoon of mechs, but in actuality only a single Blackbeak hounded them from behind. This monster, why won't he give up? A pirate moaned. Come on, run faster. None of the pirates seemed to suggest they turn around and gang up on the Blackbeak. They already tried that, only to get demolished one by one. Let's split up. He'll hunt us down one by one. Are you kidding? He'll only be able to kill a couple of us before he loses track. Let's do it. The pirate mechs split up in different directions. Rather than bewilder the Blackbeak, it stopped holding back and put more power into its durable engine. As far as its pilot was concerned, the pirates had consigned themselves to death by ceasing to move in a cohesive formation. The Blackbeak hunted down the mechs like a cat chasing after a pack of mice. Keep running, you little rats. Even if you get away, you won't be able to supply your mechs. Besides the handful of gold label Blackbeaks on the glowing planet, the silver and bronze label versions also acquitted themselves well. During the time when the undercharged energy cells hadn't been developed yet, they took the lead in defending the bases. Their strong, stable and exemplary performance had elevated their reputation to the point where most night mech pilots yearned to obtain their own copies. Many mech designs developed in recent years hadn't been tested in large-scale campaigns. The glowing planet served as a crucible where the best and most robust designs gained an edge over those which featured too many superfluous elements. Major factions such as the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion collected all of the data to perform analyses and add to the public record of each individual model. The highly encouraging real-space performance data of the Blackbeak gave the LMC an unexpected boost. Sales of the bronze label model fabricated by EAM, which had flagged in recent times, suddenly surged as the mech industry gained a new appreciation of its tough and enduring design. The LMC enjoyed brisk sales as well. Along with a concerted marketing push, the Blackbeak had been pushed to the forefront of recognition. Silver label Blackbeaks became a hot item to well-off customers, so much so that Marcella started selling them by batches which the LMC's small workshop struggled to fulfill. As the COO of the LMC, Jake Altern often visited Marcella's brokerage for business. Currently, they moved to an upscale restaurant and enjoyed a luxurious meal. Even if the glowing planet's appearance is a disaster for the Republic, it's been a boon for the LMC. The Blackbeak's appeal is at an all-time high right now. I know, Marcella replied as she finished chewing an exotic meat dish. I don't even have to convince my customers to purchase a mech or two. Instead, I have to pull them back from placing too many orders. Both our bronze and silver label versions have a waiting list that's at least a half-year long. That represented an enormous amount of revenue. While both of them had much to celebrate for accumulating so many orders, none of them adopted satisfied expressions. Jake stopped beating around the bush. We don't have enough production capacity. Everyone in the company is aware of how much revenue we're missing out. Customers who have been hoping to purchase a Blackbeak are being discouraged by how much we've raised our prices and how many other customers are waiting for their own copies. Why are you bringing up this topic? She asked with suspicion. Both the EAM and LMC are producing your designs as fast as they can. Neither of them are in a position to expand their production lines any further. The EAM still has to pay back their debts while your company is just starting to break the ground on your new manufacturing complex. There's still another solution. You want to contract another mech manufacturer. Marcella stated. Exactly. Benjamin Larkinson approves of the idea. The rest of the board is behind the plan. As long as you agree, we'll have unanimous approval to extend a special licensing contract to Vaughn Industrial. I recall that Vase once visited their impressive factory complex and didn't come out impressed. He won't like it if anyone else than EAM gets to produce the bronze label Blackbeaks. Jake helplessly spread his palms. Well, he's not here to object, is he? Instead, he ran off to the glowing planet to mine some expensive rocks. At the very least, our decision here will teach him not to pursue his whims and go harrying off into danger. It all seemed dirty to Marcella. She knew Vase always prioritized his reputation and hated losing control over the distribution of his products. Yet she wasn't unaccustomed to getting her hands dirty. As Jake had said, Vase only had himself to blame for being unable to stop a necessary decision to maximize the profits of his company. Consider me on board to your plan. I own 5% of the LMC's shares, after all. The more the company earns, the better off I'll be. I can guess the Larkinson estate is also eyeing the benefits. This conspiracy couldn't have gotten off without the express approval of Ves's grandfather. Much of the higher management of the LMC consisted of retainers nurtured by the Larkinsons. Even if they worked for Vase, they still owed their loyalty to the organization that nurtured them from young. Even if the LMC didn't issue any dividends as of yet, the Larkinson estate still benefited enormously in other ways if the company earned record profits. With the war about to come into full swing, the estate always had a need for more money. That was the time when the Mech Corps spent money like water, and often had to go into debt. It wasn't unheard of for well-to-do families like the Larkinsons to contribute to the war effort in exchange for better treatment for their relatives serving in the front. Even if Vase objects, he shouldn't forget his roots, Jake decisively said as he began to eat his dessert. Besides, Von Industrial is an excellent partner to work with. Their production facilities are top-notch and they haven't made any excessive demands. They're willing to pay a bit more fees now that the success of the Blackbeak is set in stone. Both of them discussed the matter as if they had the best intentions at heart. As for Vase, he remained ignorant of the proactive decisions made behind his back. Instead, he blissfully spent his days aboard the gregarious Wrath. Chief Petrisk granted him a fair amount of liberties, as if he didn't have a care in the galaxy if Vase attempted to sabotage the giant tunneler. It didn't make a difference anyway. With the amount of monitoring going on, Vase would never be able to hide any suspicious activities unless he activated his privacy shield. Not that he wanted to. The gregarious Wrath's journey to the center of the glowing planet had to go well for Vase to complete his mission. He did all he could to lend his expertise to the many problems facing the enormous tunneling machine. It turned out that the energy fields constantly destabilized the Wrath. Countless systems relied on each other to ensure the smooth function of the tunneler. If one system got knocked out, that didn't mean the Wrath would stop. However, the systems depending on the functions of that knocked-out systems might malfunction, which eventually led to a chain reaction of errors that eventually forced the tunneler to a stop. Thus, Chief Petrisk prioritized plugging each and every gap as soon as they formed. Vase joined one of the troubleshooting teams and began to go back and forth along the Wrath's lengthy hull to fix various issues. Most problems sounded a little inane. For example, one time a cooling fluid storage tank suddenly burst because the fluid abruptly expanded. The entire mess fouled up the compartment and locked up the other storage tanks. It didn't take too much effort to clean up the mess, but the engineers puzzled over what had caused the expansion and how they could prevent the cooling fluid from going haywire again. Another problem was that certain alloys degraded as if they'd been rusting in corrosive waters for decades. This didn't matter too much if it came to a table or wall panel, but if the component happened to be part of a primary power channel, then the entire forward half of the Wrath might shut off. It was the job of the troubleshooting teams to solve these problems before they grew into something big. While Vase felt like a fish out of water concerning the workings of a massive ship-sized tunneler, his excellent foundation in various fields of science allowed him to suggest workable solutions to the problems at hand. Look, why are we holding this portion up with an alloy support structure? It's overkill in my eyes. We all know that certain exotic alloys are reacting badly in the presence of all of these energy fields. I think we shouldn't shy away from replacing these alloy structures with plastic composites. If this was a mech, I wouldn't be satisfied with this slapdash fix. Everyone can tell this replacement part will break down the next day. Rather than return each day to perform the same repairs, why not overhaul this entire section? Let me sketch out my suggestion for a durable structure. Several days went by as the gregarious Wrath continued to overcome new challenges every day. With thousands of crew members on board, the tunneler had an abundant amount of talent to draw on to ensure her continued operation. Even if she encountered another obstacle, someone would eventually come up with a solution to get the tunneler back on course. After more than 2 weeks of tunneling, the Wrath finally stumbled upon the edge of the outer core of the glowing planet. Chapter 305 Bone. The Mech Corps didn't have much time left before their 70-day deadline came to pass. The gregarious Wrath took much more time to breach the outer core of the glowing planet. Thus, the military moved very quickly to confirm they reached the periphery of their goal. From the outside, the outer portion of the core glowing in bright green. It consisted of a virtually single gigantic mass of growing green junk exotics with just a tiny speck of extremely rare exotic material interspersed in between. Sadly for Vase, none of the trace exotics happened to be the substance the system sought for. Even if a single gram of certain exotics could be sold for 10 billion credits in the open market, none of them possessed any traits that could truly make the impossible into reality. So this isn't the right substance either, huh? Vase threw away the latest sample excavated from the core. After it bounced on the deck, it ended up in the clutches of Lucky, who eagerly began to devour it. The cat had been in bliss ever since they breached the core. Chief Petrisk oversaw the maintenance of the gregarious Wrath's drill components. After burrowing thousands of kilometers into the ground, the drill urgently required maintenance. Vase had nothing to do at this time because he'd do more harm than good if he involved himself with drills. This is boring. When are we going to go deeper into the core? The Wrath will move forward as soon as we know the core won't ruin it. The deeper we go, the denser the bedrock. We need to replace the regular drills with more expensive ones if we want to make any progress. An engineer replied besides him. It's strange how most of the energy fields disappeared at this depth. It's as if the core is isolating us from the exotics up above. Unlike other planets, particularly life-bearing ones, the glowing planet didn't feature magma or any form of liquids. After the planet's formation and its exile from its original star system, the magma had slowly cooled until it became fully solid. This gave the planet enough time to sink all of its heavier materials to the core of the planet. The ore that the system demanded from Vase should also be found close to these depths. It would be impossible to reach the exact center with today's technology, but hopefully they'd reach close enough to start encountering the desired material. More tunneling and mining machines will arrive very soon to lend a hand. The core is largely uniform, but if we're lucky we might come across an easier side path. This entire planet is weird, so who knows what's down there. We're also short on time. Vase added, we only have less than 20 days to wrap up this expedition. While he had faith that the Mech Corps would be able to hang on to the red zone, he had less faith in their ability to approach the inner core and reach the truly valuable substances that rested so deep. All of this was pretty much out of his expertise, so Vase had no choice but to stand aside and let the experts do their jobs. He left the labs where the ores were analyzed after a time. Lucky didn't want to go, but the cat hadn't been allowed to roam on his own. Stop being fussy. We still have plenty more days for you to chew on some ores. Even as his cat yelled in protest, he carried Lucky back to his bunk and threw him on top of the bed. Vase followed suit and rested on its comfy surface while he rubbed his stomach. Due to the unknown shielding effect, all of the energy fields no longer tried to disturb his body and his delicate internal energy cycle. Over the past weeks, his body somehow accumulated what it had lost from the ghost. Vase hadn't expected his internal energy cycle to bounce back so fast. He wondered where the energy came from in the first place. It would be too banal if it comes from my food. I don't take enough nutrients to account for so much energy. Perhaps his body absorbed it from the energy fields, or perhaps he drew it from some abstract dimension. Whatever the case, his body regained the same pros and cons as before. His strength increased to an unrealistic level while his body risked getting blown up if his energy cycle ever went haywire. He even half hoped the ghost returned to siphon away the excess energy. Vase deliberately found reasons to be alone, but his mother never came. What a neglectful parent, he sighed. Vase looked forward to leaving this cursed planet. Humanity would never thrive upon such an active and chaotic planet. The alien species that took to such planets as easy as drinking water must be extremely formidable. Still, it hadn't prevented most species from getting bulldozed or chased away by the human race during the Age of Conquest. Well, we're in the Age of Mechs now. We don't have the numbers to fuel a further expansion into the rest of the galaxy. We're already spread thin in the star sectors we've claimed. Much of the empty and poorly explored territories inside human space hid buried treasures. Treasure hunters didn't have to leave for the frontier to score big. Even at the galactic center, many new stars came into being. All kinds of stellar activity generated an uncountable amount of exotics at the heart of the galactic center. Despite the hazards of living in such active regions, they generated an enormous amount of riches. On the other hand, the Komodo star sector was so far away removed from those lucrative regions that it had to excavate the leftovers that drifted to the galactic rim. The glowing planet was just a little more exceptional than anything else that came to the Komodo star sector. While Vase slowly drifted off into sleep, a sudden thrum ran over his body. His energy cycle received a severe shock which prodded him back to wakefulness. "What's that?" Even Lucky jumped up from his slumber at the foot of the bed. The cat arched his back as if he faced a giant dog. Both of them sensed something amiss just then. Vase hadn't imagined the jarring sensations. After a couple more minutes of waiting, he let down his guard. "Something's up. Anything that can spook the both of us isn't normal." Vase freshened himself up and left his bunk. He headed down to engineering, only to encounter a flurry of activity. Vase found an engineer he became familiar with and asked what was going on. "Didn't you hear? We've found 3 milligrams of Rorich's bone." The significance of that news hadn't set in on Vase. "What's Rorich's bone?" "It's the entire reason we dug so far. Don't you know how priceless Rorich's bone is? It can't even be expressed in credits. The Mech Trade Association has an insatiable demand for Rorich's bone. It's said that it's an essential ingredient to make cutting-edge mechs." Now Vase understood all of the excitement. Any material that was valuable enough to be used in the best mechs of the galaxy should be extremely exceptional. As Vase left the engineering bay and headed for the labs, he flicked open his comm and read up on Rorich's bone in the Gregarious Wrath's internal database. It only contained a brief entry on the material. Much of it had been redacted, and Vase didn't possess the necessary clearance to know any more. What he did learn was enough. As a material referred to as a bone, the exotic substance formed an essential part in constructing a durable internal frame. Besides granting the skeleton of a mech an unheard amount of durability, the most amazing property of Rorich's bone was that it drew in heat and used that energy to self-repair itself. The entire concept seemed unreal to Vase. So it's actually possible to make a self-repairing mech. Incorporating Rorich's bone onto other components also granted them the ability to repair itself. Obviously, there were limits to this ability, but it granted mechs an unheard amount of endurance. Even if the cutting-edge mechs became lost, its ace pilots would still be able to survive with the help of his constantly replenishing mech. Learning about these traits made Vase suspect something about the system. Is it damaged? Certainly, Rorich's bone didn't offer anything unique. Many other extremely valuable exotics offered the same amount of increase in toughness. When Vase reached the lab, he got a distant glimpse of the so-called bone. It was just a tiny grain suspended in a vacuum chamber as the scientists performed all kinds of tests. One of the scientists summed up their findings. "According to our analysis, this is a low-grade Rorich's bone. It's lost its potency over billions of years of separation. While it's still a valuable specimen, the MTA won't get much use out of it. However, its presence proves that there should be larger samples of Rorich's bone buried deeper within the core." That satisfied the officers who had been sent to He Labs to take stock of the latest find. The mech core would definitely intensify their efforts to dig deeper into the core. Rorich's bone was an amazingly dense material, so it would have sunk down deep into the center of the glowing planet at the beginning of its formation when much of its volume consisted of magma. Vase approached the group of officers and made his presence known. "I hope to be informed whenever you've made another major find. Don't forget that my master has already called dibs on the first major chunk of Rorich's bone." The scientists nodded, but the officers didn't seem so pleased. One of them stepped forward. "The mech core needs all it can get. Everything you see here and everything we've achieved so far is accomplished on our own. As far as I'm concerned, the coalition can wait in line." As much as Vase sympathized for his home state, he wasn't willing to sacrifice his own interests. The system demanded for its pound of flesh, and Vase could only cut it out from his own body if he couldn't present a fat pig. Vase continued the pretense that he was here on behalf of the coalition. "I would hope that you understand how severe your words may sound. Don't forget that the only reason we're allowed to scramble in the dirt is because the coalition has granted us 70 days to do as we wish. If they wanted to, they could have come within a month." He hit a good point. As much as the officer wanted to stand up for the mech core, he didn't dare speak "please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel" ill of the coalition in public. If someone recorded his words and spread them onto the galactic net, he'd be booted from the service in an instant. "Come on, Sir, we have business to attend. Another officer gestured the man. They all moved away. That's very brave of you, Mr. Larkinson. A metallurgist casually spoke. Was it really necessary for you to remind them of their obligations? It was. I have my mission and they have theirs. Mine just happened to supersede theirs. The Komodo Star sector belongs to the coalition and the hegemony. The Bright Republic is just a tiny fish that swims in the same pond as the sharks. We should do everything we can to prevent the predators from eating us. Vase didn't like these words, but he had to in order to keep up the pretense. He knew the Mech Corps would benefit enormously if they retained every piece of Rorschach's bone they dug up from the core. He hated that the system forced him to divide his loyalties. This incident reminded him that the mech designer system never owed any loyalty to the Republic. This wouldn't be the last time he'd have to choose between the system and everyone else. An alarm sounded out, detecting anomalous movement. Chapter 306 devours. The gregarious wrath primarily functioned as a tunneler, but that did not describe the extent of her purpose. Many battles that took place on planets actually took place underground. While controlling the surface was important to control the local population and much of the smaller industries, the real jewels could be found at least a couple of kilometers underground. While this brought a lot of inconveniences, the huge barrier of soil formed the most formidable fortification against bombardment, raids, infiltration and a host of other nasty consequences. The main reason why the LMC spent $500 million credits on their production complex was because Vase wanted to create a giant underground fort. Considering the onset of war, such an extravagant precaution might definitely pay off. In any case, with the proliferation of underground bases, a means had to be developed to strike them. After all, even pirates used underground fortifications to hide or withstand against the wrath of the lawful authorities of the galaxy. Thus, Vase learned why the gregarious wrath adopted such a strange and aggressive name, and why the Mech Corps maintained such a large and expensive machine. The wrath performed the role of siege breaker. As the anomalies neared the immobile tunneler, hatches opened up, allowing aerial mechs to emerge. Most of these mechs had their energy cells replaced by the undercharged variants that Vase had developed, so none of the pilots showed any hesitancy in sorting out. Meanwhile, everybody inside the Wrath went to their action stations. Vase had to leave the labs as well. As a guest, he should be returning to his bunk and hole up while the Mech Corps took care of the threat, but Vase wasn't in a mood to hide. I still have those permissions given by Chief Petrisk. I'll probably be able to enter the engineering bay. Vase resolutely found the nearest fast platform and stepped onto its surface. The platform instantly zipped away along a special track in the corridors. Many other crewmen had boarded the same kind of platforms in order to quickly traverse the entire length of the Wrath. His platform deposited him a couple of compartments away from the rear engineering bay. After going through another security checks, he finally entered it and found Chief Petrisk. The man occasionally issued orders while he kept his eye on a projected multi-pane interface that showed almost everything that happened inside and outside the Wrath. Vase, I figured you'd be here. A Larkinson never shies away from a fight. Come here and help me make sense of the readings. Glad that he hadn't been chased out, Vase approached the command console and turned his attention to the proximity map. 25 mechs made up of the first wave. Without a better understanding of the incoming threats, the captain held back the other mechs. Also, the expanded tunnel around the Wrath didn't offer a lot of space anyway. The deck beneath Vase rumbled a bit, and the reactors stationed at the center of the bay powered up. The Wrath slowly powered up her systems and started digging again. Why are we tunneling again? We need to make more room for our mechs to fight. Petrisk replied as he swiped his fingers across the projection, making adjustments on the fly. The tunnel we've made doesn't give our mechs a lot of room to maneuver, and the Wrath is vulnerable as well if she remains stuck like this. The Wrath slowly started to curve upwards. The recently deployed mechs followed in her wake. After making a deliberate course change, the Wrath now pointed upwards, leaving plenty of room for the mechs to meet the approaching signals coming from the core of the glowing planet. The signals are moving right through solid matter. Vase noted quickly as he studied the plot. They're moving through both mundane and exotic materials like they don't exist. I don't think any machine made by man can do such a thing. Both of them came to the only conclusion possible. They're indigenous life forms. 3 strong signals burrowed through the core like it was made out of vacuum. Vase tried to guess at their properties and wondered if they descended from the native wildlife that had once roamed the glowing planet when it still orbited around a star. As the 3 signals came closer, the Wrath's sensors resolved more data. Vase found them to be difficult to parse. The sensors failed to detect any mass readings or pick up any vibrations that indicated the signals burrowed through the terrain. Yet the amount of energy they held should be enough to power 10 elite mechs. What kind of life forms are these? Whatever they are, they're heading straight for the gregarious wrath. I think that says enough about their stance towards us. The galaxy spawned countless wonders throughout its 10 billion year history. Many strange and unusual life forms emerged from these unique conditions, and humanity had encountered billions of them during the Age of Conquest. Many times, these indigenous life forms seemed omnipotent, but they all fell in the end against the might of humanity's inexorable rise. No one on the Wrath feared the approaching indigenous aliens, even though they possessed enough energy to riddle the Wrath from inside out. As Vase quietly tried to make sense of the increasingly detailed but incomprehensible readings, his mind inadvertently drifted back to the moments he met the ghost that wore his mother's face. They're energy life forms. They don't possess a material form. Chief Petrisk's face turned grim. He instantly sent off a message to the captain before he even tried to confirm the wild guess. If those are energy beings, then we're in a lot of trouble. Humanity encountered a handful of energy beings, whose existence in the material dimensions could only be sensed indirectly. It wasn't accurate to call them ghosts, but most laymen treated these intangible energy beings this way. That was because they couldn't be hurt by a laser or projectile. Swords and shields flew straight through their transparent forms, though sometimes they didn't even show any hint of their existence. These near or fully invisible creatures harvested countless of lives, mechs and ships before humanity finally found the key to repel their cheat-like existences. Do we have an expert pilot on board? Vase asked with sharp eyes. We do. Venerable Stanton Drake is standing by to deploy. The only problem is that the mech technicians recently overhauled his fire worm. It's a highly complex aerial striker mech that uses up a lot of power. Standard energy cells won't meet its energy consumption, so the scientists have been trying to adapt your energy cells for expert mech designs. They only managed to do so a day ago. It's been weeks since I released those designs. It's taken them this long to develop a new energy cell. Vase sounded exasperated. They should have consulted me. You know how the mech core works. Those scientists holed up in their research bases are pissed at you because you upstaged all of their efforts. They don't want to admit a single mech designer can trump over their collective smarts. Whatever the case, the mech technicians in charge of the fire worm raced against time to hammer the mech back together from its semi-disassembled state. So long as the Venerable didn't have access to a mech tailored to his talents, he wouldn't be able to display his full might. Vase didn't offer to assist, since he would surely be rejected. He didn't possess the right clearance to work with highly sensitive expert mechs. These mechs cost many billions of credits to make and often incorporated some of the best technologies available to the Bright Republic. In any case, a dedicated team of mech designers and mech technicians always accompanied each expert mech. Vase wouldn't be able to add anything unless he became more familiar with the fireworm's design. How much time do they need until the Venerable can deploy? 10 minutes. We have to hold out for at least 10 minutes. After several tense moments, the alien energy creatures finally emerged from the core. They appeared to be semi-corporeal, with a transparent green glowing body that evoked the image of an illusionary snake the size of 3 mechs stacked on top of each other. Most notably, the limbless creatures didn't possess any sensory organs. The only thing that distinguished its front from its back was the gaping toothless maw that possessed some sort of attractive force. When the mechs that escorted the Wrath finally opened fire, the energy snakes widened their incorporeal maws. Amazingly, every laser, shell, projectile and missile sent in their way curved their trajectories until they ended up inside their maws, where they promptly disappeared. What happened? How can all of those projectiles disappear? The worms are glowing brighter. They're feeding off the incoming fire. The mechs soon received orders to cease fire. After failing to make a dent through ranged fire, a few courageous melee mechs flew forward to meet the giant snakes in close combat. It quickly turned ugly for the mech core. The mechs hardly thrusted out their swords and spears before the snakes sped up and engulfed the mechs with their transparent bodies. This time, the mechs hadn't disappeared. The snakes passed through the mechs as if they passed through a paper-thin screen. They completely dismissed the mechs that suddenly halted their flights. After a few seconds of silence, the mechs lost all of their remaining power and dropped down to the core. The lighter gravity deep underground made the falls appear gentle, but no one knew whether the mechs could still restore its systems or if their pilots were even alive. They devoured all of the energy inside those mechs. They're energy eaters. Not only that, they can eat smaller solid substances as well. Chief Petrisk and the handful of men standing around him quickly summed up the traits of the energy snakes. Their existence couldn't be understood through a conventional lens. The abundant variety of exotics buried in the glowing planet spawned a bizarre form of life that brushed aside a well-equipped platoon of mechs. They're still heading for the Wrath. Chief Petrisk couldn't take it any longer. He raised his comm and hailed the bridge. An interference field automatically sprung into being that prevented Vase and any bystanders from eavesdropping on the conversation. Once the chief engineer finished the call, he issued an important order. Polarize the hull. The power reactors cranked up all of their power towards an intricate set of systems that caused the entire exterior of the Wrath to glow. The snakes halted their approach and curved around the gregarious Wrath's strange new condition. It worked, Vase exclaimed. Don't celebrate too soon. The Wrath can't stay in this condition for long. It takes a ludicrous amount of energy to maintain this state. I'll be forced to pull the plug in less than 2 minutes. Polarization was a rare and underdeveloped technology in the Bright Republic. They expended so much energy that only their most important ships could be equipped with this option. Even if the Wrath possessed an abundant amount of energy sources, even those would be drained in record time if the tunneler had to maintain its polarization state. Right now, both sides waited patiently. The snakes somehow sensed that it took a lot of effort for the Wrath to keep up her polarization, while the crew aboard the Wrath tried to buy enough time for restore Venerable Drake's mech. Only an expert could save them from the Devourer's yearning to drain them of their energies. Amazingly enough, despite the enormous power draw, the gregarious Wrath largely held up. Much of the repairs and preventive maintenance done to the tunneler had paid off. Only a couple of auxiliary systems malfunctions as the Wrath strained to keep up its polarization state for 2 full minutes. How much longer until the fire worm is ready? Vase asked. They need at least 4 more minutes. The mech technicians are already rushing their work as it is. That was far too much time. As the final seconds approached, everyone aboard the Wrath held their breaths. Eventually, a lot of indicators on the status pane sent out alarms, and Chief Petrisk reluctantly pulled the lever that shut off the polarization systems. The gregarious Wrath had dropped her defenses. The Devourers already reared up to fly right through her meter's thick hull. Chapter 307 Power of Resonance. Close to the final moment before the Devourers tore into the gregarious Wrath, Vase gained a new idea. Chief, can the dimensional smoothers be overloaded? The dimensional smoothers that protect us from wrinkles in spacetime. Can their power be cranked up any further? It's not that simple. The chief shook his head. We borrowed them from the MTA under punishing conditions. If we damage them in any way, there's hell to pay. Well, the energy snakes are about to breach inside the Wrath, so I hardly think this is the time to hold back. The chief faced a lot of pressure with this decision. The Devourers wouldn't give him enough time to discuss the option with the captain. His eyes hardened as he decisively took action. His fingers brushed across a couple of options in the projected panel. Let's see what happens if we dial the power up to a 150%. As soon as the dimensional boosters received an influx of excess power, they reacted by emitting vastly empowered restrictive fields. The 3-dimensional smoothers placed along the length of the Wrath ensured the entire tunneler became covered in this enhanced fields. As the snakes finally reared forward, they bumped headlong into the newly empowered field. While they initially kept flying forward, the snakes quickly halted as their bodies warped out of shape. It's working, Petrisk shouted with awe. How did you know that would work? The Devourers look like they have 1 foot in the material dimensions and another foot in the other dimensions. I figure they are existences that straddle both sides in order to take advantage of their best parts. This kind of semi-corporeal state can only be maintained if there aren't any barriers between the material dimensions and the upper dimensions. In truth, Vase had been thinking of a way to fight back against his mother, if she ever appeared before him again. All those hours of brainstorming eventually produced results, of which Vase applied one of them. The success of his measure strengthened his confidence against the ghost. Perhaps his next encounter with his mother wouldn't turn out to be one-sided. The snakes exhibited signs of deep discomfort. Whatever the dimensional smoothers did to solidify the local space, the Devourers deeply behaved as if they got scalded by hot water. Only after they shifted back a fair distance did their bodies stop looking like they would fall apart. How long can the dimensional smoothers hold? Vase asked. Not long. They have inbuilt safeties that will forcefully regulate their power intake after 45 seconds. That's not long enough. At least you bought us some time. It's all in the hands of the mech technicians that are putting back the fire worm together. Vase had no more rabbits to pull out of his hat. Any other measure he could suggest wouldn't work due to a lack of means. Even his impromptu suggestion to overload the dimensional smoothers had been a fluke, as he knew almost nothing about their properties. As the seconds passed, the crew of the raft prepared for a ruinous outcome. Chief Petrisk ordered the emergency deactivation of all but one of the power reactors, thereby forcing the tunneler to a halt. 10 more seconds to go. Sweat poured from Vase as he readied his own countermeasures. He made sure that Lucky stayed nearby before holding his fingers atop his comm. He would instantly activate his stealth module as soon as one of the snakes emerged in the engineering bay. Suddenly, the status projection sent out an audible ping. The fire worm is ready. Venerable Drake has lifted off. Through a hidden hatch at the rear of the raft, a colorful orange mech emerged into the tunnel. Vase scoured his eyes over the frame of the mech and noted that it could only be the fire worm. The mech appeared to be an aerial striker, though it actually wielded a combination of laser rifles and flamethrowers embedded in its arms. Forces primarily utilized such mechs to harass the rear lines of their enemies and disrupt their supply lines. Only rarely would any force employ aerial strikers in a frontal clash. Aerial strikers don't have the room to accommodate both their lasers, flamethrowers and flight systems. It takes too much energy and fuel to feed all of these systems. Vase mused. However, the rules didn't apply to expert mechs. As long as a designer applied sufficiently advanced technology, all of those limits could be overcome. Naturally, these benefits always came at a ruinous cost. The Mech Corps could only afford to provide these treatment to their rare and valuable expert mech pilots. Vase always dreamed of designing a tailored expert mech for one of the venerables of the Republic. Now, he'd be able to witness one of those mechs in action. Despite weighing as much as a medium mech, the fire worm accelerated at a rate on par with a light mech. The lighter gravity helped somewhat, but the model's incredibly powerful systems enabled it to surpass ordinarily limits without any strain. It took seconds for Venerable Drake to reach the closest devourer. Chief Petrisk already ceased overloading the dimensional smoothers, so the devourers quickly recovered from their momentary discomfort. At the fire worm's approach, the devourer appeared to be alert. Somehow, it detected a high level of energy from the approaching machine. The ethereal snake faced the fire worm with a gaping maw, ready to absorb anything it threw in its way. The fire worm didn't play by its rules. Venerable Drake held back his fire and flew his mech past the maw in an arcing path. Only after his mech turned around did he open fire. His bulky, sophisticated rifle spat out a trio of thick laser beams. They converged upon a single point on the devourer's surface. Ordinarily, such a mighty convergence would have vaporized any mech in the way, but the lasers passed through the body of the snake without any effect. While the snake kept turning around to face the fire worm, Venerable Drake kept circling around the bewildered devourer while trying to avoid the swiping passes of its two companions. The fire worm tried a few different configurations, but none of the lasers left a mark on the snakes. It looked like the expert mech pilot had to employ his full strength to tackle this alien menace. The fire worm's exterior started to glow red as some of its components started to resonate with some unknown influence. Its armor radiated so much energy and heat that Vase had an illusion that the fire worm caught fire. The Venerable is getting serious now. The main difference between an advanced mech pilot and an expert mech pilot was that the latter had broken through the limits posed by their genetics. A good genetic aptitude only provided potentates with a decent start. Once they reached the pinnacle of advanced mech pilot, they had to evolve beyond the parameters holding back the human race from gaining as much might as the pinnacle alien races in the galaxy. Even 400 years after the start of the Age of Mechs, humanity couldn't explain how expert pilots came to be. Vase himself only knew of a couple of traits that empowered them beyond baseline humans. The most important of which was that expert mech pilots gained the ability to resonate with exotics. Most exotic materials actually didn't react very strongly to an expert mech pilot's, but a small portion actually reacted very strongly when an expert mech pilot made a connection to those materials. This enabled them to bring out the dormant potential hidden deep within these exotics and perform various miracles that often seem like magic. The galactic net was rife with battle recordings where renowned experts pulled off feats such as teleportation and duplication. One all-time popular battle recording even showed a single battle in space where over 100 spaceborne mechs fired their rifles at a motionless expert mech. They thought the expert mech had somehow lost power. They were wrong. The expert mech woke up just before they pulled their triggers and began to glow in purple. Mystical lines ran through its frame as a concave field came into being. By the time the lasers and projectiles reached the expert mech, they stopped and curved around as if they orbited a planet. The attacking mechs quickly got torn down by their own fire. Such incredible feats had elevated expert mech pilots to the forefront of human society, even if they didn't show up in public that much. The more they showed off their talents, the easier it was for their enemies to develop countermeasures. Right now, Venerable Drake had no such concerns. The fire worm's glow reached an apex, whereby the energy transferred to the bulky rifle in its arms. A module-on rifle glowed resplendently white before the rifle spat out 3 white-hot beams that carried special qualities. This time, the laser struck the hapless devourer, and carved out a burning hole in his body. The energy snake reared back as if it had almost been decapitated. With surprising speed, the wounded devourer flew back, but the beams kept pumping more hurt into its body. The rifle eventually dimmed after 2 full seconds, but by that time the devourer stopped moving. He did it. He killed the creature. Hope bloomed among the crew. Even though the fire worm expended a significant amount of energy to kill off that snake, only 2 more creatures remained. Despite the initial success, Chief Petrisk held back his smile. Vase noted the chief's reticence. "You don't believe Venerable Drake can do it? He's not a high-tier expert pilot. The Venerable deserves respect for reaching a realm that most can only dream of, but he can only fight on 1 to 10 odds. Even expert mech pilots could be classified in tiers. Newer expert pilots could generally beat 10 mech pilots at once if they all piloted the same mechs. Those that made a lot of progress in practicing their abilities eventually reached the point where a single expert could beat 100 mechs at once, but only if they piloted a mech tailored to their talents. While Venerable Drake piloted a fitting mech, he hadn't gained enough time to become a top-tier expert pilot. Still, the expert didn't flinch from his duty. The fire worm turned around to face the 2 devourers that had become enraged at their companion's death. Their speed grew to the point where the fire worm wouldn't be able to outtrace the alien creatures. In response, Venerable Drake resonated with his mech again. The fire worm regained its energetic glow, but this time it acquired a scarlet tint. The mech calmly holstered the rifle onto its back before extending its 2 arms. The 2 devourers tried to be clever and split up to attack the fire worm from both sides. Venerable Drake therefore responded by aiming the muzzles of his mech's flamethrowers in their direction. As soon as the devourers came within effective range, the energy converged into the wrists where the muzzles of the flamethrowers rested. Then, they spat out fire. 2 humongous gouts of flame extended more than 100 meters from the flamethrowers. Even an entire corvette would be enveloped by the gigantic scarlet flames. Once the flamethrowers ceased their operation, the flames died out, leaving nothing but broken creatures in their wake. The snakes slowly drifted down to the core now that their semi-corporeal bodily functions stopped working. The fire worm massacred the energy life forms with contemptuous ease. Inside the engineering bay, Chief Petrisk sighed in relief. It's a good thing those indigenous life forms don't seem all that strong. They can be killed as long as we have the right tools. With Venerable Drake and his fire worm on standby, the gregarious wrath wouldn't have to worry about being beset by the strange creatures. The journey to the center of the glowing planet was back on track. Chapter 308 Attrition. The sight of an expert pilot in action greatly inspired Vase. Though he'd seen plenty of archival footage and exaggerated drama depictions of expert mechs, seeing one so close and in such detail exhilarated him like nothing else. Nevertheless, Vase would never have the opportunity to design an expert mech anytime soon. The development of each mech relied on restricted technologies with regards to integrating resonating exotics into various components. For example, at a minimum, the fire worm's armor, power reactor, energy cells and internal architecture had received massive enhancements in order to channel so much energy at once. Vase had no clue how to go about designing a mech that could accomplish a fraction of what the fire worm exhibited. In the mech industry, anyone who wanted to design a customized mech for an expert pilot had to be a journeyman mech designer at a minimum. In practice, senior mech designers always took charge over the development of expert mechs. The difficulty of nurturing expert pilots ensured they always received some of the best treatment available. Did you understand how the fire worm is able to hurt those energy creatures? Vase asked Chief Petrisk. Nope, not a clue. This left the deep mining expedition in an awkward state. The gregarious wrath and her contingent of mechs remained helpless against any further incursions by the same species of aliens. They had only reached the edge of the core and already they faced 3 of the beasts at once. What would happen if 10 of them came? Or 20? The sudden appearance of indigenous life forms forced the mech core to curtail their plans of branching out. With only one mech capable of fighting back against the worms, the mech core wouldn't be able to send out smaller tunnelers and mining machines on their own. After a couple of hours of formulating new plans, the captain of the gregarious wrath finally ordered the massive beast to continue to burrow towards the center. The wrath would be taking the lead after all. Over the next couple of days, the wrath kept encountering packs of devourers once every few hours. Their threat forced Venerable Drake to remain awake and alert in order to beat them back before they inflicted catastrophic damage on the giant tunneler. Naturally, the rest of the crew also had to stay on their toes. Even then, the men and women aboard the gregarious wrath never slacked off on their duties. They had been through worse, so staying alert for so long hardly fazed them at all. Even Drake could go without sleep for a few days with the help of stimulants. They made fair progress into the core. This time, a dozen smaller mining machines followed the wrath in her wake. Anytime their mineral scanners detected a promising signal, they dug the side walls until they dug out traces of Rorschach's bone or some other highly active exotic. With these activities alone, this deep mining expedition had already turned a profit. Still, the largest piece of Rorschach's bone that the mining machines had uncovered was only as large as a fingertip. That obviously didn't satisfy the system's greedy demands. As Vase gradually inched closer to his goal, up on the surface, the glowing planet had turned into a true battlefield. The amount of mechs that perished at the hands of others had surpassed 10,000 and began to approach 20,000. The struggle to occupy the juiciest territories with the richest deposits of high-grade exotics prompted many smaller outfits to fight among themselves. Groups with greater forces relied on their deterrent factor to discourage most fights before they started, but sometimes greed overtook common sense. The mech core occupied the most valuable red zone on the glowing planet, so they also happened to draw the most powerful of these reckless groups. Highly fanatical pirates under the lead of the Dragons of the Void kept chipping away at the mech core. This in turn had put a huge burden on the gangs and mercenary corps that settled at the edge of the red zone. As the first line of defense, they often had to take the brunt of the pirate attacks. Attrition had reached an unsustainable level and some outfits even lost 80% of their mechs. At this point in time, the mech corps had ceded a third of their territory. The bases painstakingly constructed by the Blood Claws and Walter's Whalers had to be abandoned upon pulling back the defensive lines. While the Blood Claws only lost around 40% of their mechs, the Whalers had ceased to become an effective standalone force. Whatever mechs they retained could hardly be relied on to stand in the front lines as years of lackluster maintenance and shoddy procurement caught up to them. Only a handful of their elites continued to operate under the banners of the much diminished Blood Claws. Right now, the mech corps fended off the latest thrust of opportunistic pirates. This time, the Dragons of the Void somehow roped in a couple of mercenary outfits to join in their thrust, so the battle became especially frigid as mercs always displayed more competence on the field. This is ridiculous. How many mechs have the Dragons thrown away? How is any of this worth it? Rayla huffed as her mech expertly darted around a mercenary knight. The enemy mech deftly turned to keep her beaten-up Slivereth from stabbing it in the back. This turned out to be a trap as Fadus Blackbeak charged in from its rear. The merc detected the approach and panicked. In his attempt to dodge both, a volley of lasers struck the knight in the sword arm, causing its grip to loosen enough for the Blackbeak to bash it out of reach. Without exchanging any words, Rayla moved in and together with Fada pressured the weaponless knight from both sides. While the merc held off the two-pronged assault with his knight's single shield, it started to accumulate more and more damage whenever he slipped up. Now, the Slivereth dove forward with two upraised daggers. Before the knight could adjust, the Blackbeak locked its shield with its own, preventing it from maneuvering it elsewhere. Shunk. The daggers stabbed into the knight's back and sank in deep. Even though its boasted decent rear armor, Rayla had put her mech's entire momentum into the double blow. The knight lost all power and sank down into a heap. These mercs are a tough nut to crack, Rayla remarked. Fada agreed. I don't know how much they're getting paid, but this is ridiculous. We dismantled an entire squad and they're still not running away. The battle still raged on at the center of the gates, which had already been torn down by the concerted efforts of the pirates and mechs. To be honest, the outfits in the employ of the mech corps only played a side role in this battle. Their job was to hold the flanks and prevent the pirates from sneaking in the base from another direction. TCH. My mech won't hold out for long. Rayla cursed as she checked the status readouts of her Slivereth. Constant battle and accumulation of battle damage had stretched its integrity to its limits. I think I'll have to bow out soon. No problem, I can take care of the rest with Dietrich. Fada replied with quiet confidence. Of the two, Fada had taken down twice as many mechs. Even the Blood Claws acknowledged his skill and considered him the strongest mech pilot after Walter. In truth, Fada owed much of his success to the Blackbeak. The highly modified offensive knight had turned into a terror on the battlefield. Even if it had a tendency to build up too much heat in this airless environment, the Blackbeak always bounced back after each round of repairs. Its true worth as a durable mech started to shine through. The Blackbeak's excellent performance helped stabilize the lines and prevent the pirates from threatening the base from another direction. Up in space, the mech corps long lost any hope of maintaining orbital supremacy. The only upside was that no other force had been able to secure the orbit for themselves as well. So many different factions angled for control over the skies above the glowing planet that they'd all gang up on anyone who wanted to monopolize the benefits to themselves. This led to a rather tense standoff as nobody wanted to provoke a needless fight. Even if they won a single battle, they'd lose so many mechs and ships that they had become worse off than before. Knocking off one single group among hundreds hardly reduced the threat the victor faced. Ganso Larkinson gloomily kept his eyes on the plot as his new mech continued to patrol around a small formation of fleet carriers. After he recovered from his first loss, he'd been transferred to another squad and put into a spare mech, which happened to be a copy of the old baseline Vaedra design. The Vaedra suited him better than the S variant. His previous narrow escape against a foreign faction's expert pilot hadn't dimmed his enthusiasm for piloting mechs. Instead, it sparked a fire within him, prompting him to become much more focused in his training to be a better mech pilot. I won't let your death be in vain, Alex, he whispered to himself as his mech continued its patrol alongside the rest of his squad. He already distinguished himself by taking down 7 mechs since his reassignment. Ever since he broke past his limits and managed to score a hit against the enemy expert mech, Ganso found that his accuracy against moving targets had improved by leaps and bounds. Even the swiftest light mechs couldn't escape his retribution. Larkinson, you're drifting away. Get back in formation. Yes, sir. For now, the mech corps maintained a sufficient hold onto the red zone, but whether they could get away with the haul they've made so far was still in question. Nevertheless, Vase cared for none of those concerns, as the gregarious wrath finally reached a sufficient depth where they encountered vastly more traces of Rorich's bone. In fact, he sensed it before anyone else because strange waves resonated with his sixth sense. Over the past couple of days, Vase realized that some of the secrets of Rorich's bone had to do with their ability to amplify the resonance of any component. This was actually considered an even more valuable trait than its ability to self-repair. The importance placed on resonance made Vase suspect that it had something in common with the sixth sense. Even if expert mech pilots didn't gain his sensitivity regarding the sixth sense, they still gained the ability to affect resonating exotics with their mind and will. It's an entirely different application of metaphysics. Besides working on a common set of wavelengths and energy, Vase realized that expert mech pilots applied their enhanced powers in a different fashion. Whereas Vase focused on creating the imaginary and bringing them to life, the mech pilots exerted their influence directly in the material dimensions to accomplish immediate effects. His presence aboard the gregarious wrath enabled him to learn a lot on things he wasn't supposed to learn yet. Apprentice mech designers should focus on polishing their foundations. I can see why that's prudent. The amount of knowledge needed to work on something as mythical as Rorich's bone alone is astounding. Even if Vase had no chance of designing an expert mech on his own, the added knowledge enhanced his understanding of metaphysics. This in turn improved his ability to imbue the X factor into a design. He even came up with a certain guess that his abilities would improve with the help of a resonating exotic. In any case, the gregarious wrath slowed her digging once the researchers determined they had reached their goal. They had dug so deep into the glowing planet that they had come across the likely origin point of the Rorich's bone they had found so far. They had reached the fabled boneyard. Chapter 309. Circumvent. This deep inside the glowing planet, things started to get weird, especially when they entered the boneyard. The increased density of naturally formed resonating exotics caused everyone to feel as if they took a dive into a lukewarm bath. The pressure they felt could solely be felt in their minds. No matter how much they shielded their bodies, they couldn't escape the pervasive thrum of power that radiated off the pieces of Rorich's bone. In that regard, the mining machines had a field day excavating all of the trace materials. Picking up a couple of milligrams here and there became as easy as breathing water. However, the mech core ceased to care about these scraps and started to hunger for larger samples of Rorschach's bone. The larger the piece, the better its potential. 1,000 pinches of Rorschach's bone couldn't hold a candle to a single fingertip-sized sample. Most of the mining machines focused on seeking even larger samples of Rorschach's bone. Eventually, they hadn't managed to find anything notable before trouble came knocking at their door. Everyone aboard the gregarious Wrath ran to their stations when an alarm rang out. The Wrath's long-range sensors detected a massive energy signal approaching their position. "It's a Devourer King," Chief Petrisk exclaimed as the researchers finished analyzing the readings. According to the projections, this beast is 10 times as large as a regular Devourer. Vase had been afraid of this. While Venerable Drake easily mopped up the regular Devourers, they never faced the true tyrants of the core of the glowing planet. The gregarious Wrath prepared for a hard fight. Every other mining vehicle swiftly retreated upwards while the Wrath moved so that her mechs had room to fight, not that anyone expected the regular mechs to hurt the Devourers. Through constant battle, the mech core learned that the Devourers were attracted to energy sources. In this case, the otherwise useless mechs at least served as bait. 10 seconds until the Devourer King is in sight. The creature finally emerged from the walls of the core. The gigantic snake was at least half as large as the gregarious Wrath. However, when it opened its endless maw in a challenge, it stretched wide. Enough to engulf the tunneler in a single gulp. No one could imagine the extent of the damage should that happen. They had to stop the Devourer King in its tracks. "Are the dimensional smoothers ready to be overloaded?" Chief Petrisk asked an engineer in charge of keeping them safe. "They're still recovering from the last time we stressed them out. We only have a 28-second allowance this time. Any longer and they'll automatically return to normal levels." That didn't sound very good. If this Devourer King put up a decent fight against their expert pilot, then the Wrath might not escape unscathed this time. "Do we have any other countermeasures against the energy beings?" None. Even after many days of experimentation, the gregarious Wrath remained as helpless before the Devourers. Nothing could stop their advance except with the help of the effect stirred by resonating exotics. Out of the thousands of people in the deep mining expedition, only the Venerable possessed the ability to do so. The fire worm emerged from the rear of the Wrath as flamboyantly as always. The mech's oversized flight systems pushed the aerial striker forward in a direct confrontation with the incoming worm. The mech had already started accumulating energy inside the Wrath. All of that poured into the rifle held in the fire worm's arms. After a short moment where the energies piled up inside the rifle, the weapon spat out 3 bright lances of lasers. The beams instantly struck the giant Devourer's maw, which strained to absorb the destructive energies. "The Devourer King is hurting. It's not enough." Vase shook his head. He worryingly held Lucky in his arms. The maw is the strongest part of a Devourer. Indeed, the triple laser beams hadn't been able to inflict any notable damage other than giving the Devourer some belly aches. After the fire worm expended all of the energy it accumulated in the rifle, started to charge its second set of armaments. As the Devourer King slowly inched up the tunnel with its maw opened wide, the fire worm released its most destructive blast of firepower. 2 massive flares of flame almost engulfed the entire maw. The 2 flamethrowers continued to project streams of augmented flames until they finally ran out of energy. "It's still alive." Amazingly, the Devourer King survived, though it hadn't escaped unscathed this time. The flames had been so intense that it forced the energy being to shut its maw. This allowed some of the flames to scorch the Devourer's semi-corporeal exterior, inflicting severe burn damage to its front. The Devourer King became enraged. Just as Venerable Drake began to charge his mech yet again, the creature did something none of the stupid Devourers had done. The king dove through the tunnel and into the bedrock. "Damn, this organism grasped our weakness." The fact of the matter was that the fire worm could only fight inside the tunnel. As much as Venerable Drake would like to, he couldn't turn his mech into a ghost and chase after the Devourer King. This single move had completely negated their only advantage. On the sensor plot, the signal emitted by the Devourer King followed a looping path that brought it straight towards the side of the gregarious Wrath. "Overload the dimensional smoothers." The Wrath groaned as she pumped an abundance of power into the 3 devices the mech core borrowed from the MTA. Everyone held their breaths. At least they bought some time for themselves to figure out a solution. At least that was what they thought. As the incoming signal came close, the Devourer King emerged from the wall and sunk into the hull of the gregarious wrath. The creature had withstood the effects of the overloaded dimensional smoothers. Countless alarms blared out and the status projection highlighted portions of the wrath in an alarming shade of red. We're hit. We've lost telemetry of the middle starboard side of decks 11 to 26. The Devourer King retreated after it made the attack. The dimensional smoothers still worked to deter the creature, but only after it came near to one of the devices. The creature has a much higher tolerance to the dimensional smoothers. We aren't able to cover the entire length of the wrath with only 3 devices. The Devourer King attacked the giant tunneling machine twice, each them taking a bite out of the affected sections. Everything in its sphere of influence that ran on power turned into useless scrap, while every man or woman turned into brain-dead idiots as if they had their lives sapped out of them. Despite the lack of physical damage, the energy being had virtually annihilated a large swath of the wrath. Where is the fire worm? He just re-entered the wrath, but he won't be able to tell where to go. The Devourer King cunningly swirled around the gregarious wrath after each attack. This prevented it from being pinned down and minimized its chances of meeting the fire worm. Vase felt his heart begin to thud like a drum. The Mech Corps truly possessed no other means to fight against this deadly creature. He thought they might have hidden away a trump card or two, but it turned out they didn't have any other means to fight against an energy beings. They were just so rare in the galaxy and had never shown up in the Komodo star sector before. He began to think of an exit strategy. Vase had no faith that the fire worm could take down the king before it could engulf the entire wrath. He quietly stepped back from Chief Petrisk's side and eyed the exit hatch. The dimensional smoothers activated their safeguards. We can't overload them anymore. That was very bad news. The gregarious wrath's only form of deterrence against the Devourer King lost much of its effectiveness. The Devourer King evidently sensed this change. It ceased to attack an unimportant corner of the wrath and dove straight for the power reactors in the rear engineering bay. It's coming straight for us. The Devourer King easily endured the weaker dimensional stabilization field emitted by the smoother and dove deeper into the wrath. Hundreds of crewmen lost their lives as the monstrous creature passed through their bodies. The wrath herself ceased to move as she sustained too much damage. Vase didn't have the opportunity to run. Everything happened so quickly that he could barely take a few steps away from the main control panel. Just a second later, a part of the transparent form of the Devourer King emerged from the roof of the engineering bay. A few armed crewmen shot their weapons at the approaching maw of doom but accomplished nothing at all. Others screamed, panicked or cried. Chief Petrisk faced his impending death with an impassive face. Just when all seemed certain, Lucky jumped out of Vess's grasp. The cat turned into a silver streak that bumped straight into the blackish map of the Devourer. Upon reaching it, Lucky activated a supercharged version of his energy claws and tore a small hole out of the abyss. Somehow, this minor action stopped the massive energy creature. Lucky fell back down in an exhausted state. Lucky, Vase called and ran after his cat who collapsed on the deck. Are you okay? Meow. Lucky appeared much dimmer than before. He even lost some of his silver luster. Yet his single act of defiance had saved them all from imminent death. The Devourer King sustained so much damage that it had been pushed back a couple of decks. Still, the wound only hurt it slightly. The monster hadn't sustained any actual damage. However, before it could make another attempt at devouring the power reactors, the fire worm finally reached the right compartment to attack the Devourer. It instantly fired off its laser rifle against the Devourer's side. This time, the lasers hit home on the creature. The lasers burned aside the monster's thick exterior and dealt severe internal damage. The Devourer became so hurt that it started to rear back from the wrath, but Venerable Drake didn't let go of his prey. Without thinking of the consequences, the fire worm fired off a single enhanced flame strike. It burned the entire deck into crisp and cremated all of the bodies that had died from being passed through by the Devourer. The flames bore through the gap burned by the laser and inflicted an even greater level of internal damage. The flames burned so hot that the surrounding compartments melted apart. The Devourer King finally couldn't take it anymore. The creature burned from inside out and finally let out a final inaudible roar before it ceased to move. Moments after that, its ethereal form fragmented into pieces and drifted out of the tunneler. The Devourer King had been slain. No one celebrated the victory this time. The wrath suffered grievous damage to the point of crippling her in place. Getting her back in a barely functional state required a lot of emergency repairs. With their time on the glowing planet running out, the Mech Corps had to race against all odds to retrieve the gregarious wrath. In the meantime, Vase hugged Lucky tight against his chest. I don't know what you just did, but I'll be sure to pay you back what you lost. I'll get the Mech Corps to feed you some Rorschach's bone if I have to. Meow. Lucky already perked up when he heard those words. The gem cat already started to salivate at the thought of munching on some of those extremely delicious exotics. Vase had no doubt the Mech Corps would acquiesce on this issue. After all, everyone in the engineering bay witnessed Lucky's feat. Without his timely assistance, the gregarious wrath would have truly become stranded deep inside the glowing planet. As long as the engineering bay remained intact, the wrath could still regain her mobility. Chief Petrisk approached Vase with a touch of awe. When I saw you being followed by a mechanical cat, I didn't think it had such capabilities. What can I say? He's a marvel of Rubarthan engineering. Vase lightly boasted. He wanted to intimate that his pet came from a first-rate superstate. Only they could turn a mechanical pet into a killing machine that was capable of harming energy beings. I hope the Mech Corps doesn't have any intentions for my pet. Don't worry, I'm sure Command can keep their greedy hands off your property. We aren't that desperate to steal your cat. Besides, we won't be able to beat its loyalty programming anyway. That lifted off a weight off Vase. Chapter 310 Vol the Devourer King suffered the same fate as its lesser brothers, but the price hadn't been worth it. The creature managed to wound the gregarious wrath severely. Over 20% of her systems and crew had been lost, stranding the giant tunneling machine near the inner core of the glowing planet. Who knew if more Devourer Kings rested deeper inside? What if an even larger Devourer Emperor rested in the exact center? The gregarious wrath couldn't take on another Devourer King even if she wanted to, so the entire deep mining expedition stopped advancing deeper. While the smaller tunneling and mining machines started excavating the Rorschach's bone buried in the vicinity, everyone aboard the Wrath began to help with the repairs. They only had a few days to get the Wrath functional again. The end of the 70-day period loomed closer and the Mech Corps started to plan for a comprehensive evacuation. The Wrath needed at least a couple more days to climb back up to the surface. Meanwhile Vase, or rather Lucky, became the star of the show. No one expected the small and cute mechanical pet that always hung around Vase to hide such potent capabilities. Even Vase himself didn't know that Lucky could harm energy beings. Lucky. Vase held his dim cat in front of his face. Why didn't you help me fend off my mother? You could have chased her away at the very least. Meow. Ever since he repelled the huge Devourer King, Lucky turned almost lifeless, as if he expended all of the energy he accumulated ever since he stepped on the glowing planet. Next time my mother comes, don't sit around like a helpless kitten. Just swipe her face with your claws. Meow. Vase sighed. He couldn't stay angry at his cat, especially since he saved his life yet again. Right now, he wanted to make sure that Lucky got rewarded for his services. The entire crew aboard the gregarious Wrath looked at Lucky with a new light. Some wanted to pick him up and hug him, while others gripped their holstered pistols tighter. Pretty much everyone took for granted that Lucky was an extravagant bodyguard pet from a first-rate superstate. Many people envied Vase for owning such an exclusive gift. We've almost reached the vault, Chief Petrisk told Vase as their lifter platform almost reached the center of the Wrath. Now, don't misunderstand, you aren't there to take anything away. You're only tasked with inspecting the security systems for any damage accrued from the last attack. Return as soon as you've run over the systems. Understood. One more thing. The Devourer King's attack has wiped out a lot of archival data, including the logs pertaining to the vault. Please take stock of the inventory while you are there. Of course, you're not allowed to take anything away. We will conduct a strict search when you enter and exit the vault, so don't think you can sneak anything past our guards. No problem, Chief. I'll make sure not a hair is out of place. They reached the highly fortified vault doors. Two mechs stood at the sides, one of which pointed its laser rifle at Vase. Don't be alarmed, Vase. Any guest we bring to the vault receives the same treatment. Though it unnerved Vase to be pointed at by a mech-sized weapon, he could tell that the rifle's safeties hadn't been disengaged. He nodded to show his understanding and let the chief bring him up to the checkpoint where a squad of exoskeleton-suited guards awaited their arrival. After Vase and Lucky underwent a thorough search, the vault doors slowly retracted, revealing a clean metallic chamber filled with small, head-sized storage compartments. There are over 10,000 different safes inside this vault, of which more than a third are filled with samples of Rorschach's bone or something else of extreme value. Due to the recent attack, we aren't quite sure how much are left. What if the Devourer King ate them all? Here's a pass to open the safes. It will only work for the next 4 hours, so you better move quickly. Once Vase received the pass that enabled him to open the safes, he entered the vault with Lucky, upon which the doors slowly closed again. He was finally left alone. Okay buddy, this is your lucky day. The first thing he did was to disable the sensors and monitoring systems. Ordinarily, such an act couldn't be done by himself, but the crew of the ship had already disabled various systems related to the vault's security throughout the Wrath. Vase only had to expose some control panels and unplug some wires he memorized beforehand. Every monitoring and security system inside the vault turned off. Vase grinned once he confirmed that nothing stood in his way from inspecting the vault. Alright Lucky, let's take stock of the inventory and see how much the Devourer King swallowed its contents. Meow. Vase approached a random row of safes and swiped his pass over one of them. The safe box opened up to reveal a floating, eyeball-sized exotic mineral of unknown properties. It wasn't Rorich's bone, but it must be valuable if the Mech core stored it inside the vault. After a few seconds of consideration, Vase drew his card and swiped it in front of the safe before flipping it over his shoulder. The anti-grav modules holding the ore aloft in the center of the safe pushed the ore out of the safe, upon which Lucky jumped up and caught it between his paws. While Lucky enthusiastically devoured the highly valuable exotic like he'd been starved for months, Vase swiped his card downwards, prompting the emptied safe to lock itself up. Alright, this safe is empty. Let me note that in my log. Done. Let's move on to the next one. Vase casually walked down the rows, opening up each and every safe to see whether they held anything of value. Sometimes the safes contained nothing, but most often they contained small amounts of Rorich's bone. The Mech core must have stored every piece of Rorich's bone larger than a pinch inside these safes. Right now, all of it happened to be within his grasp. Chief Petrisk hadn't given Vase the opportunity to inspect the vault out of a whim. In truth, High Command had been dragging their feet with regards to allowing Vase to take his fair share. He even heard rumors that some in command wanted to keep the largest pieces to themselves. After all, a hand-sized piece of Rorich's bone was the creme de la creme. Their refusals reminded Vase that the people who ran the Mech core prioritized their own benefits over anyone else's. A small figure like Vase didn't register on their radar. Perhaps out of guilt or out of a sense of obligation, the captain turned a blind eye to those directives. Instead, he allowed Chief Petrisk to come up with this convoluted scheme to allow Vase to take what he wanted from the vault. Even though a couple of people knew about the scheme, they all owed their lives to Lucky. Besides showing their gratitude, they also allowed Lucky to munch on the exotics because they needed him to regain his strength. What if another Devourer King came? What if Venerable Drake couldn't stop it from submerging into the bedrock again? The Wrath had become even more of a sitting duck to the crippling damage she sustained in the last attack. They couldn't even overload the dimensional smoothers anymore, as additional safeties had set that restricted any further rough treatment. Thus, Lucky became their only hope of buying enough time for Venerable Drake to come to their rescue. Not that High Command agreed. They simply didn't believe that Lucky alone repelled a gigantic devourer worm half the size of the gregarious Wrath. In any case, Vase didn't take their refusal to heart, because he would have received a couple of scraps for a reward. It's good to be king for a day. As he passed through the vaults, Vase threw out anything that looked promising as long as Lucky finished processing his earlier meals. As soon as Lucky figured out this pattern, he ceased to chew the minerals for enjoyment and began to focus on breaking them down as fast as possible. His energy claws along with his incredibly strong and sharp teeth ensured he never needed to spend more than a minute to break down a chunk. The cat kept inhaling the pieces as long as they fit his gullet. Evidently, Lucky didn't have to worry too much about his digestion. As soon as the ores ended up in his stomach, they ceased to be a concern. After feeding Lucky with more than a dozen chunks of Rorich's bone and other curiosities, Lucky regained his usual vigor. His eyes sparkled like gemstones and his silvery exterior took on a shiny sheen. The gaps between his exterior plating glowed so brightly that it resembled plasma. Keep eating, Lucky. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity for you. I'd have to sell countless mechs to afford this much Rorich's bone. In actuality, exotics of these grades couldn't be found in the open market, especially in the resource-deprived galactic rim. Vase sighed at the thought of all of the riches the glowing planet still held. The Mech core only retrieved a fraction of its bountiful wealth. The rest would be handed over to the hegemony and the coalition once the 70-day deadline had passed. Even with such a generous window of time, they'll still end up with more than 99% of the wealth. It sounded so unfair, but that was the privilege of power. The second-rate states only had to wave a single hand to wipe out the bright republic. Come on Lucky, eat faster. Lucky underwent a subtle as Vase kept feeding him with medium-grade Rorschach's bone. His entire surface rippled as if his metallic body became pliable. Vase had the sense that Lucky didn't just convert the Rorschach's bone to pure energy. His gem cat somehow incorporated their properties to his body. Vase became happier when he realized that Lucky grew stronger. He especially looked forward to seeing the self-repair properties of Rorschach's bone in action. Keep eating. The stronger you are, the better you'll be able to protect me. When they reached halfway, Vase tossed about 5% of the contents of the safes to Lucky. He didn't dare grab a larger share and prompt the Mech Corps to launch an investigation. A 5% loss should be unremarkable enough for some doddering bureaucrat to dismiss the report as a natural consequence from being attacked by a giant semi-corporeal snake. Once Vase swiped his card for the umpteenth time, a safe opened up to reveal the largest piece of Rorschach's bone to date. It was about half as large as his head. They did find a piece. The Mech Corps never intimated to Vase that they dug up a piece of high-grade Rorschach's bone. The chunk floating in front of him was the most priceless piece of exotic he had ever come across since he arrived at the glowing planet. Vase turned his head to peek at Lucky. His cat eyed the high-grade Rorschach's bone with sparkling, hungry eyes. This is mine, he told his cat, and quickly opened up an adjacent safe and threw a smaller piece of Rorschach's bone to Lucky. Even if Lucky hungered for the large ball of bone, he still couldn't resist a meal that landed right in front of him. Sometimes he could be simple-minded in this way. Vase let out a deep breath once he saw he successfully diverted Lucky's attention. With heated eyes, Vase retrieved a pair of special gloves from his suit pocket and put them over his hands. He then reached out to grab for the ore. After months of work and avoiding almost certain death, he finally reached the end of his mission. As his hands almost reached the ore, a third hand reached out and pulled the ore out of his reach. Chapter 311 Mistaken, what the? Vase turned to face the one thing he never wanted to meet again. His mother's ghost. You. Hello, my son. His mother smiled at him as she held the high-grade ore. You have been a naughty boy. This does not belong to you. Damn ghost. Vase cursed and turned to Lucky. Come on buddy, the ghost is here. Attack. He expected his pet to pounce on the ghost and scratch out her face just like he scratched the Devourer King's maw. He did not expect Lucky to ignore him outright and keep on munching at his latest dish. Lucky. His mother's smile took on a knowing edge. Have you forgotten where you obtained him in the first place? The system gifted Lucky to Vase shortly. After he received it, the system came from his father, which meant. His mother snapped her fingers. Come here. Lucky suddenly ceased his munching and slinked over to his mother, bypassing Vase as if he didn't exist. As soon as he reached her legs, he brushed his body against them as if his mother was his owner. Vase felt betrayed. So my son has named you Lucky, has he? That is a fine name for a creature such as you, his mother remarked as she bent down to pet his back. I see he has been treating you well. He already felt a tug from his recently recovered internal energy cycle. His mother didn't hold back from harming her own son. You're not my mother, he hissed. Stop pretending you're her. His words fell on deaf ears. Lucky kept acting cute in his mother's presence while the witch herself looked at Vase like he turned into a 3-year-old kid who was having a tantrum. Vase, I am not your enemy. I am your mother. I can never hurt my own flesh and blood. Then what about your presence and your life-sucking aura? You're draining me even as we speak. He replied and backed away. He even tried to retrieve his laser pistol, only to remember he handed over the weapon to the guards just outside the vault. The extra distance helped, but Vase quickly bumped into a wall of safes. He had nowhere else to go as his mother drifted forward as if she didn't have a care in the world. The drain quickly picked up, and Vase started to lose a significant amount of internal energy. Even though he had no clue of its use, he didn't wish to give it all away to an indigenous monster from the glowing planet. Sadly, his only means of fending her off had just rolled over to show his belly to her. His mother reached down to scratch Lucky's chin. Who was his real owner here? Oh Vase, poor Vase, you understand so little. His mother tutted as she hovered closer. You keep lying to yourself, but you can't deny what your heart is telling you. It is time for you to grow up. Even as she spoke those words, the drain accelerated to the point where Vase lost control over his body. This encounter happened in the exact same manner as the last 2 times. He really grew sick of facing energy beings. His mother must have been aware of how Vase started to grow feeble. My time grows short. Just know that I am glad to see you healthy, and wish you don't risk your life anymore. I have lost many friends and family in the last war. Not even mech designers are safe. Go away. I will see you again, Vase. She whispered, and her body started to fade out of existence. The only problem was that she took the high-grade ore with her. Somehow, the Rorschach's bone broke apart under her grip and swirled around his mother's increasingly translucent body. Her ghost-like form radiated like liquid silver, and for a moment, Vase though she had turned fully corporeal. Then, she faded away, leaving nothing of her trace behind. Vase collapsed onto the deck. He breathed deeply as he tried to cope with the increasingly familiar sense of weakness. The ghost had leached from him again, and this time she stole his mission reward as well. Damn her! Vase vented and banged his fist against the deck. Lucky obliviously climbed up to his feet and padded over to Vase. He curiously bumped his forepaw against Vase. What a great help you've been. Meow. Lucky made a gesture that indicated he wanted to feed again. Really now, do you think I'm in the mood to feed you when you've just turned your back on me? Meow. Vase tried to ignore his pet, but couldn't. Lucky had a way of worming into his heart. Despite his sudden betrayal, he didn't fault his cat. He must have been programmed to recognize his mother. His friend and foe identification must have grown confused, and like the simple-minded machine that he was, Lucky prioritized his mother over her son. The entire encounter revealed a lot about Lucky. As much as Vase had grown to love his feline companion, he had no clue how he worked and what kind of programming dictated his behavior. He supposed he should be growing paranoid about Lucky. After all, his cat did betray him just then. Yet Vase had truly become attached to Lucky and considered him a part of his family. He really didn't want to part with his pet. Oh, alright, you can stay with me, but you better not defect again next time. Vase still had a lot of safes to go through before his pass expired. He wanted to make the most out of the opportunities he obtained and didn't let his mother's impromptu visit ruin his plans. Most eagerly, Vase wanted to go through the remaining safes quickly and find another high-grade Rorschach's bone. His mother already snatched the only specimen he found so far. He dearly hoped the mech core stored another similarly sized sample in this vault. Not here. Nope. Too small. Nothing here. Heavens, nothing again. Even as he rapidly opened up the safes, he found nothing that could match the splendor of the high-grade Rorschach's bone. He only came across medium-grade bones or unknown curiosities that held little significance to his mission. He chucked some of them out to Lucky and continued to check the other safes. By the end of the 8-hour period, his pass dissolved into air. Vase raced to open every safe within the time limit, but his efforts failed to yield what he desired most. The vault only held one high-grade Rorschach's bone and his mother had taken it away. Stupid ghost. After cursing out the thieving ghost for a minute, Vase finally gave up. In low spirits, he began to finish his cursory inspection of the vault before he knocked the armored door. It slowly retracted, allowing Vase and Lucky to depart the vault. Did you have a good haul, sir? A security officer asked as he searched through his pockets. Oh, yeah, a good haul. Your pet looks a lot healthier now. Lucky acted like he never did anything wrong. His newly invigorated state even brought back his playfulness. He chased around and pestered the security guards like any other regular cat. Once the inspection ended, Vase headed straight back towards his bunk, though he also made a stop at the mess hall to retrieve a nutrient bar. He needed to regain some energy fast, so he didn't care for the nutrient bar's awful taste. As he laid down on his bunk, Vase considered his next option. He couldn't return empty-handed. The system's penalty was too severe for him to bear. The crew of the Gregarious Wrath will think I've already fed the high-grade ore to Lucky. I won't be able to ask for another one, not when it holds so much value. He couldn't just walk up to Chief Petrisk and say he slipped up and let a ghost that pretended to be his long-dead mother snatch the high-grade ore from the vault. It would be like saying his dog ate his data chips that held his homework. What can I do? The time to depart the glowing planet had almost come. Vase only had days left to figure something out. It's unlikely Lucky and I can earn more merits. The Wrath is stuck in place, and none of the tunneling machines have the guts to burrow deeper where the likelihood of finding high-grade ores is higher. Vase found it extraordinarily frustrating to fail at the cusp of completing his mission. He let down his guard and forgot that his mother had always appeared out of nowhere. Though, why take the ore? Why hasn't she dug it up herself? It might had something to do with the Devourers. A small human-sized ghost probably couldn't match the prowess of the Devourers, which monopolized the core of the glowing planet. Only after the deep mining expedition killed off one of their alphas did his mother finally appear. It's good to know that even she can be afraid of something. Vase didn't even realize he referred to the ghost as his mother without challenge. It was as if it was the most natural thing in the universe to say. He guessed that the Devourer King must have claimed this territory as its own. Now that it had died, the entire area became ownerless. For a short period of time, there shouldn't be any risks of encountering another Devourer. A bold idea popped into his mind. Why not go out on my own? The Mech core had become incredibly timid, but that didn't mean that Vase had to hide on the Wrath. If he couldn't beg them for another high-grade ore, he might as well venture out into the tunnels and conduct his own search. He turned his gaze back to Lucky, who started to slumber atop his chest. He ate an enormous amount of minerals recently. Even though he didn't gain any weight, his cat still had to digest all of his gains. Rest well, Lucky. I'll be relying on your senses tomorrow to find some juicy pieces of Rorich's bone. The next day, Vase fleshed out his plan and approached Chief Petrisk with his intentions. The chief engineer frowned at Vase. Now why would you want to go out by yourself? Don't you know how dangerous it is? But can you lend me a shuttle? Oh, that's not a problem. We have plenty of those to spare. The bigger issue is that there's no way you can stay in range of a dimensional smoother. All the other machines are carrying smaller versions of the devices, but it still won't fit inside a shuttle. Furthermore, there's no chance I can get permission to borrow one for you to use. In short, you'll have to go out naked and exposed. Vase hadn't thought of that. The space around the glowing planet was fairly unstable. Random wrinkles in spacetime had claimed the lives of thousands of oblivious visitors, including the entire trading convoy that initially stumbled upon the glowing planet. Going out without a dimensional smoother was highly dangerous. After some deep consideration, Vase weighed the risks. If he stayed in proximity to the gregarious Wrath, he should still fall somewhat in her protective envelope. Even if the stabilization field emitted by the dimensional smoothers weakened quite a bit the further he drifted away from the Wrath, he should still receive some benefits. He made a calculated risk by pressing on with his choice. Just lend me a shuttle, Chief. I know what I'm dealing with, but I don't have any choice. It took a lot of begging to convince Petrisk to release a shuttle for his use. Despite the chief's reluctance, Vase had annoying him so much that he relented, if only to chase away an annoying fly. Thanks, Chief. I'll only be out for a couple of hours at a time. Don't come crawling back to me if you suffer a mishap. Chapter 312 Prospecting. The chief engineer arranged a souped-up armored shuttle for Vase. Compared to a regular shuttle, it held a lot less storage space, but the armor and increased structural integrity made up for it in spades. The first time Vase stepped inside the shuttle with Lucky hanging over his shoulders, he became a little bit intimidated by its complex control scheme. Forces employed armored shuttles in many different ways, from stealthily dropping commandos behind enemy lines to pursuing a rampaging mech. The Mech Corps employed even more advanced shuttles that came with many additional features that bore unwieldy acronyms like GURED or Nephi Fast. Don't worry, a shuttle technician said as he accompanied Vase inside. Let me activate the dummy mode for you. It'll disable most of the advanced features and automate the rest. As far as the controls go, it'll turn into something similar to the games you can play from your comm. Ah, thank you for the trouble. Please do so. Vase sat down the chair and watched the technician navigate the projected control panel. Overall, the menus looked similar to those employed by mechs, so Vase quickly got the hang of it himself. Still, as he hadn't trained in piloting shuttles at all, it was best to leave the controls to dummy mode. In the wide-ranging galaxy, humanity became increasingly dependent on machines to rule their lives. Humanity was a quintessential tool-using race that had ascended into dominance due to their ever-voracious appetite for deadlier and more capable machines. Naturally, this also presented problems as many machines required extreme amounts of training to master their use. Mechs alone not only demanded potentates with the right genetic aptitude, they also required at least 10 years of training to gain the most basic qualification to pilot them these days. At the start of the age of mechs, mech pilots only needed 4 years to effectively wield their mechs. This stark difference showcased the relentless advance to developing better but more complex machines, which meant it applied to anything that fell under this category, including mechs, shuttles and starships. A human could only master a couple of skills in a given amount of time. To provide against contingencies and to make their products more appealing, developers and manufacturers of these machines standardized the implementation of dummy modes to their products. The basic standard of an effective dummy mode would be that even a 10-year-old kid could figure out the basic controls. The moment the dummy mode began to proliferate, life became much easier. Even though most of the advanced capabilities would be wasted, sometimes a person only needed to accomplish a simple job, like going from A to B. Vase fell into the same situation. He had no intentions of performing any advanced maneuvers. He just wanted to go out into the tunnel and sniff out a high-grade Rorschach's bone. Come on, Lucky, you better get your mineral senses ready. I'll be relying on you to get me another fat piece of bone. Vase petted the lazy cat on his shoulder. Using the dummy mode, Vase easily drifted his armored shuttle out of the hangar, to the collective relief of the crew. At least he didn't veer off and crash against the deck or something. It really is like a game. Through making some delicate hand gestures, Vase got the hang of the controls. He maintained a slow speed and slowly inched the shuttle away from the gregarious wrath. The tunneler loomed large in the shuttle's augmented sensors. Currently, tons of shuttles and mech technicians crawled over her exterior. Vase knew that even more repair crews worked inside the tunneler. To get the raft moving again required all hands on deck. I should be there too. Someone like Vase might not understand any of the larger systems, but he could still lend a hand with routine repairs. Still, acquiring another high-grade Rorschach's bone ranked much higher than earning a bit more kudos from the crew. Now then, let's start my search. Due to the high amount of interference and other weird effects, the Mech Corps possessed very few means of locating high-grade Rorschach's bone. They could only vaguely detect that they had entered a more promising area. Even if a valuable piece of ore rested a meter away from the tunnel wall, the sensors couldn't detect its presence. This prompted the mining vehicles around the raft to go blind and hope they picked the right direction. The odds of Vase encountering a high-grade specimen in a couple of days was extremely rare. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. He still had Lucky, whose insatiable appetite for quality exotics always drew him to the most promising deposits. His senses was a lot more keener than the mineral scanners aboard the gregarious wrath. All right, Lucky, point me to the right direction. Meow. Don't meow at me like you don't understand what I've said. Go on, find something. It took a bit of coaxing to get Lucky to point at a promising direction. Vase carefully flew his shuttle further away from the wrath and towards an unremarkable tunnel wall section. Is this the place you detected something promising? Meow. All right, let's head out. Vase exited the pilot's chair and moved to the main compartment where a bulky mining suit awaited him. The suit was twice as thick as a hazard suit and required powered assistance to move, which technically turned it into an exoskeleton. This variant came with a couple of optimizations that made it suitable to roam close to the center of the glowing planet. As Vase drifted out from the hatch, his suit's anti-grav modules came online, which held the entire thing aloft. Meanwhile, Lucky had climbed on top of his helmet and kept a firm grip. Small thrusters on the backpack module of the suit flared to life. The force propelled him forward and he reached the wall in no time. In fact, he almost crashed against it if he hadn't managed to figure out how to turn around and thrust in the opposite direction. I should learn how to maneuver in zero-G sometime. Spaceborne humans learned how to move in zero-gravity conditions as soon as they learned how to walk. A landbound human like Vase would never be able to catch up to their level of skill, but acquiring the basics shouldn't be too difficult. Once Vase stabilized his position, he experimentally knocked on the smooth and compacted tunnel wall. The first meters should be extremely tough to dig through, and no man-sized mining machine could put a dent in it. Vase didn't even bother to bring any tools for that reason. He didn't need to when he already had a cat that could do the work in his stead. All right, Lucky, go ahead and dig. He transmitted over the channel he maintained with his pet. His gauntlets grabbed Lucky's body and held it out against the wall. Come on, use your magic. Lucky seemed put off at being treated like a slave, but he eventually began to dig a small tunnel for himself. Somehow, Lucky parted the solid compacted materials as easily as digging through sand. He didn't even have to resort to his energy claws to dig deeper. 20 minutes went by as Lucky dug an 8-meter tunnel. He stopped once the tunnel began to glow. His senses hadn't deceived him. The cat managed to find an energetic piece of ore. Don't eat it yet, bring it back to me first. It took quite a bit of effort for Lucky to dislodge the ore and bring it back to the lip of the tunnel he dug out. It turned out to be a quail egg-sized exotic that he'd seen before in the vault. This isn't Rorschach's bone. Lucky, you found the wrong mineral. I want Rorschach's bone, not this junk. Even though Vase was certain the piece held a lot of value, he threw it back to Lucky, who eagerly munched it down. Vase did not have any delusions that he would be able to sneak an extremely valuable hoard of exotics past the Mech core. A big find would also cast more suspicion on Vase. For the next 12 hours, Vase kept moving his shuttle from place to place, taking care not to stray too far from the Wrath. At this distance, Vase figured he didn't run any risk of encountering a dangerous spacetime anomaly. Sadly, his conservative efforts amounted to nothing. Each time Lucky dug something up, it turned out to be a medium-grade Rorschach's bone or worse. Even Lucky's vaunted mineral senses couldn't pinpoint any pieces of high-grade ores. This isn't getting me anywhere, he sighed as he returned the armored shuttle back to the hangar. This session is a bust. There was nothing wrong with his methods, but trying to find a piece of high-grade ore revolved around luck. If he had as much manpower as the Mech core, he'd be bound to stumble upon it sooner or later. The next day, Vase ventured out into the same armored shuttle and ventured further away from the gregarious Wrath. While this exposed him to greater risk, he figured that moving away from the Wrath should allow Lucky to be more accurate in his search. Nothing changed from yesterday. Lucky kept finding decent traces of low to medium grade exotics, but they didn't fulfill the criteria set out by Vase. Halfway throughout the session, Vase groaned and palmed his helmet with his gauntlet. Do I need to move even further away? He already extended his range further down where the concentration of Rorschach's bone steadily increased. The deeper he went, the higher the chance of locating a high-grade specimen, though he also had to brave the risk of suffering a spacetime mishap. After some serious consideration, he hardened his eyes. Fortune and danger go hand in hand. I can't afford to play it safe. Despite the risks, Vase resolutely pushed his shuttle a little deeper into the tunnel. The shuttle stopped 3 kilometers away from the Wrath. With Lucky acting like a hunting dog, the two continued to prospect for minerals. The extra distance yielded significantly larger samples of Rorschach's bone, but they still fell within the medium-grade category. Hungry for something better, Vase slowly inched his shuttler further and further away from the gregarious Wrath. Somehow, he could feel the increasing instability in the local space. The omnipresent fields emitted by the dimensional smoothers had weakened enormously by now. Further down the tunnel, Vase even saw flashes that disrupted the tunnel walls. The danger was very real at this point. He even thought about pulling back sometimes. I can't give up, not when I'm this close. Lucky had grown a lot more enthusiastic by now. He continued to stuff himself endlessly with the minerals he dug up. His stomach had literally turned into a bottomless hole as he kept eating Rorschach's bone after Rorschach's bone. Even his exterior plating began to take a milky white sheen from its former silvery luster. The change indicated that Lucky had definitely incorporated Rorschach's bone on a deeper level. Vase was happy to see his pet grow stronger, but he still hadn't found what he was looking for. At the end of his second jaunt, Vase was just about to return to the Wrath when Lucky suddenly struck pay dirt. His cat's activity level spiked. Lucky had to expand the tunnel he dug in order to retrieve a large piece of glowing white ore. High-grade Rorschach bone. Lucky had done it. Vase laughed and brought his cat to his helmet and nuzzled him. The cat kept turning his head back to the piece of high-grade ore. Despite his obedience to Vase, Lucky kept mooning over the priceless piece of Rorschach's bone. I'm sorry, Lucky, but I need it more than you. Once he put down Lucky on his shoulder, Vase looked around to see no one nearby. He activated his privacy shield to disable the shuttle from recording him on its sensors before he held out one of his gauntlets, which interfaced with his comm. Vase activated the system and went to the missions page. He held out the ball of high-grade Rorschach's bone and presented it to his comm. Here you go, system. Nothing happened. Hello, this is prime quality Rorschach's bone. Why aren't you accepting it yet? The material that you present does not fulfill the criteria of the mission. Please present the correct substance to pass the mission. What? Chapter 313 Boneyard. Vase wanted to bang his head against the tunnel wall. All this time, he assumed that the system desired a piece of high-grade Rorschach's bone. To think he made a big mistake frustrated him to no end. He quickly reread the mission. Mission. Obtaining the core difficulty. B rank prerequisites. Find your way to the glowing planet. Description: the rogue planet that has been discovered by humans hides a special ore that originates from its core. Seek out a hand-sized sample of this ore and offer it to the mech designer system. Failure condition. Fail to acquire a substance from the core of the glowing planet within 90 days from the issuance of this mission. Your ability to spend design points will be curtailed for 2 years. Reward. Special upgrade voucher, machine, 10 golden lottery tickets. The system hadn't named the material by name. What are you looking for, system? Just tell me, damn it. Naturally, the soft-spoken system almost never replied to his request. It was as if it thought that Vase should figure out stuff on his own. The system never coddled him in any way. So it's not Rorich's bone you're looking for, right? Vase didn't know much about Rorich's bone, but acquiring a better sample than what he held right now shouldn't be possible. This was the best that he could get. The stupidly obtuse system refused to reveal what kind of substance it demanded. Whatever it was, it should be even rarer than high-grade Rorich's bone. Perhaps it couldn't even be found at this depth. Whatever the case, the answer lay deeper into the core. He stood at a crossroads now. Either he could summon up his courage and brave the dangers, or he could stay at his current depth and hope he struck it rich. There's only a day or two left before we have to leave this place. From what he heard, the repairs for the gregarious wrath went well. Replacing the most essential broken components was a straightforward though labor-intensive procedure. Relatively little challenges had popped up that could otherwise delay the repairs. This meant that Vase had 2 more days to find what the system sought. I really hate you sometimes, you know that. Vase had little choice but to bow before the inevitable. He decided to return the shuttle back to the Wrath and plan out his miniature expedition properly. First, he stocked up his shuttle with additional supplies, including food and water. Returning to the Wrath to eat and sleep took too much time. Vase planned to make the best of the time that remained. Second, he checked the system whether he could buy anything useful. Even though his DP skyrocketed lately, he still couldn't afford anything useful. He'd have to accumulate millions of DP to acquire a rudimentary device that could protect him from spacetime fluctuations. It's not for nothing that the Mech Corps is willing to pay out of their nose to borrow the dimensional smoothers. Looking at how much DP he earned in recent weeks made Vase suspicious. He knew how many mechs the LMC could produce at a given amount of time. It only possessed one proper production line that could fabricate the Blackbeak. As for the third-party manufacturer, the EAM only possessed 4 modern production lines. Producing 50 mechs a month shouldn't be too much of a problem for them, but the amount of DP that Vase had earned suggested to him that he sold a lot more Blackbeaks than that. Then he figured it out. It should be the virtual Blackbeaks that must have set off the current surge of DP. As a modern 5-star virtual mech, it sold in much less numbers than in the lower tiers. Mech designers who competed at this level paid a lot more attention to performance, and his mech didn't specialize in short bursts of combat that characterized arena combat. Looks like interest in the Blackbeak is surging. Vase could only attribute the increased interest to the successful performance of the Blackbeak on the glowing planet along with the LMC's relentless marketing campaign. Combined, the demand for the Blackbeak should have spiked, and more people wanted to experience its magic. He didn't consider that the DP could have come from the production of extra physical mechs. Currently, Vase considered upgrading his stealth augment. Going deeper into the tunnels didn't only mean he would have to brave the spacetime anomalies. He also had to take into account the risk of bumping into a Devourer or Devourer King. It's too expensive. I can hold off the purchase until I actually need to hide myself. Vase eventually decided to save his points and postpone his spending. After a short nap, Vase set off with the armored shuttle and brought it many kilometers deeper. Though a lot of dangers lurked in the shadows, Vase studiously ignored the risks. The odds of actually bumping into a spacetime wrinkle shouldn't be too large. It's like walking across the street with aircars flying over your head. The chance that one of them crashes isn't very large, and the odds that it will land right on top of you is even smaller. Even though he comforted himself this way, he still couldn't forget how these improbable accidents happened to destroy a lot of ships. His slow journey towards the end of the tunnel dug by the Wrath set him to thought. Why did he have to stick out his neck and risk his own life this way? Why couldn't he do anything to fight back against his thieving mother whenever she dropped by? Why did he have to rely on Lucky to fend off a Devourer King that managed to avoid the best efforts of the Mech Corps to take it down? All of these incidents shared one common element. I'm not in control. The lack of agency was beginning to get at him. Even though his company earned billions of credits, he still ended up at the mercy of others. Those who organized these kinds of expeditions could afford to throw a lot of manpower and resources into the mix. Why couldn't Vase do something similar? The idea grew more appealing the more he thought about it. He didn't need to organize a large-scale expedition, but even a modest force under his command could accomplish a lot of things on his behalf. He already owned an excellent corvette to act as a scout or courier. It's not that expensive to get my hands on a few transports and converted carriers. However, it's going to take a lot of mechs and reliable pilots to give them some teeth. He knew that contracting a reliable crew of pilots and spacers was by far the biggest challenge. If he chose the wrong men, they might decide to run off with all of his newly purchased assets and disappear into the frontier. I can think about it later. There shouldn't be any need to go on an expedition right now with the war looming closer. The armored shuttle successfully reached the bottom of the tunnel without encountering any mishaps. Though he encountered a few close shaves, the anomalies hadn't affected the shuttle in any way. Once he floated outside, Vase threw Lucky towards the bottom of the tunnel. Okay Lucky, go dig downwards. His cat looked back at him as if he lost his mind. Just dig and tell me when you detect anything that's more energetic than a medium-grade Rorschach's bone. Make sure to leave enough room for me as well. It took a number of times to repeat his intentions to Lucky. His cat set out to dig a wide hole and go further downwards. Ever since Vase found out that the high-grade Rorschach's bone didn't meet the system's needs, he resolutely fed it to Lucky. As far as his gem cat was concerned, he might as well have gone to heaven. His cat took 3 hours to savor the fat piece of high-grade bone. His eyes narrowed blissfully as his body took in more and more of the extremely rare exotic. Consuming the high-grade piece had definitely given Lucky a major boost. His body's exterior had turned into an even brighter shade of white. It was as if he had turned into a milky white cat. Besides the changes in his appearance, his other capabilities also improved by a major step. At his current state, Lucky easily dug a wider tunnel. This allowed Vase to float behind him and descend into the depths alongside his pet. The floodlights embedded in his mining suit shed the tunnel in a harsh light. This went on for a couple of hours. Occasionally, Lucky detected something attractive, and changed the direction of his digging in order to reach what had attracted his attention. It mostly turned out to be medium-grade Rorschach's bone. This is looking like a veritable boneyard here, Vase muttered. They encountered more and more bones the deeper they went. Still, it's a shame I haven't found any high-grade ores. He eventually had to call off the digging after reaching an estimated depth of 2 kilometers. Vase had grown extremely uncomfortable after digging so far away from the gregarious wrath. He picked up Lucky and floated back out of the tunnel before boarding the armored shuttle that rested nearby. After a meal and rest, Vase donned his mining suit and floated down the tunnel dug by Lucky. Keep digging downwards. Go deeper. His cat did as he instructed. Though Vase had a lot of misgivings at this point, he couldn't stop halfway. He had to see this journey through in the end. After half a day of digging, Lucky noticed something strange. His digging speed became twice as fast and the cat practically raced towards a specific destination to the sides. What did you find, Lucky? His cat kept digging as if his life depended upon it. After more than 15 minutes of digging, he surprisingly reached a cavity. Once he dug out an opening, Lucky fearlessly jumped inside. Hey, wait for me. Vase had to wriggle his way through the opening before he could get through. Spotting his cat, he quickly flew towards the center of the oval chamber, where he came across a remarkable sight. Lucky stood frozen as he beheld what looked like a neat array of bones. The strangest thing about the skeleton was that they shone in a luster closely related to Rorschach's bone. It was as if the set of bones that lay in front of him had been the source of the Rorschach's bone on this planet. The reason why he came to that conclusion was that the area directly underneath the skeleton was made up of a mottled mass of medium-grade Rorschach's bone. That much Rorschach's bone in one place should be impossible. But why isn't there any high-grade bone? He regarded the skeleton with suspicion. Perhaps it needed time to contaminate the surrounding bones, or perhaps it already absorbed the quality materials to enhance its own structure. It would explain all the holes around the skeleton. That said, why does it look like a humanoid? The most remarkable aspect about the skeleton was that it resembled a huge human. It stood as tall as a light mech and Vase imagined it weighed about the same as well. Although the galaxy spawned a lot of humanoid aliens, they never precisely evolved to adopt a roundish head, hands with 5 fingers or feet with 5 toes. It's like a giant out of mythology. Even the bones could be mistaken for a human if it wasn't so large. The uncanny resemblance to the human physique disturbed Vase in the same way when he first found out that the system had the capability to manipulate time. He felt as if he brushed across a huge secret of the galaxy. It's dead now. It should be millions or billions of years since this alien died. There's nothing to be worried about. Despite his rational words, he still treated the skeleton like a dangerous animal. Its shiny, sparkling bones radiated a certain kind of pressure that constantly tickled his sixth sense. Vase carefully stepped forward, passing by Lucky who still hadn't padded forward. Once Vase reached the foot of the prone skeleton, he reached out a gauntlet to touch it, but then changed his mind. Who knows if I'll trigger something bad? He instead began to inspect the skeleton with his eyes and sensors. He wanted to find out if the remarkable skeleton was made out of homogeneous material. Once he swept over the entire mech-sized skeleton, Vase found one single anomaly that stood out from the rest. He detected strong fluctuations in the brain cavity of the human-like skull. What is in this giant's head? He strongly suspected the skull hid an extraordinary treasure. From the energy readings alone, it surpassed a high-grade Rorschach's bone by far. It might even be a legendary piece of extreme-grade Rorschach's bone. The more he thought about the possibility, the more his breath grew uneven. He flew away from the skull and returned to his immobilized cat. Stop being a scaredy cat, Lucky. Come on, I need your help. He scooped up his pet and returned to the skull. Even though Lucky squirmed in his arms, Vase didn't let go of him. Once he flew close, he held out Lucky and shook him up and down a few times. Can you please open up this skull? There's something yummy inside. Don't you want to take a bite? Lucky acted as if Vase was about to drop him into a bath. His pet kept trying to turn his body and claw away from the menacing skull. Vase had to press his cat flat against the skull in order to get him to claw away at the skullcap. This time, Lucky failed to dig through the skull. No matter how many times he tried to claw at the dome, his paws failed to make a single dent. Things only changed when Lucky activated his energy claws. He pumped a significant amount of power into his claws before letting loose with a swipe. This time, the skull finally yielded. A shallow groove emerged, encouraging Lucky to swipe again and again. After expending a fair amount of energy, Lucky finally cracked open a tiny hole in the humongous skull. A white light flashed out from the hole. The sheer intensity of it blinded his mining suit's sensors and scared Lucky out of his grasp. More than just the lights, his sixth sense started pinging like crazy. Vase felt as if his entire mindscape had shook. Fortunately, the light show ended a few seconds later. The glow subsided and his sixth sense calmed down. Vase sighed and carefully approached the hole until his helmet visor bumped against the hole. What he saw inside caused him to gasp in surprise. Chapter 314 Stolen. Why did the skeleton of a giant humanoid ended up in the core of the glowing planet? Was he buried underneath alone, or did the planet contain several other graves? How long ago did the giant live, and how long ago did it die? Why was there so much Rorschach's bone around the skeleton of the giant, and why hadn't the skeleton gone to dust all these eons? So many questions swirled around in his mind. Much like any mystery he encountered, Vase ignored the implications of what he'd seen and focused on the more important priority, getting his payday. Thus, when he saw the giant's skull contained, he couldn't hold back his glee. A resplendent glowing jewel hovered at the center of the brain cavity. The jewel looked as polished as the most expertly cut gem, and shone in transparent white, as if nothing had ever tainted its purity. The more Vase stared at it, the more he guessed that it might be the origin of all of the Rorschach's bone in the vicinity. If this isn't what the system wants, then I don't know what can top this treasure. After he finished admiring his find, Vase activated a function in his mining suit that extended a claw-like grip from his gauntlet. Its extra reach allowed him to reach through the hole and carefully grip the shining jewel. Nothing happened when he pulled the jewel out of its resting place. Vase half expected some kind of trap to go off, but nothing stood out. Even his sixth sense hadn't picked up any mental spikes. Thus, with excruciating care, Vase pulled out the jewel and beheld it in his gauntlets. He suspiciously eyed Lucky, but it seemed his cat didn't show any interest in it at all. "Ha, I forgot, you're a gem cat, this probably looks like excrement to you." Lucky huffed, but never put down his vigilance. Vase took note of his pet's alertness. Danger still existed even if he retrieved his prize. "Well, let's get this over with. System, here's your damn jewel. I hope I got it right this time." Once he offered the jewel to the system, Vase sighed in relief as the jewel started to dematerialize. It meant he finally hit the jackpot. Congratulations for obtaining the core and completing the mission. Exotic materials have a complex origin, and may be spawned by both nature and design. As a mech designer, you must understand the materials you are working with, and be able to distinguish the good from the bad. You have received 10 golden lottery tickets. Please visit the lottery page to redeem your tickets. You have received a special upgrade voucher machine. Please visit your inventory to redeem your voucher. I'm done. I'm finally done with this mission. It came as a huge relief to be finally done with this awful mission. Though the rewards looked promising, he would rather do without all of the danger. As the jewel slowly disappeared, the system's message about materials put Vase to thought. He floated back and eyed the giant skeleton in the perspective of a mech designer. This skeleton looks awfully like the internal frame of a mech. He'd only have to remove the superfluous parts like some of the ribs and he'd have a ready-made base for a unique mech. The bones must hold some very powerful properties to be able to persist like this. They looked as pristine as if the giant had died yesterday, if not for the lack of flesh. It'll have to be a mech that takes full advantage of these bones. That meant he'd have to design something like a light skirmisher, which relied heavily on the soundness of the internal frame to pull off all those high-speed movements. Vase envisioned adding internals and armor plating around the skeleton. The skeleton seemed tailor-made for humanoid mechs. It's viable. For a moment, Vase thought about claiming all of these bones. Then, he reconsidered. It's not as if the mech core will let me keep such an important find. Again, his lack of influence and his role as an external consultant limited his options. After a lot of thought, Vase sadly gave up on attempting to claim the bones. Once the jewel finally disappeared, something changed. The giant skeleton abruptly started to break down. Its pristine white bones grew gray and turned incredibly brittle before falling apart into lifeless chunks. A pulse of violent rage emanated from the center of the glowing planet and momentarily overwhelmed his sixth sense. The entire cavern shuddered, and rocks began to fall from above. It was as if the entire glowing planet had gone mad. Lucky, let's get out of here. Vase picked up his spooked pet and engaged his mining suit's thrusters. He flew into the tunnel Lucky had dug and carefully navigated it all the way up. This took quite a lot of time because the tunnel was too narrow for him to navigate at full speed. In the meantime, the rage that his sixth sense picked up thrummed with violence. Vase didn't know where it came from, but the sheer power and reach behind the ripples scared Vase to death. It might even be the planet itself that was lashing out. Who the hell did I piss off? In his haste, Vase mistakenly bumped against a turn in the tunnel. His mining suit gained some scuff marks and Lucky meowed in complaint, but nothing broke, so Vase resumed his flight. All the while, the space-time fluctuations began to grow in number. Some parts of the tunnel momentarily warped as if someone pinched that part of space. This alternatively widened or narrowed the tunnel in a random pattern. Sometimes, Vase had to prompt Lucky to claw their way out of a barrier that appeared out of nowhere. One time, Vase almost bumped headfirst into a section of warped space-time. He had to careen his suit against the sides of the tunnel to stop him from turning into noodles. That was close. Once the wrinkle disappeared, Vase carefully passed by the section of previously unstable space before accelerating out. It took a lot of minutes before Vase finally reached the end of the narrow tunnel. He emerged in the much greater tunnel excavated by the gregarious wrath and flew towards his armored shuttle, only to realize that it had crashed. The shuttle's entire starboard side suffered an implosion of some kind which compressed all of its materials into a single round ball the size of a tooth. Vase cursed at the sight. I'll just have to rely on my suit, then. Fortunately, his bulky mining suit contained more than enough fuel to reach the gregarious wrath. Vase flew upwards and tried to contact the wrath. Mr. Larkinson, we've been trying to get in touch with you. Danger levels have risen to an extreme level. We advise you to return to the gregarious wrath as fast as possible. I'm on my way, but the armored shuttle is a goner. Noted. We've already sent out a rescue shuttle. We've already fixed your position so the shuttle is only a minute away. Hang tight, will do. The entire tunnel kept shaking as multiple space-time storms ravaged the surrounding space. Vase figured he faced the same risks of being swallowed by them if he stayed still or moved, so he might as well continue flying towards the surface. A light appeared from the distance. The rescue shuttle had arrived. It parked right above Vase, allowing him to fly up and reach its open hatch. An armed soldier pulled him inside and banged the button that shut the hatch. He's here, let's move. The shuttle turned around and zipped back to the wrath, where they could all take shelter underneath her dimensional smoothers. What did you find down there? Did you trigger something? Beats me, I only found a lot of bones. Naturally, Vase found more than Rorschach's bone, but he wouldn't admit to encountering the skeleton of a long-dead race of giants. As the soldier subjected Vase to a brief interrogation, the shuttle successfully reached the Wrath without incident. Once it landed in the shuttle hangar, Vase exited the craft, shed his mining suit and ran towards the engineering bay with Lucky in tow. Once he reached the engineering bay's command platform, he noted that Chief Petrisk was elsewhere. One of the senior engineers manned the consoles in his chief's stead. Where is the chief? He's supervising the most difficult repairs. Okay, can you tell me what's going on? Not really. All we know is that the core has suddenly become unstable and that spacetime is going mad. The fluctuations are predominantly spatial in nature, but we've detected some temporal variance as well. Is the Wrath in danger? The dimensional smoothers are holding up, but their effective range has decreased. They're getting stressed by all of the anomalies that are trying to affect the tunneler. The chief wants us to move within 2 hours to get away from these fluctuations. It gets better the higher up we go. That put down some of his worries. In the next couple of hours, Vase stayed out of the way while the crew of the Wrath frantically tried to get the tunneler to move again. She didn't need to excavate a new tunnel as she should slither her way up through the tunnel she had already cleared. This enabled the repair crews to skip much of the redundant systems. After more than 3 hours of clunking and improvisations, the gregarious Wrath finally regained her ability to move. We're off. The giant tunneler feebly climbed her way up, but quickly picked up speed once it became clear her repairs held up. Though she encountered some bumps in the tunnel due to the occasional spacetime flare-ups, her immense mass and power allowed her to bulldoze through any minor obstacle. To facilitate her race to the surface, several smaller tunneling vehicles flew ahead of the Wrath to clear any of the larger obstacles in the way. In the meantime, Vase helped out with the miscellaneous repairs. Just because the Wrath regained her mobility didn't mean she was in good shape. In truth, she operated with almost no redundancy. If a single critical pipe broke from the stress, the entire tunneler would be forced to a halt. No one wanted to envision such an outcome, so the repair crews rushed out to repair the pipelines. In general, such repairs didn't require an in-depth background on giant tunneling machines, so Vase easily contributed to the work. He didn't even think about using his newly gained rewards. The situation was too hectic for him to play with the system. Besides, even with his privacy shield, he doubted he would ever be able to escape scrutiny for long. He could tell that some of the security officers kept a close eye on him. It was as if they suspected he played a role in the sudden outburst of the glowing planet. Did they really think I'm capable of triggering such a staggering response? Even if those suspicions had a lot of merit, Vase continued to play the victim and act dumb. Now that the system devoured the jewel and the giant skeleton turned to dust, there shouldn't be any proof left of what he'd done. He also messed with the hardware of the mining suit before he set off in his jaunt in order to make sure it didn't record his actions. I'm sure I didn't miss any hidden recording functions on my suit. If any microscopic spying equipment had stuck around, then Lucky should have already taken care of it. Vase had trained Lucky to always swat away any microscopic bugs. After reasoning that the Mech core shouldn't have gotten their hands on solid proof, Vase relaxed and continued to work. 6 days later, the gregarious Wrath returned to the surface of the glowing planet. A much more disarrayed base greeted their sights. The spacetime fluctuations had been a little less severe on the surface, but the dimensional smoothers had their work cut out for them as the Mech core relied on them to cover a large radius. The Mech core had no reason to detain Vase, so he was allowed to exit the tunneler and return to his friends. After questioning some of the base personnel, Vase got the gist of what had happened on the surface. Both the Blood Claws and Walter's Whalers sustained significant casualties. This forced them to abandon their previous bases and seek refuge at the military. The Mech core only retained a crowded section of the Red Zone. Several different pirate and vulture alliances claimed their surroundings. I should get in touch with the gang. Hopefully they're still alive. Chapter 315 Recalcitrant. Vase sent out a flurry of messages on his comm. First, he contacted Melkor, as he could trust his cousin to brief him without any bias. Are you safe, Vase? Melkor asked over the comm. His projected bust radiated fatigue. I'm fine. I've had some close shaves, but we've dug up a fortune in exotics. Even if they have to relinquish the majority to the MTA, they'll still make it off with a tidy profit. That's good to hear. It's been rather hectic on our end. As you can see, this base hasn't fared well in the last couple of weeks. The pirates under the instigation of the Dragons of the Void have ganged up on us. They wiped out the smaller outfits first before they tackled the main forces of the Mech Corps. Is everyone else okay? Rayla suffered a minor injury when her mech got swarmed by enemy mechs. She managed to eject in time, but she suffered a bruise to her ego. As long as she's breathing, I'm fine with that. Vase replied with relief now that he confirmed that both his family members survived. What about the whalers? Walter's whalers had been one of the first gangs to go. They lost most of their mechs and a decent amount of pilots. They didn't eject in time. Vase bowed his head. He predicted such an outcome, but he didn't wish it turned into reality. The whalers truly hadn't been prepared to fight a grueling campaign. Hopefully they took their losses to heart and implement some reforms. They needed to shape up really quickly if they wanted to survive the impending war. What about Walter, Dietrich and Fada? They're doing great. They're better than the rest, and their mechs are of much higher quality than the walking pieces of junk they ordinarily use. Together with Rayla, they've made a name for themselves among the Blood Claws. Even the Mech Corps took note of their contributions. Sounds like you didn't fight alongside them. What have you been up to? Nothing remarkable. Melkor shook his head. The Blood Claws needed volunteers to patrol the outskirts and reconnoiter the approaches to the bases. I signed up for those duties because of received prior training in these tasks. Melkor earned a lot of contributions on his own by sniffing out enemy scouts. Even though he only skimmed over actions, Vase knew that Melkor had definitely risked his life a few times. Well, now that the gregarious wrath has returned to the surface, I think it's safe to say the Mech Corps will evacuate us any day now. There's only 6 days left on the clock. We don't want to be here when the armadas from the hegemony and the coalition arrive. Don't forget that there are no Lagrange points in the glowing zone, so we have to take the long way if we want to transition out of here. A Lagrange point was basically a point in space where the gravitational force between several stellar objects cancelled each other out. For example, a planet with a moon would have a Lagrange point somewhere on the line between the two. Such points in space provided ships with a quick and convenient way to transition into FTL. The problem here was that the glowing planet had gone rogue. It obviously used to orbit a star system like other planets, but it had been cast out into space on its own. The lack of Lagrange points served to delay their departure significantly. This is something that the big guys upstairs will have to tackle. We don't have many options but to go along with whatever they have planned. Although Vase could stuff the Stanislaw and a couple of people aboard the Barracuda, he held no confidence his corvette could make it out of the glowing zone on her own. Too many pirate ships lurked in the glowing zone like an endless school of sharks. I'll go meet with the whalers. Since I originally contracted with them, it's best I stick with them to the end. Once Vase hung up on Melkor, he sought the encampment within the base that held the whalers. He found them at a distant corner. A sad collection of ships and broken mechs greeted his sights. Even now, the whalers still acted like cheapskates by trying to take along the wrecks that belonged to their opponents. At least they have good taste. He nodded as he noted the overall quality of the wrecks. Much of them could be sold for 10 million credits in the salvage circle. If Vase worked to restore them to a functional state, he could easily increase their value by 20 to 30%. The margins are too low for me to bother. He already ran a profitable business selling brand new mechs of his own design. Only mech designers who couldn't afford to license any mechs or components dove into the repair industry. As long as they mastered some basic skills and possessed some common sense, they could comfortably make a decent profit. It still represented a dead end in terms of career progression. The mech industry rarely appreciated the repair business. It didn't take much to establish a footing there, and there were countless of competitors. In any case, Vase sought out Walter, who looked like he had taken a massive blow. All of those casualties had obviously took a toll on the gang leader. He even looked like he lost some weight. Walter, I'm sorry for your losses. I don't think any of us had really expected there would be so many pirates. The burly man snorted a bit and chugged down another gulp of his cheap beer. It reminds me of my worst days back on Bentime. The things I did, back then, I was just a jumped up grunt. Vase remained silent as he took a seat at Walter's cafeteria table. Walter burped. Well, it's not your fault and none of your business. I can take care of my own house. So what brings you here? Did you receive any word on how the Mech Corps is planning to get off this planet? Ha ha ha, the gang leader laughed. Oh, they did, and it's a doozy. I'll send you the outline of their plan, though do try not to spread it around. It's sort of classified. After Walter transferred the file to his comm, Vase briefly ran his eyes through the document. The plan was crude and simple. Every ship on the surface would load up and claw their way up to orbit at the same time. The sheer amount of ships should deter any potshots, though the coordinated maneuver would also attract a lot of major pirate groups. The spaceborne mech core assets that hung in high orbit would pave the way for the surface fleet by beating back the pirates that gathered along their trajectory. After that, the spaceborne fleet would continue to shadow over the landbound as they collectively limp their way to the edge of the glowing zone. This will take way too much time. Vase frowned. While the mech corps ensured their safety in numbers, they also had to limit their speeds to the slowest ship in their midst. How are your spaceborne assets? They haven't fought at all, so they're at full strength. They're lacking in experience and equipment, though. I'd appreciate it if you can take a look at their mechs. Will do. After making some small talk with Walter, Vase left to seek out his baby. He always cherished the first production model of his Blackbeak. Once he reached the nearby mech stables, Vase found his distinctive black creation in a much more rugged condition. Even without a log, Vase could tell what kind of battles it fought and how well it fared. He spotted a decent amount of abrasions, evident of high-speed maneuvers gone wrong. He also located plenty of weapon marks such as laser pits, shell craters and sword scars. All of these wounds added character to the mech. As Vase beheld the sight, he imagined his mech's X-factor absorbing all of these experiences, taking them as fuel for growth. Due to all of the recent excitement, Vase failed to enter the right mindset to determine if his Blackbeak's X-factor had changed. "Hey Vase," Fada called as he approached from the side. "I heard you just returned. I ran over as soon as you heard. So what do you think about the Blackbeak?" Vase suddenly asked. Fada appeared taken aback. "Well, it's a fine mech. It's hard to explain, but your mech has grown on me. It's a fantastic ride by itself and it's even better when I bring it to battle. I always feel as if the mech is giving me an extra push. That's not the case with my old mech. I often had to fight against her controls. What would you say is its best part?" "Obviously her armor. It's amazing how much punishment it can take. Even if I always try to dodge every attack, I'm only human. The only reason I did well through all of those fights was because your mech always saved me from my own blunders." Vase hadn't spent all of those merits in vain. The Veltrex armor system proved its worth in spades on this campaign. Its high upfront cost paid off in spades once the owners of the Blackbeaks realized how much money they saved on repairs. "I see. Now that you told me what's the best part, what about the things that fall short?" "My number one pet peeve is that your Blackbeak overheats too easily. It's mainly the fault of this environment, as my mech can't vent any heat through the air if there isn't any of it in the first. Still, I would never rely on the Blackbeak to fight in vacuum environments. I'll be sure to take that into account." Vase already knew about this problem. "I'll likely design a variant that specializes in these conditions. There's not much I can do about the base model, however. As long as you know. Another thing that's troublesome is that the Blackbeak guzzles up a lot of medium-density mech-grade fuel. That stuff is pretty rare in the Republic. Almost every other mech runs on low-density fuel. That's the price you pay to run an advanced mech like the Blackbeak. Low-density fuel is too inefficient to run a mech worth at least 60 million credits." Despite these grumbles, Fada didn't sound very hung up about this issue. The majority of the mechs that ran on pure energy cells either turned into bombs or switched over to the undercharged versions that frequently bottomed out quickly. Fuel-based mechs fared best of all on the glowing planet. Fada's experiences helped Vase a lot in confirming his own predictions. The modified Blackbeak hadn't suffered any inexplicable mishaps. Its excellent construction and personal tune-up by Vase had ensured that the machine was mechanically sound. It didn't break when it faced a lot of pressure. This was the most important point that Vase wanted to confirm. He designed the Blackbeak specifically to last a generation. It had to hold up in the most intense moments of war, and from what Vase had gathered so far, the Blackbeak amply met this goal. Once he finished picking Fada's mind, Vase left the mech stables and sought Rayla. It was time to hear her recalcitrant cousin out. He spotted her at some dingy makeshift bar the Blood Claws had set up as a form of relaxation. Vase stepped up behind her barstool. "I've been looking for you." "Eep." The young woman jumped from her seat and almost spilled her cocktail. "Warn a girl next time, will you?" "Where's Dietrich?" "Him," she snorted. Vase smelled the alcohol from her breath. "He's in the infirmary. When the pirates ganked my mech, he tried to ride to the rescue like a white knight in shining armor. Too bad he forgot that he pilots a rifleman mech. Don't worry, he made it out alive, but he won't be able to move his left arm for a while. Rayla, this is no time to get drunk. We'll be evacuating from the glowing planet at any moment now. The glowing planet's rage had subsided by now, or most of it had been absorbed by its landmass so that barely anything had reached the surface. The most anyone noticed the changes was when a small quake rippled their drinks. You're not my parents. I'm old enough to make my own decisions now. And you know what, Vase? I decided it's not worth it for me to stay with the Larkinsons. I'm forging my own path in life, now. I'm joining the Blood Claws. Chapter 316 Sister. He should have seen this coming. From what he knew about Rayla, she had always behaved as if she had been cast astray from the path she initially set forth on. Her dream was to be a professional mech athlete. Once she had been cast from the dueling scene, she never really knew what to make of herself. The Larkinsons likely sent her to Vase to find a new goal to work towards. The old fogies on Rittersburg likely wouldn't be glad to hear that she decided to hitch up with one of the most violent and infamous gangs on Bentheim. Rayla, we've talked about this. You're making a big mistake. You only see the noble side of the Blood Claws. All of that power and wealth is earned through less than savory means. Joining them means you are contributing to the social ills of Bentheim. I know all of that. I'm not a naive little girl anymore. Rayla grumbled as she pushed away her empty glass. But you don't see the good they do as well. The Blood Claws sound scary because they want to be feared. If you look underneath how they work, you'll see that they're not so bad as long as you play by their rules. Those rules have no leg to stand on in the Republic's laws. Gangs operate in a very different layer of society than the military or the regular private sector. Once you formally join the Blood Claws, you'll shut the door to a legitimate job. There is no way you can remain a Larkinson as well. What do you care about it? She spat back vehemently. Is it great to be a Larkinson, when you're consigned to join the Mech Corps from birth? That sounds a lot like slavery to me. Well, I've had enough of nagging uncles and aunties telling me what to do. I quit the family. Plenty of Larkinsons have distanced themselves from the family over the years. Unlike some of the other military dynasties, the Larkinsons have been very relaxed about the issue. Don't want to be a Larkinson? Okay, we'll update our registry. Henceforth, you are not an official member of the family anymore. Just don't come crying back when you encounter a setback and you don't have a shoulder to lean on. You made your bed. The choice to quit your family association meant you embraced freedom over duty. The Larkinsons didn't quibble too much over the loss of free-thinking offspring, thinking that it would be better to let them spread their wings rather than hold them captive in a cage. In that regard, if Rayla really wanted to cast herself from the family, Vase had no means to prevent her from going through with her choice. He still found it to be a very bad choice. Rayla, please, think it over. There are many other outfits you can join instead. If you fancy a rough life, there are many reputable mercenary corps you could choose from. They'd love to employ a Larkinson like you. She shook her head. I'm not doing this for the money. You don't understand a single thing what I'm saying. It's like this. I don't fit in with the Larkinsons. They're all so serious about pursuing a career in the Mech Corps. Well, I don't want to be a cog in a machine. What I want is to fight alongside real comrades who I can trust to watch my back. Mercenaries don't cut it. They fight for money and for a cozy retirement. Is fighting alongside a bunch of thugs and criminals any better? Hey, they're not all brutes like in the dramas. Many of them are like Fada and Dietrich. I envy them, you know. All of the whalers act like brothers to each other. The Blood Claws already treat me like a sister that I feel more welcome in their midst than back at the Larkinson compound. All I get from cousins like you are snide remarks and disapproving looks. I'm fed up with that. Vase understood that he couldn't convince Rayla to reconsider her decision. He wasn't a man of eloquence, and neither did he have any experience in dealing with obstinate relatives. After a couple more back and forths, Vase resigned himself to this undesirable outcome. This looked to be a real mess, especially considering that Melinda served in the Bentheim Planetary Guard. What if Rayla and Melinda faced each other on opposite sides one day? When Rayla drunkenly stumbled back to her bunk, Vase sighed to himself. The family won't like it if she jumps ship with the Blood Claws when the Republic is at the cusp of war. They'll take her defection as a betrayal. Even though Rayla wouldn't suffer any concrete punishment from her abrupt departure, henceforth she'd never be welcome at any of the family reunions. Whatever. It's her choice in the end. A gang is pretty bad, but at least she hadn't gone pirate. At the very least, gangs operated in a gray area and could be relied upon to defend their territory when the Visions came knocking at the door. Pirates on the other hand would cut down their own mothers in an instant and did not possess a single responsible bone in their bodies. Vase spent the rest of the day preparing for the impending departure. Whatever plans the Mech Corps cooked up, he had no doubt that the pirates objected to their departure. Everyone knew that the Mech Corps extracted a massive fortune from the Red Zone. Even if they hadn't heard about the Rorich's bone the gregarious wrath recovered from the core of the glowing planet, the pirates would still attempt to chip away at their transports. In the meantime, the glowing planet experienced a lot of turbulence. The sudden onset of earthquakes and the temporary spike in spacetime anomalies alarmed every outfit operating on the surface of the planet. Even if the glowing planet's rage eventually subsided, many people held suspicions on what could have triggered the outburst. Both the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion received increased scrutiny for that reason. Naturally, this also made it difficult to plan out their evacuation. Vase vaguely heard rumors that the Dragons of the Void had been organizing the disparate pirate alliances into opposing any departures by the two military forces. This reality put the Mech Corps in a weird spot where they had to cooperate with the Mech Legion in order to maximize their chances of making it out intact. If they lifted off from the planet by themselves, then the pirates would completely commit their entire forces on a single target. Will the Mech Legion cooperate? The Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom had been locked into a bitter, generational struggle for supremacy. They almost never looked eye to each other. How could they forge an agreement when they hardly shared any common ground? As Vase had never personally taken part in a war against the Visions, he found the idea of cooperating with the Mech Legion a distasteful but pragmatic choice. Unfortunately, much of the 4th Bentime Division disagreed. Off-duty mech pilots practically spat at their names when they talked about the Visions. He imagined their Visions counterparts doing the same on the opposite side of the planet. Nevertheless, a small figure like Vase had no chance of taking part in the planning of such an important operation. He had to mind his own business. So the whalers are leaving most of their non-mech hardware behind. That's right, Dietrich said as he lay on the bed in one of the infirmaries. He suffered a minor breach in the cockpit that had mangled his arms. While they're still worth a couple of million credits, they're all junk and they take up way too much space. My father would rather want to fill up his ships with containers full of exotics. That made sense. Vase figured most of the other outfits would be doing likewise. Still, all of those containers will weigh down the transports. Many exotics have a much higher density than regular alloys. We know, but we owe it to those who died to make it out with as much booty as possible. Dad wants to set up a fund for their families. The mood turned a little grim. Though Vase hadn't witnessed any frigid battles, he could tell that the whalers had changed. The constant fighting grinded away their confidence and harvested the lives of their brothers. They lost at least half of their mech pilots and most of their mechs. Even if they mined a fortune in exotics, such a massive loss had dampened any enthusiasm about getting rich. We'll recover, Dietrich whispered. My dad already filled me in on where he plans to spend all of that money. We'll be beefing our numbers. Besides recruiting mech pilots, we'll also purchase better mechs. Dad is actually thinking about buying some of your models. Good choice. I'll personally fabricate some for Walter if he knocks at my door. It's the least I can do. Have you seen Rayla? Yeah, she told me she wanted to join the Blood Claws. Please don't tell me you have a hand in that. It's not my fault. Dietrich raised his healthy hand in innocence. She can be a bit intense when it comes to earning fame. She doesn't think she'll be able to distinguish herself if she's serving in the Mech Corps. It's much easier for her to earn some fame among the Blood Claws. Vase grew suspicious. Is it because of Melinda? Don't even start on Melinda. Dietrich groaned as he palmed his face. You can't imagine how jealous Rayla is over Melinda's duel against Captain Vicker. She's always thinking about a way to trump that achievement. Are the two of you still together? Yeah, well, sort of. I don't think we can maintain a long-distance relationship. Dietrich hung down his head. Ever since she hitched up with the Blood Claws, she became incredibly focused on her training. All of those battles polished her piloting style, so right now she's improving pretty fast. Compared to that, what's the use of a boyfriend? I should have never taken her to Bentime in the first place. Vase clapped Dietrich's shoulder in encouragement. Man up, Dietrich. I'm not really good in relationships, but I think you still have a chance with her. Keep training and make sure you can keep up with her improvement. As long as you're strong, she'll continue to respect you. Actually, he had no idea what he was talking about. Vase merely wanted to console the little boss and encourage him to keep in touch with Rayla. After all, how would Vase be able to keep tabs on her if she stopped corresponding with Dietrich? What about your own love life? Dietrich pricked back at him. I've never seen you with a girl, and you rarely go out in the city to get to know someone. You're not growing any younger, you know. Ahem, that's none of your business. Vase stubbornly closed himself off. Go back to healing. I expect the Mech Corps will begin their evacuation tomorrow. Even if you aren't fit to pilot a mech, you should at least be tough to endure some shocks. The man on the bed began to frown. It's going to be that bad. I really don't know, but we should plan for the worst. Many pirates haven't brought sufficient mining equipment, so they only harvested scraps compared to the bounty that the Mech Corps earned. Those pirates won't be able to hold back, I think. Stealing other people's hard work has always been their modus operandi. After discussing a bit with Dietrich, Vase left the infirmary and began to consider his own options. He considered using up his golden lottery tickets, but found no opportunity to be alone. The base was packed full of people and the Mech Corps kept a close eye on all of them. He also figured that the lottery tickets mostly held items related to designing mechs. With my luck, I won't receive anything relevant that will help me survive the coming days. He returned to the whalers and made his final preparations. Since the Barracuda remained up in space, Vase had to borrow a ride for himself, Melkor and his Stanislaw. He walked over to the rusty little mech carrier that would bring them into space and frowned. How old is this ship? Chapter 317 Last Stand. The evacuation began in earnest the next day. The Mech Corps had already shuttered its mining equipment and loaded their transports with exotics the days before, but now they started to dismantle and pack in their high-value assets. Most of the objects that took up a lot of space but wasn't actually valuable would be left behind. This consisted of things such as prefab structures and walls. Though they incorporated a fair amount of exotics, they relied more on their thickness than their material quality to withstand enemy attacks. Compared to low-value bulk goods, the Mech Corps would rather load up their transports with more exotics. Even filling up their remaining cargo space with junk exotics made more sense than to retrieve their walls. The other outfits followed suit. They placed a high priority on shipping out their haul. Bringing back their mechs came at a close second. A fair amount of landbound mechs entered the carriers and strapped themselves down. Due to the recent battles, many of the berths had become free. Their owners cleverly filled up the remaining space with additional containers of exotics. Still, they couldn't put away every combat-ready mech. The massive movement attracted the attention of the surrounding pirates. Their prey planned to make a run. The pirate alliances pounced on the base without any explicit attempts to coordinate their attacks. They merely followed their instincts and acted on any signs of weakness. The sudden but expected attack necessitated a strong defense. Many landbound mechs remained stuck on the planet and had to fight back the pirates that constantly swarmed their lines. At a certain field of rocks and cliffs, the Stanislaw huddled forward with its rifle radiating a fair amount of heat. The rifleman mech looked like it had seen better days. Significant amounts of armor had peeled away from all of the lasers and explosive shells that had glanced off the frame. Incoming squad of pirate mechs. Melkor reported, though his mech had already sent the telemetry of his sightings to the Blood Claws. 1 light, 6 mediums, 1 heavy. Say again, did you just mention a heavy? It's a salvaged artillery mech. They'll likely deploy it on the high ground up ahead and bombard the walls from a distance. The Blood Claw operator on the other end of the channel cursed. We've already depleted our stock of missiles and we don't have anything that can outrange a heavy artillery mech. We'll be sending out an oversized squad to take care of the threat. Hold your position and guide the squad to the artillery mech when they arrive. Can you do that? Got it. My mech still has some fight left into it. I have to pay them back for scratching up my Stanislaw. On a more open side of the battlefield, the pirates deployed their mechs in significant numbers. A swarm of mechs raced forward to overwhelm the defensive lines. Rayla, Fada and Walter stood before the walls along with the rest of the Blood Claws and their affiliated groups. They had been tasked with keeping this patch of wall steady, and for the sake of their massive haul, they promised to defend this wall to their deaths. Whether the Mech Corps believed the vow or not was another question. In any case, the Blood Claws made their stand, and the pirates came running to challenge their conviction. Careful, lads, not all of the pirate mechs are carrying undercharged energy cells. Aim for the upper torso or the legs if possible. Avoid the waist and lower back as much as you can. Ranged mechs, aim high and focus on knocking off their heads if possible. They're much easier to disable once they lose their main sensors. As the commander of the Blood Claws instructed their men, Rayla sighed and opened a channel to Fada. I bet I can take out more mechs than you. I'm not the Rayla you've seen before. Fat chance. The light mech specialist laughed. Even with your fancy new mech, it still pales in comparison to what your cousin designed. There's no contest which mech is better. Ever since her Sliverth bought the farm, the Blood Claws prepared another mech for her to use. Though someone else had originally reserved the mech, the brass decided to hand it to her on account of her skill. Many of the mech pilots in the employ of the Blood Claws never enjoyed the amount of systematic training that any Larkinson potentate had gone through. Here they come. A wave of pirate mechs braved the base with fanaticism driven by greed and brainwashing. By now, everyone had heard of how the dragons of the void messed with the heads of the pirates and made them pliable to their orders. If the dragons of the void wanted to throw away 1,000 mechs, they could easily do so without any consequences. It took a lot of courage to assault the mech core directly. Many of the smarter pirate outfits had shown up on the battlefield but cleverly hung behind the first wave of idiots that had stormed ahead. Nobody sober wanted to lead the charge. Watch out for their energy cells. Take them out at a distance if you can. The defending side brought more ranged mechs than melee mechs this time. Once the pirates came within a certain range, all of the rifles and cannons spat out beams and projectiles at the incoming mechs. Their fire focused first and foremost on the light mechs. The downside to charging forth in a massive and coordinated swarm was that the light mechs didn't have much room for maneuver. They risked a collision if they juked too much and bumped into another mech. Even then, it took a fair amount of firepower to score the first kills. Half of the mechs collapsed in a lifeless heap, but the other half exploded violently. Some of those explosions affected the mechs next to them. A portion of the mechs that suffered the most substantial damage exploded as well as their overcharged energy cells discharged all at once. The subsequent chain reaction disrupted the charge and plunged the formation into momentary confusion. This is our chance. Charge. The Blood Claws surged forward, closing the short distance that remained, and hammered into the confused huddle of pirates. One thing the mech corps learned about these brainwashed pirates was that they lost their edge. In practice, they became more dim-witted and couldn't really think for themselves. It was as if they had turned into human form bots. Once you forced them into a loop of errors, you could easily shut them down. Right now, the Rayla sprung forth with her new mech. She piloted an advanced skirmisher mech called the Nimue, which notably featured a partial raiment of compressed armor. The Nimue blitzed past the front ranks of the pirates and sliced away at their arms. Though the strikes hadn't penetrated deep, she did manage to cut through some of the thinner armor around the arms and inflict some internal damage, therefore weakening the limbs. Hey, you're going in too deep. Fada called as he brought his Blackbeak in front of a sluggish knight. Come back here, Rayla. The enemy pilot in front of him recovered just in time to parry Fada's sword with its shield. Still, he couldn't prevent Fada from slipping to his flanks and sink the sharp edge of the Blackbeak's phoenix shield into its legs. The pirate knight buckled a bit, opening it up for a stab through its thinner back armor. The Blackbeak pushed its weight into the thrust until the sword had reached the cockpit. That's one down, he muttered as he carefully retracted his sword in order to avoid bumping into the energy cells. Many of the pirate mechs carried overcharged energy cells. Their wrecks remained a hazard even if they had been taken out safely. It only took one stray shot to set them off. This was why Fada pulled his Blackbeak away as fast as possible. In recent times, every pilot acquired the habit of avoiding fallen wrecks. The risk of getting caught in a sudden blast was too much. The wave of defenders eventually pulled back after having thinned out the pirate riffraff. Constant movement and sudden changes in direction served to confuse the brainwashed pirates even further. They didn't even realize their enemies had pulled out. They needed at least 10 seconds to get a grip on the new situation. Open fire. The ranged mechs had cooler their laser rifles or change the magazines of their ballistic weapons once the melee mechs went in. Now that they returned, the ranged mechs opened fire again. This time, more explosions sounded out, as many of the fire focused on damaged and immobilized mechs. The chain reactions that resulted from the second volley destroyed even more mechs than at the start. Once the ranged mechs reached their limits, they stopped their fire, prompting the melee mechs to set forth again. The clever seesaw tactic made short work out of the initial wave of pirates. The onlookers who wanted to profit at the expense of the first wave hadn't been able to summon up the courage to follow up. The defenders hardly suffered any losses. The mantises died too quickly for the orioles to pounce on the cicadas. Peef! The cowards! Rayla taunted as she brought her Nimue back in line. Her mech suffered a fair amount of scratches, but the vitals all held up with the help of its compressed armor. Why did they think they stood a chance in the first place? Even if they overran our position, they still have to deal with the reserves from the 4th Division. Fada tapped his finger against the armrest of his piloting chair. You can't fault the pirates for making a last attempt. I got the sense that the Dragons of the Void never planned to take back these mechs in the first place. Just look at them. They're mostly junkers that are worth 10 million credits at most. A single container filled with junk exotics is worth at least twice as much. That made a disturbing amount of sense. Even though the mech corps constantly thrashed the pirates, they kept coming back as if they literally held no value. By the time the dragons gathered up these dregs, they only composed of a fraction of what they initially brought to the surface. Well, we should thank our fortunes that the Dragons of the Void have been so loose with their slaves. If they saved them all up, they could have overwhelmed our defenses with sheer numbers. As the remaining defenders stabilized the lines, Vase watched on at the roof of one of the prefab workshops. He didn't have any use at this moment, as the time for repairs had passed. Right now, every available hand helped out with loading up the spaceships. He looked out at the distance and imagined all the fighting that went on there. Vase had tapped into his Blackbeak's feed but lost connection on the way. Some of the communication lines had been cut for some reason or another. Maybe this is a good time to use up my lottery tickets. No one paid attention to Vase at the moment. With pirates at their doorstep and ships that needed filling, the mech corps spared no effort in monitoring a single if somewhat special mech designer. Vase carefully looked from side to side, and spotted nobody nearby. Lucky, is anything monitoring us right now? Meow. Lucky had already swatted away a few bugs. Nothing else had drifted close since then. Vase took that as an affirmative and sat down in an enclosed corner. He brought up his comm and activated his privacy shield before he turned to the lottery page. 10 glistening golden tickets awaited his perusal. As always, the system went the extra mile to dress up its features. The tickets looked lifelike and floated in front of Vase like an attractive school of fish. I hope you turn up something better than an old lantern or something. Vase found the bronze and silver tickets to be a waste of time and DP. Even if he could buy them in bulk, he would rather use up his points in the shopper skill tree. At least he'd get what he paid for in those cases. As for these lottery tickets, if his luck bode ill, he might end up with 10 complete duds. The risk of scoring 10 straight misses weighed heavily on Vase. I'm not that unlucky, am I? Chapter 318 Amastendira. A sense of cautious anticipation swelled inside Vase. The system held extremely high standards, and the golden lottery tickets should be worth the effort of retrieving that strange jewel from the core of the glowing planet. There's no way the system will hand over a crappy reward for a B-rank mission. From his frequent dealings with the system, he knew that it would never stint him on his rewards. It held itself to a high standard in terms of its offerings. As impersonal as the system behaved, it displayed a very rigid sense of class. Still, lottery tickets never guaranteed a payoff. That was the nature of gambling. Vase had no doubt that if he bought a bunch of bronze or silver lottery tickets from the system, he'd waste far more DP than he would gain in value from his wins. Ultimately, the system profited. That put Vase to thought. Why did the system work with design points? What did it actually represent? I gain design points for designing mechs and selling them to others. The more I design, the more points I earn. The more my mechs proliferate, the more points I receive. The system obviously incentivized Vase to conquer the mech industry and make his designs ubiquitous. What he didn't understand was what the system got out of it. DP was a currency that Vase could spend on very real benefits, such as upgrading his skills or purchasing a powerful item from the shop. It's not fantasy money that the system uses to restrict my spending. He guessed. He didn't think that the system came with an endless reservoir of energy and rationed some of it out to Vase in limited amounts. It's more as if the act of designing and selling mechs is empowering the system. From what he could speculate, DP represented some form of higher energy, likely existing in the imaginary realm. Every mech he sold generated some of this energy, which the system somehow captured and digested it to fuel its own incredible workings. A ridiculous level of technology underpinned these workings. Vase frequently admired the workings of the system. Whenever he thought he found its limits, the system surprised him with another capability. All of these wonders required an enormous amount of energy that not even a capital ship's reactor could supply enough power to these processes. It's impossible for me to figure out how the system works. He lacked the technical background to even attempt such an analysis. Vase was like a caveman who stumbled upon an abandoned shuttle. He didn't need to know how it worked to press a couple of buttons and get the shuttle to fly. It's enough for me to work within the boundaries set by the system. Even if the system had a nefarious purpose, for now Vase had little to fear. He only received plenty of benefits so far. It wasn't too late to throw it away if it ever became a threat. He moved on to the lottery tickets, which continued to hover in front of him. The projection appeared so realistic that he could almost touch them if not for his hazard suit getting in the way. Using up the tickets on an isolated rooftop of an empty workshop didn't seem very prudent, but Vase had nothing to fear so long as he kept up his trusty privacy shield. Lucky also scampered nearby. With his pet on the prowl, no spy bugs should be able to get close enough to breach the privacy shield. Here goes nothing. Vase extended a gauntleted finger and ripped apart the first golden lottery ticket. The entire thing shone bright before revealing the interface upon which he would draw his prize. A bin materialized that held a bunch of golden balls. Each of them shone with an attractive luster, as if they hinted at a great treasure. Vase figured that he had to pick and choose which ball to take. Here goes nothing. He held out his hand and dug it deep into the bin of balls. The balls all appeared to be made of solid gold, which made it difficult for his suited arm to extend into the bin, but he persevered. Once his gauntlet reached the bottom of the bin, he grabbed hold of a random ball that rested at the bottom and carefully retracted it out of the bin. The ball he held began to shine. Its gold surface sparkled and dematerialized, revealing a great light hidden inside its hollow cavity. You have failed to draw a prize from your golden lottery ticket. Please draw again. Quote. Really? After so much fanfare, he wasted an entire ticket. Come on, system, this is such a big scam. Alright, so he confirmed that even golden lottery tickets could end up as duds. Even though he predicted the possibility, it never felt good to fail on the first draw. Once he finished drawing the price, the bin stirred itself up and the balls began to bounce back and forth. Once the process finished, Vase could use up another ticket by drawing another ball. Next try then, he drew out one of the balls at the top this time. When the golden ball began to shine, it split up to reveal a miniature object inside. Congratulations, you have received a 10-year production license of the following sensor component. Colchester Revisions 44 SBNC 1341455A. At least I got something this time. His tone sounded remarkably flat, because he did not have a clue on the value of this sensor license. Neither the company name or the unspeakable codename revealed any hint of its true value. Just because he received a production license didn't mean he could apply them immediately. A license had to fit his vision instead of the other way around. In addition, chances were high that the sensor component either underperformed or demanded way too much exotics to be cost-effective. He'd have to check it out later to see whether the license held any use at all. If nothing else, I can always sell the rights to the license for a couple of billions credits. In general, most production licenses could be sold or transferred to an interested party, though usually at a discount. Vase put the matter aside and drew another ball. This time, the ball shone much more brighter than the last one. It practically blinded his visor, causing it to automatically adjust. Something remarkable appeared out of the light. A resplendent-looking laser pistol materialized from the ball. Its beautiful appearance adopted a classy, vintage look. A generous amount of golden-like flourishes adorned its gleaming white surface, and the grippy, bone-plated grip automatically expanded its form to allow his gauntlet to wield the pistol properly. Vase focused on the weapon in his hand. Amastendira, INV, rank. Supreme. The Amastendira is a masterwork laser pistol handcrafted by Pierre Femento, the renowned Rubarthan laser gunsmith. The Amastendira is part of a set of 3 pistols. It is rumored that the 3 pistols can be combined into a single super rifle which can pose a threat to a cutting-edge mech. On its own, the Amastendira is a fully fledged laser pistol that can be compacted into an unassuming cube, allowing it to be pocketed. Once retracted, it can fire a variety of laser beams at a wide variety of power settings. The efficiency of this weapon is directly related to its power settings. The Amastendira can fire up to 5,000 standard powered beams before entering a 1-hour cooldown cycle. Its renewable energy cell allows the pistol to constantly replenish its power, and its dimensional heat sink enables it to shunt any heat into another dimension. At maximum power, the pistol will only be able to fire 10 beams in quick succession, and will need to cool down for at least 10 minutes. This unique work of art is the crystallization of Pierre Fementeau's life's work, but has been presumed lost. This weapon has been partially reconstructed, but a significant amount of hidden settings still remain dormant. This pistol. Vase could not believe what he received. His dinky little backup pistol he holstered at his hip might as well be a toy in front of this slim and elegant piece of art. He could practically feel the X-factor radiating out of this majestic weapon. This Pierre Fementeau must have designed and created it with an abundance of passion and love. With bated breath, he slowly tightened his grip on the weapon, as if he was afraid it was an illusion. He was most impressed with its capacity to fire 5,000 standard laser beams without requiring any rest in between. What did 5,000 consecutive shots means? It meant he could pretty much hold down the trigger and burn through a solid piece of ship armor given enough time. It meant he could lay down as much fire as a full squad of infantrymen. In addition, he noticed that the power settings could be dialed up to such a formidable level that he could burn through regular mech armor with a couple of focused volleys. Exoskeleton armor formed no obstacle at all. This is what I was looking for. Now I'm not so toothless anymore without Lucky. Vase always found it grating to rely on Lucky to save him from a sticky mess. Now, with a formidable weapon by his side, he possessed the means to fight back, though he hadn't turned into a super soldier all of a sudden. Even the best weapons could be rendered ineffective if its wielder didn't possess the skill to wield them effectively. Sadly for him, Vase only received basic self-defense training with pistols. His aim was far from ideal, which made this weapon a poor fit for him. He could tell that Pierre had designed this weapon for a highly skilled combatant, because it incorporated absolutely no form of aim assistance at all. An expert gunslinger doesn't need any form of help. Despite this major deficiency, Vase still cherished this weapon. What does the INV stand for? Any object that carries the suffix of INV can be dematerialized into the inventory offered by Mech Designer's system with no limits. Wow! Vase asked a couple of more questions, and for once, the system spared enough energy to answer his questions. Any item above a certain rank could be held in the system's inventory, as long as he obtained it from the system in the first place. A Mastendira happened to be an item that came with the rank of Supreme, which happened to be several times more remarkable than Lucky, who initially bore the rank of Gold when he initially received him as a gift. Vase glanced over at Lucky, who didn't appear to be impressed by his fancy new weapon. The cat had transformed from a regular bronze-like gem cat to an impressive-looking bone-white cat. The amount of Rorich's bone he ingested was virtually priceless, with the high-grade bone contributing the most to Lucky's newfound strength. Don't worry, Lucky, you're still the best gift ever. Once he finished admiring his splendid-looking gift, he dematerialized it into his inventory before going back to his lottery drawings. His luck seemed to have run out over the course of the next draws. He encountered dud after dud. You have failed to draw a prize from your golden lottery ticket. Please draw again. He finally received a solid prize on his 8th drawing. Congratulations. You have received a single-use Superpublish voucher. Use this voucher to activate your Superpublish ability on any of your solely developed designs. This voucher will not use up your regular Superpublish quota. Compared to the Amastendira, this Superpublish voucher failed to excite him in any way. If he remembered correctly, the Superpublish ability enabled him to spontaneously improve any design by 10%. Before, he always held back on this ability because he had to wait for an entire year before he could use it again. What if he used it frivolously and later ended up in a situation where he had to break past his limits to save his life? Thus, Vase always put the ability into a mental vault, and locked it away, never to be used unless his life was truly at stake. Getting another chance at using the Superpublish ability granted him a lot more leeway with this ability. He planned to keep the voucher in his inventory and save it up for a genuine emergency. In the meantime, he'd use his regular Superpublish ability as often as possible in order to make full use of its possibilities. Even if Vase wouldn't be able to earn any DP for any designs improved in this way, he'd still be able to learn a lot from all of the changes. Now, only 2 more lottery drawings remained. Vase itched his fingers for the final 2 balls. Chapter 319 End Run. You have failed to draw a prize from your golden lottery ticket. Please draw again. Of course. Why not? Vase shook his head as he received another dud on his next draw. Even a golden lottery ticket couldn't escape from the system's stingy grasp. It reiterated again how much of a bad trade it was to engage with this scam-like lottery business. I get the feeling it's a convenient way for the system to limit my actual rewards. His distaste for the system's lottery grew when he tried and failed to find a listing of the probabilities of winning any prizes. That was illegal, yet no matter how many times he nagged, the system remained inscrutable. He could only give up and draw the last golden ball with an apprehensive arm. Once he retrieved the final ball, it shone as bright as the one that held the laser pistol. This must be a big prize. Indeed, once the light had faded away, a translucent pill appeared in its midst. The entire lottery interface faded away now that he used up all of his golden tickets, but Vase didn't care as he stared at the compelling little pill. What is this? Congratulations! You have received a transcendence pill. This object can be ingested to provide a powerful mental boost and break the human limit of any random mental attribute without any lasting negative consequences. Ingesting the pill comes with considerable risk, and requires considerable mental and physical fortitude to survive the transformation process. It may take 1 to 88 days to complete this process. This time, Vase received another major prize. He had always been keeping his eye out on a way to breach past human limits. His endurance once reached past 2.0, but it reached that state in a highly unstable manner. His body slowly broke apart from the constant stress. This time, the transcendence pill offered to do the same, but without any of the unsustainable elements. Even though the description still pointed out some risks, as long as he made the right preparations, there wouldn't be any lasting dangers. Still, if it takes up to 88 days to complete the transformation process, then it's not a good idea to use it up at this time. Right now, he was in the middle of a war zone. Soon, he'd be evacuated into space, but the danger only started from there. He could not afford to put himself under at this crucial time. The system categorized the transcendence pill as a supreme item, so Vase easily dematerialized it into his inventory. Both his weapon and his pill would be absolutely safe there as long as his comm remained in his possession. It's too bad I don't have any way of upgrading my comm. The fact that the comm that held his system could be taken away at any moment represented a major weak point in his security arrangement. Vase had been eyeing some comm upgrades in the shop that could alleviate these risks, but right now he was loath to spend so much DP. Overall, leaving aside the special upgrade voucher, Vase received a fair amount of compensation for all of his trouble. The Amastendira met his need for a powerful self-defense option while the Transcendence Pill saved him the trouble of figuring out a way to break the human limit on his own. As for the sensor production license, Vase reserved his judgment on it. He'd check on it once he returned to Cloudy Curtain. It really sucks that I've only scored 3 prizes out of 10 draws. With a tentative success rate of 40%, golden lottery tickets sure provided an unsteady amount of value. Even if 3 out of the 4 prizes appeared to be exclusive items that provided benefits that couldn't be found in the shop, it still didn't change the fact that it had been a risky exchange. He glanced over at Lucky. His cat acted a bit grumpy as Vase fawned over his shiny new toys. "Are you jealous?" Lucky flicked his tail and turned around, ignoring Vase entirely. Vase didn't take his pet's behavior to heart. "Let's go downstairs. It's about time we board our ride." He walked down the stairs and sought out the beaten-up Happy Jelly. The transport converted into a mech carrier hadn't fared well on the surface. Sporadic long-range bombardment had struck the carrier, chipping away at its rusted armor coverage. The whalers patched up the craters as best they could, but they obviously hadn't been very proficient in the repairs. Even Vase could do a better job on his own. Still, he figured it would be better for him to stick with the whalers as they all came from Cloudy Curtain. It wasn't to the point where he trusted them with his life, but they had more reasons to keep him safe than the Blood Claws or the Mech Corps. "Vase, you're here." A suited whaler waved at him as he supervised the final loading process of the Happy Jelly. "I've been wondering whether you'd come. I thought you hitched a ride with the 4th Division. The Mech Corps can be kind of touchy about letting me board their carriers." He responded, "Right now, they're focused on breaking through the pirate blockade in space. Having me around is a security risk. Couldn't you have traded some favors to get aboard their ships? It's not worth the price." Indeed, he already inquired about the possibility. Perhaps because of his shenanigans aboard the Gregarious Wrath, the Mech Corps put up a list of strict demands for Vase to continue his association with them. He rejected them because he didn't wish to start his draft at this time. "How far is the loading process?" "Everything essential is loaded up. We're only waiting for the final phase." It's going to be a tough time trying to load up all of the mechs that are fending off the pirates at the walls. Vase nodded at that. It couldn't be helped, as the pirates continued to pour inside the red zone. They hungrily eyed the transports filled with higher grades of exotics. As long as they could shoot down one of them, they'd be able to salvage more than what they mined from the planet on their own. All go inside. Don't stay out for too long. As he entered the familiar badly maintained interior of the Happy Jelly, the dirt and rust didn't look so awful anymore. Vase had the sense that he returned home. It was as if the Happy Jelly called out to him and told him he belonged. Sadly, much of the recent deaths had hollowed out the ship. Many of the mech stables that ordinarily held mechs had been filled with cargo containers. The Jelly expected much fewer mechs to return to their berths this time. The high level of losses sustained in this campaign had put a definite dampener on the mood of the crew. In his time among the whalers, Vase found out that much of the members shared family relations with each other. People recruited their brothers into the gang, and sisters married any man they found dashing. Among the whalers, the mech pilots represented the apex of the organization, so it was a given that they all left a large number of widowed husbands and wives. If so many people die in a single campaign, then I get why my mother is so averse to conflict. Thinking about his deceased mother ruined his mood as well. He had no idea what to think about the ghost who stole a big prize from underneath his nose. Though it eventually made no difference as the high-grade Rorich's bone failed to meet the conditions to complete the mission, he still found it to be an awful experience. At least he could finally say goodbye to this pernicious thieving ghost. The glowing planet and all of its secrets would soon become a headache for the Hexadric hegemony and the Friday Coalition to deal with. They possessed plentiful tools to deal with energy beings like the ghost. Not that I'm helpless like before. This time I've got the Amastendira on my side. One particular benefit of the mastercrafted laser pistol was that it came with a setting specialized in hurting energy beams. Vase actually looked forward for the ghost to appear in his midst again. He had a nasty surprise in store for the sticky-fingered creature. With the death of many mech pilots, a couple of cabins became ownerless. The whalers assigned him one of the best and roomiest cabins this time. They even went through the trouble of cleaning up the place and removing all of the effects of the previous occupants. Lucky roamed around the roomy cabin, meowing in satisfaction. Vase stowed away his luggage before stepping out of the cabin. He knew the whalers lacked a solid team of mech technicians and could use a solid kick in the butt. Once he entered the Jelly's workshop, all of the mech technicians looked towards Vase. Almost everyone had worked under him at some point at the start of the campaign, so they instinctively lowered their heads at his presence. Inventing the undercharged energy cells also added to his prestige. Vase didn't even have to say a word to take over the entire workshop deck. Give me an overview. How many landbound mechs are we expecting and how many spaceborne mechs does the Jelly carry? The oldest looking tech stepped forward. We're expecting 5 landbound mechs, which includes the Mech, the Blackbeak and the Stanislaw. As for spaceborne mechs, we only carry 2 of them. Would you like to see them? Yes. They're vital to the defense of this carrier. Before we lift off from the glowing planet, I want to make sure they're in fighting shape. While the technicians led the way towards the 2 spaceborne mechs, over at the perimeter of the base, the open field had turned into a torn and broken landscape. An abundance of wrecks littered the site. While a fair amount of mechs looked reasonably intact save for a hole in the cockpit or a cut to their limbs, an even larger amount of debris looked like they had gone through a storm. Many pirate outfits lacked the connections or fabrication capabilities to supply their mechs with undercharged energy cells. This led to a judicious amount of explosions that hurt their side more than their opponents. I think it's about time we pull back, Rayla muttered as she cast some of her sensors to the ranged mechs firing from the wall. Some of the rifles have run out of ammo. There's still another wave of pirates heading in our direction, Fada noted as he beheld the loose arrangement of pirate mechs coming up to the debris field. Ha, they sent so many mechs at us that they have to watch their footing. The sheer amount of wrecks inadvertently blunted much of the later pirate waves. In addition, the Dragons of the Void had exhausted much of its cannon fodder. They had to prod the other pirate alliances to pick up the slack, with mixed results. This latest bunch looked dangerous, though. They've brought multiple heavy knights to the fore. I thought pirates shouldn't be able to produce these kinds of mechs. That doesn't stop them from stealing them, Fada explained. In fact, it looks a lot like this outfit raided a military supply depot. These mechs are sporting serious hardware. Fortunately, the Mech Corps finally sent the recall signal. The ships had finished loading the final cargo. Now, they only awaited the final batch of mechs that defended the perimeter. "Let's go. This is the end run," the commanding officer of the Blood Claws transmitted to the mechs defending this corner of the base. "Don't panic and don't run ahead. Stick to the plan and pull back in an orderly fashion." Thousands of mechs across the entire base collectively shrunk back. They pulled away from the walls and briskly headed towards the mass of carriers that awaited their arrival. The pirate mechs noticed the retreat and hastened their way through the debris field. Both sides tried to reach the center and fight the final battle on the surface of the glowing planet. This was the end run. Chapter 320 Wasteful ploy. At first, the pirates approached without contest. Once they walked past the debris field, they bypassed the walls and trudged into the interior of the base. Their prey had gone ahead and retreated towards the center of the base, where a host of ships awaited their arrival. Surprisingly, the pirates hardly encountered any opposition. The lack of any obstacles among the empty prefab buildings lulled them to a sense of complacency. They unconsciously dismissed any threats among the empty streets and gathered up their numbers before they approached the final defensive envelope. A fair distance away, at the very center of the red zone, a horde of mechs started to load up to their carriers. Badly damaged mechs entered first, followed by ranged mechs that expended all of their ammunition. Only a final defensive line of laser rifleman mechs and undamaged melee mechs held their ground. Alongside these mechs, a large number of anti-air and anti-missile turrets dotted the massive landing field. These formidable military-grade turrets fended off the occasional orbital and missile bombardment as well as any mechs that approached from the ground. A handful of turrets specializing in fast response even reacted swiftly enough to intercept ballistic shells. The only way to break through the final defensive line was to commit to an all-out assault. Even though the final defensive line intimidated the pirates, their courage continuously swelled as their numbers grew. On the opposite of the pirate mechs, Rayla grinned as she looked forward to the show to come, though she sighed as she thought of her Nemu. Her light mech hadn't fared too well in recent deployments. Many of its compressed armor plates showed signs of intense blows and some of them had even been peeled away. This meant she had very little buffer left to absorb further damage. "Will they fall for it?" she asked. "They're not acting like they've caught on," Fada said as he sat in the cockpit of his worn-out Blackbeak. His mech had fared better than Rayla's, but consecutive battles had stripped quite a bit of layers from its Veltrex armor system. "This is our last gambit. If it fails, we'll be having a rough time." Fortunately, the pirate mechs cluelessly congregated in the open fairways between the abandoned prefab structures. Their standard sensors detected no explosives and not a hint of undermining beneath their feet. Thus, they swarmed into the base without reservation. Once the numbers turned from hundreds to thousands of mechs, Colonel Elos, who commanded the evacuation, issued an order. "Set off the trap." The prefab structures blew up all at once. The explosions had been synchronized down to the microsecond, leaving no opportunity for the pirates to take any precautions at all. Over 50% of the base suffered devastating explosions with a familiar electric bent. It turned out those prefabs had been stuffed with overcharged energy cells. Screams filtered out into the open channels as the lucky ones survived with mangled mechs. As for those who used the prefabs as cover, both their mechs and their pilots had been torn apart from their proximity to the blasts. The level of violence thrummed throughout the base and even the defenders had to fight to keep their footing. The massive shockwave from the simultaneous explosions even shifted some of the ships. As the explosions faded, Rayla struggled to understand why the pirates hadn't detected the energy cells. How did the mech core manage to fool their sensors? By now, every mech has their detectors peeled for overcharged energy cells. It's because the mech core came with a specialized design that's purpose-built as a bomb. Another pilot in the channel said, "You see, those mech sensors are calibrated towards detecting mech-sized energy cells, but the base has lots of tools that run on smaller energy cells. If the sensors picked all of those smaller energy cells up, the pilot would eventually grow deaf from all of the alarms, so they are all set to ignore the cells below a given size." Rayla understood the ploy. "I see. So instead of making one large cell, you produce lots of smaller ones instead, and bunch them together so their chain reaction is still as devastating as the explosion of a single cell." Even though the magnitude of the explosion hadn't managed to envelop the entire pirate force, it still brought a devastation to their ranks. At this stage, they lost at least a third of their mechs outright. Another third sustained moderate damage, while the rest got off lightly. However, Even if they still retained enough mechs to overwhelm the defenders, they completely lost their confidence. The devious trap that had devastated the entire outer base had completely smashed their illusions of achieving an easy win. Some of the ornate mechs at the rear showed up to stiffen up the pirates and prevent them from turning back. A swordsman mech with dragon patterns even strode ahead and beheaded the cowards' mechs who had already turned back. "There's no way back," Takaru shouted over the channel. "The mech core is at the end of their ropes. Look forward and don't turn back." To add some weight to his words, the dragons of the void decided to launch their own gambit early. Something twinkled in the airless sky, prompting the anti-air turrets to swivel upwards and fire lasers and projectile at the incoming threats. The Nimue possessed better sensors than most of the other mechs, so it easily resolved the incoming signatures diving towards them from low orbit. Incoming kamikaze ships, that set off a throng of alarm. One of the most prevalent and destructive means to circumvent the MTA and CFA's taboos on developing weapons of mass destruction was to employ massive objects originally built for another purpose as payloads. The amount of damage a single multi-ton ship could deliver upon crashing was immense, and right now over 100 ships of varying sizes headed straight in their direction. Shoot them down. Fortunately, the mech corps hadn't completely dismissed the possibility of such a tactic, though they never thought the pirates had the guts to commit so many ships. The anti-air turrets started overheating in rapid succession as they struggled to blast apart the sturdy ships. The transport vessels broke up easily enough, but the converted carriers often carried substantial armor at their bows, making it incredibly difficult to wear them down from the front. "Mechs, help the turrets. Their firepower isn't enough." The ranged mechs all aimed their weapons at the sky and fired them without concern for ammunition or heat. Even some of the melee mechs with backup pistols contributed some of their firepower. The enormous weight of fire had effect, but not enough. Though the defenders easily took down half of the ships, those had been the easy targets. The rest absorbed a lot of concentrated firepower until they eventually broke up. Even then, the debris remained a threat. They'd been carried forth in a parabolic arc that ensured that any pieces that emerged would continue to sail forth until it hit right in the middle of the base. Some of the kinetic turrets and cannoneers had been tasked with knocking these pieces from their trajectory, but it was like pouring water through a sieve. Too many chunks emerged from the wrecks. Brace for impact. Eventually, the turrets exhausted all of their firepower and managed to destroy most of the ships. Only a couple of intact ships crashed in the giant landing field. Those that collided directly with stationary ships blew up in an awesome conflagration that affected the closest ships in the vicinity. Others missed the mark and impacted empty terrain, but the blast and the sheer amount of shrapnel heavily damaged several mechs and ships. In actuality, the falling debris caused much more damage. Most of the fleet carriers and combat carriers made it out with scratches and dents. Their robust construction and plentiful armor cladding enabled them to shrug aside most of the blows. The converted carriers and transports fared much worse. The Blood Claws lost 6 ships when the heavy remains punched through their relatively thin armor and impacted the engines or power reactor. Many other outfits suffered worse. Worse, much of the debris field fell upon the mechs on both sides. The pirates cursed as they tried to move out of the way of incoming debris that had gone astray, but most of the pieces fell amid the defenders. Fada suffered a spate of bad luck as a sharp section of ship armor tore aside his entire shield arm. The momentum of the blow forced his Blackbeak into a spinning crash. "Fada!" Rayla yelled, though she had no time to help her comrade in arms. She clumsily tried to dodge the smaller pieces raining down upon her Nimue. "I'm okay," he said as he instructed his mech to drop its sword and pick up the discarded shield. The Blackbeak tried to lift it up in front of it to face the incoming rain of terror. "I can take care of myself." Even the Happy Jelly suffered a lot of scratches as a torrent of fine components scratched her outer surface. Luckily, she escaped the worst of the incoming debris as she'd been posted at the edge of the landing field. All of the pirate ships had originally aimed to hit the center of the field where all of the most valuable transports resided. They'd been filled to the brim with high-value exotics. Indeed, many of those transports suffered substantial damage, and a fair amount had been destroyed outright. Despite the tragedies unfolding in their midst, Colonel Elos kept her calm and urged the mechs to retreat to the surviving ships. "The pirates have given us all they got. They don't have anything left to threaten us. Board your ship as fast as possible. We depart in 10 minutes. Trying to load every defending mechs onto the carrier within 10 minutes was a tall order, especially with the sheer amount of confusion going on. Some of the mercenary mechs who'd lost all of their carriers had to beg the other outfits for a berth. To their credit, the gangs in Mercenary Corps with space to spare had welcomed these orphaned mechs. They all experienced the same disaster, so they unconsciously grew closer to each other. Most of the mechs that survived the attack managed to get to their carriers in time. As for the mechs that lost their mobility, their pilots decisively abandoned them and ran towards the nearest ship on foot. Still, not everyone made it to their ships for various reasons. After a couple of minutes of delay, Colonel Elos finally had no choice but to cut off the final stragglers. Lift off. A majestic sight appeared when thousands of ships ascended from the landing field at the same time. Some of the pirates who regained their wits shot their weapons at them, but the sporadic volume of fire barely tickled the vessels. The glowing planet exhibited lower gravity than the standard Terran norm, so the ships accelerated upwards with ease. The ships quickly boosted out of range and departed from the surface at a clip pace. Inside the Happy Jelly's workshop, Vase had constantly kept an eye on the situation happening outside. Even as he supervised some last-minute field repairs on the Happy Jelly's spaceborne mechs, he still couldn't help but feel powerless. It's impossible for me to influence a battle with thousands of ships and mechs. The Mech Corps had the situation well in hand, but even then Vase hated the thought of being a bystander. His moody thoughts affected his disposition, which in turn cowed the mech technicians acting on his instructions. He started to get the hang of managing subordinates. Leadership came increasingly natural to him once he established his authority. The Amastendira he won from the lottery also strengthened his nerves. The laser pistol he used to keep at his side had barely given him reassurances that he could take out any personal threats by himself. Ever since he received the mastercrafted laser pistol, he gained a lot of confidence that he could even take out a full squad of exoskeleton soldiers. The thought of wielding so much firepower unconsciously bled through his attitude. People who looked at him regarded him as an elite. Vase didn't care what others thought of him. He constantly kept his eye on the projected proximity plot which broadly displayed the tactical situation of the ascending fleet. They slowly climbed up to orbit, where a friendly, spaceborne fleet awaited their arrival. Ominously, many pirate vessels had begun to converge along their projected trajectory. The pirates weren't willing to let them go. Chapter 321 Powerlessness. The entire surface of the glowing planet had turned into a salvager's paradise. The amount of damaged and destroyed wrecks reached a mind-boggling number that would make any scavenger salivate at the prospect of unearthing this hidden wealth. Yet at this moment, nobody spared a glance at the valuable remains. Neither the pirates nor their adversaries put the wrecks in their eyes as they steadily maneuvered in low orbit. At least 3 major pirate armadas are heading in our direction. Vase concluded loudly. Get the spaceborne mechs ready. We're going to need their protection very soon. The mech technicians obediently quickened their servicing of the 2 mechs. One of them actually consisted of Dietrich's old Harrier. Though it had been designed as an aerial mech, it still functioned decently in space. The little boss himself walked over to Vase. Is the Harrier in good shape? Good enough for your purposes. I made some last-minute tweaks that will push more speed out of your mech. How are your wounds? Dietrich patted his recently regenerated arm. The Mech Corps used their best facilities on hand to clone my arm. It's going to take a year to work it in, but it won't affect my accuracy when I'm back inside the Harrier. A mech pilot interfaced with their mechs with their minds, not their muscles. In theory, a brain in a jar could also pilot a mech. In practice, the state of the pilot's body had a profound influence on the connection between the pilot and the mech. A pilot with an imperfect body often carried his ailments through the connection, thereby affecting the ultimate performance of the mech. Vase refrained from mentioning these facts to Dietrich because it went over his head. He let his friend keep his delusions in order to retain his confidence. It wouldn't do to pop his bubble just when he was about to sortie. So many pirates have come to spoil our escape. He sighed. I never knew there would be so many pirates in the Komodo Star sector. You haven't even seen the tip of their numbers. I can tell you there are way more pirates in the frontier and the Nixian Gap who haven't taken the bait. Most pirates are cowards, you see. Brawling out in the open like this isn't their style. Even then, it's still ridiculous to see so many pirates sporting so much hardware. Even if their ships and mechs are scraping the bottom of the barrel, they still brought enough numbers to overrun a major region of stars. Why haven't they carved out their own state with their firepower? Dietrich laughed at that question. That's because they never see eye to eye with each other. Except for the Dragons of the Void, all of those other pirate groups can't manage to keep a hold of more than a few hundred mechs. The moment they try to subjugate more pilots, they'll all rebel and break apart. The mention of the dragons of the void caused Vase to frown. Those guys again. Who are these people? They're able to brainwash so many pirates, it's a wonder they're still around. I would have thought the other pirates would have ganged up on them already. It's the same story. Pirates are fundamentally cowards and they never get along with each other. It takes a massive pirate horde to wipe them out, which is something that will never happen. Even now, those 3 pirate alliances heading to intercept the Mech Corps are guarding against each other as well. Vase hadn't noticed that, but as he eyed the plot, it started to become clear. The pirates made sure to approach from opposite directions and follow trajectories that didn't intersect with each other. I'm not sure this will help us right now. The pirates seem content to stay out of each other's way. Multiple predators of the same race wouldn't quibble with each other in front of their prey. Contact in 20 minutes. Mech pilots, please board your mechs. An announcement rang out. This is my cue, Dietrich said and turned around to race towards his Harrier. Wish me luck. Over the next minutes, the situation started to become clearer. Vase got a better idea of what went on when he analyzed the movements of all of the fleets. First, we'll converge with the spaceborne mechs of the Mech Corps. Second, we'll combine forces with the Mech Legion. That last one came as a surprise to Vase, but he quickly understood the logic. Neither the Mech Corps nor the Mech Legion stood a chance if the pirates decided to commit all their forces on one of their fleets. Rather than take the gamble and pray, the pirates decided to go for their enemies. The 2 military fleets decided to take the certain path and gathered together into one giant concentration of military-grade mechs and carriers. Even the pirates will quell at the thought of facing such strength. The only problem was that the Mech Corps couldn't trust the Mech Legion and vice versa. They only had an incentive to band together when they were knee-deep into the glowing zone. Once they reached the edge, all thought of cooperation would vanish. Vase predicted that it would be a game of chicken to see which side struck the first blow. This is a mess. If his relatives back at the Larkinson compound heard about the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion banding together, they'd laugh at him for being a liar. Yet this momentary alliance of convenience presented the best option by far to make it through their common enemy. The first part of the plan went smoothly. The pirates failed to intercept the ascending fleet before they merged with the spaceborne fleet. Bolstered by a significant amount of ships and mechs from the 1st Volary Spacehawks and some other regiments, the fleet gained a lot of teeth all of a sudden. Still, the pirates resolved to stop them before they converged with the Mech Legion. Even they could extrapolate their trajectories and figure out the military fleets intended to back each other up. Dietrich joined the massive formations of spaceborne mechs with his Harrier and continued to fend off the increasingly formidable waves of pirates. At another corner of the fleet, Ganso Larkinson fought with relentless hatred against the pirates with his Vedra mech. Their earnest defense caused the pirates to falter in their attacks. They're hesitating. I don't see those dragons of the void bastards anywhere. Push hard and fast. They'll pull back as long as we make them suffer. A prodigious amount of firepower traveled through space. The defenders fought with fury as they vented their frustrations accumulated in recent times onto the pirates that dared to face the Mech Corps directly. Pirate mechs fell in great numbers, prompting the first of the cowards to turn back. However, a few of the daredevils continued to push onwards as they'd been promised great rewards for killing even one enemy mech. At this stage in the campaign, both sides had lost their edge. Every mech pilot fought at least a dozen different battles with only occasional bouts of sleep as their rest. The constant vigilance and nerve-wracking patrols wore down their mental states and slowed down their reflexes. Their mechs also dropped in quality. The pirates had it worst, as they often used cheap, salvaged mechs that ordinary mercenaries disdained. Many of the mechs they piloted had been scavenged from the scrap belts orbiting the glowing planet. They only enjoyed a rudimentary repair before being put back to service. This led to the unfortunate tendency for pirates to eject early. They possessed no faith in the strength of their mechs. Some pirates even piloted their 5th or 6th mechs. As for the Mech Corps, they used to field large number of high-quality mechs. However, months of campaigning had ground down a substantial number of those premium mechs, which forced the mech pilots who ejected from a bad situation to take up cheaper run-of-the-mill mechs that had been kept as backups. Vase noted that despite the somewhat tepid enthusiasm among the pirates, they still scored plenty of kills. The Mech Corps continued to hemorrhage mechs as they attempted link up with the Mech Legion. It's the attrition and weariness that gets to you, he said as other mech pilots and mech technicians gathered at his side. Landbound mechs ceased to be useful in this conflict in space. Walter's Mech and Fadus Blackbeak had no way of maneuvering in space. They had to possess a flight system at the very least to travel back and forth. Not all landbound mechs lost all of their power. In an emergency, a couple of rifleman mechs could position themselves next to the hangar doors and shoot out when they opened, but usually that was a waste of time. The whalers didn't even bother with that nonsense. Fada grumbled a bit when he stared at the Mech Legion's fleet. I'm more worried about the Visions. We all know that we won't be playing nice once we make it to the end. Even Vase worried about the possibility of falling out. They had to stick close enough to present a united front, but they also had to keep enough difference to discourage any funny business. I'm sure the Mech Corps has the situation well in hand. They're not stupid. They could only trust in the Mech Corps to see them through. If nothing else, Vase had learned how little he mattered in a conflict that spanned over countless mechs and tens of thousands of ships. Unless some kind of mythical ace mech pilot showed up, the battle between the different factions depended upon thousands and thousands of mechs. The sheer number of mechs involved in this struggle really opened his mind. As he tracked the slow convergence of the two military fleets, his despair about his insignificance increasingly took over his mind. Then, he stopped. What am I thinking? He shook his head. I'm a mech designer. There's always a way for me to influence a battle. As long as he designed better mechs that sold pretty well, he did his part in helping out the Republic. Vase imagined a day where his designs dominated the market and elevated everyone's strength. Such a dream may take a long time to come into fruition, but it would definitely come to pass sooner or later. As Vase dreamt of better times, the battle out in space grew into a tangled and dispersed running skirmish. Thousands of carriers and transports of all shapes and sizes desperately boosted in a particular direction. They constantly built up their speed as they leveraged the glowing planet's gravity well for their upcoming slingshot maneuver. This made it difficult for the pursuing pirates to catch up unless they followed the same trajectory. However, this would put them into a permanent chase where they wouldn't have a lot of chances to catch up once they fell behind. Ganso knew that he had to hold the pirates back at this stage. As long as they linked up to the Mech Legion and slingshotted their way out of orbit, they'd buy some precious time. His Vedra soared in space alongside his diminished squad and snapped off a series of shots. His laser beams disabled two approaching pirate mechs. While the machines hadn't blown up, his lasers successfully disabled their fragile flight systems, stranding them in a helpless ballistic course that brought them further away. Your aim's improved, a colleague at his side exclaimed. Just a week ago you would have only taken out a single mech. I had a lot of practice. Ganso replied nonchalantly. Even as many mech pilots performed worser and worser, Ganso was one of a few who constantly improved. Ever since he escaped death by ejecting early against the foreign expert mech, he found that some kind of limit had broken in his mind. Many skills he'd been struggling with for years saw rapid improvement all of a sudden. It turned him from a well-trained but inexperienced mech pilot into a force to be reckoned with. His marksmanship trumped over his squadmates by a significant margin, and he continued to improve every day. In truth, many mech pilots broke past their limits and experienced something similar to Ganso's state. Mech pilots who experienced true combat and survived with their spirits intact grew more passionate about piloting mechs and bonded deeper with their mechs. To a lesser extent, both Rayla and Fada experienced brisk improvement in their judgment and skills. While Ganso was taking out enemy pirate mechs left and right, he hadn't realized he attracted a lot of attention. The pirates shifted their deployment and a squad of extraordinary mechs veered towards his location. An alarm sounded off his console. Priority alert. Incoming expert mechs. Chapter 322 Heroes. The moment the three pirate-affiliated expert mechs moved into action, the rest of their ilk regained their courage. Unless an ace or god pilot came along, expert mech pilots enjoyed an unparalleled amount of regard. Their presence alone lifted up the pirates and depressed their opponents. Ganso Larkinson shivered as his memories cast back at the time when he almost died to an expert mech. Of the three incoming mechs, he recognized one of them as the foreign-owned swordsman mech. As a light mech, the sophisticated swordsman mech excelled in both speed and offense. It was a one-trick pony that relied on its devastating speed to slice apart any mech in its way and avoid anything that posed a threat. Right now, that light mech took a backseat to the rifleman mech at the center of their formation. The expert rifleman pilot had already begun to shoot at the mech core with his precision-focused laser rifle. Even at such a ludicrous distance, the expert marksman never failed to miss a target. To consistently hit mechs after mechs when it moved so fast was a testament to the pilot's skill and the mech's advanced targeting technologies. "Get your heads back together, men," one of their commanding officers spoke over the channel. "Expert mechs aren't invincible. They can be damaged, hindered and deterred just like any other mech. Pirate experts are the lowest of the low. They have forsaken all of their honor and dignity to pursue scraps of wealth. They are nothing compared to our conviction. We are the Volari Starhawks. We are the spaceborne might of the Republic. For the Republic, for the Starhawks, down with the pirate experts." Somehow, Ganso got caught up in the excitement. His fears faded away once he realized he had thousands of brothers and sisters at his side. Experts can go toe-to-toe against 100 mechs, but fighting thousands at once is a tall order even for them. "We have our own experts as well." Half of the Starhawks split up to deter the other pirates with long-ranged fire, while the remaining half tried to stall the approaching experts. Ganso tried to recall his anti-expert training. Spaceborne expert mechs are fast and durable no matter their weight class. As wasteful as it sounds like, the best way to prevent them from acting with impunity is to throw as much firepower in their direction as possible. Many squads already started spraying their rifles and cannons in the direction of the experts. Unfortunately, the trio's Space Knight flew forward and deployed a rectangular tower shield that extended into a half-dome after deploying extendable side plates. The entire shield also started glowing as some kind of energy screen set in. "Flank the experts but watch your firing lines. Follow your assigned plots." More than 1,000 mechs dispersed into a sphere that tried to envelop the incoming expert mechs. Despite the naked challenge, the pirate experts refused to be cowed by such tricks. They slammed headlong into the sphere. Dozens of mechs blew up to accurate high-powered laser fire and thunderous sword strokes. "Open fire according to your sequence." The mechs that made up the sphere fired their weapons as soon as they received a special signal. Enough mechs fired at the same time to pressure the enveloped experts from each direction. They only stopped firing when the signal went out, which usually happened if they risked hitting a friendly mech on the other side of the sphere. Though accidents occasionally happened, the tactic produced solid results. The expert Space Knight tried and failed to cover the expert Rifleman mech. As one of the more fragile expert mechs, the Rifleman mech started to sustain significant damage to its rear armor. However, its rear armor's toughness still surpassed the frontal armor of a regular heavy mech. The Rifleman mech didn't go down that easily. In the meantime, the Swordsman mech diverged from its comrades and started to assail the sphere with constant high-speed passes. Each time the expert light mech passed a mech, its swords managed to bisect them in two. Many of the mechs that tried to target the light mech failed to land a hit. The mech was so remarkably fast and agile that even 100 mechs failed to land a blow through saturation fire. The expert pilot skillfully moved his finely tuned machine like an acrobat that always managed to find the tiniest gap in the volleys thrown in his way. "This slippery bastard," Ganso cursed at Old Man Alex's killer. He had no idea why this foreign expert sided with the pirates, but he promised to himself that he wouldn't let this expert get away with his slaughtering this time. Die. His Vedra took up a stationary position in space, which turned him into a sitting duck. However, only by reducing all of his frame's movement-related vibrations to a minimum could he ensure the highest accuracy. "I can do this. I hit him once, I can hit him again." The last time he scored a hit, the light mech charged at him head-on. It didn't require too much technique to land a lucky hit. This time was different because the expert flew back and forth throughout the sphere formation. Ganso had to tilt his rifle in much greater angles in order to draw a bead on the light mech. As he tried to gain a feel for the light mech's dodging patterns, he dialed up his laser rifle's power to the maximum. A regular medium-powered laser beam didn't cut it against this opponent. Even an expert light mech boasted enough armor to put an advanced medium knight to shame. Once his mech received permission to fire, Ganso pulled the trigger. The laser beam went wide. It missed the light mech by more than 10 meters due to the expert pilot's abrupt maneuvers. The beam instantly traveled onwards into deep space for many light seconds, growing ever wider until it scattered out of focus. Damn it, the previous time he hit the light mech turned out to be a fluke. Still, Ganso tried to regain his calm and return to his sniper state. By now, the light mech destroyed 17 mechs in a row. Fortunately, the expert pilot never deviated from his targets once he began his approach, so many of unlucky mech pilots ejected early. Nevertheless, the Volari Starhawks kept getting chewed with hardly any results in return. The laser rifleman covered by the Space Knight continued to disable mech after mech with his lance-like laser beams that burned straight through compressed armor with each shot. Ganso took a deep breath and focused on landing his second shot. Once he pulled the trigger, his beam missed again, but only by 5 meters this time. So close. He made the right prediction this time, but his mech failed to keep its rifle steady. His nerves grew increasingly frayed as he checked the heat levels of his rifle. He specifically applied to wield this model. It boasted a vastly higher maximum output capacity at the cost of generating an extreme amount of heat. His rifle could only take 3 more shots before it automatically entered a forced cooldown cycle. I've got 3 more chances. Ganso gritted his teeth and aimed again. This time, he didn't take as long to draw a bead as he grew increasingly familiar with the light mech's movement patterns. This time, a sharp red beam emerged from his rifle and managed to score a glancing blow at the light mech's left foot. It barely scorched the armor. The expert pilot basically ignored Ganso's attack and kept focusing on decimating his nearby opponents. "Don't ignore me," Ganso uttered and fired off another shot propelled by his anger. Whether he lucked out or not, the second beam impacted the railings of the light mech's flight systems. The mech instantly ceased its attack run and whirled away its sword into a different direction. The sword top pointed straight at Ganso, as if the pilot had marked him for death. With a blast, the light mech entered into its high-speed mode straight towards Ganso's Vedra in a comet-like approach. The expert came for Ganso's head. Even as his squad leader yelled at him to eject, Ganso kept his mech in place and aimed his almost overheated rifle at the incoming comet. His eyes twitched as he cast his mind completely into his mech. He stroked the mental trigger of his rifle, spitting out one final beam. Though the light mech barrel rolled aside at the last moment, Ganso incredibly predicted the expert's split-second movement and struck the light mech's face head-on with a high-powered laser. This time, the expert mech suffered a substantial blow, as its head enjoyed much less armor than its other parts. Even though the damage was largely cosmetic, Ganso had literally slapped the expert mech's face. The uber-fast light mech bayed for his blood. Ganso knew he pissed off the light mech for sure. He switched off all of his communication channels, which stopped the incessant calls to eject. "It's useless to eject. He'll chase after my cockpit and slice it apart." In effect, he cut off his own escape route. He was fine with that. As the light mech neared his position, he grew increasingly excited. His warrior's blood called to him to meet the swordsman mech in earnest. The Vedra mech threw away its useless overheated rifle and let it drift away in space. Instead, it pulled out one single backup knife from its sheath. The cheap, standard alloy knife looked pitiful compared to the majestic sword in the light mech's hands. Ganso's knife incorporated just enough low-quality exotic to hold up against compressed armor, if barely. I'll have to aim for its weak points. Stabbing its chest or back is useless. Ganso ignored the ridiculous thought of fending off an expert swordsman mech with an ordinary knife. Even as his death had become a near certainty, his overwhelming hatred against the foreign expert reached a blinding height. As the light mech rapidly surged towards the Vedra, Ganso closed his eyes and opened them to reveal his burning conviction. For the Republic, his weak Vedra mech surged forth. Everything about his spaceborne mech had been optimized for ranged combat. His mech's own sluggishness provided an incredibly sharp contrast against the incoming light mech that was seconds away from slicing it in half. "Come on, I can take you on." At the final second, just as Ganso secretly resigned himself to death, a blazing hot jet of flames passed over his Vedra's head. The light mech had barreled straight towards Ganso's mech with its full momentum pressing forward. Even though it rolled aside at the very last moment, half of the mech suffered heavy burns from the extremely jet of flames. Ganso's communicator suddenly surged to life. An external override had forcibly connected it to a private channel. "You did good, kid, but that's no reason to throw away your life. Pull back and rejoin your squad. Leave the rest to me." An orange striker mech flew past the paralyzed Vedra's position and began to chase the alarmed enemy swordsman mech. As a bona fide soldier of the mech corps, Ganso knew each and every expert pilot by name and mech. He recognized the orange striker as the characteristic fireworm. Venerable Stanton Drake had saved his life. Just as Ganso came to terms with that fact, his attention turned to the battle at hand. 2 other expert mechs had joined Venerable Drake in occupying the enemy expert mechs. At this stage, any help from the Volary Starhawks did more harm than good, as they could easily hit their own experts as they engaged in close-quarters combat with the enemy elites. Therefore, Ganso and the rest received orders to disengage from the sphere formation and rejoin the larger battle against the hordes of regular pirates. As Ganso unwillingly turned the Vedra away, he kept glancing over to the duel between Venerable Drake and the enemy swordsman Mech. It was no contest, really. Striker mechs always countered melee mechs. This basic rule held true on land as much as in space. Every time the expert light mech tried to approach the fire worm, Venerable Drake spat out another deadly jet of highly potent flames. The light mech lacked the capacity to suffer many blows from the intense heat. Its inability to take the flames head-on constrained the expert mech to such an extent it had turned into a whipped dog. Even as the light mech tried to disengage from the striker, the fire worm aggressively chased after the foreign mech. The wide area of its jets of flames gave the light mech a lot of grief. Unlike a laser beam which only required a minor bump to dodge, the wider flames forced it to go through extreme lengths to escape its area of effect. As Ganso came off his high, he shook his head in disappointment. The light mech still possessed the edge in speed, so it would likely be able to shrug off the fire worm eventually. Experts rarely perished in battle. Chapter 323 Keep your enemy closer. Back aboard the Happy Jelly, Vase constantly monitored the situation in space. He even turned his attention to the expert pirate mechs when they flew into range. Their incredible performance and amazing construction dazzled his imagination. He continuously tried to figure out their principles but failed to make any progress beyond some rudimentary generalizations. My study into metaphysics and exotic alloys are still too shallow for me to understand designs at this level. He still had a long way to go before he reached the threshold of understanding and designing his own expert mech. And this was just the start of elite mechs. Ace mech pilots and god mech pilots demanded their own specialized machines in order to make full use of their strengths. The ambition welling inside Vase kept burning brighter as he witnessed the extraordinary performance of each expert mech. The battle became much more exciting. Once the mech corps sent out their own experts. Only 3 arrived because they hardly required additional help. The mech corps sent out the fire worm against the pirate swordsman mech because it directly countered its type. In the same vein, they sent out an expert skirmisher to deal with the enemy rifleman mech and an expert rifleman to suppress the enemy space knight. Even experts can't escape the limitations of their type. Vase concluded as he witnessed the pirate mechs getting beaten back by the well-chosen expert mechs from the Republic. The pirates only had themselves to blame for sending out their expert pilots first. The main reason it took so long for the mech corps to respond was because they kept their experts back in their hangars until they saw fit to deploy them. They could have sent twice as many experts, but that would have revealed their trump cards. Neither Vase nor the mech corps forgot that the mech legion constantly monitored their performance. The Briters and the Visions continuously fended off the pirate waves as they neared each other's position. No matter how many mechs the pirate alliances threw at them, they never managed to break through their defensive lines. Though the pirates continuously bled the ranks of both military fleets, they suffered at least twice as much casualties in return. Eventually, their cowardice overshadowed their greed, and many of them cut and run without a hint of any organized retreat. Still, it mattered little as the mech corps wasn't in a shape to pursue. The pirates pushed them close to their breaking point and required a lot of rest and replenishment before they regained their strength. The battle against the pirates had ended, but the struggle against the mech legion only started from here. With the pirate alliances in disarray, they failed to stop the 2 military fleets before they converged. Naturally, the mech corps kept its distance from the ships and mechs of their rivals. A tense half-hour went by as the commanders of the 2 fleets negotiated behind the scenes. Once they came to an accord, the 2 fleets flew closer, but not enough to merge their assets into a single whole. Rather than consider their formation a combined fleet, Vase figured it was more as if they reluctantly chose to use the same bathroom at once. The Briters and the Visions hardly trusted each other to maintain their current state of ceasefire. The only question was who would pull the trigger first. Sparks will fly at the end of this retreat, he surmised. Once the fleets reached the edge of the glowing zone, they'd be able to engage their FTL drives and transition back to friendly territory. I bet the Visions can't resist at that point. Until then, the 2 fleets benefited more if they held back their animosity for each other. The only way the massive blob of ships and mechs could deter the pirates from launching another attack was to present a united front. As of now, none of the pirate fleets had dared to stand in their way as the 2 fleets slingshotted their way out of orbit. The extra speed granted by their maneuver made it difficult for other fleets to catch up to them unless they followed a similar trajectory. Of course, This would betray their intentions and potentially isolate them for a devastating counterattack. So no one chased in the end, Vase remarked as he turned away from the plot. Nothing more exciting would happen for a few days. Fada crossed his arms and leaned back against an empty container. The pirates are greedy, but they aren't stupid. As long as the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion split up, they could conceivably overwhelm any single one of their fleets. The moment that possibility went out the window, the pirates don't have a reason to pester us anymore. They'd be able to harvest much more riches from the surface of the planet. They still lost way too much mechs in this campaign. Even if they bloodied the nose of the Mech Corps, it doesn't change the fact that they've lost 100,000 mechs or more. Thinking about such an astounding loss of mechs quaked his heart. Vase could not even imagine the amount of lives and money the pirates discarded in their ultimately futile attempts at stealing someone else's gains. It would have made some sense if they attacked an isolated mercenary corps, but where did they summon the courage to fight against the Mech Corps directly? Sometimes, it's worth it. Everyone knows the Mech Corps harvested big, to the tune of earning trillions of credits worth of exotics. Felling a single ore-laden transport ship is enough for a gang of pirates to live like kings for the rest of their lives. Vase truly couldn't get a grip around such a remark. It all sounded reasonable, but the pirates had to be a special brand of stupid to think they could vanquish the Mech Corps without paying a ruinous price. That's another thing you don't understand, Vase. The pirates don't mind all of the losses. As long as not too much of their own men lose their lives, they're fine with throwing away so many mechs. The fewer their numbers, the bigger their share. Don't you want to eat a whole pie instead of just a razor-thin slice? That really made Vase speechless. Pirates never cared or trusted any of their colleagues. Their greed had grown to such an extent that they would easily kill their fellow comrades if they could get away with it, all to pursue the greatest share of booty as possible. You seem to know a lot about pirates, Fada. Have you? The older man grimaced. I'm not a pirate and I never was, if that's what you're wondering. Although Vase tried to pry the truth out of Fada, the man remained obstinately silent. He obviously had a bad history with pirates, and it was very personal to him. Vase wondered if he lost a wife or children to a pirate attack. Alright, let's get back to work. The Visions won't act friendly forever. Fada took the words right out of his mouth. Vase dropped the topic as the man walked away. At least he was right in one thing. The Visions would tear down this facade in time. He'd better get the 2 spaceborne mechs fixed up. Vase spent the next 2 days performing maintenance on the Harrier and the other spaceborne mech. Both mechs barely suffered any damage in the previous battle, though that was mostly because played second fiddle to the Mech Corps. The lack of major damage allowed Vase to introduce a couple of modifications to both mechs. He mainly emphasized their ability to track incoming missiles. Considering the Vision obsession with missiles, he found the precaution to be prudent. The modifications hardly required his personal intervention once he fabricated the extra parts in the Happy Jelly's workshop. By now, he retrained the mech technicians just enough to be able to follow his instructions. After making up his mind about allowing the mech technicians to work without his supervision, he exited the workshop and sought out Melkor. He found him in his bunk, where he quietly inspected the records of the previous battles in space and on the ground. We haven't been in touch lately, Vase said as he sat next to his cousin on the bed. What are you studying? I'm tracking the behavior of the different pirate alliances. Each of them favor different strategies. You already know about the Dragons of the Void, for example. They treat their slaves like they are trash. They're happy to sacrifice an entire mech company if it can earn them a net profit of only 10 million credits. Melkor patiently pointed out the traits of the other pirate groups. From the Event Horizon Spectres who favored stealth and misdirection to Ballard's Brutes who employed the most heavy mechs of all. This all sounds interesting, but what does that have to do with us? Have you counted their numbers? How many pirates have shown up until now? This is only a fraction of their true numbers. They possess enough power to threaten the Bright Republic as a whole, especially if they band together with the Visions. Can you imagine what will happen if we are attacked by both forces at once? That sent a chill through his spine. Vase could hardly imagine the amount of devastation that would ensue from such a conflict. However, he quickly dismissed the possibility once he remembered some important rules. The MTA will never let the pirates get away with such a brazen invasion. They consider them an enemy of all mankind. The main reason why they're so difficult to exterminate is because they are always dispersed. Once they concentrate their numbers, it'll become trivial for the Mech Corps to mop them all up. That's true. Melkor reluctantly nodded. Yet that's only the case if the MTA has the mechs and ships to spare. What if something else draws away their attention? Even then, the pirates will pay. If not now, then years from now. Besides, as an accomplice to pirates, the Wuxia kingdom won't escape retribution either. That last point poked a big hole in Melkor's theory. The Wuxians wouldn't have the guts to collaborate with pirates. They'd make an enemy of the entire human race. Still, Melkor didn't relinquish his suspicions. Maybe I'm wrong about this specific instance, but I still think I'm on the right track. I've been trained to spot patterns and all my instincts are telling me that there's a conspiracy afoot. That didn't sound very encouraging to Vase. To be frank, I've witnessed some signs as well. It's difficult for me to conclude anything solid, but the pirates are definitely an important part of what is to come. Vase could never forget that more than a year ago, he and Dietrich stumbled across an illegal underground production facility that successfully developed gamma laser rifles. Even though the pirates ordinarily considered themselves lawless, they almost never dared to break one of the MTA and CFA's important taboos. Using any prohibited weapon like gamma lasers and nuclear weapons instantly brought down the full wrath of the MTA down upon their heads. The MTA maintained a strong presence on almost every major planet exactly for this purpose. They did not hesitate to mobilize trillions worth of assets to annihilate a trivial pirate gang once it began to dabble in forbidden weaponry. Still, as invincible as the MTA appeared, even they had their limits. The MTA allocated most of their strength in the galactic center. They maintained a fairly robust presence in the galactic heartland, but the galactic rim had always been something of an afterthought for the highly centralized organization. If Melkor suggested that the MTA's presence in the Komodo Star sector could be neglected, then Vase couldn't dismiss it out of hand. However, who would actually dare to fight against the MTA directly? Chapter 324 Unease. The pirates left behind in orbit of the glowing planet turned their attention to themselves and started to fight over the spoils left behind. This truly showcased the lack of integrity among their ilk. The moment they lacked a common enemy, the gangs that made up their alliances broke apart like a meteor falling through atmosphere. The smarter pirate fleets had already pulled back from the glowing planet. Vase found to his regret that the dragons of the void had begun to pull back even before the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion linked up. In any case, Vase enjoyed a rare moment of peace as the happy jelly made her way to the edge of the glowing zone. Along the way, they stumbled along a couple of smaller pirate vessels that had sought to park themselves out of the way from the most contested regions. These outfits and lone wolves instantly moved out of the way of the allied fleets and never turned back. If even the massive pirate alliances hadn't managed to beat them above the glowing planet, then nothing else stood a chance. Looks like we can definitely rule out any more shenanigans from the pirates. Vase observed as he took a look at the plot. It's a shame they're too scared to pressure us further. They're the only reason the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion haven't started shooting each other yet. I think it's time we take some precautions. Precautions? What for? A mech technician scratched his skinny head. They're maintaining a steady 50-kilometer distance from our fleet. 50 kilometers is nothing in space. That's enough distance to allow any laser to hit our ships with perfect accuracy. Even if the happy jelly is juking back and forth to hinder any predictions, it's not going to help us a lot at this distance. We're too close. His pronouncement depressed the joy that ran throughout the whalers for making it out of the glowing planet alive. A significant amount of mech pilots had met their end on that rock. No one was in the mood to fight another battle. Vase noticed that everyone instinctively avoided thinking about the possibility of clashing with the Mech Legion, so he took it upon himself to kick the whalers out of their potentially fatal complacence. Look, we plan for the worst and hope for the best. There's a chance the Mech Legion is just as fed up with fighting as we are, but we can't make that assumption. The Mech Legion hates our guts and wants nothing more than to destroy the Republic and take away our stars. Vase eventually got through the mech technicians that they had plenty of work to do. He presented them with a projection of the Happy Jelly's schematics. I've prepared some plans to repair and strengthen the Happy Jelly's structure with the supplies and scrap we have on hand. We don't have the time to apply all of these fixes, but every little bit helps us make it through the final fight. An older female ship crew frowned as she studied the schematics. Some of this looks really complicated. Did you come up with these plans yourself? I've spent some time aboard large machines. While I don't specialize in starships, there are plenty of things in common to all machines. I'm mainly focused on strengthening the Happy Jelly's structural integrity, so there is little need to disrupt the delicate internal workings of the carrier. To be honest, Vase did not have any confidence he could improve any of the jelly's badly maintained functions. The FTL drive especially looked iffy. He was afraid that if he bumped into it once, it would malfunction entire and leave them stranded in local space. After some convincing, the mech technicians and ship technicians went to work. Vase did all he could now to prepare the happy jelly for the fight. He had his own preparations to make. He returned to his bunk and looked at the flashing orb placed on his bed. "I miss you, Lucky." His cat finally couldn't hold his evolution back. The moment it became clear that they made it off the glowing planet, Lucky curled in on himself and extruded an unknown white material around himself to begin his level-up process. Basically, he turned back into an egg. Vase didn't dare to stroke the egg with his bare hands. He first let his anti-grav clothes cover his hand with a glove before he dared to caress its bone-like surface. This feels a lot like Rorschach's bone. The resemblance to bone made the egg feel truly real. Only the lines of glowing blue crisscrossing the surface of the egg made it clear that the egg possessed a mechanical aspect. "I know you can't help it, but I really wish you'd waited with this level up." Once the happy jelly began to move away from the glowing planet, they traveled out of range of its insidious energy fields, including the one responsible for the overcharge phenomenon. Every overcharged energy cell slowly lost their excess charge and turned back to normal, though in the perspective of the energy cells, nothing had changed at all. Lucky must have noticed that he began to lose his temporary condition, so he immediately decided to evolve as soon as the immediate danger subsided. Unfortunately, this left Vase without his closest companion and bodyguard. He had always relied on Lucky to keep him safe against any threats on foot. For now, I'll only be able to rely on Melkor and my shiny new toy. Vase activated his privacy shield and retrieved the Amastendira from his inventory and put it in one of his pockets. He did not wish to reveal the system's ability to materialize and dematerialize objects in a possible fight. A couple of days went by as thousands of ships boosted their way out of the glowing zone. The further they traveled from the glowing planet, the weaker its influence on local space. The amount of naturally occurring spacetime anomalies had decreased to such an extent that they ceased to be a threat. This was not good news. Previously, the Mech Legion might have scruples about launching an assault. If they sent out their mechs towards the Mech Core, they'd have to cross a brief no-man's land where they wouldn't be covered by the dimensional smoothers. After that, they'd have to rely on their enemy's dimensional smoother to keep them safe from the ravages of spacetime. The Mech Core could easily decide to shut one off to spite the attackers. Now that they flew several light hours away from the dangerous planet, they had nothing to be afraid of anymore. An attack could come at any moment from either the Mech Core and the Mech Legion. Even if the Mech Core enjoyed some bolstering by the Blood Claws and the other major outfits, they did not possess too much strength in space. Gangs mostly focused on controlling valuable territory. Therefore, they invested mostly in their landbound capabilities. The mercenary corps who signed up with the Mech Core fared better in this regard. Mercenaries always found stable gigs working as escorts in trade convoys. Still, their relatively smaller scale meant that they'd be looking out for themselves. Nobody had the energy or motivation to spare some consideration for the happy jelly. "We've got to save ourselves." To his disappointment, the whalers failed to keep up their vigilance after a day. The campaign on the ground had truly exhausted them to the bone. Sometimes, Vase considered whether he went overboard. The odds of an attack would not be very great if the Mech Legion possessed little advantage. The Visions are aggressive, but they aren't stupid. They won't start a fight they can't win. Both fleets possessed roughly equal strength. The Mech Core had more dependence to soak up the damage while the Mech Legion formed a more cohesive whole. His discussions with Melkor helped him figure out the most likely course of action by the Visions. The carriers of the Mech Core are tough and still in good shape for the most part. The Mech Legion won't easily be able to crack their shells. It's us who should be worrying about a surprise attack. Melkor tapped his foot against the deck of the ship. Converted carriers like the Happy Jelly are tin cans waiting to be peeled. Once the gangs and mercenary vessels start to fall, a panic will ensue. Vase easily imagined such a possibility. If you can think about it, the Mech Core has it figured out as well. Even if that's the case, they won't go out of their way to save us if we're in trouble. Knowing about a vulnerability and doing something about it are two completely different things. Trust me, I know how the Mech Core works. They take a dim view on gangs and mercenary corps. Any suggestion that they should reinforce their hired help will be shut down by their leadership. He could not dismiss Melkor's judgment of the Mech Core. The man had trained in their ranks for several years. He should know what he was talking about. From his own interaction with the Mech Corps, Vase considered them to be an organization that was swamped with responsibility. They had way too many fires to put out and too few firefighters to address every crisis. The unease among the crew grew as they neared the edge of the zone. Home and safety came within reach. They'd just have to make the final stretch before they could return to their homes with a full haul of highly valuable ores. As Vase put down a wrench on the toolbox hovering next to him, he rose up to his feet after putting the deck back together. He had just added a couple of redundant safeties to the channels running below this corridor. He activated his comm and pulled up the schematic of the ship to see what else needed to be done. As he scanned the up-to-date readout, his eyes flicked over to the lower decks. He remembered assigning someone to reinforce the compartment next to the cargo bay. By now, the job should have been done. Was the guy sleeping on the job again? Vase tried to contact the tech. Yavik, come on, wake up. Strangely enough, his signal went nowhere. Yavik's comm might have glitched. Vase tried to contact another crew member who worked at the lower decks. Simmons, are you there? Pick up the call, please. Again, nothing happened. His comm messages successfully routed to the lower decks, upon which they disappeared into a black hole. He tried contacting other people assigned to the lower decks but came up with a disconcerting lack of responses. A bad feeling crept up behind his back. He slammed his comm and activated an emergency transmission that he'd programmed beforehand. Alert, I can't reach the lower decks. I highly suspect that this is no regular malfunction but deliberate sabotage. Enemies have sneaked aboard the Happy Jelly. I suggest you sound the alarm at once. He sent out the message to Walter, Fada, Melkor and a couple of other people. They'd be able to check up on his claims and bring the ship to readiness. As for Vase, he left behind his floating toolbox and sprinted back to his bunk. After glancing at Lucky's egg, he approached the hazard suit he placed in the corner and entered it from behind. A hazard suit is not as protective as an exoskeleton suit, but it's better than nothing. He mainly wore the suit in case he got ejected into space. With the miniature thrusters and the magnetic harpoons built into the suit, he'd still be able to fly back to the Happy Jelly if he'd been launched off the ship for some reason. He unfolded the Amastendira and wielded it with his gauntleted grip. He felt dangerous wielding such a prized mastercrafted weapon. The sheer amount of luxury and class exuded by the ornate laser pistol contrasted sharply with his utilitarian-looking hazard suit. The last thing he did before he left his bunk was to put Lucky's egg inside a padded crash safe. After that, he stepped out and intended to link up with Melkor and the rest. I'd be a fool to walk down to the lower decks. He wondered why the alarm hadn't been sounded as of yet. By now, the crew of the Happy Jelly should have figured out if they'd been boarded. Suddenly, the entire ship shut off. Every light in every system ceased to function. Moments later, a handful of backup systems went online. The ominous red lights cast the corridors in a dangerous light. Much of the existing life support systems remained offline. If the ship couldn't get its ventilation and oxygen generators back online, those without a suit would suffocate within a day. Damn it, they got to engineering. Chapter 325 Lending. The only way a group of hostile boarders could disable every system at once was if they had taken control of the bridge or engineering. Vase guessed they'd taken the latter. Communications fell out as well. Vase tried to contact anyone on the short-range bands, but all he met was static. They're jamming us as well. Vase had been reduced to mustering up the panicking crew members that had been running around like headless chickens. Get your heads back together. This is no time to give in to your hysteria. He shouted at the clueless men and women in the nearby compartments. His hazard suit amplified his voice for further reach. Get into your hazard suits and grab a weapon. Take up your battle stations and wait for someone to take charge. That set the nearby whalers back on track. One of the deficiencies of the whalers was that the rank and file rarely had a clue what to do in the absence of solid leadership. Most of the senior whalers such as Walter and Fada hung around in the mech stables or the upper decks. That left much of the middle and lower decks with a critical absence of direction. Frankly, even a 6-year-old kid could take charge if he pretended to be authoritative enough. Vase did not attempt to browbeat them into following him. He was not a proper leader and he did not wish to be responsible if his decisions led to their deaths. He jogged towards the stairs and went down to the workshop first. He repeated the same actions as he had done last time whenever he met a confused assembly of crewmen. It hadn't truly sunk in yet that they'd been boarded and sabotaged. Once they realized the happy jelly had partially succumbed, Mech Legion, Vase had to be firm in his tone in order to avoid infecting the crew with his concerns. Even though he warned them time and time again to prepare for an attack, the whalers aboard the happy jelly never expected the Visions to go for a boarding action. That threw them completely off guard. How could they have sneaked aboard their ship without getting spotted on approach? Whatever the case, the enemy had already managed to get on board. His main priority should be to contain the Visions and prevent them from dealing any catastrophic damage to engineering. Once he reached the workshop compartment, he finally met with Melkor. He wore a light combat suit this time and wielded a borrowed rifle. He looked much more prepared to square off against the enemies than the whalers themselves. Melkor, you're here, good. Vase, it's dangerous for you to be running around without Lucky. Get inside the workshop and hide in a locker or something. Not this time. I can fight, and you need me to figure out if anything is wrong at engineering. The two had a brief argument about it, but Vase convinced Melkor to let him go along. If I die, then it's my own fault, but I won't accept sitting on the sidelines while the fate of the happy jelly is at stake. We can still eject, you know. Melkor pointed out. The escape pods run completely separate from the ship. I don't think you're okay with back down without a fight. So am I. We lose this ship, we lose more than a couple of mechs and some ores. This is the heart of Walter's whalers. Besides, there's no guarantee that the ships flying next to us aren't compromised as well. Vase lost the ability to check up on the situation out in space when most of the systems shut down. The Mech Corps and the Mech Legion could be embroiled in an epic clash, and he had no way of telling it went on. Without a better picture of what was happening throughout the entire fleet, Vase refused to give up on the happy jelly. The lack of communications made coordination extraordinarily difficult. Eventually, Fada came around and gathered a couple of mech pilots and brave men into an impromptu squad. This will do. We are running out of time. Let's move out immediately, Fada said as he walked up with his own light combat suit. While these lightly armored suits failed to measure up against proper exoskeleton suits, they offered much better protection than hazard suits. Vase saw that everyone else wore hazard suits, which disappointed him somewhat. They'd be torn down by enemy fire. At least Vase still had his old shield generator to back him up. It still held an 80% charge, which was more than enough to fend off 2 or 3 attacks by a mech. As Vase followed the squad while holding on to his Amastandira, Melkor slowed down his pace and came to his side. Where did you get this gun? It's a gift. It looks powerful and expensive, like an import from the new Rubarth Empire. Do you even know how to use this gun? I passed my basic training course when I studied at Rittersberg. Melkor shook his head inside his helmet and held out his gauntlet. That thing will kill you if you handle it poorly. Give it to me. I can make much better use of this weapon. To be honest, Vase really did not wish to relinquish the Amastandira. He had just received it a couple of days ago and looked forward to putting its impressive capabilities to the test. He wanted to shoot the Visions himself and save the happy jelly like a hero from the dramas. This was his gun. Why should he give it away? Eventually, his logic and reason overruled his ego and desires. As much as he wanted to play the hero, he had no illusions that he could wield the pistol effectively. It might have been different if Pierre Femento incorporated aim assist into the Amastandira, but the man only had master marksman in mind when he designed the gun. A weapon only reached its potential when used by someone with the skill to back it up. Vase knew that more than most due to his profession as a mech designer. Thus, with extreme reluctance, Vase handed over the Amastandira to Melkor. His cousin holstered the laser rifle to the back of his light combat suit, which magnetically held it in place. It's locked. Oh, let me program you in. Vase replied and took back the Amastandira long enough to add Melkor's biometrics to its security systems. Not anyone would be able to take off with his valuable possession. The Amastandira had a nasty surprise in store if an enemy attempted to pick it up. Supposedly, the weapon was smart enough to distinguish between allies and enemies, though Vase had no clue how the automated systems inside the weapon accomplished such a feat. Once Vase added Melkor as an authorized user of the gun, he carefully handed it over. Melkor treated the weapon like a lover and a piece of art. The way he deftly navigated the weapon's projected display and rapidly skirted over its specs made it clear that he was no slouch with infantry weapons. This weapon is crazy. This is the kind of toy a noble of the new Rubarth Empire would wield. I know, it's actually a replica of some sorts. Compared to the original, this copy still falls a little short. A little short, ha, I can carve my way through an entire pirate ship with this gun. Vase frowned as Melkor visibly grew more excited about the Amastendira. It was as if Melkor seduced his wife. Hey, try not to fondle it too much. This is still my gun. I'll lend it to you whenever we're together, but make sure to give it back to me when we're out of danger. Oh, sure. After walking down a lot of flights of stairs, the group of motley whalers arrived at the deck that led to engineering. Fada, who took the lead, slowed down. We're lucky we haven't met the Visions yet, but it's highly likely the Visions are on this deck. Let's crawl forward and take it slow. Vase immediately interjected. We can't afford to take it slow. The Visions have control over engineering and who knows what they're up to. Once they decide to destroy the FTL drive, we have no way of returning home unless we abandon ship. We have to move faster. Look, I respect you, but you're a nerd. I'm the one in charge around here. Fada pushed back. I'm not about to waste the lives of my men by moving too fast. We need to scout them out first and figure out if they've split up. All of it sounded too conservative. Vase did not know where Fada's characteristic daring had gone to. The man acted like a daredevil in the cockpit. Without the comfort of his mech, the older whaler turned into a timid mouse. Fine, I'll do it myself. Vase turned to Melkor and opened a private communication channel with his suit. Remember the time when we got ambushed in the streets of Bentheim? Yes, you pulled off something remarkable with your comm. Can you do it again? I can stealth us, yes. It will last shorter than last time, though. Do you think you can make use of 5 minutes worth of complete stealth? His cousin considered the matter for a few seconds. It will be tough. We can make it to engineering from here in that time, but we won't have enough time to scope out the enemy. We'll have to go into action immediately. Time is of the essence. I'm really worried at what the Visions are cooking up in engineering. The Happy Jelly's FTL drive can't take any abuse. They decided to move out immediately. Vase spent a couple of seconds to inform Fada of their intentions before he engaged his stealth augment. Vase and Melkor's armored suits turned invisible before Fada could let out a word of protest. Damn these Larkinsons and their toys. Despite their hasty movements, the stealth augment muffled all of their sounds and vibrations. If any pirates had been in the way, they would have been completely oblivious about the presence that ran past their bodies. They reached the hatch that led to engineering with roughly a minute to spare. The only problem was that the boarders had locked it shut. Damn it, Vase cursed. I should have figured the Visions barricaded this compartment. This is one of the best protected portion of the ship. There's no way I can circumvent this barrier in a couple of minutes. A plasma cutter will take at least half a day to get through the hatch. Melkor suddenly pulled Vase away from the hatch. Stand back. Let me take care of hatch. What are you doing? Don't shoot it at high power inside a ship. Sadly, his cousin didn't listen to him. Melkor dialed the power setting a couple of notches away from maximum power and fired a bright golden beam that burned a hole straight through the hatch and continued on to damage anything placed behind. The pistol continued to emit a beam, and Melkor quickly aimed the weapon in the rough shape of a box before the weapon ran out of steam. I underestimated its power. This is a really fine weapon. Melkor praised the Amastendira before he kicked down the cutout he made from the hatch. As the alloy block fell down, a number of menacing black exoskeleton suits trained their weapon on the entrance. There's only 40 seconds left on my stealth augment. It's running out of power. There's nothing to it, then. Follow me when I move in. Even though Melkor just fired a massively overpowered pistol, the stealth field still worked. As usual, one of the best aspects about the Amastendira was that it shunted almost all of its excess heat into its dimensional heat sink. It only worked up to a certain point, but it was more than capable of absorbing the heat of a single high-powered beam. Alright, let's go. Vase and Melkor sneaked through the hole as the exoskeleton-suited assailants puzzled over whether someone would still show up. Neither their visuals nor their other sensors revealed the source of the intimidating laser cannon that had cut through the hatch. They had no idea what kind of danger slipped inside engineering. Chapter 326 cut down. When Melkor and Vase barged into engineering, they turned slightly and approached a ramp which gave a commanding view of the entire compartment. While Melkor took up a prime position to shoot down all of the huddled exoskeleton-suited intruders, Vase looked around the chamber for any signs of sabotage. He spotted two alarming observations. First, they placed something that looked a lot like explosives on the FTL drive. Vase found it funny that the boarding party went through the trouble of affixing its exterior with explosives when they could easily wreck it with a hefty kick from their exoskeletons. Second, a vision tech specialist seemed to be digging deep into the central control console. The corpse of the previous head engineer bleeding out next to the console must have granted them access to the controls. Or, they might have hacked its outdated security settings. Whatever the case, Vase had to deal with both these dangers quickly. The reason why he accompanied Melkor into engineering was because he was deeply afraid of just these kinds of tricks. The moment the hostiles realized they couldn't hold their position, they wouldn't hesitate to destroy the power reactor or the FTL drive, or induce them in a manner that would blow up the entire Happy Jelly. Vase bumped Melkor's combat suit and gestured towards the FTL drive. He held up his old laser pistol to show his cousin that he could handle himself. Even if Melkor held some misgivings about his presence here, the stealth augment had almost run its course. No time for second guesses. Go. Once the stealth augment ran out of power, Vase sprinted for the FTL drive while Melkor pulled the trigger of the Amastendira. Another massive, long-duration laser beam extended out of the barrel of the mastercrafted weapon. Melkor ran the entire beam along the engineering bay like a scythe cutting through wheat. More than half-dozen armored boarders lost their lives when the super-powered laser beam cut right through their military-grade exoskeleton armor. Entire bodies split in half along with their armor and any gear they carried. Instantly, Melkor neutralized over two-thirds of the threat in the compartment. To their credit, the survivors responded swiftly to Melkor's sudden appearance. They snapped their rifles and wrist-mounted lasers at his position and barraged his position until the ramp became filled with holes. While Melkor had already begun to run, he still got hit by their uncannily accurate return fire. His light combat suit suffered a nasty series of burns and crater marks, wearing away the thin layers of armor until he dove into cover behind a thick enclosure. One of the Visions lifted up a launcher and fired a series of grenades at Melkor's position, causing him to jump away in haste. All the while, he fired shorter bursts of high-powered beams straight through the cover of his opponents. At this power setting, nothing could stand in the way of the Amastendira. Though its power reserves rapidly drained and its heat capacity started to get overwhelmed, Melkor icily took out one exoskeleton soldier after another. If he had to resort to his standard laser rifle, he might have needed to strike the same location 5 times in a row to get through the thick infantry-scaled armor. Though the Visions put up a good fight, their numbers rapidly dwindled to the extent where they sought to activate their fail-safes. The commanding officer of the boarding party sent out a signal and expected an explosion, only to be met with nothing of the sorts. "I disarmed the explosives," Vase yelled to Melkor as he detached the last explosive charge from the exterior of the FTL drive and threw it in a random corner. Though the charges still posed a threat, he successfully disabled their receivers. Right now he ran towards the console and shot at the tech specialist who had been forced to disengage from the controls. "Damn it, this gun is really no comparison to the Amastendira," Vase cursed as he engaged in a stale and anemic standoff against the specialist. The Vision tech specialist obviously received more training than Vase, and he slowly got the upper hand. He already struck Ves's hazard suit a number of times, which melted away a significant slice of civilian-grade armor. Compared to how Melkor systematically dismantled the Vision soldiers, the fight between Vase and the tech specialist resembled a kiddie fight. Vase became increasingly suppressed to the point where he didn't dare to emerge from cover. "Melkor, help me out here." Seconds later, a bright beam of gold punched through the tech specialist's cover and vaporized his entire torso. His combat suit posed no impediment at all against the fury of a mastercrafted weapon. The casual shot had taken almost no effort at all, though Melkor got into a sticky situation when the survivors tried to retreat from the engineering bay. As he chased after the stragglers, Vase approached the command console and tried to restore power to the Happy Jelly. "Come on, don't tell me you've given up the ghost." Though Vase only understood half of what the command console spat out, he still figured out that engineering had become a mess. The tech specialist had been rooting through the core settings doing who knew what. In addition, the earlier battle also ruined many secondary systems in the engineering bay. It was a miracle that Melkor's liberal use of the Amastendira hadn't struck anything vital like the engine, fuel supply or FTL drive. Still, his work aboard large vessels like the Happy Jelly and the Gregarious Wrath had given him plenty of pointers on how these vehicles worked. After a couple of minutes of kludging, he managed to spool up the power reactors and reconnect them to the rest of the carrier. As Vase worked the controls, the motley crew led by Fada finally showed up. The whalers stopped in their track as soon as they saw the carnage. Wide stretches of scorch marks and molten alloys crisscrossed the entire chamber. What upset them the most was spotting the fallen corpses of the intimidating exoskeleton soldiers. Ordinarily, an entire squad of heavily armed Visions would have chewed up the whalers pretty good. The fact that Vase and Melkor took them out alone while getting only scratches in return spoke wonders. Fada, stay here and reinforce the engineering bay. I don't know if this is the only batch of Visions aboard the Jelly. Remain alert. On it. Fada nodded. He didn't quibble with Vase because he knew that their survival relied on holding engineering. The lights switched from red to neutral aboard the entire ship. The happy Jelly woke from her forceful slumber. Not only did Vase restore the lights and life support systems, he also restored communications. He instantly contacted the bridge. Walter here. What's going down at engineering? Everyone's dead here. The Visions kill everyone off and tried to sabotage the entire place, but Melkor and I have taken care. Them. I don't know how many Visions remain, but engineering is safe for the time being. Good work, Larkinson. We're getting our bearings back on the bridge, but as far as we're aware of there are still a couple of uninvited guests aboard the ship. We're already sending out some men to sweep them up. What's the situation outside? Vase suddenly asked. Not good. The Mech Legion has shed all pretenses. Many ships are drifting away without power, while their missile mechs are pounding upon the fleet carriers of the Mech Corps. Vase summoned up a plot of the local space and saw that the formerly neat arrangement of fleets had descended into a very divergent picture. The Mech Legion largely maintained cohesion, but much of the allied ships of the Mech Corps suffered from sabotage. A handful of ships regained control, but dozens more blew up as their power reactors overloaded. While the Visions had caught the Mech Corps flat-footed, the Briters launched their own surprise. A handful of ships at the vanguard of the Mech Legion fleet ran into deadly stealth mines. Though the Mech Legion fleet swiftly changed course, the mines followed with them and turned into impromptu missiles that felled a number of smaller combat carriers. The mines briefly disrupted the Mech Legion's tempo, allowing the Briters to catch their breath. The battle transitioned from an ambush into a messy slugging match. The Vision Grand Chasers led the charge and clashed against the Briter Volary Starhawks in the middle of the no-man's land. Other Mech regiments stuck to their fleets and engaged in a heated exchange of long-ranged fire. From his limited tactical knowledge of battles in space, Vase tentatively concluded that neither side had gained a decisive lead. Though the Mech Legion maintained a substantial advantage, their starting gambit focused mostly on the rabble that surrounded the ships of the Mech Corps. It mattered little if some tiny outfit like Walter's whalers lost control of their ships, as the core strength of the Bright Republic's fleet still remained intact. The battle has turned into a slugging match. This is madness. If Vase was in charge, he would have pulled away. Neither side benefited from the losses they suffered. Ships lost propulsion and mechs continued to be obliterated in the cruel millstone of generational hatred. Neither side had issued a formal declaration of war, but already they were going at it as if their entire state was at stake. Walter growled on the other side of the communication channel. Madness or not, we're in the thick of it now. The first thing we need to do is get back in formation. We've drifted off course and we need to turn back around. Can you take charge in engineering? I'll do the best I can, but I have no clue what I'm doing. Hang on for now while I round up all of the engineers who are still alive. Make sure that nothing breaks in the meanwhile. That was easier said than done. The Amastendira had inflicted a lot of collateral damage. Vase called over a floating toolbox and began to clean up some of the damaged systems and prevent them from degrading even further. In the meantime, a couple of engineers stationed elsewhere on the Happy Jelly entered the engineering bay and took stock of all of the damage. Vase looked up from his repair job. How's the damage? Can the Happy Jelly still fly? The ship engineers reluctantly nodded. If we divert some power from other systems, she can still keep up with the fleet. I'm not so sure about jumping into FTL. The system that's responsible for calculating our navigational plots is cut in half. That didn't prevent them from transitioning into FTL, but if they made any mistake in calculation, they risked getting lost in the sea of higher dimensions. They could end up thousands of light years away from their original destination, or get sucked into a random stellar body like a star or a black hole. Let's worry about that later. For now, we have a ship to repair and a battle to survive. Everyone proceeded to put out the fires and assess the exact damage. From what Vase had seen so far, the Happy Jelly still had a lot of fight left in her. Most of her basic functions such as her in-system thrusters and her FTL drive sustained no damage, so there was no need to evacuate as of yet. Once Melkor returned, Vase put down his tool and approached his cousin. How's the rest of the ship? Did you catch the stragglers? We cornered them in the cargo bay. Because of all the reactive exotics stored in that compartment, I couldn't shoot off my laser pistol willy-nilly. It took a decent amount of effort to flank them and assault them from multiple directions. Melkor had no need to tell Vase how that final stand ended. With the Amastendira, the Vision stood no chance even if they took a couple of containers of exotics hostage. I think we don't have to worry about hostile borders at this point. Both fleets are hammering each other apart with mechs right now. I'd feel safer if you hopped inside the Stanislaw and stationed yourself at the hangar bay's hatch. The idea sounded a bit weak, but they couldn't employ the Stanislaw in any other way since it lacked a flight system. Melkor nodded inside his helmet and turned around. I'll get on it. Wait a moment. Give me back my Amastendira. Chapter 327 Hatred. With only a little less than half a day away until they could transition into FTL, the two military fleets had already fallen out. The amount of damage inflicted on both sides surpassed a value of billions of credits. Mechs continued to be destroyed at an unsustainable rate. Sometimes, a combat carrier or two sustained major damage that caused them to drift out of formation. These losses were much more severe because the carriers had been constructed with premium materials that made them many times more expensive than a regular mech. The loss of so much strategic assets on both sides grew more frigid once the expert mechs started showing up. The handful of expert pilots like Venerable Stanton Drake fought above the general battle as their mechs possessed the capacity to inflict ruinous damage against a group of standard mechs. The Fire Worm especially received a lot of attention from the Visions. They couldn't afford to let the Fire Worm devastate a huge swath of the Mech Legion's ships with its wide-area flamethrowers. Despite the intense clashes, neither side expected the battle to end quickly. Most fights between expert mechs lasted at least an hour or more if they held back their trump cards. For now, the experts mainly tried to constrain their counterparts from the other side. This put the onus of the battle on the masses of regular mech pilots. Melkor, who stationed his Stanislaw next to the opened hangar hatch of the Happy Jelly, mainly stood by and shot down any stray missile that flickered in his view. As a small and rusty converted carrier, the Happy Jelly hardly attracted any attention from the Mech Legion. The two average mechs that guarded the carrier also impressed no one. Dietrich piloted his old Harrier and kept his mech's rifle in a tight grip as he looked at the explosions happening in the distance. This is crazy. Walter's whalers experienced a handful of large battles before on the glowing planet. The pirates never really put up a decent fight due to their lack of discipline, training and quality. This was different. The Mech Legion consisted of several ducal regiments of similar quality to their counterparts of the Republic. Highly ambitious commoners made up the rank and file, while officers trained from birth to command and led these mechs were hungry to earn merits. As long as commoners destroyed 10 mechs without losing their own, they'd be elevated to knights, which was the first and lowest rank of nobility within the Vizia kingdom. Once a commoner became a knight, many privileges and opportunities fell into their laps. Thus, the mech pilots of the Mech Legion fought with much greater passion than the Mech Corps. The Bright Republic's mech pilots mainly served out of duty, and while they enjoyed a fair amount of rewards for each mech they took out, they paled in comparison. Larkinson, focus on the squad of cannoneers. They're trying to take out our carriers. Ganso Larkinson listened to the instructions of his captain and shifted the Vader's rifle until it lined up with the cannoneers. Even from this distance, he managed to cripple 2 mechs at once before they pulled back. Man, your aim is getting better and better, one of his colleagues praised. The shots of the rifleman mechs barely scarred the armor plating of the cannoneer mechs. Another volley of lasers spat out of the Vader's laser rifle. This time, Ganso managed to nail a swordsman mech in the back just as it was about to assail a defenseless mech from the Volary Starhawks. To be honest, Ganso could barely explain why he improved all of a sudden. Many of his peers gained an edge after cutting their teeth against the pirates, but Ganso had changed more drastically than most. Every time a mech pilot asked him how he did it, he responded with the same answer. Shooting down a regular mech is easier than trying to scratch an expert mech. Compared to that expert light mech that got chased away by the Fire Worm, every other mech moved so slow to his senses. It was as if every mech had collectively decided to cut their speed in half. In those circumstances, Ganso had been able to nail down every moving target no matter what kind of tricks they pulled off. Unknown to him, a handful of observant officers of the Volary Starhawks marked him out as a possible expert pilot candidate. Still, No matter how many mechs he mowed down, Ganso was only one pilot among tens of thousands. His contribution hardly shifted the tenuous balance between the sides. The battle between the Grand Chasers and the Volary Starhawks grew increasingly more heated. As the only two mech regiments to clash against each other in close range, the amount of casualties quickly piled up on both sides. All it took was one mistake to take out a mech. The differences between the two regiments quickly became apparent. The Grand Chasers had left their bulky heavy mechs behind to guard their motherships in the main fleet of the Mech Legion. Freed from the burden of their sluggish ships and heavy mechs, the mechs of the Grand Chasers tried to fly in circles around their adversaries. Their squads primarily consisted of light mechs. Each of them might not pack a lot of punch, but as long as enough mechs focused their fire upon the same target, they could systematically dismantle their opponents in quick succession. Still, the Volary Starhawks refused to be their punching backs. Medium mechs made up most of their numbers, so they used that to their advantage to bowl through the harassing fire and disrupt the rhythm of the circling mechs. Meanwhile, the Happy Jelly sneakily slipped back into formation. The Mech Corps had assigned them in the periphery of the main fleet along with the rest of the ships from the Whalers and the Blood Claws. Some of those ships suffered various mishaps due to sabotage. The Whalers lost one ship entirely while the Blood Claws lost 6. This frustrated the two gangs to no end. Many of those ships had been laden with exotics that could have been sold for a decent fortune. Their profitability took a sharp dive after sustaining such a loss. How is it possible for us to lose so many ships? Vase asked in the open. Only 15 or so exoskeleton soldiers boarded our carrier. I doubt the other ships faced more than that. How could the Visions get the drop on us with such a minimal investment? No one in the engineering bay dared to answer his question. In truth, everyone knew that they'd been complacent at the possibility of a stealth insertion. They paid dearly for their lax approach against stealth insertions. The battle had raged over an hour now. Thousands of mechs had met their end along the trail the fleets left behind. A couple of stray and derelict ships spun off into nowhere, though in many cases their crew and cargo had been transferred onto other ships if they survived. As a mech designer who'd been raised away from the Larkinsons who'd been indoctrinated into serving the Republic, Vase increasingly grew disgusted about the battle. Neither sides fought for any strategic reason other than to try and take their adversaries down a notch. It was as if the Mech Legion and the Mech Corps consisted of two school children with an unreconciled grudge against each other. No matter how many times you tried to lecture them, they still came to blows if they were put in the same room. So many people are killed and so many mechs are destroyed at this moment. He lamented to himself as he kept an eye on the information being fed to the command console. The engineers had made some critical repairs that brought back the functionality of some of the more salvageable damaged components. The Happy Jelly now regained ample power to keep her thrusters active at full capacity while keeping enough juice to run her other systems like life support. Vase didn't even need to lend a hand with the repairs anymore, so he stuck to the command console and paid attention to the battle outside while he inspected the various incomprehensible databases for any signs of sabotage. I don't know what the tech specialist did, but I can't track down anything that looks amiss. His computer science skill mainly focused on mastering the programming of a mech. The programming that ran a large vessel like the Happy Jelly might use the same type of languages, but its structure was at least 10 times more complex. Every element of the Happy Jelly's programming had been applied in a different direction from what Vase was accustomed to with mechs. In short, Vase had no clue what he was doing. Neither did anyone else, for that matter. When Vase asked someone to take over his post, the engineers replied that only the head engineer figured the system out. Everyone else treated the programming like an alien artifact. He shook his head. Idiots. To be fair, the Happy Jelly did lost most of their most competent engineers. The remaining survivors lacked the experience and knowledge to work in engineering. Instead, they'd been tasked with watching over the less important systems like the oxygen replenisher and water recycler. These kinds of figures yearned for simple jobs where all they had to do was to sleep on the job or play some games on their comm. The only times they got off their lazy butts was if something had actually broken down. Thus, Vase had no choice but to remain at the engineering bay for a time. While the surviving engineers required no further motivation as their lives were already at stake, he occasionally had to warn them if they tried anything dangerous or wrong. The relative lack of excitement continued for another hour. The battle outside died down as the Volary Starhawks and the Grand Chasers pulled back at the same time. They sustained too many casualties in one bout, and most of their mechs had started overheating. From the intense exertion of their weapons and flight systems, Vase suddenly received a calm message. Get over to the hangar bay. The Harrier has just returned and it's in really bad shape. Dietrich. Vase left the command console and walked out of the engineering bay. He ran through the corridors in his hazard with his Amastendir kept safe within a pocket. Once he reached the hangar bay, he took a look at the steaming mess of junk the Harrier had been reduced to. A handful of mech technicians brought in heavy cutting tools and started grinding through the cockpit area. What happened to the Harrier? Is Dietrich still alive? He's alive, but the data says he has a concussion. A mech technician responded quickly as he tried to bore through the cockpit. Vase shook his head and made a choice. That will take too long. Let me try something. Once he floated above the cockpit, Vase mentally recalled the schematics of the mech. The Harrier featured a typical reverse V cockpit system where the thick, robust chest padding swiveled outward. This left open a gap near the neck area where a mech pilot would be able to enter and exit the hatch at the top of the cockpit. This type of entry system gained a bad reputation because it was easy to jam the swivel procedure. Right now, the Harrier not only missed an arm and a leg, it also suffered severe explosive trauma evidenced by the cratering frontal armor. This is going to be a little tricky. Vase did not bother with a plasma cutter. Who needed those heavy tools when he already had possessed a much more potent weapon? He retrieved his Amastendira and dialed the power setting to a medium intensity burn. He aimed the barrel of the pistol at the damaged chest armor and pulled the trigger. The laser slowly melted through the Harrier's uncompressed armor plating. Even though the uncompressed armor lacked any notable attributes, the mech technician still called out in alarm. How powerful is that gun? Is this a new type of laser cutter? Where can I buy one? You idiot, it's not a tool, but a weapon. Do you think any compact laser pistol can outperform a plasma cutter? Ouch, you didn't have to hit my head. Once Vase carefully burned through the frontal plating, he called over a couple of aging bots to remove the excess debris. Once the bots peeled away the last layers, Vase came face to face with Dietrich's limp body. Hang on there, Dietrich. Help is coming. A pair of homegrown medics climbed on top of the prone Harrier and carefully crawled over to the cockpit. He suffered more than a concussion. We need to take him to the medbay. The medics efficiently removed the unconscious Dietrich from the piloting seat and laid him down on a floating stretcher. In less than 2 minutes, they secured the little boss and guided his stretcher towards the medbay. Chapter 328 Loop in a battle between forces comprised of over one division, the worth of a single mech had been reduced to almost nothing. Mechs continued to fall and ships sustained more and more damage. The willingness to fight on and inflict more casualties to the opponents continued to burn unabated. From the initial explosive start, the battle had turned into a lower intensity battle of attrition. The two fleets widened the distance between each other and started rotating their spent mechs in and out of their carriers in order to replenish or perform some emergency repairs. Even though the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion worked their mechs and mech pilots to the bone, they only had each other in their sights. No matter how much they suffered, as long as their enemies suffered with them, their willingness to get back in space remained steady. The momentous battle had a profound effect on Vase, especially when Dietrich returned with wounds. Will he make a recovery? He's still in one piece. Someone said. That's good, right? When a cockpit is breached, the pilot is always dead. Dietrich only got away with a couple of hard bumps, so he should be back on his feet in no time. Vase truly hoped his friend would recover. The whalers had suffered enough on the glowing planet, and losing another ship from the Vision sneak attack put them in a very somber mood. He left the hangar bay and returned to engineering before stepping up to the command console again. Once he activated the plot of the local space, he noted that the two fleets still hadn't shown any signs of retreating. From his observations of this battle, he made two conclusions. First, the mercenary corps and gangs stood no chance against a military force. While the mechs of the Mech Legion didn't always trump over the mechs of the private sector, the level of training, discipline and coordination became a huge force multiplier that mowed down any undisciplined group of mechs. No wonder Dietrich hadn't made it. As far as the Mech Legion is concerned, he's a lone wolf with nobody else to back him up. Second, the battle also showcased that the best mechs didn't always prevail. Some of the bigger outfits like the Blood Claws fielded advanced mechs piloted by their best champions. These mechs cost about the same as the Bloodbeak and featured compressed armor and a robust flight system. They should have stolen the show when they faced a squad of cheaper Vision mechs, but in actuality the opposite happened. The Mech Legion had no scruples in ganging up on these elites with an abundance of frontline space mechs. These frontline space mechs utilized designs that barely looked like mechs. They resembled spacecraft with arms, as their legs had been made redundant entirely. Instead, the designers extended the waist and stuffed some extra thrusters to enhance their forward acceleration. Vase estimated that frontline space mechs like these shouldn't cost more than 15 million credits. On the plot, 8 of them managed to isolate an advanced mech from its escorts. They pelted the unfortunate mech from all sides and quickly overwhelmed its defenses, shooting it into pieces. The unlucky mech pilot managed to eject in time, but the Mech Legion didn't let it off and sent out a single frontline space mech to tear it to shreds. Numbers and skill matter more than quality in a large-scale battle like this. The value of an advanced is marginal in these circumstances. At best, a mech with compressed armor lasted a little longer in battle. If the pilot didn't possess the skill to back up his daring, even a mech wouldn't be able to save his life. Vase understood now why the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion utilized frontline mechs and employed regular mech pilots with no prospect of advancing into a higher tier. He also understood why the military let go of the advanced mech pilots who possessed some talent. It's better to form a large, cohesive force than a smaller number of unruly elites. The entire battle lit up a light inside his mind. His conception of mechs and their use on the battlefield evolved to take into account a new kind of situation. Even though Vase had read the theory on the use of mechs in massive battlefields, he almost entirely forgot about it. Only when he truly came in touch with mass death and slaughter did he admit that he'd been wrong. He kind of understood the system's insistence on proliferating his designs. A top mech designer should not only aim to design the most exquisite mechs for the most elite pilots, but they should also be able to design affordable mechs for the common mech pilots. Witnessing hours-long struggle fanned his desire to design a cheaper mech. The quality and performance between the different bottom-tier designs varied wildly. Vase had already seen the worst in the mechs of the whalers. The designs utilized by the Mech Corps and Mech Legion possessed a lot more refinement without letting the cost get out of control. Seeing them in action taught Vase a lot about how the mech pilots squeezed every bit of potential out of their modest mechs. From moving in unison to focusing their fire, the importance of teamwork could not be overstated. He also understood why mech pilots enjoyed much more prestige than the mech designers who made their machines. The differences between mechs don't matter that much compared to the training of the mech pilots who use them. Just when Vase thought this battle would continue until the losses grew to an unsustainable level, a sudden accident on the battlefield changed the entire equation. The Mech Legion occasionally launched a volley of torpedoes at the ships of the Mech Corps. Most of the time, the Volary Starhawks and the other regiments of the Mech Corps whittled them down before they impacted a ship, but the extended engagement had reduced their number to half. In those circumstances, the Mech Corps still expected to be able to shoot down the torpedo volleys. Yet the Mech Legion didn't send out a regular volley this time. They held back beforehand to lull the Mech Corps in a sense of complacency. Their next volley carried 50% more torpedoes this time. The moment the Visions launched their latest volley, the Mech Corps knew they'd fallen into a trap. Many mechs of the Volary Starhawks tried to disentangle from their dance with the Grand Chasers, but failed to break away. The Grand Chasers knew that this was their coup de grace and did all they could to bind the Starhawks in place. The other regiments that hovered close to the fleet went in action to take out the torpedoes. While they felled a fair number of explosive payloads, it was never enough as the surviving torpedoes filtered through the dense rain of fire. Even though a handful of ranged mechs hastily emerged from the carriers to help out their comrades, a couple of torpedoes still made it through in the end. 4 ships suffered severe damage. 1 torpedo missed its mark due to being subjected by an intense amount of ECM. However, its programming forced it to continue on with its terminal flight and just happened to strike a nearby ship. The damaged ship just happened to be a transport carrying a large-scale dimensional smoother. The moment the ship blew up, a strange pulse of spacetime racked the impact site. The immediate area around the wreckage deformed in some way. The mechs nearest to the damaged site splintered apart into tiny hand-sized pieces as if their mechs ran through an indestructible net. The disaster spooked the Mech Corps, and the brass quickly issued a call for a general retreat. The massive fleet comprised of the ships from the Bright Republic finally moved away from their Vision counterparts. The Volary Starhawks pulled back as well. Though some of the Grand Chasers showed signs of moving in pursuit, they received orders to pull back as well. As the distance quickly widened, the mechs stopped shooting each other as their shots increasingly missed the mark. Why did they retreat all of a sudden? He understood why the Mech Corps retreated in the face of such a disaster. Without the dimensional smoother keeping the local spacetime stable, they risked getting felled by another anomaly. They had to rearrange their formation as quickly as possible, and that took time. The Mech Legion should have pushed their advantage and exploit the opening revealed by the Mech Core. Then, he looked at the live feed of the area in space where the dimensional smoother had been torn apart. Debris thrown away from the explosion halted their outward expansion and started to reverse. The site of the explosion thrummed and vibrated as if a singularity came into being. Instead, something more miraculous happened. Time seemed to reverse as the broken parts converged into one. A blast reappeared, but this time it started outwards and compressed inward like an implosion. The debris lost their deformations and slotted back into a single whole transport as if it had never been destroyed in the first place. The torpedo that struck it got restored as well, but it traveled away from the previously doomed ship as if time continued to rewind. What? Vase scratched his head. Had the ship really been restored to whole, just like that? Then the torpedo slowed down mid-flight, before traveling forward as if time had been flipped in the right direction again. The torpedo juked back and forth as if it dodged a storm of counterfire and made a drastic turn as it got affected by ECM before impacting the transport yet again. The exact same explosion happened and the ship got destroyed in the exact same way. Besides having been left behind by the fleet, nothing appeared to have changed. Moments later, time reversed yet again, and the debris pulled back together until the ship came back to life. The torpedo that fell traveled outwards again as hale as if it had just been launched. A spike of fear ran through his spine as Vase continued to watch the same event happening over and over again. Of all the things he expected when a dimensional smoother got destroyed, he never realized it could actually lead to a strange loop in time. What the hell is a dimensional smoother made of? Vase had the conception that humanity had been playing with fire when they came up with such a device. Although its ability to force space and time to remain stable proved useful, the dangers resulting from improper use scared the living light out of his soul. When Vase thought about the attempts to overload the dimensional smoothers aboard the gregarious raft, he broke out a nervous sweat. No wonder the Mech Corps pulled out so quickly. Even the Mech Legion wanted nothing to do with the anomaly despite already passing it by. Their excessive caution indicated that the anomaly might expand and engulf others into this seemingly endless time loop. At least they stopped fighting. The battle might have made sense to the higher-ups, but Vase always worried about getting the happy jelly shot out from underneath him. As a former transport vessel, it lacked the toughness and structural integrity of a purpose-built combat carrier. Even a single mech acting out alone would be able to cripple the jelly. The two fleets continued to drift apart, going in slightly different directions as they made their way out of the glowing zone. One remarkable thing happened as they made their final leg of the journey. Rescue parties from both sides flew back and descended on the debris field to pull out any survivors that had been left behind. A handful of transports also grabbed some of the smaller intact containers and brought them back to their fleets. Vase found it remarkable that the rescue parties went out of their way to avoid each other. Not a single mech or shuttle clashed against each other. It seemed that even if the Republic and the Kingdom hated each other's guts, they still possessed some sense of humanity. This should be the end of this campaign. After 70 days of traveling, fighting, and making a profit, the survivors would finally return home with their booty. Chapter 329 Booty. Vase half expected some kind of surprise to spring in front of his face. Maybe a fleet of pirates would transition out of FTL nearby, or maybe the Visions wanted to go for a second round. Only until the entire fleet flew beyond the edge of the glowing zone and transitioned into FTL did he relax. It's really over now. The motley Republican fleet had split up into smaller detachments that each flew in a different direction. Most of the ships of the Mech Corps navigated towards Bentheim, including all of their transports that had been stuffed with high-value ores. The Happy Jelly received the same navigational data and jumped with the diminished fleet along with many of the other outfits that chose to join in. Right now, none of them looked to be in a shape to fight. Everyone was bone-tired and they used up too much of their mechs and supplies to defend their own valuable cargo. After half a day of travel, Vase finally left the engineering bay and sought out Walter. He found him on the bridge, wearing a pensive face. "Hi, Walter. Larkinson, what are you here for? I wanted to ask how we are dealing with the cargo. We made it out with a lot of exotics." Before they went on this expedition, Vase had negotiated a 10% cut on the earnings. Naturally, as he offered his services as an individual, the money would flow in his personal accounts instead of his company accounts. Walter nodded in response. I just got off the line with the Mech Corps. They want me to sell my haul to them once we reach Bentheim. What kind of prices are they offering? I had someone check the market prices. They're lower than the official prices and the black market prices. We'll be forced to sell the goods at a 30% discount if we take this deal. Vase frowned at that. That sounds scummy. What are they offering in return? Nothing. Well, there's one thing. We can get rid of our hot potatoes. Don't forget that everyone already knows we've made it off with billions of credits worth of exotics. What do you think will happen if we want to wait for a better price and store it in some kind of warehouse in Bentheim or Cloudy Curtain? A whole bunch of untraceable mechs will descend on it and steal all our hard-earned valuables away. Too much wealth wasn't always a good thing if you didn't have the strength to protect your assets. With how prolific the campaign had been, a large number of vultures must have already gathered in and around Bentheim. Any outfit that showed any carelessness would instantly be robbed of their possessions. Walter's whalers had never been anything more than a gang that ruled over a single rural planet. They lost a large portion of their men and mechs, so their strength was at an all-time low just when they made it off with an enormous harvest. Such a combination easily bred disaster. Isn't there any other party who will offer a better price for our goods? They all shut me down when I called. Walter admitted with furrowed brows. Even the black market is refusing to listen to my offers. There was only one reason why no one else dared to engage in the trade. They'd been warned off by the Mech Corps. Vase understood what went on as he listened to Walter. The exotics we've harvested from the glowing planet are strategic materials. Even if the Mech Corps won't incorporate them into their own mechs, they can still make a handsome profit by selling them to the Friday Coalition or some cross-star sector trading company. The Mech Corps doesn't want us to sell our exotics to the Visions or the pirates. It will strengthen their enemies even further if we trade with someone outside of the Republic. They really had no choice but to accept the unfair conditions proposed by the Mech Corps. Vase actually admired them for pulling off this stunt. They extorted them out of their exotics, but at least they didn't offer too much of a discount. As Walter put it, 30% is not worth falling out with the Mech Corps. The Mech Corps offered different rates on different types and qualities of exotics. While it had been easy for the whalers to tally the amount and variety of exotics, it was a lot more difficult to judge their quality. They'd need a professional to nail down their exact value. Even if Vase knew a thing or two about exotics, he wouldn't claim to be a specialist in raw exotic ores. Due to the differences in quality, Vase and Walter found it hard to estimate a final price on their harvest. Depending on how much higher grade stuff is mixed in with the junk exotics, we can earn around 17 to 35 billion credits. This was a massive profit, and it could have been more if the whalers hadn't lost a ship. The whalers instantly turned into billionaires while Vase could look forward to a decent payday as well, not that he needed it. He already received the most important rewards from the system. Still, the euphoria of earning all of those credits quickly made way for skepticism. Your gang is one of the smaller outfits that profited from the glowing planet. The Blood Claws must have earned at least 10 times as much, and the Mech Corps themselves at least 1,000 times this sum. What's your point? Walter scratched his graying head. A lot of people and a lot of organizations are getting rich overnight. They also happen to have lost a lot of mechs and men. As you just mentioned, getting into possession of a lot of wealth but not enough means to defend it all will only invite calamity. The first thing everyone will do is spend all of their money on strengthening their forces. Now he understood the point that Vase was trying to make. Everyone will jack up their prices. Ha, that's bad for us, but good for you. Now that they were on their way back to civilized space, Vase began to think like a businessman again. He knew that the aftermath of the campaign would have profound effects on the local economy. As he left the bridge to return to his bunk, Vase thought about who ultimately gained an advantage of the brief campaign. The biggest winners should be MTA, who lent the dimensional smoothers to the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion. Vase suspected that the price of these things shouldn't be small. As the glowing planet became known when it drifted through the Republic's territory, the Mech Corps was able to mobilize more forces and more allies. In turn, this meant they made more profit than their Vision counterparts. Losing a dimensional smoother should hurt a lot. Even if the Mech Legion was at fault for destroying the lone device, the ultimate responsibility lay with the Republic who lent it in the first place. The MTA would demand a lot of compensation for their lost machine. No wonder they're so overbearing this time. They want to make up for their losses. Still, all these things happened in the background. Despite the pain, the Mech Corps and the Mech Legion would definitely begin to invest their earnings into improving their battle capabilities. The other gangs and mercenary corps would follow suit as well. What was the use of a padded bank account when then they only returned with half their mechs and ships? Still, Vase predicted that a lot of people would retire in the coming months. Why would these mercenaries and gang members continue to fight like beggars when they already received enough money to retire like kings? He expected many of them to apply for citizenship at the Friday Coalition. Some of the partners of the coalition like the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group welcomed immigration from the poorer states as long as they brought enough benefits. That's going to be bad. Vase thought grimly as he walked down the corridors of the Happy Jelly. Fewer mercenaries means less customers. Still, he didn't think that a lot of people would succeed in applying to the coalition. All of that money had to be split up in the group. The larger the organization, the more they earned, but the more they had to split up their booty as well. Only the upper ranks should earn enough to retire in the coalition. Thinking about the ripple effects of all of this major influx in spending gave Vase a headache. Besides predicting a rise in inflation and a couple of other consequences, he didn't dare to make any further assumptions. That reminds me, the LMC should have set up a robust financial department by now. His CFO Macquarie should have already analyzed the upcoming shifts in the economy. Now that there's no restriction to using the galactic net, I should check up on how my company is faring. Vase vaguely thought that his company should be making a brisk amount of sales. Even though he hadn't kept tabs on every Blackbeak that had been deployed on the glowing planet, if he took Fotis Blackbeak as a measure, then the model line should have performed well. Even as the cheap and rickety mechs of the whalers started to fall apart from all of the stress and fatigue, the Blackbeak still performed close to its prime. This should be a given, as Vase had explicitly designed the Blackbeak to excel in long, grueling wars. Once he returned to his bunk, he checked up on Lucky's egg before jumping into his bed. He brought up his comm and searched the latest news on the LMC. Living Mech Company rising like a rocket. Revenue is estimated to surpass 4 billion credits. In bed with the LMC, VAUN Industrial signs licensing contract to produce the increasingly prominent Blackbeak design. What's the difference? Let this mech expert tell you the difference between the bronze, silver and gold label mechs of the LMC. What a steal. Previous owner of a limited edition Marcus Aurelius mech designed by VES Larkins on sold for 250 million credits. In between the trivial bits of news, Vase came across an alarming piece of news. They signed an agreement with Vaughan Industrial. When the topic came up in the previous board meeting, Vase firmly rejected the option to allow Vaughan to produce his bronze label Blackbeaks. The LMC eventually partnered up with Mr. Neverland's Elemental Mech Engineering instead. Although their first copies of the Blackbeak suffered from a couple of faults, they eventually straightened out their production and produced mechs worthy of his name, if only barely. At least the EAM puts some heart in their products. What he saw at Vaughan Industrial's massive manufacturing complex didn't disgust him, but they came close in doing so. Vaughan pursued the limits in scale, precision and efficiency, and did everything in its power to eliminate the human factor out of their high-volume fabrication processes. That's not to say it's the wrong approach, but it doesn't fit with my design philosophy. Even if he designed a couple of cheaper frontline mechs, he would still try to fabricate them according to his preferred methods. Vase wanted the LMC to be known as a company that sold mechs that came to life. Producing lifeless lumps of alloys directly contradicted the vision he laid out for his company. What should I do about this? He knew that such a decision must have been approved by an overwhelming majority of the board. His grandfather Benjamin alone should have been able to stop this decision in its tracks. Since the company went through with it anyway indicated that the Larkinson estate at least tacitly assented to the move. They don't understand my intentions. It might have been his fault for not conveying his vision properly. The Larkinsons had never really been short on money, but they probably started seeing the benefits once they realized they could milk their 25% shares in his company. He didn't blame them for being greedy. I'm going to have to set some rules when I return. Chapter 330 Profits. When Vase delved into the galactic net and called up a limited summary of the LMC's earnings, he became surprised how much it had earned since he left for the glowing planet. The LMC itself made a good chunk of profit by selling over 30 silver label Blackbeaks at elevated prices. The profit margin went up over time as Marcella likely took advantage of the increased demand of the silver label model. Right now, the company made around 30 million credits per mech in gross profits. To put that into perspective, If Vase extrapolated this performance to an entire year, the company could easily rake in over 5 billion credits in profits with its own production alone. It's too bad we aren't producing the Blackbeaks fast enough. Vase shook his head. Even if the LMC possessed a fantastic production line, it could only do so much. Fabricating one Mech like the Blackbeak was the best that the LMC could achieve. I should consider adding another production line in the near future. This bottleneck is really starting to annoy me. He also wanted to reduce his reliance on third-party manufacturers, though he guessed he'd never be able to get rid of them. The more his designs caught on, the more people wanted to buy his products. Many other manufacturers possessed a head start compared to the LMC in investing in their production capacity. In the short and medium term, it made more sense to license his designs to third parties. However, Vase believed that ultimately the LMC would catch up when it reinvested its profits into adding new production lines. The profits I'm earning from the licensing deals will help a lot. Compared to the insane profit margins of the silver label Blackbeaks, the bronze label versions obviously earned the LMC a trickle of money. Elemental Mech Engineering sold just over 100 mechs each month and paid the LMC 2.5 million credits per sale. In a business perspective, the EAM profited big at the expense of the LMC, as the third party only had to hand over a flat fee per mech while being able to jack up its prices to take advantage of the increased demand for the entire product line. Vase, Marcella and his company had done the heavy lifting to promote the Blackbeak design. He risked his reputation and Melinda's life by accepting a public design duel against Michael Dumont. Still, as much as Vase could harp on EME's freeloading, the company at least produced decent mechs. The reviews and comments on their products had generally been positive, and nobody complained about the minor imperfections they still hadn't been able to eliminate. The LMC would be set to earn about 3 billion credits per year in licensing fees from the EME. This was a very tidy income stream considering that Vase and his company didn't need to lift a finger to earn this sum. If the EME already made a modest contribution to his company's earnings, then the newer income stream from Vaughn really ratcheted it up. Vaughn Industrial had hit the ground running as soon as they signed the licensing contract about a month ago. They allocated a significant amount of production lines to the first batches of Blackbeaks. Impressively enough, almost none of the copies featured any faults or imperfections. This enabled them to sell their bronze label Blackbeaks at a slightly higher price than EAM. More remarkable was that Vaughn Industrial skipped the local markets entirely. Instead of selling their mechs in Bentheim alongside the offerings of the LMC and the EAM, Vaughn had made the bold decision to export it across the Republic's borders. Vaughn had actually managed to sell the Blackbeak in the Ilvain Protectorate of all places. I thought, those religious nutjobs always turned up their noses against foreign mechs. Bordering on the far side of the Bright Republic's borders, the Ilvain Protectorate was a rather peculiar third-rate state. Similar to the Hexarchic hegemony, the government instituted a strong religious regime, practically brainwashing its citizens from birth. The Ilvainans grew up to be a closed and xenophobic bunch. This happened to make their state a favored recruiting ground for the CFA, who constantly needed new blood to crew their warships. Compared to their passion for warships, the Ilvainans were less impressed with mechs. Even though they understood their necessity and oriented a significant part of their society to mechs, they only maintained a robust defense force and had never shown any signs of aggression. This pretty much made them one of the best neighbors of the Bright Republic. The Ilvainans would never ally themselves with the Vesians and attack the Republic from two fronts. Vaughn isn't satisfied with exporting the Blackbeaks to the Ilvainans alone. They're also starting to break grounds in other foreign markets. Vase didn't know what to think about their ambitious actions. They basically preempted the LMC by expanding into the foreign markets first. Would the LMC still have room left to sell their own products once they finally got around to exporting their own products across the border? The conflicts of interests that resulted in such a clash might upend their entire relationship. On the other hand, Vaughn also did the heavy lifting in creating a demand for the product line outside the Republic. It feels weird for my company to be the freeloader this time. In any case, the relatively high volume of production already netted the LMC a lot of money. Regardless if the mechs sold or not, Vaughn had to pay the licensing fees upon producing a model. This already netted the LMC around 700 million credits. Vaughn already showed signs of ramping up their production even further, but even if it maintained the same level of production, they still had to pay over 8 billion credits to his company on an annual basis. Compared to what Vase earned from his contributions on the glowing planet, the LMC generated at least 5 times as much money. They didn't even need to risk their lives. He muttered. This was such a drastic rise in profits, especially since the LMC didn't incur that much expenses. The LMC would have earned a multitude more money if it didn't have to rely on third-party manufacturers to compensate for its inadequate production capacity. Considering the ridiculous amount of licensing fees that Von Industrial transferred to the LMC, Vase found it hard to stay angry at the board. While it didn't appear that Vase was short on money, he knew that things might change once the war started in earnest. In addition, he also needed to accumulate a lot of money to take part in the introduction of the next generation of mechs less than 9 years from now. The first licenses always cost the most. Even a war chest of 100 billion credits wouldn't be sufficient to get a hold of a single next-gen component license. License costs usually halved after a year or two, but by then the initial investors had gained a decisive first-mover advantage in the rebooted mech market. Once these investors gained a lead, it was hard to knock them down from their pedestals. Still, thanks to his earnings, the LMC was well on track to take part in the coming race. All of this is thanks to my Blackbeak design. Without his skills and his expensive and exclusive component licenses, he'd never be able to design a mech that could stand on its own in the mech industry. Both of these factors comprise the core ingredients to the success of his design. He didn't grow too conceited at his design's amazing performance. It had taken a lot of work to gather all the ingredients. Without risking his life on graining IV, Vase would have likely continued to piddle in the mud with the increasingly aging Mark Antony Mark II design. Only by stepping out of his comfort zone and do the jobs that others were afraid of doing did he elevate himself above his peers. I kind of understand Master Olsen's perspective now. He always understood that going on expeditions increased a mech designer's perspective and polished their skills. Yet enriching his perspective only formed half of the benefits. The other half consisted of material rewards. The harvest made on the expedition along with the rewards given by others for completing a mission played a crucial role in accelerating his career. Right now, besides padding his personal bank account with a couple of extra billion credits, Vase also fulfilled a mission from the Clifford Society. He already sent the logs of the whalers to one of their addresses. Once the society confirmed their authenticity, Vase would be credited with another 200 merits. He could do a lot with such a generous amount of merits, from acquiring exclusive coalition licenses to buying premium production equipment. He also earned big from the system. While the golden lottery tickets were a bit iffy, he did gain the amazing Amastendira laser pistol from the random draw. That weapon alone was worth more than the annual profit of a major mech manufacturer. Although the system hadn't managed to recover it to its prime state, its ridiculous power and capacity meant that Vase feared no threat on foot. The Transcendence Pill also formed a unique reward. Ordinarily, he should have only been able to get his hands on such a pill much later on when he became a journeyman mech designer. To be able to upgrade his mental parameters beyond the human limit so early would definitely help him advance much faster. As for the mysterious special upgrade voucher machine, Vase browsed his inventory and scanned its description again. Special upgrade voucher machine. This voucher can be applied to any object that fits the definition machine, and will comprehensively upgrade them to a higher rank. The smaller the machine, the more extensive the upgrade. This voucher is less effective on advanced and complex machines. From what Vase understood of the brief description, he could apply the voucher to anything from his Amastendira to the Barracuda. It just wouldn't be very effective if he used the voucher on those two machines. The Amastendira is so advanced the system categorizes it with the rank of Supreme. I've never seen a Supreme ranked item before in my life. Even the Old Lucky is only rated gold by the system. As for the Barracuda, she consisted of several millions of tons of both regular and exotic alloys. Perhaps the entire energy of the voucher would only be able to improve its acceleration by 1% or something. In conclusion, the voucher failed to match his expectations. As expected of the system. From the golden lottery tickets to the limited capabilities of the upgrade voucher, the system really pulled the wool over its eyes. It surely profited big when it absorbed the strange diamond-like jewel that Vase had recovered from the skull of that long-dead giant. What's up with the giant, anyway? The entire glowing planet had been weird from the start. From destroying ships with spacetime anomalies, to messing up the energy cells with the overcharge phenomenon, everything about the planet pointed to a sense that it didn't welcome any visitors. Its temper tantrum upon stealing the jewel only reinforced that idea. All of these happenings prompted Vase to ask a very absurd question. Is the planet alive? Vase didn't dare to guess the answer. He had only scratched the surface of the glowing planet's origins and didn't wish to make a faulty assumption. At least he left all of its horrors behind. Of all the awful things that happened to him, meeting the ghost that wore his mother's face was the worst. He never really made up his mind about his mother. Malicious or not, the dead should have moved on from this reality, or at least stay out of sight of their descendants. I'm glad I won't have to see her again. The happy jelly traveled several light years away from the glowing planet by now. There was no way he would encounter the ghost again. Would he? Chapter 331 Ambitions. Traveling to Bentheim took a lot less time and effort than trying to navigate towards the glowing planet. A lone planet swinging through space without a star or anything else that could act as a lighthouse meant that ships had to be really close to make the final jump. In contrast, the Bentheim system formed the largest lighthouse in this stretch of space. Even an outdated ship like the Happy Jelly could easily fix in its coordinates from the border of the Bright Republic. The journey lasted 6 days in total. When the Mech Corps and many of the outfits that allied with the Republic arrived at the edge of the star system, everyone let out a relieved breath. They had finally reached safe harbor. Anything could happen in space. An unlikely chance still existed that an unknown group figured out their route and intercepted them midway by disturbing the local space along the route with a strong and intense gravitic field. Just like how the passage of the glowing passage had pulled a trade convoy out of FTL, an artificial gravity field could achieve the same effects. Nothing of the sort came to pass, which led many people put down their worries. Their ships and their harvests also enjoyed the protection of the Mech Corps within the system. Virtually every outfit accepted the same deal the whalers had signed, so their cargo already belonged to the Republic. A handful of ships refused to follow the vast majority of the ships towards the inner system. Instead, they jumped back into FTL as soon as their FTL drives finished cycling. The idiots. They're going to get ambushed a couple of light years away, I bet. Vase remarked to Melkor as he transferred to the Barracuda. They might have something up their sleeves. Those who are confident they can sell their payloads by themselves won't be taking the standard trade routes. Pirates will have a hard time trying to predict their routes. Now that they arrived to safety, Vase parted ways with the whalers. The Barracuda flew close to the Happy Jelly in order to receive the Stanislaw and a shuttle carrying the 2 Larkinsons. During the previous campaign, the Mech Corps employed the Barracuda as a forward scout. They stationed the corvette in the surrounding star systems in order to keep tabs of any ships that used those planets as their stops. The job didn't sound glamorous, but it had to be done. At least it put the Barracuda well out of the way of any battles. Nimble as she might be, she could not take a lot of hits. Vase first entered Captain Sylvestra's office. Besides listening to her report, he also wanted her input on something else. Captain, you and your crew have been exemplary employees to me so far. Considering the rapid growth of the LMC, your responsibilities will only increase in the future. Therefore, in addition to the hazard pay you're owed, I'm also setting aside a pot worth several million credits to be spent on training. I have plans, and I need a capable crew to run my ship. The woman blinked. That's very generous of you, sir. This is much more than what we are owed. Nonsense. I've already dragged the Barracuda into 2 perilous expeditions. I can't promise you there won't be another one in the future. Even if she's mainly used as a scout, it doesn't change the fact that I'm subjecting you to a lot of danger. Admittedly, this isn't what we've expected when we initially agreed to work with a mech designer. The captain reluctantly said, though Vase faintly suspected she acted timid on purpose. We started our careers in the civilian sector by entertaining men aboard yachts. At no point have we ever trained to serve in a war theater. Vase extended his hand, hence the training. If you agree to keep working for me, I'll promise you and your women won't be earning a pittance in my service. While I considered doubling your salaries, I think it's better for all of us if you shore up your skills. The captain rapped her fingers on her desk. I'll have to discuss it with the girls. Even if you haven't approached us with an offer, I was planning to suggest something myself. Not all of us are cut out for the battlefield. You won't be able to avoid a fight. The Bright Republic and the Vizia Kingdom is already in a state of war, they just haven't declared it yet. That battle between the 2 fleets. His memories of that day sometimes gave him nightmares. He became especially spooked when he recalled that strange time loop that came into being when a torpedo destroyed the transport carrying a dimensional smoother. It will take some time for us to consider our options. I'll have a final answer for you within a week. That's fine. Once he finished his discussion with Sylvestra, Vase left her office and entered the tiny observation room that served as a lounge. Melkor had thrown his body onto a sofa and currently stared at the stars shining from beyond the transparent panels covering the upper deck of the Corvette. Melkor. Vase. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Melkor turned his head, facing Vase with his opaque blue visor. What do you want to know? When the Larkinsons sent you to serve as my bodyguard, did they give you additional instructions? For example, if I do anything that would severely harm their interests, are you obliged to do something about it? Nothing of the sorts. Melkor firmly shrugged his head. What do you think we are, the Gage dynasty? Rayla and I have only been assigned to protect you and guard your life, something which is hard to do when you are constantly throwing yourself in reckless adventures by the way. As far as I'm concerned, you're the biggest danger to yourself. Thanks for the compliment, I think. Vase chuckled. While I'm not sure whether you are pretending or not, I do want to say that I trust you regardless. You don't seem like a guy who'd stab me in the back. His cousin smirked at him. Are you sure about that? I am. Even though you don't talk all that much, you never shed the impression that you're a man of honor. I'm not a night mech pilot, you know. You're a perfect fit for a knight if you aren't so good at ranged combat. I take it you didn't come here to talk about my loyalties and mech inclinations. Spit it out. What do you really have in mind? Alright, I have two priorities in mind, and they're kind of connected. As you might have heard, the LMC is doing really well now. The truth is that it's entered into an explosive growth phase. I'm expecting the company to earn well over 10 billion credits in the current fiscal year. That's some serious money, Melkor replied with awe. This is only the second year you began to do business, right? Are all mech designers so rich? Of course not. I'm something of an outlier here. I'm really good at my job. Right. Vase couldn't say he had the system to thank for his rapid growth. This allowed him to catch up and exceed his peers, who studied in prestigious schools in second-rate states like the Friday Coalition. If not for the system, Vase would have gone bankrupt almost immediately after receiving his father's indebted assets. While that wouldn't ruin his life, he'd be forced to toil as a factory supervisor or something instead of fulfilling his dream of designing mechs. He unconsciously recalled the time he visited a museum on Moira's Paradise. The Oceanic Planets Museum featured an amusing exhibit of a mirror that purported to show the viewer of his reflection from another reality. Vase came across himself as a loser. He quickly shook his head. That dready future hadn't come to pass. Instead, he became a successful mech designer and businessman who earned more than 99% of the rest of the Republic. He truly belonged to the upper echelon of the Republic now that he helmed a multi-billion credit company. And this was just the start. His ambitions stretched much further, and to accomplish his plans, he needed reliable people at his side. Let me get to the point. Vase pulled his mind back to the present. Currently, I've signed a contract with Sanyal Ablin to provide security for my premises. They've done a decent job so far and they're also involved with designing and constructing the LMC's new manufacturing complex. However, I can't take them along whenever I go out on another adventure, as you say. They don't offer those kinds of services. It's too risky, they say. It also embroiled the supposedly neutral security company in a lot of political messes. Only mercenaries dared to accept these kinds of duties, and only at great cost. Even then, their trustworthiness would always be rather fluid. I'm looking to establish a personal force that works solely under my name. I want you to create one from scratch. This time, Melkor became fully alert. He stopped relaxing against the sofa and immediately sat upright. Why are you setting up a personal force? He asked with genuine puzzlement. Doesn't it make more sense to slap together a company security force? The difference between the two was that one force worked for an individual and the other owed their loyalties to the entire company. The Bright Republic treated the two very differently. A company security force often followed a strict regime and they always followed orders from a group of decision makers. Mech pilots considered a career into company security forces to be a stable, low-risk track. While they didn't earn as much as mercenaries, at least they'd be able to live with their families all year round. In contrast, the Republic often treated a personal security force as a group of thugs. To be fair, personal forces often ended up proving their bad reputations as they enforced their employers' private dealings. And now, Vase just suggested that he had need of his own group of ruffians. This did not inspire a lot of confidence in Melkor. It's not what you think. Vase quickly added, the reason why I want a personal force is because I'm planning to go on my own expeditions in the future. It's hard to compel a company security force to follow me into far-flung territories. That makes a lot of sense. But why are you so insistent on raising your own force? Because I'm a big shot now. I should act like it. I'm tired of being left out of the loop. I've also had it with being treated like a foot soldier. Since I have all of this money, I figured why not invest in my own mechs and ships. I want to take back some control over my life. I don't want to be left at the whims of the mistakes that other people have made. Vase already laid out a vision for his small but promising personal force. He'd put Captain Sylvestra in charge of the ships and Melkor in charge of the mechs. With the two of them working together, Vase had a lot of faith they'd be able to whip a crew into shape. This is really big, Vase. I have to think about it. I never considered going down this route after I left the Mech Corps. Look, Melkor, I know you're reluctant right now, but think about my success so far. This is only my second year of operation. What heights do you think I'll be able to reach 10 years from now? What about 20 years? Even Vase hardly dared to dream so big. By the time the next generation came into being, he'd almost certainly be a journeyman mech designer. The mech industry widely considered this stage as the first, formal start of a mech designer's career. Novices and apprentices were still considered underage. The chances of someone getting stalled in these stages were extremely high. Only those who reached the enviable height of journeyman would finally be treated with consideration on par with an expert mech pilot. This put Melkor to thought. Even if he didn't hold much hopes to advancing to expert mech pilot himself, working for a journeyman would open up a lot of doors for him. Perhaps he'd even be able to borrow Ves's influence to help him in his breakthroughs. Unlike Captain Sylvestra, Melkor needed no further consideration. I'll do it, you can count me in. Chapter 332 Personal Force in the Age of Mechs. Wealth meant nothing on its own. The ability to leverage your wealth mattered more, because anyone could take it away by force. Many affluent people either formed their own fighting forces, or they joined an organization which already did. True safety lay in the power of the mech and the gun. Troublemakers sought out easy targets. Those with an abundance of wealth but not enough guards often parted with their assets rather quickly. Vase had a number of groups to rely on. First, as the founder and CEO of the Living Mech Corporation, Vase enjoyed a significant amount of protection from Saniel Ablan's security services. Their contract primarily tasked them with escorting Vase as he traveled within secure Republican space. They also guarded the LMC's fixed assets such as the old workshop and the newer manufacturing complex under construction. While Vase had an amiable relationship with Saniel Ablan, he never trusted them quite completely. Even if SAS is a security company known for their neutrality, they're still a subsidiary of the Khonsu clan of the Coalition. If Vase ever fell out with the Khonsu clan, then the consequences for the LMC would be dire. It would be better for Vase to fold the company entirely. SAS also worked primarily for the company and not to Vase as a person. While he could still ask for their assistance in company-related matters, they wouldn't oblige him if he wanted to go on a personal errand. Security companies firmly drew a line between security activities and mercenary activities. The only way to bolster his personal power was to raise his own force, which declared their loyalty to him and him alone. While he could also employ a mercenary corps, he'd never be able to ensure their loyalties. It was the easy way out. Hiring a reputable mercenary corps saved him a lot of trouble, but the expenses added up the longer the contract lasted. Their main use was to fill a hole in your lineup and to take care of some short and medium-term tasks. Anyone who relied on mercenary corps as their primary line of defense was woefully naive. Many people these days dreamt of piloting mechs. If they lacked the required neural aptitude, then they dreamt of being able to own or command a group of mechs. Right now, he had the will, funds and talent necessary to make this dream into a reality. With Melkor and Captain Sylvestra at the helm of his mechs and ships respectively, Vase hoped to establish a small but capable personal force within the next 6 months. We're already in an unofficial state of war. With everything the Mech Legion is capable of, it's never too soon to raise my own force. Ordinarily, he'd have to file for a lot of permits and licenses to do so. This might hinder ordinary people, but with his current status, Vase did not expect the government to put up any significant roadblocks. This was also the time where his favored status with the government made itself useful. This status allowed him to skip a lot of red tape and expedite the registration process of his own force. He easily filled in a couple of forms on the Galactic to get the ball rolling. He only stopped when the form asked for a name. It's gotta be something cool or professional. Those who wanted to cultivate a lot of contacts and wished to enter the nexus of power went for professional names that incorporated words like guardians, knights or defense force. Vase found those names to be bland and uninspiring. As a younger mech designer in the prime of his life, he could be forgiving if he used a more daring name for his personal force of mechs. It's not like I want to hobnob with all the politicians and business magnates. I'm not cut out for social influencing. If he wanted to gain someone's favor, he'd send someone else make connections on his behalf. What Vase should be focusing on was designing mechs or doing stuff that improved his ability to design mechs. Anything else formed a distraction to him on his ambition to reach the pinnacle of mech design. A mech designer's personal force reflects his ideals on how his mechs should be used. It serves as an example to be admired and emulated by my customers. As such, the name should incorporate an aspirational aspect. Much like how ancient humans invented mythical characters such as Heracles and let themselves be inspired by them, so did Vase had to come up with his own myth. This sounds kind of familiar. He already possessed a fair amount of experience with coming up with myths to blow some life into his images. The X Factor drew its strength from the imaginary realm, so Vase always came up with vivid ideas to empower his mechs. Forming my own force is similar to designing a mech. It starts with a vision. The name will fall into place once I have a solid idea on what my force should be doing. He wanted his own personal force of mechs and ships in order to enable him to form his own expeditions. He had to admit he had taken a liking for adventure. As long as the rewards sounded attractive enough, he was not afraid of taking risks. Through his adventures, he also wanted to see his designs at work. His personal force should employ as much of his designs as possible. He wanted his mech pilots to showcase the potential of his mechs under the most difficult circumstances. After all, much of the current momentum for the sales of his Blackbeak came from the model's excellent performance on the glowing planet. Even with all of the hype and marketing, real examples remain the best driver for sales. He didn't want to spend too much time on forming a name. He picked his mind for possibilities and settled for one that sounded the coolest without going too far on the tacky side. Vase chose to go for a name that reflected his design philosophy. He already did so for the LMC, and as his force would ideally be composed around his company's models, the two should definitely share a common bond. He decided upon a name. The Avatars of Myth. The name referred to his aspiration that his mech pilots could connect with the images attached to their mechs and commune with each other. In the most ideal case, his mech pilots became embodiments of myths and heroes that previously only existed within his mind. Thus, they are never fighting alone in their mechs. After he entered the extravagant-sounding name, Vase quickly finished the rest of the forms. Now the government had to go over his application and provide the necessary permits. The next step happened after that. For now, I need to go back to business. The Barracuda flew ahead of the main fleet. With her tiny cargo space, she carried no cargo at all other than the Stanislaw. This posed no risks to the ship, so Vase ordered Captain Silvestre to deliver him to Bentheim as fast as possible. Once the ship touched down on the planet, Vase took an armored shuttle from SAS to Marcella's office. While the LMC opened up a branch on Bentheim, Vase knew no one who worked at that office, so he would rather consult a familiar friend. Once the shuttle and its escorts arrived in front of the office, Vase entered the front doors, upon which a receptionist directed him directly to the elevator. "Took you long enough to come back home," Marcella remarked as she swiveled her chair from the impressive view out the window. "A lot has happened while you were gone." Vase nodded lightly as he took a seat across her desk. "I've heard. I suppose you want to talk about Von Industrial." The mere mention of that name soured his mood. "Did you agree to extending a licensing contract to Von?" "I did, after some persuasion," Marcella admitted as she took on a slightly regretful expression. "You have to know it makes a lot of business sense to supplement your company's inadequate production capacity. There is no shame in admitting that the LMC is in the early stages of its growth. Every mech manufacturer that rose up to become behemoths have started small as well." Vase thought that Marcella understood his vision, but he was wrong. He closed his eyes and shook his head. "My designs are not commodities to be copied blindly. What do the reviews say about Von's products? They're mechanically sound. They are quite a hit in the Ilvain Protectorate, you know." "That's what you think, but in my eyes they are defective. They are missing a crucial ingredient that is characteristic in my products, and that is the human touch. Vase, craftsmanship is overrated. This is the age of mechs. The time where we need to commission a weapon from a blacksmith and expect a work of art is long past. I know that you want to do things in your own way, but if you want to be a successful businessman then you need to make some compromises. I don't believe that, Vase replied. There is a definite demand for quality mechs, and no, I don't consider anything that comes out of Von Industrial to be of high quality. Many other mech manufacturers already pursue efficiency and standardization above all. My company doesn't have to follow suit. As they argued back and forth, it became evident that Marcella would never see eye to eye with Vase. She always treated mechs as commodities. She merely pretended to appreciate them in order to woo her customers. Mechs are products in our line of business, she said with a tone of finality. Your job isn't to change the galaxy or upend the entire mech industry. Your job is to serve the mech pilots that fight on our behalf. My ideals don't conflict with that demand. Well, you sure don't act like it. Just face it that you need Von's help to tide the LMC over. You can always reinvest the fees you've received from Von to expand your own production capacity. That's already in the roadmap. It's not as if I can spend my profits elsewhere at this time. I don't think I will need to divert a lot of money to design my next mech. Marcella's eyes shone. So are you finally ready to design your next mech? I am. I've seen a lot of things on the glowing planet. I've got a number of designs in mind. Right now, I'm thinking about designing a rifleman mech. That's great news. The mech broker enthusiastically supported the idea. Although they're not easy to design, rifleman mechs occupy the largest share of the mech market. It's about time you take a slice of that pie. In truth, Vase did not choose to design a rifleman mech because he wanted to increase his sales. The LMC already had their hands full with the Blackbeak and it would take months for demand to peak and decline. Unless the LMC quickly added new production lines, their production capacity remained at full capacity for the foreseeable time. Instead, Vase wanted to design a mech for Melkor. If his cousin were to lead the avatars of myth, then he needed to pilot a mech worthy of his future stature. The Stanislaus supplied by the Larkinson estate was more of a workhorse mech than something that evoked prestige. It made for a fairly poor symbol and impressed nobody if they glanced at it. Rifleman mechs like these were a dime in a dozen. Since I'm planning to design a rifleman mech, what can you tell me about the type, and what does the market want? Even though he formed a vague idea of his next design, it didn't hurt to hear from an expert in the business. Chapter 333 Rifleman Mechs. Rifleman mechs. I can tell you a lot about them. Marcella smiled as she leaned back on her comfortable chair. Ranged mechs form the dominant types of mechs in this day and age. Do you know why that is so? The advantages in tactical flexibility afforded by these weapons are too convenient. If not for the proliferation of heavily armored mechs that could close the gap and take them out up close, every mech would be a rifleman or a cannoneer. Despite this caveat, rifleman mechs formed the core of today's mech doctrine. The rifleman mechs among a unit of mechs dictated their actions. Rifleman mechs work best at medium range. Since they explicitly wield external rifles, they have the flexibility to drop their weapons and take up a backup knife, although it's highly inadvisable for them to do so. It's best they take their opponents before they close in, and unless they are built to snipe, they aren't able to take out distant opponents. At that range, it would be easy for the target to hide behind cover or dodge incoming shots. Vase tapped the desk with his fingers as he summed up his thoughts. Rifleman mechs can be divided into two general categories. You have the run and gunners that are meant to fight and shoot on the move, and you have the marksman types that fire their weapons behind cover. A fair amount of people in the mech industry believe that's a false dichotomy. Rifleman mechs are vulnerable up close, so the best and most reliable way to fend off any melee mechs is if you can run and remain out of reach of any approaching mechs. Also, it is not as if these high-mobility mechs can remain stationary and use any existing cover to their advantage. I don't believe a mech can excel at both, and neither do I believe that a slow and sluggish rifleman mech is automatically a bad design. He once designed the 2-star Old Soul Rifleman Virtual Mech, which became a cult classic among the local gaming community. The Old Soul's rifle only possessed enough heat capacity to unleash a couple of shots, but all of them landed with a lot of power. Combined with its moderate stealth features, it functioned well in its niche as an ambush predator. Still, the Old Soul never caught on outside of Cloudy Curtain due to its extreme design choices. The way Vase intended the mech to be used diverged too wildly from what everyone else thought rifleman mechs should be capable of. Even though Vase had developed a love for this type of mech, it did not fit with what Melkor and the market demanded. He could only give up on developing a real and modern version of the old soul. Marcella collected some reports from her terminal and transferred them to his comm. Read these when you have the time. They contain all of the recent sales charts and market trends for rifleman mechs. Right now, ballistic rifleman mechs are surging in sales. The second way to distinguish rifleman mechs was to look at their weapon types. In the Bright Republic, rifleman mechs either wielded lasers or ballistic rifles. Both of them took an equal share of the market. Some rifleman mechs possessed optimizations to wield either types without penalty. However, this typically resulted in slightly lower overall performance while costing drastically more, so most of the times, only elite mechs might come with this feature. That's odd. Vase rubbed his chin. The next generation of mechs will be the golden age of lasers. Won't these outfits be better served if they can hire and train their laser specialists? These forces don't have the luxury to dream about their future. They have to secure their present first. Right now, mechs that incorporate laser-resistant armor plating are selling like hotcakes. Your Blackbeak is among their number. Can you tell me why you chose to go for the Veltrex armor system? That's because I'm trying to future-proof my design. The Blackbeak won't be too much out of date once the new generation of mechs arrive. Marcella pointed a finger at him. Well, you're not the only mech designer who thinks so. Every recent design is future-proofed against laser that it's quite a challenge to find a new design that's geared against withstanding kinetic and explosive damage. Now he understood her point. I see now. There's such a slant on laser-resistant mechs that ballistic rifleman mechs must be having their greatest time. If you aren't concerned with designing a mech for long-term viability, it's a good idea to design a mech that specializes in ballistic rifles. Vase firmly shook his head. I can't do that for the moment. One of the reasons why I'm designing a rifleman mech is because I want to design the perfect machine for one of my relatives. He pilots a laser rifleman mech. I see. So you are doing it for another Larkinson. I do have a friend who's a decent shot with a ballistic rifle, but he pilots aerial mechs, and that's not something I've got a lot of confidence in designing at this moment. Dietrich's Harrier was in bad shape, and while it could be repaired, it would never return to its prime. Vase would be more than happy to gift him with a mech of his own design, but the technical challenges of tackling this advanced scared him off. Even though one of his earliest virtual designs also consisted of a ballistic rifle-wielding aerial mech, the Seraphim was based on a 400-year-old primitive Fantasia 2R design. Aerial mechs had come a long way since then. The vastly increased complexity of a Karentgen aerial mech was not something that a dabbler of the arts could dip their toes in. Vase first had to learn to crawl before he could learn to walk. Maybe it's easier if you laid out your vision. What kind of rifleman mech are you aiming to design? What kind, indeed. I admit I don't have a solid vision as of yet. I'm still figuring things out. For now, I've only set a couple of parameters. It's going to be landbound, so no fancy flight systems with all the complexity associated with it. It also has medium weight, but it should be fairly fast and agile. Finally, it should come with compressed armor. That final portion raised Marcella's interest. That's going to be fairly controversial, depending on your price point. If you are aiming for the same price tag as your Blackbeak models, then it's only barely acceptable. I know, it's not quite cost effective to clad ranged mechs with expensive armor when they hardly form a hindrance due to their lack of thickness. Still, even a thin layer adds a lot to a rifleman mech's survivability. I think the trade-off is worth it even if the dominant market trend advises against such a design choice. So long as you are aware, she said. Marcella didn't seem very eager to argue the point even if she knew it didn't entirely make sense in the current market. Just be aware that the private market is used to spending up to 40 million credits for a premium rifleman mech at most. You can't charge the same exorbitant prices you charge for your knight models because your buyers already know it costs a lot to add all of that armor. I'm not looking to design a mech that conforms to the market. This is a mech that I want my relative to excel in. As long as I succeed in design a good enough rifleman mech, I believe the market will be able to swallow a base price of 50 or 60 million credits. Good luck with that. Vase sounded fairly ambitious when he made that boast, but he fully believed he was capable of reaching such a height. He possessed an abundant amount of skills and saved up an enormous amount of DP to spend on additional skills and masteries. He particularly looked forward to the latter. Their discussion lasted for another half hour before he had to go. As Vase stood up and walked back to the elevator, he turned around and left some final parting words. About the decision to extend a licensing contract to Vaughn, I'll forgive your complicity this once. Don't let me hear you lead the LMC astray again. As a shareholder, I know you are only acting on behalf of your own interests, but don't forget who owns the majority. Vase turned away and disappeared in the elevator, leaving Marcella slightly perplexed. Previously, if Vase spoke at her with that tone, she'd dismiss it out of hand. In her eyes, he was a kid after all. It was impossible to feel threatened by a toddler. This time, Vase had changed. It took a lot of guts to put a former mech pilot and war veteran like Marcella on guard. Vase somehow managed to make her pressured, if only slightly. She grinned long after Vase had left her office. Looks like the kid is growing up. Vase had little else to do once he left Marcella's brokerage. He figured he could pay a visit at the LMC's branch office, but he had no involvement with what went on there. He remembered from his talks with Jake that the branch office primarily dealt with marketing and after-sales support. That's not something I can stick my head in at this time. He returned to the Barracuda and proceeded to set course for Cloudy Curtain. At this time, the grand return of the mass expedition to the glowing planet had riled up the entire Komodo star sector. The incredible harvest made a lot of other states jealous, especially the territories that the glowing planet had previously drifted past. Many states were green with envy at the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom to occupy a majority of the early harvest of the glowing planet. Prices of a number of exotics had already dropped a fair amount. Meanwhile, a large number of newly enriched outfits started placing mass orders for new mechs to replace their losses and bolster their numbers to reflect their newfound wealth. This newfound surge came just in time for mech manufacturers who feared that the previous spike of sales had already run its course. This new and explosive surge in demand shifted Bentime's mech industry into a newfound renaissance. Everyone is going crazy right now, Vase said to the egg that held Lucky. He stroked its solid bone-like surface with care. How long are you going to take to level up? It's already more than a week. Hopefully, Lucky wouldn't take months. To finish his evolution, he needed his pet to stand guard when he finally used up his Transcendence pill. Even though it was a little premature, Vase looked forward to increasing one of his mental attributes past 2.0. Despite the excitement in the Bentime system, the Barracuda effortlessly transitioned into FTL at one of Bentime's Lagrange points. A brief journey later brought the Corvette at the edge of his home. A short time later, the Barracuda finally touched down at Cloudy Curtain Spaceport. Once he entered the armored shuttle, Vase ordered it to bring him to the upcoming manufacturing complex. Once the shuttle and its escorts flew halfway around the rural planet, they eventually reached an expansive construction site. A massive site had been cleared in the middle of a lightly forested plain. Picturesque mountains surrounded the site in the distance, providing the location with an ample amount of peace and harmony underneath the planet's ever-present cloud cover. Dozens of contractors from Bentime worked together with the security and construction specialists of SAS to erect a majestic set of offices and fortifications above ground. Naturally, bots of various shapes and sizes did all the heavy lifting. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Vase knew that a lot more bots and people excavated and reinforced the chambers dug underneath the soil. All of the actual production happened several kilometers below ground, more than enough to shield the vulnerable production equipment against incidental raids and bombardment. Still, it won't do any good if a giant tunneling machine like the gregarious Wrath decides to knock on my doors. There was a limit to everything. Vase believed that a tunneling machine the size of a capital ship should be rather unique. The Visions wouldn't bother to deploy an equivalent war machine to mess up his production facilities. Not with Bentime next door. Chapter 334. Breathtaking to think that he came so far. The expansive works covering a massive area in the middle of nowhere took away his breath. The great undertaking before him finally solidified the LMC's ascension from a small-time player into a serious medium-sized mech manufacturer. Even with billions of credits sloshing around in my bank accounts, it's only a bunch of numbers. Vase remarked to Melkor, who accompanied him and acted as a guard. Only by spending them can we make something of ourselves. If Vase had been taken aback, then Melkor was practically speechless. It was as if he couldn't believe his cousin earned more money than the Larkinson estate made in a decade. Melkor couldn't be blamed. He spent a lot of time keeping an eye on his charge, and all he saw of Vase was holing up in his office all the time and coming up with a magical new design after a few months. A design that became so successful that fueled an expansive manufacturing complex on a sleepy rural planet. How much does this all cost? The mech pilot asked. Well, the plan started at 500 million credits, but this looks a lot more elaborate than that. This must be another decision the board made in his absence. The changes hadn't affected the above-ground portion of the complex too much. It mainly featured more robust turrets and a few more beautifully designed office buildings. Construction bots also worked on planting an elegant courtyard in the center of the complex leading up to the entrance of the headquarters building. They stepped on a floater platform and slowly hovered over the dirt and incomplete paths before they arrived at the headquarters building. Vase looked up at the 30-story tall building. The building had been completed early on, and looked empty but clean from the outside. The structure looked decorative, but hid a lot of defenses underneath its wide-windowed and white-walled facade. When Vase commissioned the original plans to build a manufacturing complex, he wanted the architects to design a headquarters that reflected the company's values. It had look in a way that inspired his employees to value mechs and treat them like assets at the very least. The architects clearly succeeded. As he passed through the tall double doors that loomed like gates, he entered an expansive atrium lighted from above. The colorful screens on the roof filtered the gloomy gray clouds in a subtle gradation of lights. Shortly after they entered, an older man arrived at the entrance. Jake Altern had finally tracked him down. Vase, you've returned. Vase walked back and met with Jake. It takes more than a freaky planet to kill me. I heard you fought directly against the Visions. Ha, don't worry, Melkor took care of them in my stead. I had some close shaves, but we made it out okay. They made some small talk as they exited the empty HQ. Jake showed genuine concern about his safety, and admonished him not to go harrying off anytime soon. The relations between the Bright Republic and the Vizia Kingdom has hit rock bottom. The battle of the two fleets caused both sides to suffer a significant amount of casualties. Both are eager to avenge their losses. A declaration of war is imminent. I know, I was in that very battle, though only in the outskirts. He personally experienced the depth to which the two sides hated each other. The bad blood between the two states would never end until one side wiped out the other side. After Vase assured Jake of his safety, the conversation took an unpleasant turn. Jake noted that Vase was still bottling up his resentment, so he took the initiative to come clean. Look Vase, about the licensing contract to Vaughn, everyone from the Larkinson estate was in favor of this move. Your grandfather had actually been the driving force of this decision. The Larkinsons are in need of money. There was much for Vase to criticize. First, did his grandfather really demand this initiative, or had the old fogies from the steering committee pushed him to support this move? Second, why would the Larkinson estate be lacking money? They'd gone by since the founding of the Republic without any hiccups. Still, despite his many questions, Vase felt no need to hash it out with Jake. I admit I'm very discontented about this partnership with Vaughn. I made it very clear that Vaughn is not a fit for the LMC. Their manufacturing methods are a disservice to a design like the Blackbeak. Jake didn't understand what Vase was saying. To a businessman and administrator like him, all mechs were tools to be used and discarded at a whim. Vase, can you at least admit that the contract with Vaughn has provided us with immediate short-term benefits? The licensing fees they are paying will easily be able to pay for the expansions the LMC desperately needs. We will be able to add 2 new production lines by the end of the fiscal year. Vase really couldn't stand to hear any further rationalizations. You still cross the line. This is my company, and my say matters the most. I can understand how much it hurts to miss all of those potential profits due to a lack of capacity, but you should have at least found another manufacturer that is similar to EAM. Instead, the entire board and you treated my opinions with contempt and went ahead with Vaughn anyway. He rarely got angry, but when he did, everyone took notice. Jake halted in his tracks but refused to admit any fault. Disagree with me if you will, but I stand by our decision. In your sudden absence, the LMC still needs direction. Every member of the board agrees it makes a lot of sense to go to bed with a professional and capable mech manufacturer. The results. Speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for themselves. We are richer than ever before. That's the only reason why I haven't fired you. Maybe you should. After some time, Vase calmed down. He didn't want to harp on this issue because the milk had already been spilled. Instead of continuing to ruin his relationship with his chief operating officer, he'd rather move on and adjust the course of the LMC from this point onwards. Jake, you're a good administrator, but you're not irreplaceable. I asked the Larkinson estate to send some capable people, and I can do it again if needed. Your only value in my eyes is to act as a caretaker of the business side of the LMC. It is not your job to come up with your own initiatives and act outside your boundaries. Understood, the man replied with resignation. Jake appeared man enough to shoulder the responsibility of his decision. I suggest you remain within reach if you don't want something like this to happen again. It's easy to act like you're the boss, but decisions still have to be made even when you're absent. I'm not so sure I can follow your suggestion. When war breaks out, everything will change. Both of them fell silent at the grim possibility. Even Melkor took notice. He'd been leaning to the side and stayed as inconspicuous as possible. All of the business talk hardly roused his interests. The war was a different matter, however. They smelled the gunpowder in the air. The first shots had already been fired. Now, they awaited the formal declaration of war, which should be very imminent now. Once the Bright Republic entered war footing, many things would change. Can brief me on the changes the company will go through once the Republic is at war. Jake filled him in on the drastic changes the LMC would go through. First and foremost, our ability to import materials will be somewhat curtailed. It's good that we are only producing a single model. Our resource needs aren't that elaborate or extensive, and we can source most of them from domestic suppliers. Prices will rise and quotas may be imposed, but other than that we can still do business. What about our sales? I've heard that the Republic will impose a lot of restrictions in this area. That's true. Jake nodded as they stepped on a lifter platform that brought them to a massive reinforced gate that led underground. Depending on the level of war mobilization, we'll be obliged to follow every instruction sent government. Failure to comply comes with severe penalties. They can even confiscate our assets if we flout their authority. That sounded very serious to Vase. The last thing he wanted was for the government to take away his life's work. How often does that happen? More often than you think, but it's always the smaller players who fall victim to this scheme. The ministry in charge of supervising mech manufacturers analyze their capabilities and issue work orders such as manufacturing a certain amount of replacement parts of a vital mech design from the mech core. Do we get paid for it? Just enough to cover our costs plus depreciation. It's not a profitable venture, but at least we won't be bankrupting ourselves. The only problem is that inflation and resource shortages can run out of control if the war swings against our favor. Something like this had happened a few times throughout the Bright Republic's history. A lot of previously stable mech manufacturers went bankrupt once their business climate turned sour. What about conscription? We don't expect too much of our employees to be conscripted. The Bright Republic doesn't care about the ordinary mech technicians either, but they'll definitely consider snapping up a talented mech designer. I'm aware of that. I hope the LMC can continue to operate in line with my interests once I'm gone. I don't want a repeat of what happened before. I can't make any promises on that, Vase. You should talk to your grandfather to set some ground rules. Vase shook his head. Let's not retread this conversation. Agreed. Back to the topic at hand. If war erupts, what kind of limits will we face for our sales? We can still sell our mechs to private parties, but they have to be vouched by the government before we can deliver our mechs. If the customer in question is a loyal citizen of the Republic, then they won't face too many restrictions. Even gangs aren't exempt from this as long as they pledge to defend their territory against the Visions. Even though the Bright Republic maintained a love-hate relationship with the gangs that plagued their planets, they still recognized their use as an auxiliary force against the greater threat. Different from the Republic, the Visions ruled their territory with an iron fist. While this has led to a significant amount of economic stagnation, it also ensured that gangs had no chance of rooting themselves in the underworld of the kingdom. Some people argue that the nobles secretly fill in the void left by the gangs. In essence, the nobility simultaneously occupied the light and gray areas of Vision society. In any case, the gangs knew that the Visions would wipe them out in time once they took control over a planet. This forced the gangs to flee or fight. Most chose the latter due to various reasons. Chief among them was that they'd be exiled from the Republic if they shirked their moral duty. So how will this affect our earnings? Vase asked. It can be volatile. On one hand, the mercenary corps that agreed to work for the Republic receive allowances in case they lose their mechs. Depending on their performance, they'll be shopping around a lot. On the other hand, not every mercenary corps is eager to perform errands in hostile territory. These cowards will try to flee the Republic in substantial numbers. So there's going to be fewer customers. Correct, and those who remain will spend a little more. Overall, that sounded like a net loss to the LMC. Even if the mercenary corps decided to stay and fight the good fight, they'll only get the equivalent of pocket money from the government. That would be good enough to buy a couple of cheap frontline mechs, but it would take a lot more remuneration to buy an expensive Blackbeak. Which market segment will be the most active one, then? If you're able to design a sub-20 million credit mech, then you're well placed to take advantage of the surge in sales in this segment. Unfortunately, Vase did not have the time. He first had to design his premium rifleman mech before he considered anything else. Arming Melkor with a quality mech was more important to him than trying to earn an extra buck from mercenaries that had fallen out of luck. Chapter 335 Underground Complex. Vase continued to pick Jake's brain as they entered through the gates and boarded an elevator. The device slowly brought Vase, Jake and Melkor and some guards down into the depths of the tunnel that the construction companies dug out only a couple of months ago. What about the mech core? Vase asked. Occasionally, they license designs from external mech designers. They don't completely rely on models their research and development teams came up on their own. That's a complicated matter. Only exceptional designs fall under their consideration. As much as your Blackbeak has impressed the market, it is still a design that's below their consideration. As much as Vase believed in his own design, he had to admit that his work paled in comparison to those designed by an entire team of professionals. A senior mech designer helmed each design team under the employ of the mech core. Such a high number of capable mech designers would always be able to surpass the work of a single apprentice mech designer. He sighed. I shouldn't get my hopes up then. Vase was not so full of himself that he believed he could surpass the collective efforts of these all-star teams. Every member of a core design team boasted impressive track records. They made Michael Dumont look like the school dunce. They mostly consisted of older mech designers as well. It was generally believed you had to be in your late 30s to be an asset to the team. This meant that the backbone almost always consisted of established journeyman mech designers, each of whom possessed their own unique talents. The elevator descended fairly quickly. Several kilometers passed by in a single minute, but the inertial dampeners built into the elevator ensured a smooth ride for every passenger. It stopped once it reached the first underground floor. As they exited it, Vase beheld a huge but largely hollow corridor. Several huge alloy hatches led to other hollow chambers. This is the warehouse floor where the manufacturing complex will store the majority of their goods. It's placed in the uppermost floor to facilitate the movement of raw materials and end products. Vase nodded at that. Some believed that the goods should be stored in the lowest floor, but Vase thought this made more sense. It would take a lot of hassle to ship the goods several more kilometers underground. Once they looked around the empty chambers for a while, Jake led Vase to the floors underneath. Each single floor had been separated by many stretches of soil in order to isolate each of them in case of an enemy breach. While this added to the cost, the extra safety was worth the added effort. I don't remember any of this in the original plan. How much extra will it cost to set up a secure underground complex? The total cost has increased from 500 million credits to 1.5 billion credits. The extra money is mostly spent on extra space and strengthening the tunnels. Not everyone in the board agreed to the price increase, but your grandfather is adamant about turning your little fief into castle. Again, his grandfather played a crucial role in enacting a change within his company. At least this time Vase agreed with the decision. The company sat on a growing pile of cash. They might as well invest some of it on their manufacturing complex, which would serve as their crown jewel in the seat of the LMC. Vase reminded himself that he needed to have a good talk with his grandfather anyway. Over the next couple of hours, Jake led him down the elevator and showed him the other underground floors that needed to be filled up with furnishings and equipment. The floor underneath the warehouse housed the underground offices. Backup systems ensured that almost any data stored in the offices above would be copied down below. In the event the structures above the ground got bombed, the survivors could still pick up their work in the underground offices. This floor can easily accommodate thousands of office workers. Jake boasted. For now, we won't be able to fill this office up to capacity if we're chased underground, but hopefully it will be a different story a couple of decades later. The office floor did not contain anything of interest to Vase, so they moved to the next and most important floor. This is where the bulk of our manufacturing will take place. The halls are extra wide and deep, and each production line will be segregated in their own halls to prevent any unforeseen accidents from spilling over. Vase looked at the empty halls and its alloy-plated walls. All of that cladding doesn't look cheap. It isn't, but it's necessary to safeguard the production lines and prevent any vibrations and signals from propagating into the other halls. They're well worth their cost. I love the abundant amount of space. A single hall alone takes up more space than double my old workshop. This would massively ease the fabrication process and ensure that materials could be delivered promptly without bumping into each other. A special jumbo-sized cargo elevator directly connected the manufacturing floor with the warehouse floor above. It was large enough to transport 2 heavy mechs side by side. The cargo elevator is stable and robust, but its speed leaves something to be desired. Jake said sheepishly. That's okay. Instead of making lots of smaller trips, we'll just have to make do with a couple of larger halls. Once Vase had his fill of the manufacturing floor, they moved downwards yet again. This time they arrived at what Vase had intended to be his private holy land. I'm sure you don't need a description of this floor. It's much smaller than the floors above because only a handful of people will ever make use of the facilities here. They arrived at the lab and workshop floor. This would be the place where Vase produced his future designs. Even though he didn't necessarily need a lot of space and toys to form a new design, it always helped to have more tools at hand. He shouldn't rely completely on the Mech designer system to do his design work. Vase planned to fill half of the rooms with some basic lab and workshop equipment. This alone would cost at least 100 million credits, but both the LMC and Vase wouldn't lose any sleep on such a trivial amount of spending. The costs only ramped up hard when Vase filled up the other half of the space. Vase had composed a very extravagant shopping list that would cost several billions credits to obtain. This was because the best equipment could only be imported from the Ferde coalition. Even though the lab and workshop floor took the least amount of space, it featured some of the highest level of defenses. Only the final floor below featured even more extensive security features. Let's stop by the last floor before we go. They had to enter a special, highly secure elevator to go down to the last floor. A massive alloy gate stood before their sights. This is the vault. As you can see, the front vault gates alone can withstand a typical mech squad for an entire day. The sheer amount of alloys incorporated in the construction makes it fairly troublesome to open it. Right now, many of the locks and security systems are not yet in place, so I won't be able to show you how it looks inside. That's a shame, but I've seen enough. Vase nodded. Let's return to the old workshop. I have work to do. Vase planned to utilize the vault to store anything of value that would have been stolen if he placed it on the warehouse floor. For now, he mainly planned to store any high-grade exotics and rare mechs that fell into his possession. More than an hour later, Vase left the construction site and flew back to the outskirts of Freslin. Compared to the massive undertaking in the forest, his older workshop resembled a doll house. The two couldn't be more different. Even if Vase was about to retire his old workshop, he would always remember it fondly. He started his business here, and produced his first mechs from these modest halls. Change was inevitable. Vase and the LMC had to adjust with the times. A modest workshop couldn't keep up with the pace of their growth. Once Vase arrived at his office, Gavin awaited him in front of the door. He flexed his feet up and down as he seemed anxious for some reason. The moment Vase came into view, he smiled like a glittering sun. Vase, I've been waiting for you for months. Do you know how agonizing it is to be without you? Haha, you don't need to be so happy. I don't swing that way. The mood suddenly turned a little awkward. Ahem, the reason why I'm here is because public is interested in you. Let's talk about it in my office, Vase said, and turned around to dismiss Melkor and the guards. Come on in and take a seat. Once they took their places, Gavin began to babble about the public's interest in Vase. You're growing into a household name in Bentheim. Even the other major planets in the Republic such as Rittersburg has started to take note of you. You can't imagine how many news portals and publications have knocked on our doors with a request for an interview. You already missed the hottest period. Vase regretted missing out on these prime opportunities. Several prestigious publications at the level of the Rimward Star Herald had approached the LMC for an interview or profile piece when the sales of the Blackbeak started to explode. These opportunities disappeared after the publications found out that Vase took part in the Republic's expedition to the glowing planet. It was as if they expected that Vase would perish on the hostile, war-torn planet. Can we approach them for another chance? That's not something we can do. They'll ignore us if we approach them on our own initiative. They can be petty like that, and some of the hype has died down by now. Gavin offered him a list of publications that still showed some interest in him and his company. Most of them consisted of regional and planetary publications. I don't see any major names on this list. Vase sounded disappointed. Even if they don't have a wide reach, it's still very useful to engage with the publications that are highly circulated in our target segments. For example, the Bright Republic edition of Mercenary Central is the premier news magazine for mercenaries. Many mercenary commanders avidly read their weekly issue or catch their daily broadcast. Even Vase had heard a lot about the mercenary publication. Mercenary Central is a fine choice. Let's add for consideration. After that, Gavin suggested a couple of other publications. Vase rejected most of them because he didn't believe they would benefit his profile or boost his sales. Mech Mothers is one of the more widely circulated news portals in the Republic. It's widely aimed at the parents of mech pilots, and exert a significant influence on the mechs they pilot. No, I'm not going to engage with a bunch of parents, even if it's one of the most popular publications. Here, what about Junior? No. After rejecting a bunch of tangibly related publications, Gavin finally gave up. Besides an interview with Mercenary Central, Vase rejected every other option. Gavin, I don't have the time to grandstand in front of the public. A couple of interviews are enough to put my name in the public sphere. A mech designer should let his designs do most of the talking. My Blackbeak is doing excellently in that regard. His publicist and assistant sighed in defeat. Very well, boss, I'll take that under advisement. Do I have permission to allow your officers to be interviewed about the company? Many publications are happy if they can get a hold of your chief operating officer or chief financial officer. These are mostly the dry and boring ones that focus on business, of course. That should be okay as long as they keep their mouth shut on certain topics. That's great. You can send me a list of the things you don't want them to say, and I'll pass that on to Mr. Altern and Mrs. Macquarie. Vase fobbed off most of the interviews because he only had a limited amount of time to design his rifleman mech. He wanted to devote his full attention to completing it in 3 months. I don't even know if I have that much time. The war will break out very soon. Chapter 336 War Footing. The war came sooner than Vase had thought. The Vizia Kingdom formally declared war against the Bright Republic, and followed suit by making an offensive thrust at Halcyon Point. That's where Uncle Ark is stationed. One of the most illustrious Larkinsons in active duty, Colonel Ark Larkinson was one of the family's rare and precious expert pilots. Although he only experienced the tail end of the previous Bright Vizia War, his hard work and lack of vices had steadily improved his skills until he broke through the threshold that had stumped so many of his fellow colleagues. Rare for an expert, Ark had also been gifted with an administrative talent. With his dependable leadership and a reputation for fairness, Ark had also managed to climb the chain of command without losing his edge as an expert mech pilot. Every member of the Larkinsons regarded Ark with pride. Whenever the public thought of the Larkinsons, they thought of Ark. Whenever the people thought of Ark, they thought of his family. Many people considered Ark to be a star that would shine as brightly as his father Benjamin. Like father, like son. The other 2 expert pilots of the Larkinsons are senile. Only Ark is vigorous enough to have a hope at advancing to ace. Do you think it's easy to advance to an ace pilot? Besides their founding ancestor, none of them had ever gotten close to becoming an ace. I wonder if we'll see the birth of any new experts among the Larkinsons. They pop up during every war so far. Ark's overall excellence landed him an important posting as the base commander of Halcyon Point. This was one of the most central and strategic star systems along the border between the 2 states. Even if the Vizians could easily bypass Halcyon Point and invade the other stars further into the Republic, the substantial amount of mech divisions stationed there could easily wreak havoc behind enemy lines. The necessity of maintaining supply lines and the retreat to their rear lines meant that Halcyon Point could not be left alone by the Vizians. Even as the Vizians sent out several smaller forces out to raid the surrounding star systems, they focused their main thrust on this stubborn nail that kept constraining their strategic offensive. The Bright Republic had long known that the Vizians eyed the strategic star system. Both its placement and unique characteristics played a vital importance in keeping the surrounding territories in check. In fact, the Mech Corps had already reinforced Halcyon's Point during the Glowing Planet campaign. The main reason why they didn't send out any further reinforcements to the Glowing Planet was because they had been deeply afraid that the Mech Legion would exploit the moment the Republic diverted their attention from their border defenses. Due to the prevalence of observers in the star system, sporadic bits of news constantly leaked onto the galactic net. It was almost impossible to suppress the news and misinformation that emerged from the net. So far, Vase found it difficult to distinguish between truth and lies. At least the overall trend isn't overwhelmingly in the favor of the Vizians. As long as Halcyon Point stood strong, Vase did not have to worry about Ark. The expert pilot could take care of himself, and if worse came to worst, he could easily fight his way out of enemy lines. What happened at the front lines right now had galvanized the entire Republic. While the older folk greeted the war with grim resignation, much of the younger generation looked forward to doing their part to defend their homes. Vase met with Jake in his office the next day. His COO informed him of an important event. The Ministry of Economic Affairs has gotten in touch with us. Right now, they don't expect us to fulfill any obligations, but the LMC has been put into notice. We should expect to be called up to facilitate the production of supplies, spare parts or even complete mechs anytime now. This is bad news. We only have one mature production line. If the ministry wants us to produce some of their war materiel, we'll be forced to halt our commercial ventures. Exiting from the private market would have dire consequences for their market position. The LMC risked throwing away months of hard work. Jake had a suggestion for that. It's time we expand our production capacity. We have the funds to procure 2 or 3 more production lines. That's impossible unless you are looking at budget equipment. Vase quickly replied, I don't want to settle for subpar equipment. At minimum, the production line should cost around 3 billion credits. At 3 billion credits, the combination of 3D printer, alloy compressor, chemical treatment machine and assembly system presented a fairly complete package. All 4 machines had to be good enough to shoulder the LMC's future production for the next 20 years. Jake retrieved a data pad and handed it over to Vase. I'm not suggesting such a thing. Considering our performance and our growth, I've been huddling with Primrose Macquarie on and off for some time. We've ultimately came up with 2 different financing plans. This is leverage. The first plan amounted to borrowing lots of money. The LMC at this stage shone brightly, but it couldn't keep up with demand due to the bottleneck in production. Rather than wait until the company made enough profit to expand their production, why not move this decision forward and use other people's money to get the machines up and running now? Naturally, taking a loan also meant exposing the company to further risks. If their sales slumped all of a sudden to the point where they couldn't meet the repayment terms, they risked losing whatever they put up as collateral, such as his highly valuable reconstructed Dortmund printer. Although Vase possessed a natural aversion to loans, he understood that he might not have much choice if he wanted to stay ahead of the curve. The LMC desperately needed more production lines, but it would take too much time to accumulate the necessary cash. There is also another plan on that pad. Vase briefly browsed the other document. Selling my stock? Absolutely not. As a private company, outsiders found it difficult to place a value on the LMC. However, business analysts loved to speculate. Their estimates of the company's total worth had continually been adjusted upwards. Last Vase had checked, the fortune tellers pinned the LMC to be worth around 15 to 30 billion credits. This was a huge amount. This was because it got a hold of a lot of expensive assets and licenses without incurring a huge amount of debt. The company also earned a lot of profits because its expenses were relatively modest if you left out depreciation. The only factor that doused investor enthusiasm was that the company heavily relied on Vase. Once he stopped publishing successful designs, the LMCs would certainly collapse like a house of cards. Overall, investors preferred to put their money in mech companies that employed a variety of mech designers. Even if one designer produced a flop, the other designers could pick up the slack. Still, Vase hated parting with his shares. This was his company. I'll put the first suggestion up for discussion at the next board meeting. You're right that we have to expand our production quickly, but we have to be careful not to chew off more than we can handle. Even if Vase didn't take out a loan, his company would still follow an upward trajectory. They'd miss a lot of opportunities if they took the cautious route. Sometimes you needed to take the plunge. If he was okay with risking his life on expeditions, then he should not be too timid to allow the LMC to take some risks as well. Jake agreed with that sentiment. This is great news. I've also consulted with Chief Cyril and narrowed down a handful of choices for hardware to fill up our manufacturing floor. Take a look. Vase browsed the third document on the pad. It contained a small list of different printers and other fabrication machines. He briefly ran over their specs and found them to be adequate, though they couldn't quite compare against his current setup. Their quality meets the standard, if only barely. He admitted, these production lines should be equivalent to what EAM is running, right? That's correct. Your young friend Carlos has a deep understanding of their production lines when he acted as our liaison. It's a system that's similar to ours and it works. Why come up with our own when there's already a practical setup before our eyes? Well, there's a danger to blindly copying other people's setups. I'll take these models into further consideration. Right now, Vase had little time to spare for these issues. Even if he found it necessary to expand the company's production, he could leave most of the work to his subordinates. As long as he held the final say, the situation wouldn't grow out of control. Once Jake left his office, Vase sent the list of equipment back to his chief technician and ordered him to write up a report of what the best setup would be. Since he picked out all of the models, he should surely know which ones fit the company best. He handled some paperwork after that. The outbreak of war had changed the whole fabric of society in the Bright Republic. Some of the wartime provisions already came to being, which meant that the LMC had to change the way it operated to comply with the restrictions imposed on the company. The last thing the Republic wanted to see was a domestic company inadvertently supplying the Visions. An important notice arrived in his comm. The government finally approved the establishment of the Avatars of Myth. That was fast. Vase had the sense some bureaucrat rubber stamped his application once they recognized his name. Him having a personal force was no different than Larkinsons forming their own fighting force. Even though the Avatars of Myth had officially come into being, the outfit didn't have any members as of yet. Vase rectified this situation by calling up Melkor to his office. Once his cousin arrived, Vase showed him the approval notice. Avatars of Myth, huh? Melkor mused, trying to sound out the name. I hate to say it, but your naming sense could use some work, because it sounds as if we're all trying to compensate for something. Both of them laughed a bit. In practice, the names hardly mattered as long as they remained recognizable. Outfits with sillier names constantly appeared every day, like the Freckled Ponies or the Barbecue Saints. In any case, now that we've passed the most important roadblock, I'd like to fill in our roster. Vase continued, let's start by gathering a cadre in a single basic squad of 8 mechs. It's easy for you to say so, but without any mechs of our own, I don't believe we can appeal any mech pilots that are skilled. The vast majority of mech designers didn't own a mech. Those that did often owned cheap rust buckets worth less than 10 million credits. Vase had no need to incorporate such garbage mechs in his ranks. He wanted to form a crack troop of loyal soldiers, not a motley crew of mercenaries in all but name. 2 of the 8 mechs will consist of gold label Blackbeaks. As I come up with new designs, the Avatars of Myth will have first pick. Right now, a premium rifleman mech design is on its way. Melkor frowned at Vase. How long will it take? Around 3 months. That's too long. With the war breaking out, the mech pilots who are worth their pay are rapidly being snapped up by the mech corps or the other outfits. I'll have to move fast if I want to secure some talents. You have full authority to use whatever to entice these talents to the roster. Just make sure they're loyal. That is a given. As for the mechs, for now I'll release some funds for you to purchase some other mechs. I'm fine with filling out our roster with other designs as a temporary measure. What's my budget? Don't spend more than 30 million credits for each mech. What? Leaving out the 2 Blackbeaks that Vase would supply on his own, that meant that Melkor suddenly possessed the power to spend 180 million credits. The mech pilot could hardly get a grip on the dizzying amount of money. He had never spent more than a couple of thousand credits at a time. Chapter 337 Intensive Competition. Vase hardly blinked when he allocated 180 million credits to Melkor. He used to be like his cousin. Now, he easily spent millions of credits like he was drinking water. As his career progressed and his company grew, he set his sights beyond the Bright Republic. Once his personal fortune and company funds both surpassed 1 billion credits, Vase stopped equivocating about his bank balances. He could obtain practically anything for sale in the Bright Republic. This was also why he thoughtlessly delegated the matter of procuring new production equipment and mechs to his subordinates. Purchases of this level hardly excites me anymore. Even the selection of a new 3D printer worth several billion credits is a chore in my eyes. Vase used to agonize over spending tens of thousands of credits, but in less than 2 years he grew to a height immeasurable to his previous self. This is progress. This is growth. His wealth extended not only to his credit balance, but also to his other so-called currencies. Due to the strong momentum behind the Blackbeak, his design points broke through 200.000. I can't forget about my merits from the Clifford Society either. He currently possessed around 300 merits, which was a handsome sum for a knight of the society. For now, he hung on to those merits until he needed to purchase something exclusive from the coalition, such as a high-tech license or a supremely advanced production machine. I'm sitting on a lot of credits, DP and merits. For now, Vase did not feel any sense of urgency to spend all of this wealth. 3 major priorities occupied his mind right now. First, I have to come up with a rifleman mech design within 3 months. Second, I need to get the avatars of Myth up and running. Third, I have to ingest my Transcendence pill as soon as possible, preferably before the mech core comes calling. That last point proved to be the thorniest. According to the item's description, the pill could knock out Vase for up to 88 days. This was far too long. I can easily design another original mech in that time. Vase did not doubt the pill's abilities. Going under for 3 months or less in exchange for breaking the limits that humans back was a no-brainer to everyone else. The problem with me is that I'm too indispensable. After a long absence, the LMC required a steady presence. Vase intended to be present in his company as he worked to design a rifleman mech. Disappearing for several weeks or months again would destabilize the company again and erode everyone's loyalties. Vase summed it up in a single sentence. An absent boss is not worth putting forth your passion in your work. Besides, Vase couldn't afford to go under unless Lucky finished his level-up process. His gem cat still hadn't roused himself from his egg. Occasionally, the bony egg emitted strange signals. The first couple of times it happened, Sass thought that someone tried to spy on the old workshop. Once they traced it back to Lucky's egg, Vase had been forced to move the egg to a makeshift vault. The signals his cat kept emitting constantly tripped the alarms. I really miss you, Lucky. He hoped his cat finished his evolution soon. Until then, Vase did not dare have any designs on his pill. Vase got back to work. Once he finished his paperwork for the day, he turned his thoughts to designing a rifleman mech. I can recycle most of the components used in the Blackbeak design, but I'll definitely have to supplement my licenses. At the very least, he had to obtain licenses for a laser rifle, a ranged targeting system and a collection of minor auxiliary components designed to boost the accuracy of a mech. Vase considered spending merits to obtain premium versions of these licenses, but he reconsidered after some time. The difference between laser rifles isn't so big. Laser rifles form the single most abundant category of mech arms. Practically every mech squad featured at least a single mech with a laser weapon. This ubiquity led to a lot of progress in the field of laser weaponry. Humanity had pretty much exhausted all of their latent potential. Making any further progress was excruciatingly hard. The market only got to taste a big jump in performance once they reached the next generation of mechs. The top designers and weapon manufacturers in the galaxy had managed to overhaul the conventional design of laser weapons and increased their power by 20% across the board. This was significant progress. The comprehensiveness of the new design meant that not only first-class mechs wielding laser rifles worth as much as an entire planet got to benefit from the power boost. Much of the innovations being released at the next generation could also be applied to the lowliest mech-sized laser rifles. Unfortunately, the mech core kept the advancements to themselves and a handful of powerful developers for now. Vase had no way of getting his hands on a next-gen weapon design. He would have to make do with current offerings. An expensive laser rifle will drive up costs. If it's too advanced, then nobody on the field will be able to service such a weapon. Vase had already familiarized himself with the mainstream second-class laser rifles developed by the Coalition for their own use. All of them took advantage of the properties of exotics abundant in Coalition space but scarce everywhere else. In order to fabricate a second-class laser rifle, Vase had to get his hands on a reliable supply channel for these exotics. Even though third-class laser rifles couldn't hold a candle to the power of second-class weapons, Vase still decided to go for a more basic weapon for this reason. He spent a couple of hours browsing the MTA's catalog for interesting component licenses. He bookmarked a couple of laser rifles and other components for later. Before he bought the licenses, he first had to set his vision and draw up a draft design. The components had to fit his vision, not the other way around. In order to develop a perfect vision, Vase prepared to enlighten himself with this archetype with 2 different methods. The conventional method consisted of interviewing rifleman mech pilots. He planned to consult a number of people, including Melkor and any mech pilots he managed to rope into the avatars of Myth. The other method consisted of spending 40.000 DP on Rifleman Mech Mastery I. A chill ran through his body as Vase thought about acquiring another mastery. For the span of a couple of days, the system would whisk his mind from his body and send it back in time and space and stuff it into someone else's body. What would it be like to occupy another body alongside the original mind? Would Vase be able to come to an accord with the original occupant? I don't believe the system will lead me astray when I cough up 40.000 dp. Still, Vase had to wait until Lucky came out of his shell before he cast his mind into the mind of another mech pilot. Last time, he didn't know a single thing about how the system conveyed a mastery to this mind, but now he knew that his actual body would be comatose and in stasis for several days. It was imperative that no one found out about his infirm condition during this time. If the avatars of myth had been ready to go, then Vase could reluctantly hand over the responsibility of guarding his body to his group. As of now, the avatars didn't even have a second mech or mech pilot to its name. Melkor warned Vase that it would take at least a couple of weeks for him to interview possible candidates in Bentheim. I should go ask some people about their thoughts on laser rifleman mechs. While Vase could call Melkor, he preferred to leave him to his duties for the time being. Instead, he left his office and stepped into the workshop hall. Everything looked the same, though Vase could vaguely sense some differences. The bots organized the gear and supplies a little tidier, and the mech technicians no longer appeared so green. A palpable sense of duty radiated in the air as everyone worked around the primary production line. Chief Cyril, Vase called as he approached the chief technician. How's the workshop? The man grinned at Vase. It's better than last time. As you can see, everything is shaping up. The LMC continued to produce its silver label Blackbeaks in this workshop. Under the Cyril's solid leadership and Carlos' insights learned from Eam, they managed to optimize the fabrication process and cut down the time needed to assemble a model a little bit. That sounds impressive. Compared to the hell he experienced with the whalers, his own company followed the opposite trend. Soon enough, the LMC's technical workforce would be able to rival those from Eam and other comparable mech manufacturers. Vase was very thankful that the Larkinson estate sent Cyril to his company. Anyway, the reason why I paid a visit is because I want to hear your perspective on laser rifleman mechs. Rifleman, that's the most prevalent mech type out there. The chief took a deep breath and guided Vase away from the busy workshop floor. So you're finally ready to dip your company into the business of selling these mechs? I am. Follow me, then. They arrived at Cyril's office. Once he closed the door, he turned to Vase. Do you know how many rifleman mech models are for sale in the Republic? Thousands. Tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000. Even if most designs remain unsold, and the vast majority only sell a single digit's worth of mechs, it still means you're going to face the stiffest competition imaginable. I see. You're right about that. Vase frowned as he tried to recall all of the great designs in the market. Offensive knights are rare, so my Blackbeak is easily able to squeeze its way into the market. I can't expect the same treatment for my next design. This was a very major problem. The amount of competition surrounding laser rifleman mechs led to brutal struggles among mech designers. Many designers went bankrupt because they failed to offer anything compelling. It was impossible to design a mech that surpassed the mainstream mech models sold by foreign trans-galactic corporations. The amount of thought and optimization that goes into rifleman mechs has reached an insane height. It's not even possible for a mech designer from the Friday Coalition to come up with a better design from the same materials, so you should better give up on that ambition. Cyril basically told him that Vase couldn't compete against the mainstream models by designing a comprehensively better mech. It just couldn't be done. What about the domestic supply? There's a substantial split between original designs and variants of mainstream designs. Right now, variants are more popular. Vase had an inkling why this happened. Let me guess. The mainstream models are a little too expensive or burdensome to produce, so mech designers develop a local variant made out of materials that are easier to source. That's exactly right. The single most important reason why mainstream models isn't monopolizing the entire mech market is that their design incorporates materials that can't easily be obtained in our star sector. Their designers are thousands of light years away, and they have to design a mech that can accommodate as many star sectors as possible. Incompatibilities are inevitable. That's where the variant designers come in. They license the mainstream models and they put their local spin on them so they can be produced and sold by their own companies. Vase had to admit that it sounded like a foolproof avenue for success. As long as a mech designer bought the right production license, he would be able to sell an astounding amount of mechs in no time. Cyril pointed his finger at Vase. It's a good thing there aren't too many variant designers in the Republic. It's too expensive to license a mainstream mech design. Every variant designer who currently owns such licenses obtained them through connections or special circumstances. Not a single one of them paid credits for their licenses. Even the government can't afford such extravagance. Rumors floated around in the galactic net that the upfront cost of a single mainstream mech license cost as much as 10,000 billion credits. And that was only for an older design. How could Vase compete against variants derived from these ultra-expensive designs? Chapter 338 Exceptional Lucky's glowing egg reached a critical stage. Its bone-like surface sparkled and glistened. The pale blue glowing lines burned bright as the energies within spiked alarmingly. The spillover effects had reached such a volatile stage that Sass thought someone attacked the workshop. Vase had to call back the incoming security guards before they mistook Lucky's egg as a bomb. "I'm busy with an experiment. Don't enter my office. I'll take all responsibility for this incident." With that answer, the guards reluctantly drew back, though they kept a vigilant eye on his office door. Vase learned his lesson and deployed his privacy shield. No matter how many times the egg convulsed, not a wisp of it escaped the privacy shield's barrier. The egg began to radiate an eerie green glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. Vase could feel the thrum deep within his bones. Even his internal energy cycle disrupted its quiet routine and started to follow the pulsing pattern. All of this astounded Vase. His eyes opened wide as his sixth sense brushed against sensations that tasted a lot like raw emotion. The pulses kept accelerating until it reached a fever pitch. Just when the egg looked like it was about to explode, everything stopped when a crack appeared on the shell. A dainty bone-white paw emerged from the cracks. The violent activity had stopped as if a bomb had been defused at the very last second. Lucky's paws continued to crack open the egg that now seemed very brittle. Moments later, Lucky's head emerged from the widened crack. His curious eyes looked around until they centered around Vase. Meow. Lucky rapidly broke away from the shell and glided over to Vase as if he weighed nothing at all. Oof. Vase caught his cat in his arms and smiled at his pet. "You've finally leveled up, meow." Despite the drastic procedure, Lucky looked the same as always. His exterior plating still consisted of a substance that resembled high-grade Rorschach's bone. This gave his cat an exotic appearance that couldn't help but draw people's eyes. Fortunately, Lucky didn't glow anymore, so he wouldn't attract too much attention. Vase tried to spot any other changes but failed to see anything that stood out except for size. Lucky had grown a little bigger. It was almost imperceptible, but Lucky did indeed grow a centimeter longer. This did not represent too much of a change, but it indicated that Lucky might grow into a tiger someday. "I'd rather you stay small. You're easier to feed that way." Vase nuzzled Lucky's belly with his face, prompting his cat to paw at him. "Ha ha ha, I'll have to enjoy this while I can." Meow meow. Once he finishing cuddling his cat, he set Lucky down and inspected him with the vision granted by the system. Pet status: name, Lucky owner, Vase Larkinson rank, exceptional exclusive level, 3 skills: gem excretion 3, energy clause 2, gravity manipulation I, regeneration I, sharp senses I, spirituality I. Overall, Lucky's evolution resulted in a substantial boost of strength. Vase had no doubt that Lucky became more durable and his energy reserves grew deeper. Even if the system didn't enumerate his exact specs, Vase already knew what to expect from the first time he leveled up. What was different was that Lucky's rank jumped from gold to exceptional. This obviously indicated that Lucky had become a more advanced mechanical pet. This also reflected in the skills that had been added to his status page. Vase briefly went over the skills. Gem excretion 3 spoke for itself. This was Lucky's foundational skill, and one that had the potential of bringing a lot of value to Vase. The jump from Gem excretion 2 to Gem excretion 3 shouldn't be too substantial. Every gem that Lucky left in litter box only boosted a mech's performance by a couple of percentages. As long as Lucky kept leveling up, his gems would grow more formidable. At some point, Vase would be able to harvest gems that boosted an attribute by as much as 20%. The power of Lucky's gems should truly come into being by then. Lucky's energy clause 2 also leveled up. While Vase had no clue what had changed, they should be able to cut through even tougher materials or last a bit longer. The remaining skills all appeared to be new. Vase tried to inspect them, but he found his borrowed power of observation to be limited. No matter how much he stared at those skills, the system refused to display a description of these novel additions. Oh, come on. Lucky's level up had put the cat at a higher pedestal. Vase suspected that he lagged behind. Lucky advanced to level 3 while I'm still stuck as an apprentice mech designer. This put Vase to thought. The road to journeyman was a difficult one. The most basic prerequisite had to do with his skills. The easiest and most direct way to satisfy this condition was to upgrade a skill to senior level. Apprentices rarely manage to reach such heights. It's easier to accumulate a lot of journeyman level skills than try to advance a single skill to the minimum standard of a vaunted senior. Still, what others might have difficulties with, to Vase it was a matter of spending design points. Status: name, Vase Larkinson. Profession, apprentice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 223,356. Attributes: strength, 1.3. Dexterity, 0.8. Endurance, 1.9. Intelligence, 1.8. Creativity, 1.9. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude. F skills: assembly, journeyman, 3D printer proficiency 3, assembler proficiency 3, battle mechatronics, apprentice. Night mech mastery I, business, apprentice, computer science, incompetent, electrical engineering, journeyman, structural pathway configuration 3, energy storage IV, conductors 3, mathematics, journeyman, mechanics, journeyman, jury rigging 3, speed tuning IV, metallurgy, journeyman, alloy compression 3, metaphysics, incompetent, physics, journeyman, directed energy weapon optimization 2, lightweight armor optimization I, medium weight armor optimization IV, melee weapon optimization IV, salvaging, apprentice, signals and communications, journeyman. Abilities, superpublish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation, a post-human mech designer with a random collection of skills. Vase accumulated so many design points over the past couple of months due to the proliferation of his Blackbeak design. Both his virtual and physical mechs enjoyed commercial success. He found it interesting that he earned as much DP from his physical mechs than from their virtual copies. It was the first time he had experienced such a thing. The main reason for the Blackbeak's lack of popularity was that it couldn't deliver a powerful short-term performance. The Blackbeak's performance in the arena was rather dismal. It only redeemed itself in larger battles like the 50v50 war-torn instances. Luckily, the people who bought physical mechs prized the Blackbeak's strengths in toughness and endurance. Sales had spiked during the peak of the Glowing Planet campaign and only tailed off after its conclusion. According to the sales department's internal projections, demand for the bronze label Blackbeak would slowly decline as the limited demand for offensive knights continued to be met. While this meant that EAM would soon lost their cash cow, the LMC enjoyed a better market position. The market finally recognizes the efforts I've made into ensuring the quality of my products. His gold label mechs enjoyed widespread renown. They had become veritable collector items. All of the limited edition mechs he sold at the Vintage Festival gained a substantial amount of value, the most expensive ones even straight up doubling in value. Even though the silver label Blackbeaks differed only minutely from their lesser bronze label counterparts, the mere fact that it carried the LMC's illustrious label had become an added benefit to his customers. This is exactly what I want. Vase worked hard to associate his brand with quality and craftsmanship. He had to give up a lot of opportunities to earn a quick buck along the way, but the seeds had finally started to borne fruit. His current goal should be to reinforce this association by publishing more designs with the same level of quality. Once the local market got used to his standards, Vase could then start with publishing more exotic designs without fearing any rejection. This will take a long time to ferment. First I have to prove that the Blackbeak isn't a fluke by designing a successful rifleman mech design. Vase turned his attention back to the system and entered the skills page. The projection shifted to an array of trees, all of which kept branching out like an endless river delta. Considering that he aimed to design a rifleman mech, Vase focused on the fundamental skills that played the biggest role. Both mechanics and physics are vitally important to rifleman mech designs. Mechanics allowed Vase to design a wholesome frame that synergized with the pilot and his piloting style. The design of a rifleman mech required a wholly different application of mechanics than with knights. Knights favored brute force and robustness. Their frames must withstand a lot of shock and should continue to function even if it suffered moderate damage. Rifleman mechs prioritized precision and finesse. Humanoid rifleman mechs should adhere closely to the human physique in order to maximize the transferability of a mech pilot's skill in marksmanship. Battle mechatronics applied to this as well, but Vase should first upgrade its parent skills, hence why he eyed mechanics first. I can also go with physics. Physics delved more into the science of how a mech's components and weapons worked. Whereas mechanics dealt with mechs as a single system, physics broke it down into its constituent components. The largest benefit to upgrading physics was that Vase would gain the qualification to tinker with mech-sized laser weapons. Even if he learned a fair bit about laser weapons by studying the forbidden research on gamma lasers, Vase still possessed a shallow foundation compared to those underground scientists who dedicated their lives to this field. Upgrading his physics skill also enhanced his ability to optimize his designs. He would be able to program and utilize more complex mathematical models and adjust them on the fly based on his needs. He'd be able to gain some proficiency into some of the higher levels of physics and make more inroads into understanding the effects of highly energetic exotics. I've got two good choices. Which one should I pick? Each choice emphasized different aspects of a mech. The safest choice would be to upgrade his mechanics. A strong development required a strong foundation, and Vase couldn't think of anything that could beat mechanics in terms of fundamentals. Still, Vase did not lack for confidence in terms of mechanics. Despite his lack of sub-skills in this category, Vase had developed his mechanics skill to a deeper level with the help of his master and his own personal experiences. He even dared to say that his mechanics could keep up with actual journeyman mech designers. Upgrading my physics presents more practical benefits. First, the ability to modify a laser rifle is a powerful one. Second, my ability to optimize my designs will also improve. Vase focused mostly on the former, but the latter also had a lot of value. Better optimization allowed him to close the gap against the dominant mainstream designs in their many variants. The only downside to choosing physics was that Vase might not be able to utilize its advantages with other mech types such as skirmishers. I can always upgrade my mechanics skill later on. Right now physics is more useful to me. Upgrading a skill to senior level entailed learning at least 3 sub-skills and completing an upgrade mission. This mission may take some time. Vase was worried that the system would serve him another multi-month mission. He already had a lot of tasks on his plate. After a couple of seconds of hesitation, he decided to bite the bullet and dump 100,000 DP into upgrading his physics to senior level. A mission prompt appeared. Upgrade mission. Design and fabricate a functional gamma laser rifle. Difficulty: C rank. Prerequisites: Physics, Journeyman. Description: the essence of a laser rifle revolves around converting energy into a form that causes damage to the target. Conventional laser weapons predominantly utilize the infrared portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. However, a mech designer should not be content with remaining within the boundaries of artificial rules. Explore the potential of laser weapons and design a gamma laser rifle by yourself. Then fabricate it and test the weapon to verify its performance. Reward: Physics, Senior. The upgrade mission sounded simple. The system only assigned a difficulty of C to this task and it didn't even come with a failure condition. The only problem was that Vase could not let anyone find out what he was doing. Producing gamma laser weapons was as bad as dabbling with nuclear weapons. This is illegal. Chapter 339: Fear of the Taboo. The seriousness in which the MTA and CFA enforced the laws on taboo weapons frightened all of human space. Practically no one except the lawless dared to cross the two biggest organizations that collectively guarded over humanity. It was for their own protection. During the Age of Conquest, the humans who conquered the galaxy star by star possessed no bottom line. With their awesome capital ships, they showed no remorse in bombing highly populated alien planets to glass. Saturating a planet with thousands of nuclear missiles proved to be the quickest, easiest and dirtiest method to wipe out an entire planet's worth of aliens. Over time, humanity began to be more creative as they sometimes wished to occupy a planet instead of turning it into a lifeless radioactive rock. They experimented with biological diseases and chemicals as well as radiation as a way to cleanse a planet without rendering it uninhabitable. The results were decidedly mixed, but that didn't lessen humanity's enthusiasm for these destructive toys. At the tail end of the Age of Conquest, humanity ceased to expand outwards and started to focus inwards. Internal contradictions constantly flared up and the stagnant Terrans faced a revolt among their own ranks, which ultimately led to the birth of the new Rubarth Empire. These intense and highly destructive wars mainly happened in space. Warships ruled the void. Sending out ground forces to invade a planet proved to be a laborious operation. Seizing control of a foreign planet's population and assets often cost too much time and effort. The invaders found it more convenient if they rained down mass destruction and wipe out a quarter to half the planet's population. Humanity began to turn their weapons of mass destruction to their own race. The tragedies that ensued could not be counted even to this day. Too many atrocities happened in this period to keep track of. Once a state began flinging weapons of mass destruction against another state, the enmity that emerged between the two became irreconcilable. You hit me, I hit you back. The victims lashed out twice as hard and wiped out every inhabited planet they could reach. Historians had projected that humanity spread out over half the galaxy lost more than 10% of its total population in a span of 50 years. 10% might not sound so much, but this amounted to many trillions of wasted lives. The sheer amount of death and destruction changed the course of history and threatened to become a man-made plague. It was easy to start a fight. It was impossible to stop it once the cycle of revenge began to revolve. The emergence of the first mech piloted by the legendary Mech ended it all. His emergence along with some other factors led to the formation of the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. The two organizations heralded the age of mechs. Their strength awed the fractious states and suppressed the unruly parties that wanted to keep using their weapons of mass destruction. Human space quickly found out that it was not a good idea to incur their wrath. Two important changes happened at the start of the age of mechs besides the ban on weapons of mass destruction. First, CFA assumed sole responsibility for defending human space against the alien empires that pressured it from every direction. They straightforwardly confiscated every warship and formed their own defense fleet crewed by a variety of humans across the galaxy. States lost the right to wage their internal wars with ships armed to the teeth with colossal weaponry. It was too expensive to replace the fallen ships, especially since each of them cost a substantial fortune. Capital ships took up an extravagant amount of manpower and resources to produce. The destruction and loss of each major warship weakened humanity's ability to withstand alien incursions. Therefore, the CFA had been tasked with preserving these assets as much as possible. The second change revolved around promoting the use of mechs as the main mode for war. No longer would capital ships be allowed to orbit a planet and bombard it into oblivion with huge cannons or destructive lasers. The transition to mechs turned out to be very bumpy. Besides the immature technology that underpinned workings, states also found the mech to be a lackluster weapon platform. Compared to the destructive power of a capital ship, a single mech was an ant. The MTA overthrew a lot of states before humanity learned their lesson. Vase recalled the last couple of hundred years and sighed. Right now, we live in the age of mechs. There was no place for a forbidden weapon like a gamma laser rifle in today's society. Only the most depraved and degenerate pirates used such a thing, and they never lasted very long. In truth, the destructiveness of gamma lasers or grazers couldn't quite compare against the might of a nuclear bomb. The weapon type worked best in space where it could only threaten spaceships or space station. For various reasons, the MTA and CFA added any laser weapon that weaponized some of the higher frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum to the list of taboo weapons. Vase had to accept their stance without question. What could he do on his own? Should he visit the MTA's branch on Cloudy Curtain and ask for an exception to create a weapon of mass destruction because of a mission? They'll shoot me to pieces before I can even get another word in. Vase shook his head. That is if they don't capture me and torture me to death. This thorny upgrade mission compelled Vase to work alone. He absolutely could not trust a single person except for Lucky. Even his most trusted technicians such as Carlos or Chief Cyril would turn on him in a heartbeat if he showed any interest at all in producing a forbidden weapon. The fear of the taboo had set in deep nowadays. Forget about designing such a weapon. Fabricating it without tipping anyone off is the biggest problem with this mission. Vase never traveled alone nowadays. People constantly kept their eye on him, and while he could obfuscate their observation methods with his privacy shield, it did not block any naked eyeballs from seeing what he was up to. Running his stealth augment was too costly to consider. His stealth only held up for 5 minutes before his comm ran out of power. Vase could hardly work in short, 5-minute intervals, especially when he began his fabrication. The best solution for now would be to travel somewhere remote with a 3D printer. As long as he could do the dirty deed in the middle of nowhere, the system wouldn't quibble with him as long as he fabricated a successful copy. Vase thought about his 2 production lines just then. The newer production line that centered around the Dortmund printer was absolutely essential to the LMC. The older one, however, had been relegated to a backup line. The mech technicians mainly used the second-hand printer and assembly system to practice their skills, fabricate some replacement components or fulfill some odd jobs. In other words, no one cared about it anymore. A plan formed in his mind. In order to design and fabricate a grazer rifle in peace, he planned to bring the second-hand printer along with a number of supplies and raw materials and move out to a remote planet, moon or asteroid and work alone from there. Vase figured that he could fit everything he needed in the Barracuda, if only barely. The printer took up the most space by far, but the cargo bay should have enough space left over for a couple of smaller containers filled with supplies. Fabricating a rifle doesn't consume a lot of resources. I don't have to bring too much. A complication emerged when Vase tried to formulate which resources he should bring. If he guessed wrong and ended up missing a vital resource to produce a grazer rifle, then he had to halt the entire project and call for the Barracuda to ship the missing materials, which wasted valuable time and risked getting found out. He estimated that the entire design and fabrication process shouldn't take too long. In ideal conditions, he might be able to manage it within a week. The need for secrecy ate up even more time than the actual process. If Vase wanted to apply his upgraded physics to his upcoming rifleman mech design, then he had no choice but to delay its design by several weeks. He considered skipping this troublesome upgrade mission for now, but ultimately decided to take the extra time to go through with it. He needed every advantage possible to narrow the gap against his competition. Hardly any apprentice mech designer managed to find their footing in the oversaturated market for rifleman mechs. Even though many buyers jostled for mechs, even more sellers hawked their wares at them. The dizzying amount of choices meant that new designs hardly gained any attention unless they offered something compelling. Vase knew his current skills could only allow him to design a mech that underperformed compared to the mainstream model. Even journeyman mech designers hadn't been able to compete head-on against these highly developed designs. The only successful cases where they succeeded was when their designs happened to fill a niche through sheer strength. Vase saw hope in this approach. The prerequisite of course was to upgrade a skill to senior level. Before he arrived at somewhere safe and isolated, Vase absolutely couldn't risk begin his design work on a grazer weapon. I guess I better get the ball rolling, he muttered to himself and closed the page. In the next hour, Vase called Captain Silvestre to drop whatever the Barracuda was doing and come back to Cloudy Curtain. He also arranged the transport of the old second-hand printer and a number of supplies and raw materials. While his workers scratched their heads and puzzled over why the boss wanted to take the printer away, Vase informed his company of his brief absence. As usual, his COO Jake disapproved of his random jaunt. This is highly irresponsible. I thought we are clear about the consequences of any further adventures. I don't know what you are up to, but a chief designer who is constantly missing is not a good sign that the LMC is stable. Does stability even matter? Vase retorted. He did not intend anyone to persuade him from his course. This is not a public company. I don't have to answer to any shareholders except for myself. What I'm about to do is for the betterment of the LMC. Once I return, I'll be more than capable of designing a strong and commercially viable rifleman mech. Jake had to take his word for it. The old man still looked at him with disapproval. Try to keep in touch over the galactic net if you can. Even if you are heading to somewhere isolated, we'd still like to know you are physically safe and secure. That will likely be a problem. I'll be working well away from civilization. I can't afford anyone to stay close to me, including the Barracuda. I'll be out of range of her quantum entanglement node, so I won't be able to access the galactic net or call anyone with my comm during this period. In his planning, the Barracuda would only check up on him once every few days in case he needed to order more raw materials. The rest of the time, his Corvette should stay far away from his work site in order to prevent his activities from being leaked to any spies. Vase never forgot who made the Barracuda in the first place. He won the ship after winning the finals at Limar's open competition. The Limar Institute of Technology could have stuffed all manner of bugs and listening devices on the ship. Even Lucky couldn't do anything about it as those features were integrated in the ship on a core level. The best insurance would be to send the ship far away while he worked. Relax, Mr. Jake. I won't be going anywhere dangerous this time. I'll pick the most quiet, forgotten star system in the Republic and do my thing for a couple of weeks. Nothing will go wrong, I can guarantee you. Chapter 340 Ripple Effects. The usually boisterous classroom in the academy abruptly fell into silence. Every potentate sat up straight as a uniformed mech pilot walked in front of the class. Joshua's eyes shone as he beheld the dashing man. The man swept his view towards the boys and girls and mentally shook his head. What was the use of visiting these teenagers? They were at least 5 years away from being qualified to pilot mechs. Still, he had his orders. This is a time of war. The Vija kingdom has invaded us once again, and it is the duty of every citizen to repel them with the best of your ability. As Mech cadets, your time has not yet come, but that is no excuse for you to slack off. The Mech Corps holds the front lines so that kids like you can train in peace. Do not squander their sacrifice and continue to improve your skills. The Republic depends on you. Every boy and girl thrusted out their chest in pride. A veritable wave of enthusiasm passed over the cadets as they imagined wearing the Mech pilot's uniform one day. Every Mech regiment utilized a different uniform scheme, which led to a lot of variety in the Mech Corps. Joshua himself only recognized a couple of them, and the man's black and yellow uniform eluded his knowledge. As a potentate of the Republic, the most talented of you are treasured by us. Certain individuals here have distinguished themselves in their training. I am here to invite a number of you to accompany me back to Bentheim and enroll in one of their most prestigious academies on a fast-track training program. I won't lie, it will be hard, and the amount of dropouts will be high. But if even one of you perseveres, you will have a bright future ahead of you in the Mech Corps. The majority of the cadets frowned or groaned. They knew their scores well enough to realize that they didn't qualify for such an extravagant program. Instead, they turned their attention to Joshua and a couple of other talented classmates. Out of all of them, their performance stood out the most. Cadets Joshua, listen May, you are deemed eligible to take up this opportunity. Are you willing to serve the Republic? We are. The Mech pilot smiled. We will send out an information package to your parents. So long as your parents consent to the program, you'll be eligible to apply. The rest of the classroom envied Joshua and the rest. None of them scored remarkably well in their training courses. In fact, their academy actually ranked at the bottom in the Republic. It couldn't be helped since Cloudy Curtain lacked a rich Mech scene until recently. The founding of the LMC and its subsequent rise changed all of that. Suddenly, their sleepy rural planet became a local hotbed for mechs as the LMC broke out of its shell with the release of the widely acclaimed Blackbeak model. The Mech manufacturer's ascension initiated a sea of change. Local politics had been thrown into a mess, while the influx of tax income invigorated public services. Culturally, the insular citizens of Cloudy Curtain finally opened up to the wider Republic. Once stoked, the Mech fever ran out of control. The enthusiastic younger generation flocked to the LMC like ducks and became the company's diehard fans. The potentates among them formed a virtual fan club called the LMC Association. They established a presence in every virtual game including Iron Spirit. Joshua owed much of his recent success to the association and the game. The only reason why he improved so quickly was that he wanted to pilot the LMC's higher-starred virtual mechs. Vase Larkinson published a handful of virtual mechs in his brief career. Over time, the members of the association flocked to one dominant model in each tier. It became something of a badge of pride if the members could master every bestseller mech. Currently, the list included the following mechs: 1 star, Fantasia 2R Seraphim, Aerial Marksman 2 star, TOC-1S Old Soul, Ambush Rifleman 3 star, HPL-100S Young Blood, Knight 4 star, FFL-25P Darkspear, Assassin Mech 5 star, CA-1C2 Mark Antony Mark II, Hybrid Knight. The boisterous members of the association generally reached a broad consensus on the first 4 mechs. Each of them represented the best mechs of their tier. Most of them consisted of Mr. Larkinson's latest virtual designs. The only place the members couldn't agree on was the Mark Antony Mark II. As a hybrid knight, it was hard to pilot. Only the older members of the association had reached the Gold League where they could unlock the ability to pilot a 5-star mech, and they all encountered significant difficulties trying to control the Mark II's many weapons. Frankly speaking, the recently released Blackbeak Virtual Mech was much more suitable as a poster mech for the 5-star tier. As a pure knight mech, it lacked the complicated and uncoordinated weapon systems of the older design. While it didn't fare very well in small-scale duels, it still found a respectable place in war-torn instances and other larger game modes. The only problem was the price. As a premium design, the Blackbeak sold for a ridiculous amount of gold or real credits. Only a handful of longtime players accumulated enough gold to exchange for the mech. The rest could only stare enviously. In any case, Joshua had worked hard the last couple of years. Ever since he first came across Chasing Clouds mechs, he had no idea that he was piloting a product of a homegrown hero. After Mr. Larkinson came into prominence, his drive to master Mr. Larkinson's mechs had grown into a deep-seated obsession. At his age, he should still be languishing in the upper Bronze League or the lower Silver League. Instead, he rocketed upwards until he finally broke through the Gold League. His hard work paid off. The moment he promoted to the Gold League, he instantly spent the credits he'd been saving so far on a virtual copy of the Darkspear Mech, which had gained some notoriety in the Bentime mech scene. Joshua tasted bliss as he piloted the Assassin Mech. He utilized the skills he gained from mastering the Old Soul and achieved a decent amount of success with the Assassin Mech. Still, it had been rough the first couple of months. His ranking fell as he struggled to adapt to the higher pace of the Gold League. His game account even demoted back to Silver League at some point, but the skills he learned from the high-pressure Upper League allowed him to bounce back to Gold League in a brief amount of time. His performance in-game reflected back in his performance in the Academy. Joshua sat at the top of his year in Academy. Almost no one his age could match him in a duel. To be honest, Joshua only accepted the invitation to attend an elite academy in Bentime because he'd be able to promote his ranking faster. I'll be able to pilot Mr. Larkinson's 5-star mech sooner if I go to Bentime. If the mech pilot who visited his class heard those words, he'd wring Joshua's neck. The Visions have invaded the Republic's borders, and all you can think about is playing a game. Across Cloudy Curtain, Joshua consisted of a small number of mech cadets that recently showed a lot of promise. Each of them owed their improvement to the LMC in some way. The passion the mech company engendered among its fans had lit a fire inside their hearts. If the LMC initially stoked the fire, then Walter's Whalers fanned the flames. Their participation and subsequent return from the Glowing Planet campaign had captured the minds of the locals. The proliferation of recordings from the Whalers and many other participants of the struggle to secure the Glowing Planet's resources had captured the minds of the entire Komodo Star sector. It sounded like an adventure drama. The Whalers arrived at the Glowing Planet and survived through several crises before they limped back home with a huge pot of gold. Billions of credits flowed into their account, and in the first couple of weeks they threw out party after party. The entire planet reveled in the success of the gang. Only a handful stood still at the losses. Walter, Dietrich, Fada and the other cadre quietly consoled the survivors and set aside 200 million credits for their pensions. It was the least they could do, and they didn't lack for money now in any case. Once the partying had subsided, a contentious discussion ensued within the gang. Some of the older members wanted to retire with their riches, while others wanted to continue the good fight but with better mechs. Haven't we struggled for years in the mud for a big score like this? An older member asked. Look at how much we earned. We're richer than most companies right now. I bet we're worth even more than the LMC right now. The time to pilot mechs is over. If anything, we can hire others to pilot mechs in our stead. Even though a couple of members agreed with that position, Dietrich quickly thumped his fist on the conference table. Is retiring all you can think about? Then go ahead and leave, but don't expect to get a large share of the prize. This money belongs to the Whalers. As far as I'm concerned, this is the time where our gang can flourish. With the Visions knocking on our borders, the last thing we should do is to put down our mechs. The argument went back and forth for both sides. While many Whalers wanted to leave behind their old profession, others wanted to expand their organization and become more formidable in everyone's eyes. These hardcore members couldn't imagine a life of peace and leisure. Once the two sides entered a deadlock, Walter finally intervened. Walter's Whalers will continue on until we all drop dead or drop out. Those of you who wants to retire may do so. If you fought alongside me on the Glowing Planet, then I'll make sure you earned your fair share. As for the rest, don't expect us to be generous. A substantial number of members who advocated for early retirement had in fact been left behind on Cloudy Curtain. They never shed their blood on behalf of the Whalers. Instead, they stared greedily at the tens of billions of credits the Whalers had earned from the sale of their mining haul to the Republic. Walter's words instantly doused their greed. Most of the freeloaders subsequently quieted down and expressed no further interest in a retirement. Each of them could only expect to receive about 50,000 credits, which was a pittance. In contrast, Walter treated those who experienced the tough campaign on the Glowing Planet and wanted to leave for one reason or another more sincerely. Though the Whalers still retained the lion's share of the pot, Walter issued 1 billion credits to the retirees, turning all of them into enviable pensioners. Once everyone who still expressed a desire to leave had left, Walter addressed the loyalists who stuck by his organization. I won't lie to you. Much of the money we've made will be spent on mechs, ships and equipment. If you think you'll be able to drink the finest drinks and eat cloud rice every way, then you're mistaken. We have a lifetime opportunity to become an elite outfit, and I won't squander it away by wasting it on luxuries. No one outwardly objected to his decision, though plenty of members complained within their hearts at Walter's excessive frugality. In the coming months, we will build up our strength. Our first order of business is to fill up our roster and expand our scope. I hoped we can grow our numbers to the point where we can field 1,000 mechs at a time. 1,000 mechs, that was half a regiment. So many mechs would turn the whalers from a rural bully into a regional powerhouse. Though they'll never be able to surpass the 3 tyrants who ruled over Bentheim, such numbers gave them the qualification to contest over other minor star systems. Each outfit that returned from the glowing planet intact experienced similar transformations. These lucky gangs and mercenary corps outpaced their rivals and competitors by far and began to recruit en masse. The balance of power in the Bentheim region decisively shifted in their favor. Chapter 341 Arrangements. In the past couple of days, Vase fulfilled as many duties as possible. He discussed and approved the expansion plans with the officers of the company. In particular, he approved the procurement of 2 brand new production lines for the LMC's new manufacturing complex. Due to a lack of cash on hand, the company would have to go into debt to the tune of 4 billion credits, but this was easily bearable since the Blackbeak models still sold like hotcakes for now. He also conducted his interview with Mercenary Central in his office. The interview was a lot more relaxed than the one he had with the Rimward Star Herald. Vase mainly spoke some platitudes and constantly highlighted the benefits of the Blackbeak model. He tried his best not to trip over himself by uttering a gaffe. Overall, the interview with Mercenary Central had largely been forgettable. The LMC and its partners only received a minor bump in orders for the Blackbeak models. Vase mainly treated the public exposure as a way to plant some seeds in the subscribers of the publication. Not every mercenary was short on mechs at the moment. Once the war heated up, their losses would begin to pile up. Vase hoped that they remembered his words and took a closer look at the Blackbeak. It's difficult to raise more interest in my product at this time. The hype has died down. The Blackbeak ceased to be a news item among the public. The market had moved on to shinier toys that came out in the last month or so. Still, many professionals knew about the Blackbeak and what it could offer to its owners. Even if its sales started to slide, it hadn't cratered to single digits as of yet. After the interview, Vase got in touch with Melkor, who traveled to Bentheim and instructed him to manage the avatars of Myth by himself for the time being. Are you having any trouble recruiting promising pilots? Melkor grimaced over the projection. To be honest, I've come way too late. The Mech Corps and the Mercenary Corps have snapped up almost every competent mech pilot available for hire in the preceding months. The only ones who are left are failures or carry a black mark on their record. Take your time, then. I don't mind if you have to wait a few months to gather 7 or 8 good mech pilots. This first batch of mech pilots will form the core of the avatars of myths. It's vitally important to know that we can rely on them to lead our future recruits. I understand, Vase. I'm actually reaching out beyond the Republic at this point. There are still some promising foreign mech pilots who expressed some interest in working for a mech designer. Mech pilots generally like to work with successful mech designers. Unlike mercenaries, they didn't have to go around from job to job but instead mostly spent their time in one place. They only had to go out for a few errands once every few years. Unlike company forces, mech pilots directly in the employ of a mech designer often received favored treatment with regards to the mechs they got to pilot. Mech designers always lavished their most loyal protectors with their best works. Vase was no exception in this regard. In time, he planned to pair the entire roster of the avatars of mechs with his own designs. Have you also made a selection of mechs? Not yet. I'm eyeing a handful of models, but it's hard for me to decide which ones I should settle on. It will help if you can tell me how you plan to use the avatars of myth. The avatars will first and foremost act as my bodyguards. They should have the ability to act as my defenders and repel any Tom, Dick and Harry that wants to take a shot at me with their mechs. The second priority is to be able to go on an expedition in hazardous environments far away from civilization. Think of the glowing planet or graining IV. The mech pilots of the avatars of myth should be mentally prepared to go on these kinds of arduous trips. Melkor sighed. I can easily gather up some mech pilots who are eager to take up guard duty, but the latter is a lot more difficult to deal with. Not a lot of talented mech pilots are eager to gamble with their lives. Everyone knows of the danger that's inherent with every expedition into the unknown. I'll make it worth their while. You can offer as much salary and benefits as you want, though I hope you don't stray too far from the predominant market rates. Everyone had a price. As long as they threw enough money around, Vase and Melkor would surely be able to attract some poor but greedy mech pilots with some abilities. Vase hung up on Melkor after discussing some further details. The issue of the avatars of myth could not be rushed. It was not as if he had any need for them at this time, especially since he was about to embark on a solo trip to the middle of nowhere. Alongside his duties, Lucky often followed him as he went back and forth. Ever since he reached level 3, Lucky tested out his new abilities with the curiosity of a child. The most drastic enhancement had to be his gravity manipulation. With it, Lucky finally gained the ability to fly. In the first days, Lucky often raced around in the air like a dolphin in the water. Sadly, his control hadn't caught up with his enthusiasm and he often flattened his body against a wall or some furniture. Everyone laughed when that happened, including Vase. Lucky hadn't been hurt, of course. Even if he flew fast enough to hurt a living cat, his Rorich's bone-based body could endure a lot of punishment. Lucky, stop flying around so much. You're damaging the furniture. Meow. His cat ignored him and continued to swim in the air. While Lucky started to get a hang of controlling his movements by manipulating his gravity, Vase arranged some plans the LMC should follow in his absence. I'm not certain we're ready to move into the new manufacturing complex. It's still a month away from finishing. Jake responded after he received the latest plan. We can't delay our move for long. Vase replied, the war has already broke out. In the previous Bright Vija wars, the Vesians always sent out raiding fleets to strike at vulnerable Republican infrastructure. For better or worse, we're part of the Republic's war industry and a valid target. The thought of an attack had always lingered at the backs of everyone's mind, but no one truly considered the Vesians would spare a fleet to attack their meager workshop. Jake couldn't believe the Vesians would resort to such a thing. We only have a single production line after you dismantled the old printer. There are many other mech manufacturers that contribute a lot more to the defense of the Republic. All those companies with 4 or more production lines aren't stupid. They already bolstered their company forces in order to deter any raids. The Vesians won't send out too many mechs in their raiding fleets, so they have to pick their targets with care. Our old workshop is a soft target in their eyes. Even if we don't amount to much for now, it might be different in the future. I see. They might want to divert some resources at us in order to strangle us in our cradle. The mech industry regarded the LMC as a promising mech manufacturer. As long as Vase didn't screw up and continued to publish quality design, its rise was already a given. Naturally, the Vesians wouldn't like that. I'll put my support behind the move. I'll make certain the manufacturing complex will be up and running within 2 months. Time would be tight, and mishaps were bound to happen, but Vase truly prioritized everyone's safety. The sooner they moved into their fortified complex, the safer they would all be. Vase didn't have to arrange many major instructions after that. Besides the development of new designs, the company ran by itself, exactly the way he liked it. He only spent some time to issue some reminders to the board of directors. They better not be making any major decisions without his presence. Getting Vaughn on board was bad enough. I won't accept any more dissension, even from my grandfather. Although he resented his grandfather for supporting that move, Vase didn't have the guts to call him out on it. He avoided his grandfather and seemingly forgot about him during his brief stay on Cloudy Curtain. On the day of his departure, he shuttled over to the spaceport and boarded the Barracuda with only Lucky as his companion. As he reached the hatch, he turned around and beheld his planet. It's too soon for me to leave again, but I don't have any choice. I need to do this mission alone. Once he stowed away his luggage, he entered the bridge. Captain Silvestra already instructed the Barracuda to lift off into space. The Corvette hardly rumbled as it escaped Cloudy Curtain's gravity well, which was a testament to her well-trained crew. I see you are all making your recent training to good use. Mr. Larkinson, welcome aboard. Silvestra nodded to him from the captain's seat. You haven't told us yet where you want us to fly. Where do you want to go? Set a course for NCVEFG 3438 for now. I'll feed you the next jump once we reach the next star system. NCVEFG 3438 was actually a lifeless red dwarf with hardly any planet to note. The galaxy contained countless of red dwarfs, and most of them held nothing of value at all. They only formed a somewhat convenient transition point for ships looking to evade the public eye. Aye, boss, I'll set our next destination to NCVEFG 3438. Our estimated arrival time is 2 days. Vase had already planned his route over 4 different stops, each of which consisted of 4 abandoned or empty star systems. There were too many of these star systems to count, even in a desolate place like the Komodo star sector. Although he knew that the Republic and other forces hid some observation equipment in these star systems, as long as his crew put their vaunted skills to use, they could easily obfuscate their readings and mislead them into thinking they had transitioned towards another star system. Any trained crew could pull off such a trick. Once Vase became satisfied with Sylvester's arrangement, he returned to his stateroom and sat behind his desk. He pulled up a secure data pad that contained a book he recently ordered from the Clifford Society. With several hundreds of merits to his account, he figured that he should brush up on his knowledge on laser weapons while he traveled to his final destination. Vase planned to acquire some sub-skills from the system as well, but he wouldn't be able to enlighten himself with the personal perspective of past experts. The books on his reading list consisted of textbooks and musings of various experts that had once made contributions in the field of directed energy weapons. Reading their thoughts and understanding their paradigms helped him digest the knowledge he learned from the forbidden research data on gamma lasers he unearthed a long time ago. Hopefully I can upgrade my skills or gain a new sub-skill at the end. Of all the things he enjoyed about his career, he loved to learn new things. His ability to design a mech had come a long way since the start of his career. Before, he had to rely on designing virtual mechs and variants of existing designs. Now, he became accustomed to designing his own original mechs. Even though he only had the Blackbeak to his name, he maintained full confidence that he could repeat the magic of his first original design. My rifleman mech should be even better than the Blackbeak, now that I'm about to work on upgrading my physics to senior level. I'll have to design a groundbreaking machine in order to attract a lot of sales. Though the challenge seemed daunting, Vase never lost his fighting spirit. He believed he could succeed. Chapter 342 Citadel Havensworth. The Havensworth star system was one of the most important and strategic locations in the wars between the Bright Republic and the Wuxia Kingdom. Situated right at the border between the two warring states, the fortified star system played an essential role in curtailing the advances of the aggressive Wuxians. People once said that the Bright Republic couldn't exist without this star system. The Wuxia Kingdom is larger and more prosperous than the Bright Republic. The only reasons why we haven't lost to them is because their nobles are constantly stabbing each other's backs and because Havensworth is tying down a large portion of the Mech Legion. Most star systems of note consisted of a number of stars and some orbiting planets along with a couple of asteroid belts or clouds. What made Havensworth extraordinarily hard to invade was due to its two peculiar properties. As a binary star system, it consisted of 2 stars, a bigger one and a smaller one. The bigger one was a giant, which made it easier to travel to from a longer distance. Besides radiating a lot of electromagnetic radiation, it also ejected a fair amount of stellar wind, which made the entire Havensworth system a hazardous place for ships. Any invaders attempting to conquer the system's sole inhabited planet had to endure the grinding stellar winds that constantly emerged from the giant star. The strength of the stellar wind varied from time to time. Even a capital ship would buckle in front of the strongest winds. The giant's larger mass also widened the star system's gravitic field, which meant that a hostile fleet emerged out of FTL from a much larger distance. This provided the defenders with ample time to respond to the new presence. It also made it harder for the losers of a conflict to run away into FTL. If that wasn't bad enough, the smaller star emitted a strange disruptive field that blocked all means of communicating through a quantum entanglement node. This effectively meant that anyone that went inside would be isolated from the rest of the galaxy. No form of communication could reach any ship of base in the disruptive star's influence. Such stars were rare, but the Bright Republic happened to have occupied it before the Wuxians could get their claws on it. Ever since then, the Bright Republic always managed to hang on to the Havensworth star system no matter how much they'd been pressed. The Mech core turned the largest rocky planet in the system into a veritable fortification. Havensworth II or Citadel Havensworth formed the nucleus of the Republic's defense against the Wuxians. Although the Citadel planet lacked any signs of life, the Mech core comprehensively transformed its underground terrain into a deep and exquisite set of fortifications. It was virtually impregnable from above. The only way to crack this shell was to utilize taboo weapons or to invade the tunnels with a crushing amount of mechs. An illustrious member of the Larkinsons commanded over the largest and most important bases underneath the surface. With Colonel Ark Larkinson holding the fort, the Mech pilots of the Mech Corps would never give in to despair. So long as the magnificent night still draws breath inside these tunnels, the Republic shall never fall. The Vision Mech Legion had never succeeded in taking over the Citadel planet, but they often tried again with each war. They faced a lot of difficulties due to the lack of instant communication and the stellar winds that pounded their ships. Only heavily armored ships would be able to linger in the star system, and only up to a month or so. This forced the Visions to divert much of their precious capital ships to the Havensworth system, leaving their lightly armored transports and logistic ships behind. The Mech Corps on the other hand built up an enormous stockpile of supplies in their underground bases. They could comfortably hold the Citadel planet for a decade, tying down their adversaries without any help from the rest of the Republic. Right now, the Visions pressed the Havensworth star system with 2 divisions worth of fleet carriers and mechs. They destroyed the space stations that orbited the various planets in the system before proceeding to surround the Citadel planet in a wide orbit. They stopped short at invading the dreaded fortified planet. Even though its exterior looked as barren as any lifeless rocky planet, an extensive reinforced tunnel network ran many kilometers underneath. They stretched for thousands of kilometers in every direction, branching out and converging back together in a random pattern meant to obfuscate even their own designers. Not a single Brighter possessed a complete map of the tunnels. Furthermore, the Bright Republic collapsed and rebuilt the entire tunnel network after every war. This meant that the Visions had to send out scouting parties to map out the upper levels of the tunnel at the onset of each new war. Such an operation took several years to complete. The Visions had already become familiar with this time-consuming task, so they spared no time in starting their mapping operations. Dozens of mech squads emerged from the fleet carriers and quickly dove to the surface of the rocky planet. They had to enter the planet's magnetic field as fast as possible in order to shield their frames against the stellar winds that occasionally penetrated closer to orbit. The aerial mechs did not require any assistance in descending onto the planet, though they needed help getting back up into orbit, which the fleet carriers would send out after they completed their mission. Once the squads of aerial mechs reached the surface, they fanned out towards the underground entrances the ships in orbit had already spotted. One squad consisted of mechs from the Grand Chasers Regiment. As a squad of light mechs, they excelled in scouting duties such as this. They swiftly flew inside the tunnels and mapped out the interior in rapid tempo. The Mech Corps quickly sent out their own response. A squad of mechs from the 6th Stellar Lancers Regiment emerged from an underground hatch. A mix of 12 light and medium aerial mechs flew out to block the Visions from going any deeper. The 2 squads encountered each other a couple of minutes later. The initial clash went poorly for the Grand Chasers as they struggled to dodge the incoming Lancers. At least half of the squad from the Stellar Lancers consisted of spearman mechs. Their mechs had all been designed to pierce through anything in their way. The dreadful opening clash heavily damaged 2 hapless light mechs from the Grand Chasers. The subsequent battle turned into a brief and intensive dogfight until the Vision interlopers finally managed to turn the other way around, dragging their damaged mechs with them as they fled like rats. The Stellar Lancers tried to catch up to their prey, but it was to no avail. TCH. They're too fast. The Grand Cowards are only good at running away. Skirmishes like these happened every day. Due to the abundance of tunnels in Havensworth too, some of the scouts penetrated deeper into the tunnels before they met any opposition. It couldn't be helped as the Mech Corps only had so many mechs to spread around. The scouts emerged from the tunnels a handful at a time. They converged on the heavily armored transports that had been sent out from the fleet carriers in orbit. The mechs filed into the transports which brought them back to their ships. This pattern repeated again and again as the Visions sent out squad after squad. The operation only stopped when the fleet carriers had to escape the brutal stellar winds that wore down its exterior armor. Fleets from both sides occasionally dropped in, but they never stuck around for long. Compared to the tame battles that took place on Citadel Havensworth, the other border systems encountered a lot more grief. Cities burned while civilians fled to underground shelters as the Mech Legion overran the token defenses put up by the poor and underdeveloped border systems. Frankly, the star systems situated at the border of the 2 states had changed their allegiance so often that the inhabitants possessed no intrinsic loyalty to either powers. Someone's parents might have grown up under Vision rule while they themselves grew up under Brighter rule. Everyone born in these border systems had become used to shifting their loyalties at the drop of a hat. Once the fighting died down, the garrisons shamelessly pledged to serve the Visions while the citizens welcomed the occupying infantry forces as liberators. Down with the Republic. Long live the Vision King. Even though the Mech Legion easily occupied these border systems, they held no strategic value at all. They offered very little wealth and except for a paltry amount of taxes. Instead, they acted as a drag on the Vision Kingdom. In order to hold on to the systems and push up the front lines, they had to allocate a significant amount of mechs to hold these worthless territories. The Visions didn't dare to be too negligent in occupying these systems, because the Mech Corps sometimes used them as outposts in their counterattacks in past wars. These were actually just the opening moves in the war. Both sides knew that the war would drag on for at least 3 to 4 years. In order to smooth the way for the subsequent years, the Republic and the Kingdom both held back the bulk of their strength. A pitched battle so early in the war benefited neither side, especially since they recently slugged it out at the tail end of the glowing planet campaign. Across the entire Republic, the drums of war began to beat its citizens into action. Several potentates that pursued civilian lives had been called up by the Mech Corps. They enjoyed a lot of privileges in times of peace, but in exchange they signed up as reservists. Every citizen who could pilot a mech had to be ready to fight for their state. A handful of reservists protested their reassignment during each and every war. They had become inured to the indolent life as civilians. They became scared at the prospect of piloting mechs in the middle of an active war zone. Don't take me away, I can do better at home. Unhand me, you uncouth barbarians. I am a potentate, it's illegal to touch me. My skills are atrophied, I'm hardly fit to pilot a mech these days. A portly man squealed. An armored infantryman bashed the potentate with the butt of his rifle. Oh, shut up, you spoiled potentates are always hollering the same things. Man up for once in your life and accept your duty. What duty? I never wanted to be a soldier. All faint at the sight of blood. The fat man received another thunk on his head. Hee hee, we don't care. By the time you've gone through your remedial training, you'll get used to seeing buckets of blood. Take this lard ball away. Alongside potentates, the Republic also drafted plenty of norms. Every war nowadays centered around mechs, but there was still a place for infantry in order to manage occupied or liberated territories. Mechs also needed a lot of servicing from support personnel, and turrets and vehicles had to be manned as well. Right now, the level of mobilization had only reached an early state. Even as the Republic shifted its society into war footing, it had to do so with care in order to prevent an overall collapse of its economy. Only a handful of sectors thrived during a war. Mech manufacturers benefited most as long as their designs had merit. Their suppliers also did good business so long they could operate their mines without interruption. The Visions knew this very well, and sent out a handful of deep strike fleets to harass their adversaries' infrastructure. As a center of Republican industry and commerce, Bentheim often received the brunt of these raids. But that was a story for another day, for the Barracuda had finally reached her destination after more than a week of travel. Chapter 343. Joe Vase looked at his status page with pride. After more than a week of studying a couple of books from the Clifford Society, he managed to acquire a new sub-skill on his own. Rapid-fire laser weapon operation I. This sub-skill enhanced his understanding of laser rifles and was much more specific and comprehensive than directed energy weapon optimization 2. While the latter only allowed him to optimize an existing energy weapon design, his new sub-skill enabled him to design a laser weapon from scratch. Specifically, rapid-fire laser weapon operation I focused on delivering quick pulses of laser beams. A series of pulses as opposed to a single, long-burn beam. This mode of firing came with its own challenges, but it enabled laser rifles to use up less energy and slow down the buildup of heat. The books he read also inured him to the perspectives of the authors, both of whom reached the senior level in their lifetimes. One author advocated that laser rifles should be as efficient as possible, while the other author preferred to unleash as much power as possible with each pulse. Both of them approached laser rifles from different directions, allowing Vase to make up his own mind about the topic. Laser rifles have a bad reputation for being unable to penetrate the shell of a heavily armored mech. That will certainly change in the next generation, but for now it's too hard for laser rifles to punch through the armor of a striker or a knight. In his opinion, laser weapons excelled at outputting a steady amount of damage. Heat concerns limited their ability to burst down an opponent, but they generally lasted longer than ballistic and kinetic rifles. Both used up bulky ammunition, and mechs only possessed a limited amount of carrying capacity. There are some who believe that laser rifles will replace kinetic rifles entirely. Many wide-eyed theorists prophesied the phasing out of melee weapons in favor of ranged weapons. They also stated that the relatively low-tech ballistic rifles had no more place in this day and age because their fundamental principles hadn't really changed since their initial emergence on pre-space Earth. Too bad they're wildly wrong. Even as laser weapons continued to grow in power and efficiency, those who specialized in armoring mechs had also tried to keep up. They blended various exotics together into unique formulas that underpinned the rise of energy-resistant armor. Mechs that specialized solely against countering laser weapons performed extraordinarily well against a barrage of lasers. Sadly for the armorers, most energy-resistant armor proved to be highly vulnerable to physical damage. A couple of cheap, low-tech explosive shells would easily be able to tear down such a fragile shell. Low-tech weapons still had a place in the age of mechs. From the lowest rung of third-class frontline mechs, to the highest reaches of cutting-edge mechs, mechs of all shapes and sizes found a use for barbarically primitive weapons. Besides, these weapons had progressed with the times as well. Even though they hadn't experienced a lot of changes in their fundamental workings, the development of smaller technologies and the use of exotics enabled these arms to compete favorably against laser weapons. Laser weapons are only a single means to damage a target. Vase scratched his messy black hair. Even while I'm focusing on them, I shouldn't buy into the viewpoint that they are higher tech than ballistic weapons. Besides working to acquire rapid-fire laser weapon operation Vase also sneakily reread the research notes on grazer rifles he stole from the underground base a long time ago. With his enhanced intelligence and journeyman-level physics skills, he easily grasped the points that eluded him the previous times he read the disparate collection of notes and data. It helped that the researchers who produced the documents started from roughly the same foundation as him. While they possessed a much deeper foundation in this field, Vase still managed to keep up with the theories mentioned in their analyses. The textbooks he perused earlier proved to be the key that allowed him to fully decipher the contents of the research notes. At a certain point, everything clicked in his mind, allowing him to fully follow the trains of thoughts of the researchers. It's pretty admirable what they've accomplished in a couple of years. They started out with a conventional laser rifle and enhanced it step by step until it became capable of firing gamma lasers. The amount of engineering challenges they faced required a cross-disciplinary approach to solve. Vase benefited hugely from reading about the development of specialized components such as high-capacity energy cells and extended heat rods. Heatsinks shaped like rods fit a long narrow object such as a rifle better than a thick rectangular block. The researchers opted to make the heat rods disposable. This meant that mechs could eject them from their rifles once they became too hot and replace them with a fresh one which they carried on their backs. Personally, Vase understood the necessity, but he wasn't a fan of this solution. Their gamma laser rifle design needs to be fed with both energy packs and heat rods. It's going to be an awful mess trying to cycle both of them during a pitched battle. The actual rifle was more impractical than practical. While it functioned well enough in space, it hardly lived up to the likes of actual taboo weapons such as nuclear bombs and biological plagues. Well, the researchers did work from scratch, and with the technology level of a third-rate state. I'm sure that researchers from a first-rate superstate can develop something much more destructive. Whatever the case, the system demanded that Vase design and fabricate an actual working grazer rifle. He guessed that the system didn't care too much about its actual performance so long as it worked. That still didn't mean that Vase planned to skimp on the design. He suspected that the lessons he learned from developing his grazer rifle could be put to use when he designed his second original mech. So with a renewed focus on laser weapons, Vase fully digested the research notes until the system deemed his studies sufficient and updated his status page. Gamma laser weapons finally. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. I was hoping I could make it before my ship makes it to my destination. He turned off his privacy shield and removed his comm before placing it on his desk. 10 seconds later, the comm regained its full charge, allowing Vase to place it back on his wrist. After freshening himself up, he stepped out of his stateroom and headed for the bridge. Once he entered it, he looked at the projected screens and saw that the Barracuda still had 2 hours left before it reached the lifeless planet in this generic abandoned star system. Welcome back to the bridge, Mr. Larkinson. Vase tipped his finger on his chin. Has there been any activity in NCJOEV 646? Nothing has pinged our sensors as of yet. That doesn't preclude any stealth drones or ships that are masking their emissions, but I'm fairly certain this system is as quiet as a mouse. Nothing ever happened in NCJOEV 646, or the Joe as everyone called it. Joe consisted of another run-of-the-mill red dwarf. What was special about Joe was that the star system contained no planets at all. Instead, it featured a rather extensive asteroid cloud, although it was largely flat. This meant that ships positioned above and below the disk would have no trouble navigating in the vicinity of Joe. Currently, Vase ordered the Barracuda to head in system through the sparser portion of the asteroid cloud. While the loose flying asteroids posed a significant risk to the corvette, the sections she flew through wasn't so dense that she wouldn't be able to escape any sticky situations. Vase had decided upon Joe as his final destination because the asteroids contained a lot of junk metallic contents. This would scramble any sensors trying to pick out ships. While a larger transport or carrier would still stand out somewhat, a slim and tiny corvette was virtually indistinguishable from an equivalent-sized asteroid as long as it didn't generate too much heat. Joe would have been a perfect smuggler's hideout if it hadn't been situated close to the center of the Bright Republic. It neighbored several major star systems with substantial military patrols. There was very little opportunity for smugglers and pirates to do business out of Joe in these circumstances. Perhaps only desperate criminals escaping the law from those major star systems took advantage of the asteroid cloud. Much like Vase in this case, he did intend to break one of the most fundamental taboos of human society, after all. "Have you fixed the location of my end stop?" Vase asked. "As far as we are aware of, the asteroid you're looking for is still orbiting close to the red dwarf. It hasn't been bumped into for thousands of years." He nodded. A lot of collisions happened in the asteroid field, but it happened less in certain places. Surveyors paid to scan desolate star systems had partially mapped out the asteroid field, though they didn't even try to register each and every single floating rock. A couple of collisions would make their overly detailed map out of date anyway. Instead, the surveyors focused on mapping out the largest asteroids. They eventually recorded over 100,000 asteroids with cavities, valleys or holes large enough to hide a corvette. Vase picked out an asteroid that carried the abbreviated name of Joe 2364343 as a place to work on his gamma laser rifle in peace. The large asteroid just happened to offer a deep cave from which Vase could spend his next weeks out of sight of any peeping sensors directed at the asteroid field. Even if someone placed some sensors inside the cave, he trusted that Lucky would be able to sniff them out beforehand. Almost 2 hours later, they arrived at the asteroid in question. It loomed over the Barracuda like a cruiser. Its dark, rocky exterior appeared ominous in the dim light of Joe's red dwarf star. Nothing had changed since the last survey. Joe 2364343 hadn't suffered any impacts that pushed it off course. The cave also looked intact enough for Vase to inhabit. "Everything looks okay," he nodded as he finished studying the sensor readings. "Let's get closer." The Barracuda maneuvered close to the cave in reverse. This allowed the corvette to orient her rear cargo bay hatch with the entrance of the cave. Once they came as close as safely possible, the hatch opened up, revealing the cargo bay that had been depressurized beforehand. Several sensor bots emerged from the cargo bay. They swiftly entered the cave and scanned it for any unpleasant surprises left behind by someone else. Following that, a series of hauler bots began to lift the cargo containers from the bay and into the cave. Once they finished with the smaller containers, they returned and carefully brought out the old second-hand printer that Vase had been prepared to write off after this impromptu expedition. "Careful now, bots," Vase called out even though the bots weren't smart enough to understand his words. He floated out of the open cargo bay in a hazard suit. Lucky floated alongside him. During the previous week of travel, his pet finally managed to get the hang of flying. The white cat nimbly drifted up and down and back and forth. "Go on ahead and track down any hidden recorders or spy drones." Lucky didn't slack off and began to dart into the depths of the cave. Vase believed that Lucky's recent advancement had improved his intelligence and detection capabilities. He should be all right, Vase muttered to himself as he floated above the asteroid. The asteroid was large enough to dwarf the corvette, but exerted practically no gravity at all. Vase had already prepared some anti-gravity platforms beforehand for him to do his work, but it would be difficult for him to last more than a month. He only brought enough fuel to feed the power generator for a month. "Let's hope nothing happens in Joe while I work." Chapter 344 War Crime. While the war between the Bright Republic and the Vizia Kingdom flared up, a much bigger battle ensued out of the eye of the public. After the passing of the 70-day deadline, the glowing planet and its immediate vicinity turned into a forbidden zone in the truest sense. This time, the danger didn't come from the unnatural phenomena radiating from the planet. This time, the true rulers of the Komodo star sector had arrived. Bright Republic, Wuxia Kingdom, never heard of them, two enormous armadas spanning more than 50,000 ships and more than 1,000,000 mechs. Collided against each other. Their so-called skirmishes easily dwarfed the most pitched battles the Visions and Brighters had ever fought. On the side of the Friday Coalition, every major partner chipped in their forces, leading to an eclectic mix of ship and mech models. Of all the partners, the Gage dynasty and the Kansu clan fought the best and thereby claimed the biggest share of the proceeds of the strip mining operations. As for the Hexadric hegemony, the matriarchal society imposed a complete uniformity of its military forces. Their fleets looked like clones as they used the exact same ship and mech models throughout their entire navy and mech forces. Both approaches had their good and bad points. The 6-1, for the hegemony, imposing the same designs for all of their war materiel vastly simplified their supply chains. Production, maintenance and training activities reached an unprecedented level of efficiency. The hegemony also centralized their design work to an unprecedented high level. A committee of master mech designers inspected and approved every single new design regardless if they incorporated it into the military or released it to the civilian sector. If even one master disapproved of a design, then it had no future in the hegemony. Rebirth through adversity. As for the coalition, their abundance of designs fostered a culture of innovation. Their researchers often trumped their counterparts from the hegemony due to their hectic pace of development and production. Sometimes, they published designs that flopped. However, with each failure, the developers and their competitors learned something new. Their next products definitely surpassed their previous ones. The two second-rate states held diverging views on how humanity and society should be ruled. Their relations had always been poor, and the fact that they each occupied vital resource-rich regions in the center of the Komodo star sector added fuel to the flame. The glowing planet merely provided an early window in how the two second-rate states would struggle over supremacy in one of the most remote star sectors in the galaxy. Both of their armadas slip into smaller fleets that maneuvered around the glowing planet in complex patterns meant to preserve their mobility. Large-scale mining ships passing by from orbit deployed special apparatuses underneath the surface of the glowing planet. These devices promptly blew up or cracked apart a humongous chunk of land into space. These remnants would subsequently be captured by other mining ships that had orbited into pre-calculated positions. Chunk by chunk, the two states visibly chipped away at the glowing planet without any mercy. As a non-life-bearing planet, the glowing planet was not protected by the treaties imposed by the MTA and CFA. No one cared whether it survived at the end of the clash. Both sides pursued the maximum amount of benefit in the least amount of time, hence they employed the most destructive methods of strip mining the hapless rogue planet. It could only blame itself for bumping into a trade convoy when it passed through the Komodo star sector. Even though the Bright Republic and the other third-rate states wanted to peek at the battles raging around the glowing planet, the two overbearing combatants had deployed a significant amount of machines that blocked and obfuscated any attempts to observe the surrounding area. Any ship that strayed within a light year of the glowing planet would quickly be pursued and destroyed without any appeal. Far away from the glowing planet but well inside the borders of the Republic, Vase floated at the entrance of the cave in his hazard suit. He looked out at the dim, red-tinted asteroids that streaked in front of his current abode. The lonesome sight inspired him. He had not been truly alone for many years now. Hardly any human could be found within the Joestar system. Once the Barracuda dropped of Vase and his supplies, she flew towards another major asteroid well out of range. For the time being, Vase wouldn't be able to communicate with anyone, but neither would anyone be able to locate him and observe his work. Which was exactly the way he liked it at this time. This damn mission, sure, it's a C-grade mission under normal circumstances, but why the hell does it want to saddle me with a war crime? The seriousness in which every human treated taboo weapons nowadays had reached a hysterical level. Just the mere hint of it could spark an immediate panic in the entire star sector. Forget about the MTA and CFA, even the Bright Republic would deploy all of its forces to squash those who flouted this rule. In the first day, Vase did not immediately embark on his design work. Instead, he installed and inspected all of the gear he brought. He spent the most time on partially disassembling his second-hand 3D printer for any hidden spying or recording components. With the help of Lucky, they sniffed out over 24 different bugs. This is a lot worse than I thought. He had no doubt that most of the bugs came from his hired help. Sanyal Ablin never promised to respect his privacy when he contracted them to provide security. Privacy. Did that word even exist in the age of mechs? Vase ultimately had to delay his timetable and spend a vigorous amount of time catching each and every microscoping spy drone. He thanked his lucky stars that he redeemed his privacy shield from the system early on when he hardly attracted any attention. The device had quietly shielded him from electronic observation during his most crucial moments when he interacted with the system. Now that the LMC grew into a multi-billion credit behemoth, Vase attracted much more attention than before. He couldn't even go to the toilet or take a shower without being spied on by a dozen different parties. Every public figure had to deal with such an intense level of scrutiny, including Vase. Once he finished combing over every device including his hazard suit, he finally became comfortable enough to embark on his actual purpose for traveling to the middle of nowhere. Let's start designing. According to the mission, Vase would pass its requirements if he successfully came up with a practical grazer rifle design. Implicit in the description was that he wouldn't be able to pass the mission if he plagiarized the existing designs from the research notes that set him on this path. The spirit of the mission appears to be driving me towards pushing my physics skill and related sub-skills to the limit. Vase had never designed a laser rifle before. His only practical experience with laser weapons was when he repaired them during the Glowing Planet campaign and when he modified an existing model for the 2-star Old Soul virtual mech. Anyone could tweak an existing design. At the simplest level, a modification could be as simple as replacing one material for another or to shift a couple of components by several millimeters. By working from the safety of a proven design, the person who performed the modification could be as sloppy as he wanted as long as his work remained within certain boundaries. In contrast, designing a weapon from scratch entailed a lot more work. Vase had to take into account 1,000 different aspects when he made his design choices. It's actually a lot like designing a mech. Designing a weapon fell a bit out of his expertise, but Vase managed to stay on track by borrowing from his experiences with designing his first original mech. First, I'll have to set a vision for my grazer rifle. Distasteful as it appeared, Vase had to force himself into imagining the use of his weapon. He envisioned a frigid duel in space. 2 spaceborne rifleman mechs circled around each other as they traded potshots at each other. One rifleman mech utilized a conventional laser rifle adapted to space. It fired infrared beams from a bulky rifle that featured a much larger heatsink. Due to the lack of gravity in space, the rifleman mech wasn't overly hindered by its weapon's increased mass. In comparison to the moderately bulky laser rifle, the gamma laser weapon wielded by its opponent resembled a miniature cannon. It featured a much bigger weapon frame in order to accommodate its jumbo-sized battery, heat rod and internal mechanisms. With my skills, I won't be able to design a rifle that's as compact as the one developed by the research team. Vase quietly judged. The grazer rifle's firing rate was a lot lower than a conventional laser rifle, but each energetic beam traced by a small amount of waves from the visible spectrum. Each time it hit the enemy mech, its armor hardly buckled, but an extremely large amount of energy got absorbed or passed through the layers of armor. Whenever the gamma rays passed through an electronic system, they got fried. Once it reached the cockpit and passed through the pilot, the outcome of the battle became clear. The stricken and irradiated mech turned into a lifeless entity after getting hit by only 5 high-powered gamma laser beams. Vase pulled his mind back from his construction vision. A grazer rifle kills the pilot before the machine. As long as the weapon pumped enough power into the beam, it could pass through any amount of armor and irradiate the enemy pilot. What a horrible way to die. He knew very well how the human body fared against the might of a grazer beam. Dr. Kawasaki, who originally compiled the research notes, had cruelly experimented on live subjects to satisfy his sadistic power trip. The thought of following in Dr. Kawasaki's footsteps put Vase in a difficult position. Should he even proceed with this mission? What was the system's intention by setting him on this potentially ruinous course of action? Laws and rules of convention constrain a mech designer. By purposefully incentivizing me to break a taboo, the system seems to be telling me that I shouldn't take the rules for granted. The system set itself above the rules that governed human society from the onset of the age of mechs. Would the system push him to breaking another rule in the future? Vase mentally shrank from the idea. Even though the system acted deviously, Vase had no choice but to play along its tune in order to harvest some benefits out of it. For better or worse, he became an accomplice of the inscrutable system and its unknown goals. As long as I get to reach the pinnacle of mech design, I'll commit any number of war crimes if I have to. Vase had already stepped aboard the ship. If he stepped out now before it had reached its destination, he'd end up choking to death in interstellar space. He turned his attention back to his design. Now that he formed a vision of his weapon, he began to draft a design for his laser rifle. Unlike with mechs, Vase did not employ his triple division or any other technique related to X Factor. A grazer weapon doesn't deserve the X Factor. Even he had his limits. If the system set him on the path to committing a war crime, he wouldn't do so with a smile. Vase treated his design like a chore to be performed as soon as possible. He decided not to take any excessive care with his design choices and instead stick to a basic, workhorse design with plenty of tolerances for failure. The bigger the weapon, the more leeway I'll carve out for myself. Vase spent 2 days on his draft design. After that, he spent 5 more days refining its schematic into a precise and functional product. In theory. In the meantime, the Joe system was as quiet as a mouse. Not a single ship transitioned out of FTL during this time. Just the Red Dwarf, the asteroids and the Barracuda kept Vase company in the unremarkable star system. The only excitement happened when Lucky decided to pass his boredom by boring straight towards the center of the asteroid. Once there, the Gem Cat encountered a peculiar rectangular substance. Lucky curiously pawed what looked like a crystal window. Chapter 345 Decahedron. While Lucky prodded a clearly artificial object buried inside the asteroid, Vase began to test his initial grazer rifle design in a simulation. The simulated weapon immediately blew up in the hands of the mech. What? Vase was sure he nailed the design. It should have spat out at least an anemic gamma laser beam. To blow up in the face of the simulated mech was out of the realm of possibilities. Thinking that the environment may had played a role, Vase repeated the simulation in different environments. He shifted from space to terrestrial environments such as forests or ice-capped terrain. The grazer rifle continued to explode without fail. I thought I was so close. He underestimated the technical challenges involved with turning a concept of a weapon into reality. He derived the bulk of his work from the research notes. Evidently, he made a mistake at some point. Perhaps he derived too much from the research notes and failed to adjust them to his own design. Vase performed the simulations again and called up some data from the moment the simulated mech pulled the trigger. Everything went fine in the start. It only started to go wrong when an abundance of power ran through the mechanisms responsible for generating the actual grazer beam. Certain components couldn't handle the load and melted down, leading to a variety of awful effects that cascaded into a dreadful explosion. Damn it, this mechanism isn't strong enough. For some reason, drive. Kawasaki made it work. The research notes abundantly laid out the detailed design process for the internal mechanisms. When Vase followed the instructions to design his own version of the mechanism, it failed to withstand the load. Let's see what happens if I dial down the power. The grazer rifle kept exploding until it reached a threshold where the mechanism failed to perform at all. Gamma-ray lasers demanded a lot of power. Without a sufficient amount of power, the mechanisms failed to work at all. This is a problem, Vase said as he pressed his fists against his waist. The constant isolation was getting to him somewhat. If not for the bumbling presence of Lucky, he might have turned erratic. More than the lack of people, his inability to access the galactic net and stay connected to the rest of the galaxy irked him a lot. I have no idea how the war is progressing. Historically, the Visions cautiously probed the Republic's defenses. Their most destructive actions consisted of raids against Republican infrastructure and industry. The Visions loved to take out soft targets early in the war before they could be of help to the Brighters. He didn't worry too much about the LMC. It wasn't a high-priority target and his workers should have already started moving his assets to the underground manufacturing complex. Sanyal Ablan's substantial presence there was sufficient to deter any casual raid. I should focus on completing my own tasks. He spent the next hours trying to puzzle out the exact failure point. He uncovered a number of components that performed well below their theoretical parameters. He'd been far too sloppy in his design work. Rather than say I've been sloppy, it's more fitting to say that the grazer rifle can't tolerate any failures. Vase deliberately designed a bigger rifle to make it easier for him to design a workable heat rod and battery, but the design choice introduced its own complexities. Certain components couldn't be scaled at all. Other parts performed strangely when Vase had increased their size. It took several more days for him to solve these problems. He ran over each component one by one and tweaked them until their parameters fell within the expected range. To be honest, He had to resort to a lot of kludging and improvisation in order to get the mechanisms to work with each other. Vase had never designed a conventional laser rifle from scratch. Trying to design its big brother in a single go turned out to be highly unrealistic. As the days passed by, Vase began to get a hang of trying to get his laser rifle to work. It started out with a maze of problems, but by tackling the most obvious issues one at a time, he steadily reduced the unworkable nature of his homegrown design. He put his weapon to the test yet again in another basic simulation in space. The weapon fired a grazer beam without problem this time. The only issue was that the beam's power fell well below his intended output. Too much energy had been wasted in the conversion process. I'm getting close. In truth, he could have already started to fabricate the current design, but his perfectionist streak started to take over. His interest in getting his grazer rifle to work had engulfed his mind. He unconsciously poured his passion into improving his design. In the meantime, Lucky threw the asteroid and encountered more rectangular crystals. In its eyes, they looked a lot like windows. However, they couldn't be broken or melted at all. No matter how many times he scratched them with his energy claws or chewed them with his mineral-breaking teeth, the panes of crystals remained as whole as ever. Lucky meowed angrily at the latest crystal window barring his tunnel. Couldn't a gem cat burrow through an asteroid in peace? No sound actually escaped from his maw, as the vacuum environment couldn't convey any sound. It was the thought that counted. Nevertheless, the crystals annoying him to such an extent that he began to dig them out of the asteroid and carry them out of his tunnels. With a modest application of his gravity manipulation, he sent out the indestructible crystals out into space. One by one, they escaped their resting place and flew out into the asteroid cloud. In time, many of those crystals bumped into other asteroids. They burrowed rather deep in their new abodes. After thousands or millions of years, they would continue to rest inside the asteroids without incident. Strangely enough, that didn't happen. The crystal windows thrown out onto other asteroids began to grow active. They shone with light as some unknown alien systems embedded into the transparent crystals wearily turned active. Eons had passed since they last became active. As the asteroids brought them tumbling away from each other, the crystals finally unleashed a portion of their might. They connected to each other with bright, intangible strings of energy. The asteroids they resided on suddenly stopped their senseless tumbling. Their trajectory came to a halt as these heavy objects had been fixed into a forceful stop. Then they began to move. The energy strings forcefully rearranged the positioning of the asteroids until they formed a decahedron relative to their original resting place. This place just so happened to be the asteroid that held the cave where Vase holed up at the moment. Both Vase and Lucky ignorantly continued their usual routines. The outline of the decahedron started to turn solid as the spaces between the lines turned opaque. Once they finally turned into a solid pane of white, everything inside had been captured. The energy panes cut right through the other asteroids as if an atom blade had passed through them. Many chunks became loose and spun away. Some even bumped into the asteroid in the middle. Vase hardly noticed a tremble as his hazard suit held him aloft. Once the activity died down, the decahedron began to glow even brighter. It also started to pulse. The pulse began slow, but sped up over time. This time, Lucky noticed something amiss and stepped outside the tunnel he had dug. Once he saw that the asteroid had been surrounded by a lot of panes of light, he immediately meowed in alarm and flew towards Vase. The cat bumped straight into Vase and pawed at his hazard suit. Ouch, Lucky, I told you not to bump into me again. Vase had been knocked out of his highly focused state. He almost finished his final design. Lucky kept acting like a crazy cat. Vase took note of his pet's behavior and figured out that something was wrong. Show me the way. Lucky led him out of the cave, upon which Vase stumbled upon the amazing sight in front. What is this? Everywhere his eyes could reach, what looked like solidified light had trapped his asteroid in a cage. He grew scared at the sight of the unknown. Did you do this, Lucky? His cat acted like this had nothing to do with him. Lucky merely stared his big eyes up at Vase, hoping that he could come up with a fix. I don't know what's going on myself. This must be some kind of ancient alien contraption. The 10-sided object surrounded the asteroid from all sides like an inescapable prison. Vase contemplated summoning his Amastendira to shoot at the panes, but ultimately held off on this decision. Who knew what might happen if he tripped some sort of failsafe? The main characters of those adventure dramas trigger alien traps all the time. I never expected something like this would happen to me as well. What awful luck. Vase picked up a rock that had been embedded into the surface of the asteroid and threw it at the nearest pane. According to Newton's first law, an object in motion stayed in motion. Deep in space and away from any major gravity wells like stars and planets, the chunk of rock continued to sail forth in a virtually straight line. Once it reached the pane, it abruptly flashed and disintegrated out of existence. Vase gulped in his hazard suit. All right, so it's not a good idea to go through this wall of light. He threw another rock at one of the corners which formed the anchors of his light prison. He encountered the same result. With an increasing amount of alarm, Vase tried to test out a number of ways in which he could open a gap in the decahedron. Nothing worked. All of it failed. Desperate times called for desperate measures. After half an hour of procrastinating, he decided to take a risk. He summoned the Amastendira from his inventory and dialed it up to the highest setting. I don't know what's going to happen, but I hope it will work. A bright beam flashed out from the barrel of the mastercrafted laser pistol. The thick beam carved a hole straight through the pane of light. Everything changed at that moment. The decahedron grew unstable while a wild storm of light happened just outside the hole. Vase grew dizzy staring at the nonsensical sight. It felt a lot like looking straight out of a window of a ship traveling in FTL. He closed his eyes and tried to suppress his headache. Once he opened his eyes, he emerged in an entirely different location. Gone was the asteroid, gone was the decahedron, the cave behind him disappeared as well, along with the 3D printer and supplies he had brought. Only Lucky remained. His cat had hung onto his shoulder in fear. His paws tightly gripped his hazard suit to the point of scratching its coating. Where am I? He asked as he looked around his completely different surroundings. Vase somehow emerged on a Terran jungle planet. The environment mimicked the Terran standard, and when his hazard suit tested the air, it found it breathable, though there were traces of poisonous substances in the air. A human might be able to survive for a week. As for Vase, his hybrid human physique should comfortably be able to breathe the air, not that he intended to do so for the time being. Gravity also started to act upon him. It hadn't acted on his body immediately, but rather eased him to it, as if he didn't entirely exist on this strange location. Vase had the sense that the decahedron only partially transpositioned him to this location. Did I interrupt some kind of spatial shift? His spontaneous and reckless decision to shoot the decahedron with a high-powered laser beam had disrupted what he suspected to be a teleportation process. Vase could have easily turned his body into noodles or fractured it in tiny pieces across multiple light years. That he came through this disaster with his body somewhat intact was a miracle. Still, that didn't mean he was out of the woods just yet. He still had to figure out a way to get back to his asteroid. Now what? Chapter 346 Alien. The decahedron brought him to an unknown planet without warning. If that wasn't enough, his intervention had screwed up the transfer process, stranding Vase in a strange state. His body, his gear and Lucky only partially existed on this jungle planet. He could breathe the air and stand on the ground, but when he tried to touch a tree his hands went right through as if he was a ghost. Am I turning into my mother? Vase quickly shook his head. This was no time for jokes. He performed some more experiments and found out that besides breathing the air, he could only interact with the environment in a couple of ways. The most important observation was that he couldn't go through anything thicker than the leg of a mech. Anything bigger became an obstacle to him. On the other hand, it also allowed him to interact with the object. Lucky, come try to scratch this big old tree. The jungle was overgrown and ancient. It possessed a peculiar desolate aura that pinged his sixth sense. The trees had lived through countless standard years. Some of them even reached a thickness comparable to an office building. When Lucky floated over and raked the bark of the tree with his energy claws, the tree had definitely become scratched. Something changed at that moment. Their surroundings whooshed as the giant tree trembled. The other trees began to sway as well. The entire forest became agitated as if Lucky had affronted them all. Lightning suddenly flashed between the trees. Thick bright lightning bolts interwoved the entire forest as if it had been turned into a lightning storm on the scale of a gas giant. Just when Vase thought he would be fried to a crisp, the lightning bolts all harmlessly passed through his body and gear. Not even Lucky suffered a single burn. The lightning storm only persisted for a couple of seconds before subsiding. Even though Vase got off unscathed, he still felt all of his hairs turn stuff. He could have died just then. The entire incident could have killed him if he hadn't entered a semi-corporeal state. These aren't regular trees. This isn't a terraformed planet. Vase became aware that he fell into the trap of relying on his preconceived notions. Just because an alien tree looked like a tree didn't mean it behaved the exact same way as a Terran standard tree. Humanity came across many cases of convergent evolution in the galaxy. Countless of habitable planets that revolved around yellow suns grew trees that grew green leaves in order to make the most out of photosynthesis. That didn't mean that all of these trees evolved into passive, unmoving lifeforms. Having learned his lesson, Vase towed Lucky away towards a random direction. He wanted to get away from this frightening forest as fast as possible. Who knew if they retained a means to affect a semi-corporeal entity such as him in his current state? Vase and Lucky ran for half an hour. The forest seemed endless, and the canopy barely allowed him to glimpse the pale blue sky above. Throughout his passage, he never came across a single native insect or wildlife. Had the trees fried them all? Had the indigenous life forms evolved to instinctively avoid this forest? The all-encompassing presence of the trees put a fair amount of mental pressure on Vase. These trees hadn't held back their might when one of them suffered a scratch. Even now, his mental senses perceived a subtle waveband in the air that carried a vague threatening flavor. No outsiders allowed. Thus, even if he didn't see an end to the forest, Vase still ran as if his life depended on it. Fortunately, his partially alien physique provided him with a boundless amount of energy. Although his internal energy cycle still hadn't fully recovered since meeting his mother, it still provided more than enough of a push to sustain his run. Even my jugulant organ is acting strangely. The organ responsible for most of the changes in his body became more active all of a sudden ever since he ended up on this unknown planet. Vase had the sense that it leached some of the ambient energy emitted by the trees. Vase did not like where this was going. His body already carried an excess amount of internal energy. Thus, he continued to run in hopes of exiting the scary forest. In order to make sure he ran in a straight line, he utilized his hazard suit's navigational functions. Although it temporarily hadn't been able to make sense of the planet's magnetic field, it still featured other settings that could keep track of his route. Even without his hazard suit, his comm offered similar functionality, so he wasn't helpless from the start. After another half hour of running, Vase finally reached the edge of the forest. The trees abruptly grew less dense until they stopped growing entirely. Once he finally escaped the forest, he stopped and caught his breath. Even with a strengthened body, he hadn't conditioned it to sustain an hour-long run. After he straightened up, he beheld the dreary brown landscape before him. A wide valley stretched before him. Unlike the forest behind him, the valley was completely barren of any growths. Neither plants or animals came into his view. While that relieved him somewhat, it also puzzled him. Why would the forest abruptly stop its growth in this direction? He swept his gaze over at the hills and mountains and caught a single location that shone and sparkled with a brilliant luster. The location sat on top of a low hill a fair distance away from his current location. To Vase, it looked like a sign of civilization. Finally, a potential clue. Vase had always kept his eye out for any signs that could explain his impromptu teleportation. The sudden appearance of the decahedron and its strange light show came too abruptly for him to draw any clues on what had happened. Whatever the case, the decahedron definitely fulfilled some sort of purpose. It wouldn't dump him on a virgin planet without purpose. The act of transferring him from the Joe system to a completely different one with a yellow sun and a habitable planet must have used an enormous amount of power. The technologies that made this possible also made it clear that this was not a casual event. Rumors swirled around that the first-rate superstates developed a means of teleporting something from one star system to another. Whether these rumors spoke the truth or not, most people considered such technologies to be out of reach of the general public. Thus, Vase held a definite interest in the alien device. What was its origins? What kind of aliens constructed it? What was its purpose? Why was it buried in a desolate red dwarf system in the galactic rim? Why did it trigger now? He racked his brains over the last question and couldn't figure out an answer. He pushed his questions to the back of his mind and jogged towards the sight that glistened in the alien sun. He controlled his pace since it would definitely take a few hours to reach his destination. All the while, he kept observing his surroundings for any further clues. This valley is completely barren. There's not a hint of life in this place. Now that he distanced himself from the forest, Vase sensed that the ominous waves he caught before had faded away. Nothing else brushed against his sixth sense, so he slowly let down his guard. There shouldn't be anything I should be worried about here. Just as he took another step forward, the ground underneath broke apart as a massive mouth ripped upwards. Some kind of two-clawed worm emerged from below and tried to snap his body in a single bite. Fortunately, the worm was just small enough to pass through his body, but the hole the worm had dug caused Vase to lose his footing. He started to slide into the bottomless well until he hastily engaged his hazard suit's anti-grav function. After the clawed organism failed to bite him, it crashed back down into the earth, turning around for another go. The soil beneath the worm's passage bucket as the alien creature forcefully dug close to the surface. "You won't get me this time." Vase hovered higher and retrieved a white block made out of exquisite alloys and composites. It quickly unfolded in the majestic gold-crusted Amastendira. He dialed the power setting to a moderate setting and pointed the muzzle in the direction of the disturbance in the soil. "Come on then, take a bite out of me if you dare." Even Lucky stood ready on his shoulder. The cat had been caught off guard with the first strike, which shamed him to no end. If Vase couldn't take down the worm, then Lucky would definitely follow suit. The clawed worm emerged from below yet again. As far as tactics went, the worm primarily appeared to be driven by instinct. Some things always stayed the same. Worm-like creatures never exhibited any notable level of intelligence in the galaxy. A thick golden laser beam seared the worm straight into its maw. Its internal organs received so much damage that it instantly broke the beast. With an agonizing wail, the worm collapsed on the soil, having reached just short of engulfing Vase. The ugly worm's appearance repelling him on a primordial level, so Vase quickly shot it again until he became sure of its demise. After that, he spent a couple of minutes inspecting the dead creature. As much as he wanted to leave the sordid corpse behind, Vase still had to find some clues on what went on in this place. A brief inspection of the corpse revealed that the worm wasn't as long as he thought. It was roughly as long as a mech. It featured no obvious organs besides the claws. It didn't even possess any eyes as far as Vase had seen. Underneath the cutting burns left over from the Amastendira, Vase spotted a number of unknown but disgusting-looking organs. He didn't dare to come any closer. He might have been able to figure out a wealth of information if he was an exobiologist. Sadly, his expertise only extended to mechs and machines. He remained as clueless as a bystander when it came to alien life. This is one scary creature, though. It's likely not the only one that's around here. Vase looked back at the barren valley and imagined the clawed worms lying dormant underneath the surface. The thought instantly sent a chill down his back. He checked the power, water and oxygen reserves of his hazard suit. "I only have 2 days left until my oxygen reserves run out. Water will last a little longer, but my suit is able to recycle my waste. If people had to leave their hazard suits every time they needed to go to the toilet, then they wouldn't be so widely used." Vase tried not to think he'd be drinking water filtered from his own bodily waste in a couple of days and focused on his power reserves. "My battery will only last for a week. After that, his suit would run out of power. The motors that eased his motions would lock up and the waste management systems would stop supplying him with recycled air and water." Vase did not relish the thought of devolving into a savage that lived off the land. "I have to find a way out as soon as possible." He left the corpse behind and continued to run towards his destination. Along the way, he encountered several more ambushes. The clawed worms really didn't like it when someone stepped over their heads. Vase solved each and every one of them with a single laser beam. The creatures possessed no resistance against this type of energy damage. Added to the fact that the Amastendira's battery constantly regained its charge on its own, Vase showed no scruples against the primitive beasts. He finally reached the site atop the hill after 4 hours of running. The marathon took its toll on his body and he stopped again to catch his breath. Once he looked up, he observed a clearly artificial sight, something he had never encountered since he ended up on this planet. He came across a city of crystal. Chapter 347 Crystal City. The ground abruptly turned into an opaque white crystal that stretched from one end of the city to the other. It formed the base for the majestic spiraling structures that stretched out into the sky for at least 200 stories. A large number of statues had been placed between the spiral structures. Most of them consisted of strange geometric shapes that resembles runes of some sort. They shone in a soft white light but otherwise showed nothing special at all. The city would have looked impressive if not for its size. The tallest spiral structures merely reached a head above his own heights. The streets were so narrow and small that Vase would have to walk sideways if he wanted to squeeze between the spiral structures. "It's like I'm the giant now." He found the shift in perspective to be odd and amusing. Vase remembered some of the dramas he saw as a kid. Back then, giant aliens often showed up to threaten human cities. The diminutive size of the ruins filled him with a bit confidence. It was hard to fear a dead alien species the size of his finger. After shrugging off his idle thoughts, he resumed his attempt to find a way back home. The alien city would certainly contain a clue. Vase tried to decipher the meaning of the runes but came up nothing. Not even his comm had been able to match the runes to its database of languages. Humanity had never encountered these ruins before. The aliens who built this place must have lived a long time ago. The galaxy was old. Aliens rose and fell since the birth of the galaxy many billions of years ago. It was a different time then. The universe was smaller and space seethed with excitement. Countless stars came into being and clumped together in vast agglomeration of galaxies centered around the largest black holes known to man. Many theorists believed that the vast majority of exotics emerged from this time of cosmic turmoil. The first aliens who emerged from their planets and gained the ability to traverse the stars took advantage of the abundant amount of exotics within their reach. Many aliens also evolved with the help of certain exotics, granting their races an unprecedented level of power in exchange for becoming dependent on their supply. These early forebearers of the galaxy erected mighty mights that lasted for eons and changed many planets and even stars to suit their own species. Monuments of their works could be found everywhere in the galactic center. Much of it had already been discovered and dismantled by humanity. As a race in ascendancy, it wouldn't do to leave the relics of other races alone. What if humans started worshipping the aliens? Thus, true alien relics became something of a rarity in the galaxy. The galactic center had been scoured long ago while the purging of the galactic heartland still continued to this day. The only place where people could reliably bump into undiscovered alien relics was the galactic rim. It was too vast, sparse and barren for humanity to control in its entirety. The Komodo star sector happened to be one of humanity's most remote star sectors. Lucky prospectors constantly uncovered a handful of alien remains every standard year. Most of them consisted of lifeless ruins, but a couple of remnants still possessed enough power to work. Sometimes they even killed their discoverers. Vase almost shared the same fate. Thus, even if the miniature city looked dead and frozen, Vase still kept his vigilance. Even if they're small, their technology surpasses humanity's in many areas. Vase experimentally fired a spiral with his Amastandira. He dialed down the power setting to the lowest one possible. The laser beam hit a spiral, and instead of destroying it, the spiral absorbed the entire beam. What? The spiral structure glowed and pulsed until it released a strange white energy in every direction. Its spiral shape allowed it to hit every other spiral in sight without fail. Those spirals started to glow as well until they pulsed out their own lights, affecting other structures that hadn't been touched by the light before. The entire city appeared to have been built like an array. The strange phenomenon continued until each spiral structure glowed with white. They pulsed and pulsed, but the excessive splitting had dimmed the overall luminosity of the glow. There was too little energy to go around. After half a minute of flickering, the glows died down, and the miniature city fell back to sleep. Vase almost had a scare when the entire city lit up. Something wonderful or awful might have happened and he hadn't been prepared at all. Who knew why the aliens turned their own abodes into energy emitters? He didn't understand their purpose. He lacked too much context to make sense of the city. The only thing he knew was that if he pumped a sufficient amount of energy in the city, something drastic would happen. Is this a way home for me? On second thought, he didn't think it would be so easy. The entire arrangement appeared to be a defensive measure. If an enemy race came and tried to bombard it with directed energy weapons, they would probably receive a nasty surprise. As for other weapon types, they looked tough enough to withstand kinetic strikes. Vase experimentally picked up some rocks and threw them at the spirals with force. The crystals never showed signs of breaking. After this, Vase considered his options. In order to escape his strange state, he should be doing everything he could to find a way back home. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He decided to brave the unknown because he lacked any alternatives. Without a map or any kind of overview of the terrain, finding another artificial settlement like this would take weeks or months. Perhaps this planet might not even host any other signs of alien presence. Thus, Vase distanced himself a fair amount and raised his Amastandira. He dialed it to a moderate power setting and fired again at the spirals. The light show that ensued this time carried more energy. The spirals glowed as bright as the sun that had yet to fall below the horizon, a sign that this planet spun a lot slower than the Terran standard. Rays of light bounced from spiral to spiral until it engulfed the entire city. The lights then began to pulse in unison as if they followed the beat of a drum. The pulsing pattern mesmerized Vase and Lucky, and if not for taking a lot of steps back, he might have temporarily blinded himself. This time, the city gained a sufficient amount of energy. A small portal emerged above the sky. Vase could tell it was a portal straight away because it led to another location entirely. The portal cut a circular portion the size of his head straight above the center of the city at what looked to be some kind of open temple ground. Is this a religious ceremony of some sorts? The mystery deepened as Vase cautiously walked closer in order to peek at the other side of the portal. It was dark there. Only the lights from the city illuminated the terrain on the other side. The portal on the other side appeared to look down on an empty plain that might have been the other side of the planet. No spiral city existed at the other side. It was completely empty except for a single depression in the middle. The bowl in the ground appeared to house some sort of monument made out of alloy. The object resembled a series of runes that strung out into an alien sentence. If scaled to a human, it would have been as large as a house. As for now, he could comfortably pick it up with his hands if he felt inclined to do so. Nothing else appeared on the other side of the portal. Just as Vase lost interest, Lucky became excited all of a sudden. His cat meowed and jumped from his shoulders and flew straight towards the portal. Lucky, it's dangerous. Vase hesitated to come forward but eventually gritted his teeth and spent his diminishing amount of power to activate his suit's anti-grav modules. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep up with Lucky's speed. His cat deftly reached the portal and squeezed his body through the other side without bumping at the edges. Once he reached the other side, Lucky cut the base of the monument with his energy claws. The alien alloys parted easily this time, allowing Lucky to grab onto the runes with its teeth. Once he secured the monument, Lucky manipulated the gravity being exerted on his body and flew back to the portal. He quickly emerged back above the crystal city before its energy fizzled out and disappeared into the void. That was close, Lucky. What if you became trapped on the other side? Lucky behaved as if he never heard his scoldings and bumped the monument into his grip. Vase looked at the thing with a strange expression. What is this? Although he called it a monument, it might not have served such a purpose to the aliens that originally constructed it. Why would they go through the trouble of constructing a crystal city that could open a portal to another place entirely? Why would they leave nothing behind on the other side except for this string of runes? As he inspected the metallic monument, he realized that the monument's runes corresponded to the runes placed across the city. Is this a key somehow? Vase had the sense that he got a hold of a passphrase that allowed him to unlock a secured data pad. He frowned a bit. All of this smelled like a puzzle or a test. What kind of alien species was bored enough to set all of this up? These long-dead alien pranksters left a hell of a mess behind for him. If he wanted to make some progress, he had to follow the clues laid out before him. The runes looked like a good start. Hitting the spiral structures with a laser activates a mechanism. Since the rune monuments in the city are made out of the same kind of crystal, then I bet that they can be activated in the same way. The aliens erected hundreds of rune monuments, each with their own unique shapes. Vase had already tasked his hazard suit to map them all out, so he understood their distribution. Looking up from above, the runes corresponded with a spiral, but in the shape of a galaxy. It didn't quite conform to the galaxy's appearance in modern times, which made him suspect that this species must have lived an extremely long time ago. How many hundreds of millions of years have passed? This city stands as timeless as ever. How come it hasn't been buried beneath a mound of soil? Perhaps this planet used to be dotted with crystal cities, but time and neglect had buried them all under the forest and the soil. Maybe the place I originally emerged from also contains a means to go back. If the crystal city didn't offer any solution, then he could only return to the deadly forest and excavate some clues from there. He stepped closer to the city and tried to touch a crystal rune monument, only for his fingers to slip right through them. Seems like they can't harm anything in a dormant state. Vase stepped back again and shot a random monument. Just like with the spirals, the rune monument glowed and pulsed in white. It persisted in this behavior for over 10 minutes before fizzling out. I see. Nothing happens if only one of them is active. He thought he should be able to get a result if he transferred power to the correct sequence of runes within this time span. Vase looked back at the metallic string of runes in his hand and started to gain a headache. Do the aliens read from left or right from left? Do I need to read top to bottom or bottom to top? What would happen if he lighted up the wrong sequence? What if he blasphemed the tiny aliens' religion by enacting their ritual in reverse? After several minutes of procrastinating, Vase decided to go out on a limb and read the runes from left to right, going down a row at the end. He started to raise his Amastandira. Hopefully, he didn't invite a cataclysm with this experiment. Chapter 348 Vulcani. When Vase was about to fire the rune monuments in the sequence displayed by the key, he suddenly removed his finger from the trigger. Wait a minute, am I missing an opportunity here? He looked back on his recent experiences and realized he only fixated on the danger. The fearful environment, dangerous organisms and incomprehensible alien ruins had pushed him out of his comfort zone. He became so sensitive to danger that he only thought about getting back as soon as possible. There's no question that it's dangerous here, but am I really at risk right now? His semi-corporeal form had already saved him from being electrocuted by the storm trees and being eaten by a giant clawed worm. It might be able to save him from every other threat on this planet. He hadn't considered taking advantage of his unusual state up to this point. Now that he calmed down, he thought that it would be a waste to miss the opportunity in front of him. How could he forget that the Crystal City was a product of a highly developed alien civilization? It was chock full of advanced technology. Danger and fortune goes hand in hand. The Komodo Star sector fostered a lively community of treasure hunters and fortune seekers. They constantly plowed the unclaimed space beyond the star sector for the opportunity to encounter rich exotic deposits or the remains of alien races. Vase had practically hit the jackpot. If he didn't reminded himself of that, he might have left without picking up the prize. This is a marvel of alien engineering, he exclaimed. His eyes gazed hungrily at the dormant crystal city scaled for an alien species that he could easily pinch with his hands. Diminutive they might be, their mastery of materials, electromagnetic radiation and spacetime surpassed the standard of the Komodo Star sector by a very wide margin. If Vase took some time to study these ruins, he might be able to decipher some of the principles that underpin the Crystal City. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Vase understood that humans actually didn't invent most of the technologies they use to this day. Although their race possessed a formidable capacity for research, they derived most of their advancements from reverse engineering the efforts of other advanced races. There was nothing wrong with this approach. Many of these ancient alien species used to be formidable, but almost none of them survived to the present. Rather than reinvent the wheel, humanity might as well take a shortcut by stealing the homework of their seniors. The age of conquest had only been a smashing success due to the theft of many alien technologies, such as the FTL drives. By now, most alien technologies had already been fully explained by the top researchers of the galaxy, but that didn't mean the knowledge was available to everyone. The MTA, CFA and the first-rate superstates monopolized the most groundbreaking technologies, leaving everyone else with an insurmountable disparity. Hence the need to explore other ruins. The big players provided lavish rewards for anyone who discovered wholly new technologies. Sadly, humanity had already seen practically everything the galaxy could produce, so realistically it wasn't possible to surprise them anyone. The big boys only provided a modest reward to those who handed over alien technology that they could already reproduce themselves. Still, even if the MTA and CFA already understood the principles, they still held a lot of value to the smaller players such as the Friday Coalition or the Bright Republic. Something as strange as teleportation and portal generation should be of prime interest to these states. Vase didn't plan on revealing this treasure to anyone. First, I don't even know what triggered the decahedron. It's unlikely I can replicate the phenomenon again and return to this virgin planet. He had to make the most out of this accidental trip. He wasn't a professional treasure hunter, after all. He still had to design a new mech and grow his company. Second, I won't gain much of an advantage if I share these technologies. Many stories circulated from the frontier on how treasure hunters got stiffed by their clients. The disparity in power between a bunch of nobodies and the apparatus of a state meant that anyone who offered technology had to swallow their ambitions. Most of the time, the technology in question wasn't remarkable enough to foster mutual competition between states. It was nice to get to know it, but they wouldn't go the extra mile to attain it. Established states already possessed sufficient confidence in their technology base. Unless he could explain and reproduce the ability to generate a portal, Vase figured that the Bright Republic wouldn't attach any importance to his discoveries. It's better to keep my advancements to myself. Many older mech designers often kept their specialties to themselves. The technologies they grasped might not be unique in the perspective of the galaxy, but they likely wouldn't have to face a direct competitor that mastered the same advancements. This is a way for me to step ahead of the competition. In light of his intentions to design a rifleman mech, what would be better than to enhance his laser rifles with a new mode of laser propagation? Not only that, by studying the way in which these crystal builders utilized light, he might be able to enhance his gamma laser rifle and thereby exceed the grading standards of the system's upgrade mission. The system always gives me something good whenever I go the extra mile. From his long interactions with the system, he knew that this ice-cold machine couldn't be cheated. On the other hand, it also wouldn't hold back if Vase aligned with its ideals. Let's start grasping the inner workings of these ruins. Vase approached the Crystal City. Even though his state protected him from physical damage, he hadn't ruled out the possibility that the crystal builders mastered a way to harm energy beings. Nothing happened, thankfully. He pulled out a portable multiscanner from the tool belt attached to his hazard suit and began to sample the crystals. The dinky little thing beeped in alarm. Error. Unidentifiable substance detected. Vase waited and waited, but the scanner only managed to measure some basic properties such as the dimensions and the opacity of the crystal. The machine lacked the capability to accomplish anything more, such as telling him what the crystals actually consisted of. Too weak. This wasn't any regular old multiscanner. He took it from the Barracuda's lab. This multiscanner had been built according to the standard of a second-rate state. He frowned at the scanner. These ruins are too advanced for this scanner. The only way for me to get results is if I get something bigger or something higher tech. Not every treasure hunter possessed the funds to afford a fancy multiscanner. They often compensated by buying a large, shuttle-sized multiscanner. Their larger size afforded these devs a lot more power and capabilities, and essentially brute-forced their way towards understanding the things they measured. Vase hadn't expected to go on a treasure-hunting expedition when he traveled to the Joe system. If he knew something like this would happen, he wouldn't have left behind the large-scale multiscanner back at Cloudy Curtain. As for a portable multiscanner that offered more strength than the one he currently held, Vase had no chance of obtaining anything better. The Friday Coalition definitely developed better models, but they never sold them to foreigners. Wait a second, I still have another source. He couldn't forget about the system. The convenience it brought to Vase couldn't be understated. Even if he was cut off from civilization and taken away to a completely unknown planet, he could still buy his way out of a problem. Perhaps Vase could even return to the Joe system if he bought the correct item. Now is not the time to be too anxious. I can think about returning home later. I should first find a way to increase my benefits. He activated the system and went to the store page. Since he already destroyed all the spy bugs, he didn't bother activating his privacy shield. Vase quickly browsed the multiscanner section of the store and came across a variety models. His face quickly turned a little black. 100 million DP. Really? Why show something like that to me? Many of the multiscanners offered by the store made him drool, but their exorbitant price tag scared him off. He had no choice but to consider something cheaper. I currently have over 130,000 DP, so I can still buy something that's reasonably capable. He checked out both the large-scale scanners and the portable versions. The large-scale scanners promised much better performance, but Vase wasn't inclined to buy them due to their bulk. This won't be the last time I'll come across something strange. A portable multiscanner is an essential tool for treasure hunters and mech designers alike. It's best to start investing early in this kind of gear. After half an hour of browsing, Vase had made his choice. Vulcani. Multiscanner. Level 1, price 100,000 DP. This multifunctional scanner is able to scan and determine the parameters of a large number of substances. It contains over 1,000 different measuring modes and it is extremely sensitive up to the nanometer scale. The Level 1 Eye of Vulcan contains a database of over 100,000 different exotic materials. If the Vulcani encounters any unknown material, it will update its database and slightly improve its scanning capabilities. The Vulcani caught his attention due to its upgradability. Not every item offered by the store possessed this trait. From his understanding of the store, the items that provided this option usually started weak, but became incredibly formidable when it reached its 10th or higher upgrade tier. The only downside was that their costs exceeded every other item in the same tier. They weren't really cost-effective in terms of DP. The only reason why Vase hung on the Vulcani was the possibility of fostering its growth if he bought it early. It's much like Lucky. Any piece of technology can be improved along the way. He could even use his special upgrade voucher machine on the Vulcani if it came down to it. Vase had been saving the ticket due to a lack of viable options. Most of the important machines he owned were either too large or too advanced for the voucher to display its full value. If this scanner isn't advanced enough to resolve the crystals, I can always use up my voucher. This would be his safety net. It decreased the risk of making a 100,000 DP mistake. After all, a non-upgradable scanner only cost him half as much. Vase essentially gambled that the extra 50,000 DP paid off handsomely in the future. This is an investment. I shouldn't be too sparing with my DP at this point. He gritted his teeth and confirmed the purchase. He put aside his old scanner and grabbed hold of the newer one. It appeared a lot slimmer and the scanner module affixed to its front looked like a burning eye. Vulcani indeed. Let's see if the gaze of a god can make sense of these crystals. When Vase pointed the Vulcani at the nearest crystal spiral, the gadget instantly projected a whole laundry list of data. The raw data confused him for a bit, but he quickly became ecstatic once he realized that the Vulcani easily smashed through the crystal substance's mysterious defenses. Vase began to pore over the wealth of data projected by the scanner. He also saved a copy of the readouts to his COM for later study. While he obsessively scanned different crystals from different angles, Lucky began to grow bored and wandered around the inert crystal ruins. The cat yawned and began to rest his body in the middle of the temple at the center of the city. Vase had no time to play with his pet. The scans excited him beyond measure and pushed beyond the limits of his existing base of knowledge. While he couldn't make sense of most of the readings right now, he still retained a modest reserve of DP. Should I still save up the rest of my points? Chapter 349 Spending lavishly. Vase always treated his DP like treasures. After a spate of troubles early in his career, Vase developed the habit of retaining a reserve of DP. Points meant power. He could immediately spend his DP on a variety of benefits, from extra skills to life-saving objects. Ever since he'd been whisked away by an unknown alien gadget, Vase unconsciously treated his DP as a final failsafe. If he couldn't find a way to get back home, he'd spend his way out of this fix. The more DP he saved up, the higher the odds of escaping this perilous situation. Many objects became available once he saved up more than 100,000 DP. Right now, he temporarily shut that door by buying the Vulcani. While he could still come up with a couple of solutions with the 30,000 DP he had left, his options became a lot more limited. If nothing else, I can still wait until my points climb back up. The LMC, Eamon Von constantly sold a substantial number of mechs each day. Each sale generated a little bit of DP, so as long as the Blackbeak design stood strong, he didn't have to worry about his income stream. If I don't spend anything now, I'll regret it later on. What was the use of holding back his spending at this point? He constantly saved it up in order to respond to any threats beyond his capability to solve. Yet at his current state, Vase feared very few threats. His shield generator and intangible state neutralized most attacks, while Lucky and the Amastendira could kill anything that posed a threat to him. Did he truly require an additional safeguard? Let's take this opportunity while I can. It's never unjust for me to invest in my skills. His skills broadened his knowledge and remained useful throughout his entire lifetime. The skills and sub-skills he planned to acquire not only helped him understand the Crystal City, but also came into use when he moved back to his design projects. As Vase worked to scan and understand the readers, he bought a number of different skills from the store. Materials Science, Incompetent 200 DP Materials Science, Novice 500 DP Materials Science, Apprentice 1000 DP Materials Science, Journeyman 2000 DP Crystallography I 2000 DP Crystallography 2 4000 DP. Vase acquired another major skill by acquiring Materials Science and upgrading it directly to Journeyman. At his level of intelligence, the enormous influx of knowledge and data hardly strained his mind at this point. He needed this skill in order to understand the readings of the crystals in their inactive states. He also threw in Crystallography I and II in his shopping list because he realized that he was dealing with a complicated composite crystal made out of several exotic and mundane materials. It's not a monolithic block of crystal. It's actually something of an array. I just can't see it with the naked eye because it's all transparent. The discoveries continued to fascinate him as he peeled back layer after layer of their inner workings. He suspected that the highly complex patterns and arrays acted as circuits that acted according to the intentions of the designers of this creation. Deciphering these circuits is beyond me. He shook his head. He had to take a step back and focus on the materials and the way they interacted with energy. I'll be satisfied if I can figure out how it's able to manipulate light. Vase suspected that the circuits formed part of a massive system responsible for generating portals. They likely carried out a lot of other functions as well, but Vase knew his limits. Once he stopped gaining any harvests from scanning the crystals, he considered scanning them when they entered an excited state. Lucky, get out of the city. His cat appeared to have fallen asleep. Vase had to float to the center of the tiny city and haul his cat out of the danger spot. Lucky instantly woke up and yelled at being drawn away from his comfortable perch. Just stay put over here, will you? After Vase dumped his cranky pet well outside the city, he began to perform his first experiment. He shot a random rune monument at the edge with his amastendira, causing it to light up without affecting any of the other crystal structures. He then proceeded to point his volcani at it. The rune monument's active state provided his multiscanner with a lot more data, most of which muddled his mind. Since he still had some DP left over, he might as well solve his confusion with more lavish spending. Optics I, 200 DP, Optics 2, 1000 DP, Optics 3, 4000 DP, Crystal Laser Propagation I, 2000 DP, Crystal Laser Propagation 2, 5000 DP. The cost of the optics sub-skills ramped up hard, but Vase urgently needed the knowledge to make sense of the way the crystals treated electromagnetic radiation. While it helped a lot in finding out how the crystals focused their output, it didn't explain how the crystals converted other sources of energy and turned them into potentially deadly light. After a brief rundown of his skill tree, he settled on crystal laser propagation and immediately upgraded the expensive sub-skill to the second tier. Vase discovered that the crystals could even convert pure electricity to light, so they were definitely able to propagate lasers. This is what I'm looking for. I have to understand this process. Crystal Laser Propagation 2 provided him with enough knowledge to crack the mystery. The veil in his mind had finally been parted. The workings of the crystal was exceedingly complicated, and Vase only brushed the surface of how it worked. Still, what he gained up to this point more than made up for his extravagant spending. I understand now. It works like this. Ha 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 ha. He always enjoyed it when he learned something new. Now that he grasped something exclusive to most of his peers in the mech industry, how could he be reserved? To make the long story short, Vase learned a number of new tricks. First, as long as he reproduced the basic makeup of the crystal, he'd be able to repurpose it into any kind of laser weapon no matter the scale. The crystal functionally replaced at least half of the internal mechanisms of a laser weapon. While the expense would be considerable, it took up much less space than conventional solutions. What did this mean? He freed up a lot of space for additional features such as larger batteries and heat sinks. He'd be able to pile them up while avoiding any bloat. Vase thought about how such a weapon looked like. His cheer disappeared somewhat when he realized that such laser rifles already existed in the Komodo Star sector. I'm not the first one who came up with this. In fact, some of the more expensive mainstream models wielded laser rifles that worked on the same principles. The crystals that formed the core of their weapon's performance might utilize vastly different materials and patterns, but the principles that governed their workings shouldn't be any different. Vase cursed at the alien city. Stupid aliens. Invent something original next time. It couldn't be helped. The fallen alien race wasn't to blame for this outcome. The human race advanced too much and worked out the principles behind too many pieces of alien technology. Even if I'm not the first one who discovered these principles, I still obtained enough of an advantage. Knowledge about these special crystals should be hard to come by. Vase bet that not even the Clifford Society offered anything like this in their moon library. Lemar's Club of Talents didn't hesitate to offer basic knowledge, but it always kept the best for their inner circle. After deciphering the special crystals, he also understood why it hadn't become ubiquitous in the Bright Republic. It's extremely hard to design these crystals. It's even harder to fabricate them, and expensive to boot. Without understanding all of the theory behind it, anyone who tried to pirate it would likely end up wasting their time. Only true understanding opened the way towards employing the special crystals in their own products. Vase was very glad with his harvest up to this point. He finally put away the volcani because he didn't think he could learn anything else. He already scanned the city from top to bottom, so he could always study the readings later. Right now, Vase hungered for a different kind of harvest. Through his extensive studies of the Crystal City, Vase gained the idea that the rune monuments acted as a variable input mechanism. It's too extravagant to place hundreds of runes but only use a dozen of them or so. Even if it's some kind of lock or puzzle, it still doesn't justify the cost. While he couldn't make any judgments on the rationality of the crystal builders, he thought they should not be wasteful to that extent. The crystal city appeared to be a marvel of efficiency. The crystal builders hardly devoted any space for leisure or other activities. Thus, if they built extra runes, they definitely served a purpose. And Vase thought he grasped the secret. It's much like a keyboard. The runes present certain meanings, and by lighting them up one by one, I can form a complex meaning out of any number of simple ones. The only problem was that Vase had no clue on how the rune language worked. He was a complete stranger with regards to this long-dead alien construction. He decided to employ the dumbest method of testing them out. He'd shoot a random sequence of runes and see what the crystal city spat out. It's not like I can be harmed. I can keep activating the runes until my laser pistol runs out. The Amastendira never ran out of charge as long as Vase rationed its power carefully. Since he put down most of his worries, he enacted his makeshift plan. Vase shot 15 runes in succession, the same amount depicted by the key. He didn't choose any of the runes displayed by the recovered object, though. If it turned out this sequence brought him back home, then he didn't wish to trigger this procedure early. After lighting up the 15th rune, the crystal spirals began to glow as well. Sure enough, the crystal city accepted a fixed input of 15 runes. Light stretched out from the 15 runes and hit a number of different spirals. Some spirals got hit by multiple beams of light. Once the rune monuments kept up their channeling for a couple of minutes, something majestic happened. The spirals shot out several beams of light straight towards Vase and Lucky. The beams ran through both of them and scorched the ground underneath their feet. Lucky panicked and jumped and Vase almost pissed his pants. If not for their intangibility, the lasers might have fried them to a crisp. That was close. These aliens sure didn't mess around. Even after their death and descent into obscurity, these tiny aliens hadn't held back their hostility. After Vase calmed down Lucky in his own heart, he began to try again. He shot out another random sequence of 15 runes, making sure to record their shapes and the order in which he lighted them up. This time, a different set of spirals lighted up. His hopes momentarily went up, but quickly fell back down when the spirals attempted to kill him again. That's a dud. He proceeded to repeat this experiment again and again. He held a faint misconception that he was constantly buying lottery tickets that failed to deliver any prizes. The only reason why he kept on buying them was because he could buy them for free. The only thing he really spent was time. As long as I have time, I don't see why I can't win. He tried out hundreds of sequences. It became such a chore that he stopped keeping track of which runes he hit and at what order he hit them. It hardly mattered as the chance of hitting the exact same runes was minimal. The spirals shot at him so many times that the ground beneath him had become charred beyond recognition. The crystal city finally displayed a different reaction at the 865th attempt. For once, the spirals didn't shoot at him. Instead, it opened up another portal in the sky above the temple. This time, it led to a different location. Chapter 350 Spirituality. Vase vaguely imagined sitting in front of his terminal trying to browse the galactic net by pressing 15 random keys. The difference between browsing the galactic net and trying his luck with the crystal city was that the former at least returned something. As for Vase, it took more than half a standard day to persist in his gambling. It had been incredibly mind-numbing for him to repeat the same routine for more than 800 times. At the very least, Vase got to practice his marksmanship. He began to get used to wielding the large but elegant Amastendira. Despite being a little larger than a regular laser pistol, it weighed remarkably little. He had the sense the gunsmith made it for a woman. As a designer himself, he easily picked up the clues. The weapon carried a feminine touch that would put any woman at ease once they wielded the Amastendira. Still, it had also been designed for an expert. The complete lack of targeting systems and aim assistance made the weapon difficult to hack, but the wielder had to rely on their own skills to make the best of the weapon. His marksmanship hadn't improved all that much even with all of the practice. He possessed no talent in this area at all, though part of it could be blamed on his below-average dexterity. He did manage to get comfortable with wielding the Amastendira. The muscle memory he built up would allow him to wield the weapon with much less hesitation during battle. There's got to be a purpose in these runes. So long as the light beams can't hurt me, I should keep going. Evidently, the Crystal City's galactic net was a lot smaller than that of humanity. It took more than 800 random lottery draws for Vase to draw a prize. Vase had not expected the Crystal City to open another portal. He walked closer to the city with Lucky in tow and peered through the gap. This time, the portal led to a lifeless moon-like area. The area beyond the portal was obviously in some sort of vacuum environment, but the portal somehow prevented the air from this side to leak to the other side. These aren't simple portals. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes. Vase quickly whipped up the volcani and began to scan the active rune monuments and crystal spires as well as the small portal. His fancy new multiscanner hadn't failed him so far and spat out a bunch of raw data that he saved into logs for later study. Just a simple glance at the data from the volcani's observation of the portal made him dizzy. This was far beyond his range of expertise. There's no point for me to understand this stuff. He closed the projection of the readouts and let the volcani work on its own. Instead, he turned his attention to what lay at the other side of the portal. To the small-statured aliens, the moonscape appeared to host some kind of palace. The majestic structure adopted a very different aesthetic standard than the Crystal City. The crystal possessed a bluish tint and the palace incorporated a lot of hexagonal shapes. It looked like a honeycomb gone mad. Did it belong to a different ethnic group or class? Or a separate state? He lacked the context to figure out the relations between the Crystal City and the Crystal Palace, but obviously the two shared some relations. Why else would the Crystal City possess a rune sequence that led to this moon? In any case, Vase figured the Crystal Palace might be hiding something good. He wasn't about to let the tiny portal stop him from attempting to loot what looked to be another alien ruin. Even if the Crystal City is empty, I don't believe the aliens cleaned up every ruin. This time, the portal on the side of the moon hovered fairly close above the Crystal Palace. While he could still stretch out his arm through the portal, he didn't want to take the risk of cutting off his limb when the portal abruptly closed. It's safer for me to find out first how long the portal lasts. Vase waited for another 2 minutes before the glowing crystal spirals dimmed and the portal fizzled. The portal lasted a little bit less than 3 minutes. He suspected that this might not be the end of it. Vase shot the same sequence of runes again, but this time he used a higher power setting on the Amastendira. Fortunately, his comm had recorded every sequence and even pointed out the location and order of the runes. Once the portal emerged yet again, Vase patiently waited at the sides with a timer keeping track of how long it stayed open. This time, the portal lasted over 5 minutes. So my guess is correct. The portals last longer as long as I pump more power into the Crystal City. While he expected this result, he actually hoped for a different outcome. At this time, the portal was only wide enough to squeeze his head through the gap, and only if he took off his hazard suit's helmet. The diameter of this portal was more than ample enough for the crystal builders to convey an army or a convoy of transports. It was wholly inadequate for Vase to slip to the other side without cutting himself into a sausage. He did not want to find out what would happen to him if he brushed the edges of the portal. All right, Lucky, go on and dig out that palace. If you see anything interesting, bring it back to me. Lucky resentfully meowed at him, but obeyed his instructions anyway. Vase reopened the portal again with 15 powerful laser beams. That should provide Lucky with an ample amount of time to root out the Crystal Palace. Once the portal stabilized, Lucky curiously flew to the other side. He momentarily lost control due to the lack of air resistance and the differences in gravity, but he quickly regained control of his floating body. His cat looked around a bit and didn't spot anything on this moonscape besides the palace. Lucky floated to the top of the palace and curiously landed his paw at it. The limb went straight through the hexagonal roof as if it didn't exist, but Lucky didn't let that stop him. A faint glow appeared on the limb and this time the cat managed to pat the roof. Nothing happened. Vase figured if the Crystal Palace possessed any defenses, it had long been drained of any power. Unless Vase shot his Amastendira at the palace, it shouldn't be able to rouse any defenses. Wait a moment, Vase abruptly realized an important fact. Why is Lucky able to touch the Crystal Palace all of a sudden? He realized that Lucky had already done something similar by cutting off the Rune Key monument in his previous portal jaunt. Vase hadn't thought about it back then, but now it was more than obvious that Lucky possessed a way to interact with the material world if he chose to. How did he do it? Then he thought back to the time on the glowing planet when Lucky repelled the semi-corporeal Devourer King with his energy claws. His cat already gained the ability to straddle the divide between the lower and higher dimensions back then. Is that because he ate all of those exotics in Rorich's bone? Lucky hadn't eaten any of the higher grades of Rorich's bone at the time. After that, He ate a whole bunch of medium-grade ores as well as a sumptuous piece of high-grade Rorich's bone. Rorich's bone is especially valuable because it's one of the few exotic materials that's able to facilitate and amplify the resonance between a mech pilot and his mech. What did resonance actually mean? Does it refer to spirituality? Vase recalled that Lucky's status contained a skill called spirituality I. Was this the secret to resonance, the X-factor and semi-corporeality? A bomb exploded in his mind as various clues, suspicions, inferences and conclusions melded together into a single overarching hypothesis. Ever since the system set him on the path to understanding the X-factor, he always felt he tread a path that few had ever walked. Even if others suspected that spirituality lay at the root of these amazing phenomena, humanity possessed no means to observe or interact with this nebulous concept. Only Vase gained the ability to interact with this concept because he possessed a nascent sixth sense. As one of the few people who could see in a crowd of blinded people, he constantly progressed towards a unifying set of assumptions that he could tentatively gather into a convincing theory. Right now, it was as if the last pieces of the puzzle had filled the gaps that annoyed him for ages. If Vase previously parted the veil, now he fully managed to pull back the curtain. It's all in the mind. As Lucky attempted to chip away at the crystal palace with his energy claws, Vase turned his attention inward as his knowledge on spirituality finished sublimating in his mind. An unprecedented feeling of satisfaction ran through his intangible body. He felt as if he solved a problem that trillions of humans had puzzled over ever since the age of mechs came into being. No one understood how apprentice mech designers advanced into journeyman mech designers. Similarly, neither did humanity figure out how to transform an advanced mech pilot into an expert mech pilot. Vase believed that both of these rare and highly valued professions required a breakthrough into a person's spirituality. Mech designers had to possess spirituality to design a mech that fostered resonance, while mech pilots used spirituality to activate the resonance lying dormant in their mechs. I see now, they're both connected. He already uncovered the pieces, but fitting them all together required a bold step in thinking. Even though Vase hadn't fully tested out his hypotheses, he strongly believed he was on the right track. The importance of his conclusions couldn't be overstated. The issues that Vase figured out had stumped humanity for over 400 years. If humanity had already mastered spirituality, then a lot more higher-tiered mech pilots would exist at this time. Right now, even the mightiest human entities in the galaxy can't reliably pump out expert mech pilots. Sure, compared to a tiny state like the Bright Republic, the big boys like the MTA and the first-rate superstates had a lot more elite pilots on their retainer. But that was simply a function of their influence and the amount of people they could draw on. The MTA recruited their mech pilots from all of human space, while the first-rate superstates occupied the largest and most densely populated star sectors. If Vase looked at the amount of elite pilots relative to the total population, then the more prosperous states and organizations didn't hold an overwhelming advantage in this area. In his eyes, their much-vaunted secret training regimes had a lot of things in common with quackery and superstition. They fumbled blindly in the dark and figured out a handful of tricks that increased the odds of allowing an advanced mech pilot to make a breakthrough to the next tier. Vase had progressed beyond that stage. Had his breakthrough been enough to finally receive the system's acknowledgement? He quickly summoned up his status. Status name: Vase Larkinson. Profession: Apprentice Mech Designer. Specializations: None. Design points: 8,353. Attribute: Strength 1.3, Dexterity 0.8, Endurance 1.9, Intelligence 1.8, Creativity 1.9, Concentration 1.7, Spirituality 0.4, Neural Aptitude. F skills: Assembly, Journeyman 3D Printer Proficiency 3, Assembler Proficiency 3, Battle Mechatronics, Apprentice, Knight. Mech Mastery I, Business, Apprentice, Computer Science, Incompetent, Electrical Engineering, Journeyman, Structural Pathway Configuration 3, Energy Storage IV, Conductors 3, Materials Science, Journeyman, Crystallography 2, Crystal Laser Propagation 2, Mathematics, Journeyman, Mechanics, Journeyman, Jury Rigging 3, Speed Tuning IV, Metallurgy, Journeyman, Alloy Compression 3, Metaphysics, Novice, X Factor 2, Physics, Journeyman, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 2, Gamma Laser Weapons I, Lightweight Armor Optimization I, Medium Weight Armor Optimization IV, Melee Weapon Optimization IV, Rapid Fire Laser Weapon Operation 2, Optics 3, Salvaging, Apprentice, Signals and Communications, Journeyman Abilities, Superpublish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation: a post-human mech designer pioneering the field of metaphysics. He did it. His metaphysics skill had advanced to novice. The system also acknowledged his achievements in the X factor by turning it into a formal sub-skill. What's this? Another attribute. His attribute section received a curious new addition. Only 0.4 spirituality. Oh come on. Vase understood that all the other attributes scaled around 1. A score of 1 meant his attribute was average compared to the rest of humanity. The abnormally low score of 0.4 in the case of spirituality obviously didn't fit in with this standard. Unless an entire civilizations of humans existed with a formidable amount of strength in this attribute, Vase figured that the system didn't wish to inflate his current strength. Indeed, Vase had a lot more to go before he could imitate Lucky's strengths.